The Earth has met its demise. Lu Gu may be the sole survivor. With the burdens of hunger no longer weighing upon him, Lu Gu sets a modest goal for himself, to acquire a habitable star system and name it the solar system. Chapter 1. The One Who Lost Their Homeland. It seemed as though an eternity had passed in slumber. As Lu Gu awakened, he beheld an unfamiliar environment and strangers before him. Just as he prepared to survey his surroundings, one of the strangers spoke. "Look at me. Gaze into my eyes. Vow to me, with conviction, that you shall never act recklessly again."
Excuse me, who are you?
I'm not fainting. I come up at... The girl with crimson hair and amber eyes, clad in a silver uniform, spun in a huff before suddenly seizing Lu Gu by the collar, exclaiming, "Display the star chart, full warehouse view." In an instant, Lu Gu felt as though he stood amidst the cosmos, the brilliant stars seemingly within his grasp. A pale violet planet appeared before him. The girl with red hair covered her face with her hands, and after a moment, embraced Lu Gu, her tone softening. "Do not evade the truth any longer. Besides your title as the heir of Changha's star, you possess nothing. Only in death can they truly seize Changha's star. If you survive, perhaps there remains a chance to reclaim all that is rightfully yours." Lu Gu replied, "I'm sorry. I truly do not comprehend what you're saying." The girl released him. This year marks the first millennium of the new galactic calendar. To celebrate 1,000 years of peace following the cessation of the galactic wars, various festivities will ensue. In 2 days, the 7 premier academies of the galaxy will convene on Byung Star, and I intend to confine you within this room. With that, the girl turned to leave. Lu Gu called out, "May I ask your name?" "Nangonyu." As the door was about to close, Nangonyu glanced back. "Whether your amnesia is real or feigned, this is my final act of salvation for you. Should you wish for death, the choice is yours." The door shut, and Lu Gu heard a series of locking sounds. He raised a hand to touch his neck, where a Pisces jade pendant hung. At this moment, he was fully awake, vividly recalling the events that transpired an hour before the Earth's destruction, when a group of individuals forcibly stripped him and confined him within a tumtor-long, jujube-shaped container, adorning him with this pendant. He overheard one among them say to a companion, "One escape counts as one." In the vastness of space, Lu Gu witnessed the Earth transform into a fireball, subsequently disintegrating into countless fragments. He, confined within that container, felt himself drifting further away from Earth. As a substance resembling egg white filled the container, he gradually lost consciousness. Where is he now? Lu Gu rose, inspecting his Eteria gray-blue jumpsuit. Observing the room, he noted several spherical couches arranged in the center of the approximately 50 square meter space, encircling a low coffee table. With nothing else in sight, no decorations, no other furnishings. Surrounding the room were 6 doors, of which only one previously closed by Nangonyu was known to Lu Gu. The remaining 4 doors stood shut. Beginning from the right, Lu Gu pushed open the first door. Inside, there was a round table, 2 chairs, a small shelf, and a small table against the wall. The shelf held utensils, while the small table displayed an object resembling a microwave. Clearly, this was the kitchen. Upon opening the second door, Lu Gu discovered a rudimentary space featuring only a toilet and a shower head within a 20 square meter area. It appeared quite Spartan. Next was a modest room of merely 10 square meters, its walls adorned with countless wires connecting to 2 machines with transparent covers placed within. Lu Gu was baffled by their purpose. The subsequent 2 rooms each contained a bed within the spacious 25 square meter chambers, lay single beds measuring 90 centimeters wide. One room featured a simple wardrobe, while the other held just a box. After wandering about, Lu Gu was perplexed by the complete absence of windows in such large rooms. Could there be not a single window? Returning to the living room, Lu Gu glanced at the ceiling, which emitted a gentle glow without any discernible lights. Imitating Nangong's earlier approach, Lu Gu spoke. "Open the star chart." The star chart reappeared, and Lu Gu gazed at it for an extended period, attempting to locate the position of the solar system. But alas, he was unsuccessful. He pondered why those individuals would say, "One escape counts as one," rather than "one rescue counts as one." Moreover, why had they not informed him about the jade pendant? Was it a token or something else? After realizing he could not comprehend the star chart, Lu Gu inquired again, "What is this place?" The star chart began to shift, rapidly magnifying to reveal star domains, star systems, planets, cities, and finally pinpointing the location where Lu Gu stood. The indications on the star chart revealed the Eastern Galaxy, the Great Jade Emperor Dynasty, the Jingyu Star Circle satellite system, the Baiyong Star, and the Baiyong Academy's Bingshu student dormitory area. Lu Ge then asked, display my personal information. He suspected that Nan Gongyu had mistaken him for another individual and sought to discover who that might be. After a full minute of silence, a completely different voice emerged, deep and commanding. Lu Ge, descendant of the 7th star of the secret armament, matched with He Dongming of Chang'e Star with only a 1 in 100,000 difference. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's heart raced. Gripping the jade pendant, he shouted, tell me, what is this? Who are you? What has happened to Earth? How are my family? The mysterious voice responded, live diligently, until the time you can meet me. Answer me. Lu Ge bellowed. At that moment, the computer's voice within the room returned to normal. You are the accompanying scholar, He Dongming, no further information available. Lu Ge, unaware of the computer's location, could only shout, come out, you come out. Yet, no matter how he called, the enigmatic voice did not reappear. The door suddenly chimed, and Lu Ge turned around to see Nan Gongyu entering with a multitude of items. After placing her burdens on the ground, she propped one hand against the door and addressed Lu Ge. The Academy has just announced that the Royal Academy of Shi-Inha, renowned for its formidable exchange delegation, has sent forth a team. Not only that, but their affiliated institution, the Nine-Petal Chrysanthemum Academy, has dispatched their foremost expert in mechas ahead of time. Whether they come to disrupt or to ascertain strength, the Pyong Academy must face it. I am to attend a training session and will be away for 10 days. I have brought you some provisions, she added, her gaze fixed on Lu Ge with earnest intensity. Live well, for only then can you reclaim what is rightfully yours. Cease your reckless behavior, and do not divulge who you once were. At least for the duration of my training, maintain a low profile. With that, Nan Gongyu turned and left. The door closed without the familiar click, indicating it was not locked from the outside this time. Chapter 2, Lu Yi. Lu Ge remained momentarily dazed by the earlier events. As she approached a bag by the door, an image suddenly flickered to life on the wall, revealing Nan Gongyu, who appeared to be running while speaking. Also, if you're truly bored, consider registering an account in the spirit realm. Treat it as a game or a fictitious world. If you can earn some money, it may help with household expenses. You and I. Lu Ge began to inquire, but as she watched Nan Gongyu board a vehicle, the image abruptly cut off. Lu Ge looked up at the ceiling, pondering. Who are you? Then she glanced at the entrance. And who are you? What is our relationship? She lay on the floor, gazing at the ceiling, yearning for that enigmatic voice to return. She remained in this state for quite some time. It wasn't until hunger gnawed at her that Lu Ge finally sat up and retrieved the bag. Inside were 20 small boxes, each labeled and described. Placing the boxes into the food processor, she awaited its operation. The food processor resembled a microwave, a device from the kitchen. Selecting a box labeled Kung Pao Chicken, she followed the instructions, opened the box, tore the seal, retaining the inner packaging, and placed it in the processor. Soon, the machine's door opened automatically. Upon peering inside, Lu Ge was struck by the resemblance to leftovers that seemed to have languished for at least a week. Taking a bite, she felt as if she had consumed the soul of someone's shoe, the taste astonishingly dreadful. Unless I am on the brink of starvation, I doubt I can stomach this, she declared, having no intention of eating further. Rising, she ventured to the room containing 2 peculiar machines. Following the prompts, Lu Ge stripped down to her undergarments and lay within one of the machines. As the lid closed, her surroundings transformed into a circular space. Observing the instructions, she murmured to herself, it resembles a virtual reality game from a science fiction novel. The first step is registration, followed by entering a name, and then, after completing a series of guided steps, the room before her vanished, replaced by an identical one. IT felt as though the system had encountered a glitch, resulting in a failed registration on the first attempt. No, it was not merely that. Lu Ge soon discerned a notable difference. On the floor of this chamber lay a double fish pattern identical to her jade pendant. The registration process in this room required no input from her. Just a few simple words appeared. Name, Lu Ge, home planet, Earth. A flicker of emotion stirred within her regardless of whether it was an act of kindness or a scheme. At least this place had preserved her final memories of Earth. A few minutes later, Lu Ge entered this virtual realm under her initial registration, not in the imagined vast reception hall for newcomers, but rather a bustling marketplace, where she found herself standing before a notice board. The board was filled with various offerings, such as ghostwriting assignments, gaming character training, and seeking practice partners. Opportunities to earn money abounded. Lu Ge did not rush to make a choice. Instead, she decided to explore her surroundings first. After departing the notice board, she soon encountered a shop. The store showcased an array of fruits, each marked with prices and delivery times. The fruits were exorbitantly priced. Luga calculated that even 10 Ghostrun assignments would not suffice to purchase the cheapest fresh fruit. Exiting the shop, she gazed around. Indeed, this resembled a real-world marketplace, where she could acquire numerous items, provided she had the means. A 10-kilogram bag of rice cost 1,000 large jade coins, while a hovering motorcycle with the ability to transform into a single pilot mech was priced at 8,600 large jade coins. A synthetically produced apple, however, was a mere 5 large jade coins. Just as Lu Gu was about to return to the notice board to seek a small job for some extra cash, a commotion erupted in the central plaza of the marketplace. Out of curiosity, she approached. A figure clad in mech armor was demonstrating combat moves, with a table nearby displaying a small pile of 10 yuan large jade coins. Close combat fighting in mechs, using only melee weapons. Those who can land 10 strikes against me will earn 100,000. Observing the opponent's movements, Lu Gu sensed they were not particularly formidable. The sight of the money was enticing. Should she get a try? At that moment, a double vision appeared before Lu Gu. This was not an illusion in this virtual world. She was acutely aware that she had another account, currently tracking the opponent's maneuvers. Taking a few steps closer, she quietly inquired of a person on the outskirts of the crowd. Is that money real? If he dares to cheat even a penny, he won't survive the lead by Youngstar. I would eat my own excrement standing on my head, came the reply. After posing that single question, Lu Gu turned and departed, seeking a secluded spot to softly utter, "Switch account." The account of the Earthling, Lu Gu, came online. At this moment, Lu Gu was clad in the most ordinary student combat suit of the Pyong Academy. Eyes closed as he absorbed the footage recorded moments ago. Suddenly, data surged in. Startling Lu Gu, it was transmitted from the Jade Pendant to this account. The information contained authentic techniques from his homeland, the Shinyo blade technique. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Lu Gu began to integrate the new data with the previously recorded movements, calculating and inputting the results into the computer of the combat suit he wore. After mentally rehearsing the techniques several times, he departed from the corner. Meanwhile, in the elite 3rd Student Council of the Pyong Academy, President Zhang Xiu turned off the video display. What you have just witnessed is footage of close-quarters combat from the 9-petal Chrysanthemum Academy's mechas. We must select someone within the hour to teach that group of near-invalids a lesson, making it clear that this is Pyong Academy, not some third-rate institution from a minor star system. Understood, the assembly responded in unison. Zhang Xiu continued. The elite 1st Council has already faltered. We must not rely on the 2nd Council's incompetent men to uphold our Academy's reputation. In every discipline, the 3rd Council is the most outstanding. We are the strongest, a chorus of young women echoed. Among them was Nan Gongyu, who diligently analyzed the opponent's techniques, hoping to bring honor to the Academy and the elite 3rd Council. In the plaza of the ethereal realm, many were still debating whether to take on the challenge. One voice remarked, "The masters from the 9-petal Chrysanthemum Academy, daring to set up a stage here, must possess remarkable skills. Let's wait for our Pyong Academy experts to arrive." Losing is not a concern, but bringing shame to Pyong Academy would be unacceptable. Indeed, others agreed. At that moment, a voice emerged. "Excuse me, please make way." Those in front turned to see an individual clad in the Pyong Academy student combat attire, equipped with a simplified mecha, promptly parting to clear a path. Chapter 3. The generous child. Upon observing the newcomer clad in a standard combat suit adorned with a simplified mech, a low voice inquired, "A regular trainee's armor? Not a custom version. Can it truly suffice?" Lu Gu stepped into the arena, silent yet resolute, with his left hand gripping a blade while his right hand raised 2 fingers in a beckoning gesture. Subsequently, he extended his pinky finger downward in a clear signal. Indeed. The adversary erupted in fury, raising the long knife high above to strike fiercely at Lu Gu. Grasping the knife with a single hand, Lu Gu positioned the back of the blade against the opponent's edge, sliding into a 2-handed grip. According to the established techniques, he aimed to strike the opponent's blade, now compromised by momentum. Yet, the opponent charged with unexpected speed, and without hesitation, Lu Gu targeted the adversary's wrist with a decisive blow. The opponent's mech relinquished its weapon, leaving the knife to clatter to the ground. Seizing the moment amidst the adversary's anguished cries, Lu Gu thrust his blade into the opponent's mouth, piercing through the armor. After all, in this virtual realm, it was assumed that death was beyond the realm of possibility. As Lu Gu mused this thought, he gathered the pile of money from the table, subsequently logging off forcibly, transforming into a cascade of starlight that vanished from the square. Unbeknownst to Lu Gu, while death was indeed impossible, the sensation of pain was not. The agony of having one's hands severed and the sharpness of a blade piercing through the mouth were transmitted with unwavering fidelity to the player's consciousness. In the accommodation area of the Byung Academy, medical robots were hastily deployed. A student from the Jubinju Academy, who had come for an exchange, collapsed within his room due to the excruciating pain. This torment would persist for 24 hours, prompting his companions to summon medical assistance. Lu Gu remained oblivious to these events. All he knew was that he had acquired wealth. He logged in anew under a different account, embarking on a shopping spree, buying. He collected an entire set of pots and pans, insisted on a refrigerator, ensured an ample supply of natural rice and flour, and gathered various organic ingredients without even glancing at the prices. Moreover, he added an exquisite sofa and a beautiful new bed to his cart, as well as a state-of-the-art holographic computer. Lu Gu was eager to investigate whether any new generous benefactors had emerged among the prestigious institutions visiting the Byung Academy. Recalling that the last benefactor had bestowed upon him a sum of 100,000 yuan. This time, spending felt liberating. Buying, spending. Aside from the exorbitant prices of natural foods, many industrial products were so inexpensive that they felt like gifts. In the meeting room of the elite 3rd Student Council of Byung Academy, someone burst through the door, exclaiming, "Xiao Jia, quickly! Look at the trending video in the spirit realm." Zhang Xiao turned and activated the screen. After a mere glance, she shifted into full immersion mode, enveloping herself in a three-dimensional experience. One strike. The knife lodged in the mouth was inconsequential. Severing the opponent's wrist was a victory in itself. The disparity was as exaggerated as an adult overpowering a child. There was no struggle, no hesitation. The seemingly simple and direct cut revealed profound skill to anyone with discernment. Zhang Xiao uttered a single word: investigate. Certainly, this individual cannot be a member of the elite society. Even the most impoverished members are provided with funds to acquire their own personalized mechs, while some exceptionally skilled individuals even possess custom-designed spacecraft. A person clad in a generic model of armor, rather than a personal variant, is undoubtedly not affiliated with the elite society. This armor serves not only a defensive purpose but is also crucial for operating aircraft, warships, or various large weaponry. Alas, the outdated generic model is incompatible with a third of even the most basic spacecraft due to its simplicity. At this moment, Lu Gu had already logged off and was at home, orchestrating the arrangement of her abode with the aid of delivery robots. The single bite taken from the so-called Gongbao chicken, along with the remaining 19 boxes, regardless of their flavors, had been unceremoniously discarded into the trash. A brand new multifunctional food processor was diligently preparing rice according to Lu Ji's specifications. The state-of-the-art stove, devoid of flames, employed light and shadow to simulate fire. On the adjacent cutting board, all-natural chicken had been diced and coated in batter, ready to be fried, while soaked peanuts were slowly being heated in cool oil. The cost of this singular dish far surpassed the combined worth of those discarded 20 boxes of synthetic food. Even doubling that amount would not equate to its expense. After a fulfilling meal, Lu Gu savored a cup of all-natural green tea, priced at an astonishing 5,000 yuan per kilogram. With this serving amounting to approximately 3 grams, equivalent to 6 bags of synthetic apples or 10 boxes of synthetic food. Her new bed featured a luxurious natural core mattress, adorned with natural silk and cotton bedding, complemented by buckwheat husk and silk pillows. The sleep was indeed blissful, despite the absence of windows. The walls and ceiling simulated outdoor conditions, illuminating the room with the break of dawn. Lu Gu retrieved a piece of semi-finished natural wheat flour pancake from the refrigerator and placed it into the new food processor, adding soybeans, red dates, and red beans to concoct a glass of soy milk. After breakfast, Lu Gu entered a meditative state, first heading to the square to check for any monetary opportunities. Disappointment loomed large. The square was merely filled with idle chatter, and the benefactor from yesterday had not reappeared. Suddenly, Lu Gu felt a pang of regret for her impulsive actions the previous day. She should have approached him gradually, allowing him to succumb by the 10th strike. That way, he might have returned today to seek vengeance, but perhaps now, he would be too intimidated to show up. Deciding to inspect the bulletin board, she realized her financial indiscretions could lead to an inability to afford natural food within 2 months if she did not secure some income soon. Upon reaching the bulletin board, A particularly conspicuous notice caught her eye. The elite society was inviting the mysterious student from yesterday to join and participate in discussions. Bah. Not a single penny to be spent, just a freeloader, Lugo muttered softly, continuing to peruse the listings. There was a recruitment notice for a remote chef, which involved controlling a robot to prepare meals in someone else's home, starting at 200 yuan per session, with additional payment for high-quality dishes. This seemed promising. Just as Lugo prepared to jot down the contact information, a voice emerged from behind her. Do you know the student who defeated that half-disabled individual? Turning around, Lugo encountered a tall girl with long black hair, exceeding 1.7 meters in height, and inquired, "What do you mean by half-disabled?" The student with long black hair remarked, "At Jibanju Academy, the tallest male stands at 1.39 meters, while the tallest female measures 1.25 meters. Yet, they prefer to fashion their personal exteriors to exceed 2 meters. Is that not absurd? There is some truth to that." The student then inquired, "Are you familiar with that classmate?" "Who?" came the response. "The one who decisively bested the half-disabled student." Lugo shook her head. "I do not know them." The long-haired student pressed further. "Your earlier comments led me to believe you were acquainted." Lugo chuckled softly. "I have little money in my pocket, so I understand the sentiments of those without wealth. This elite individual clearly wishes to learn without any cost." After saying this, Lugo swiftly noted the information regarding the recruitment of remote chefs, smiled politely at the long-haired student, and turned to leave. Chapter 4. Wealth from Ancestry. The long-haired female student, Zhang Xiu, stood before the bulletin board and tore down the announcement for chef recruitment upon observing Lugo recording the information. Subsequently, she pinned a new notice in its place. An independent estate invites a mysterious student to visit, offering a monetary gift of 3,000 each time. After writing 3,000, Zhang Xiu reconsidered and amended it to 5,000. Although Lugo had departed, she feigned returning to the fruit store, purchasing a box of natural apples with the ulterior motive of passing by the bulletin board for a glance. Upon seeing it, Lu Ji's eyes sparkled. 5,000. Scanning her surroundings for any lurking observers, she hastily logged off and switched to her alternate account. Dressed in combat attire designed for fire resistance and pressure alleviation, Lugo presented herself in the standard issue of the ordinary school at the Byung Academy. Her face was obscured, complemented by a pair of sunglasses and a large hat. Standing before the bulletin board, she recorded the contents and then navigated via the map. In the virtual realm, owning a grand residence required considerable funds and was quite expensive. Zhang Xiu was taken aback by Lu Ji's swift arrival, pondering whether this classmate was indeed in dire need of money. Lugo surveyed the mansion, initially finding it charming with its antique aesthetic. However, upon closer inspection, she shook her head. While it resembled traditional Song dynasty architecture, numerous discrepancies were evident. Lugo even referenced data from her jade pendant for comparison, confirming the inaccuracies. The root of these errors lay in the understanding of Han-style architecture, which prioritizes form, followed by structure, and finally the intricate details of construction. Every blade of grass, every flower and tree, every floor and pavilion is not placed haphazardly. Zhang Xiu remained oblivious to Lu Ji's disapproval. As they entered the living room, Zhang Xiu's steps faltered slightly, nearly causing her to trip. Once seated, she placed the 5,000 in front of Lugo and inquired, "May I ask which department you belong to?" Lugo gestured to her face, saying, "Such attire may seem impolite, but I do not wish to burden my friends, so I hope for your understanding." This statement implicitly conveyed to Zhang Xiu to refrain from inquiring further about her identity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu directly declared, "I wish to learn." Lugo remained silent. Zhang Xiu added, "I am sincere." With that, she waved her hand, and a box appeared on the table, filled to the brim with money. Lugo continued to remain silent. Zhang Xiu waited for a moment, and when Lugo did not respond, she spoke up. "If it is insufficient, please indicate an amount." Only then did Lugo begin to speak. The ancestral teachings state, knowledge should not be lightly shared, skills must not be sold cheaply. One should not disturb a physician uninvited. I hesitated earlier. I desire monetary compensation, yet you would not gain from it. Why? Zhang Xiu was somewhat perplexed. Lugo removed her gloves. I have seen in the Terminal S manual that within this network, 100% authentic perception transmission can be achieved. I will make an exception this once, especially since I accepted 5,000 from you. She extended her right hand, revealing her wrist. Zhang Xiu remained still. Tell me the reason. A physician does not intrude uninvited, but since you have summoned me, I shall examine you. If this truly is 100% authentic perception transmission, then your physical state in reality mirrors this. You exhibit coldness and weakness, significantly more fragile than an average person. I estimate that at midnight each day, you feel a chilling weakness, and as a woman, those inconvenient days must be exceedingly arduous. Only then did Zhang Xiu extend her hand. Frequent use of the medical chamber leads to a strong resistance to treatment. My sensitivity to cold is hereditary. Lu Gu placed her hand gently upon Zhang Xiu's. As a practitioner of medicine, her knowledge was rudimentary, relying on the ancestral wisdom provided by her jade pendant to enable her diagnostic abilities. With her fingers lightly touching, the insights of her ancestors allowed Lu Gu to discern that Zhang Xiu's primary affliction was qi deficiency, which in turn caused her bodily coldness. Lu Gu stated, "I will prescribe a remedy for you. If you follow it, you shall see results within 10 days, complete recovery in 3 months, and stability in 6 months. For optimal health, a gradual regimen over a year is advisable." Zhang Xiu inquired, "What constitutes a prescription?" Lu Gu was at a loss for words. Zhang Xiu then directly pushed a box full of money toward Lu Gu. "I appreciate your assistance." The sight of the overflowing box left Lu Gu astounded. In her moment of inner conflict, Zhang Xiu presented a second box. "I appreciate your assistance." Lu Gu swallowed hard. This, according to the ancestral teachings, a gentleman values wealth, but it must be acquired through righteous means. I have a fondness for money. Yet I cannot accept your funds without merit. Zhang Xiu was utterly unconcerned with the 2 boxes of money. If Nangongyu were to present this sum, it would require 3 to 5 years of diligent repayment. For Zhang Xiu, it was akin to Nangongyu purchasing 20 boxes of artificially synthesized food. Therefore, Lu Ji's reaction left Zhang Xiu both surprised and delighted. Lu Gu stood up, glanced around, and picked up 2 flutes from a nearby bookshelf. "To ensure I do not accept your money without justification, I shall teach you the defensive knife techniques against thrusting attacks. You may record the session, and I will devise a more detailed guide for you. I will also come personally to instruct you when you have the time." Zhang Xiu asked, "Is it aimed at defeating that disabled individual?" "No, this is specifically for women. However, mastering this set requires considerable time to build a foundation. With the use of mechas, one only needs to adjust the power application and some micromanipulation programming. But do not become overly reliant on the mecha. It is merely a lifeless tool, while the true skill lies within the practitioner." Having said this, Lu Gu began to demonstrate. This technique is called the 8 cuts blade, derived from a set of Wing Chun knife techniques, specifically designed to counter thrusting attacks. With 8 decisive cuts, the adversary is effectively neutralized. After conducting 2 consecutive demonstrations and confirming that Zhang Xiu had taken note, Lu Gu returned to the table, gazing at the money box and swallowing hard. "I'll take this money," she said, "and I'll prepare the medicine for you. Please provide me with an address. It seems the robots from the Byung Academy will deliver automatically." Zhang Xiu pinned down a real-world address, the Byung Manor. This was no ordinary student dormitory. Even noble students had their own luxurious accommodations. The residents of this manor were not merely wealthy. They belonged to the pinnacle of affluence, where even families beneath the rank of dukes lacked the privilege of entry. Lu Gu accepted the payment, noticing a gratifying series of zeros in her account. Before stepping out, she turned back and assured, "Rest assured. I guarantee to cure you and teach you everything, from the basics to advanced techniques." With that, Lu Gu departed. Zhang Xiu smiled. Rarely did she express joy. Her indifference to everything made this smile all the more significant. From Lu Ji's reactions, Zhang Xiu discerned 2 points. First, it was possible that Lu Gu was utilizing a temporary relative account belonging to a student at Byung Academy. Second, this individual seemed rather endearing, and the repeated mention of ancestral teachings suggested a background of humble origins. Meanwhile, Lu Gu, having accepted the payment, was determined to fulfill her obligations. Within the Byung Academy's network, as long as one possessed the means, an extensive array of items could be procured. The efficiency was remarkable. Deliveries could be made within a light year's distance on the same day. Chapter 5. Relocation. Once the ordered items arrived at her doorstep, Lu Gu suddenly realized that the expansive 200 square meter space was insufficient. The custom-made machine for concocting medicine, originally envisioned as a controllable pot, turned out to be a massive apparatus occupying a staggering 15 square meters. Extraction was merely its basic function, and Lu Gu was still exploring a myriad of additional capabilities. After dismantling Nan Gongyu's room, she placed the machine inside. After brewing the first batch for 3 days, Lu Gu finally ventured outside in earnest. It was then that she truly comprehended the nature of her residence. The entrance was situated at the pinnacle of the building, which boasted a series of hovercar parking spaces. The structure stood approximately 200 meters tall, 500 meters wide, and 1 kilometer long, resembling a colossal stone edifice embedded within a pristine forest, devoid of windows. Gazing outward, all that met the eye was the vast expanse of trees. In the hovercar parking area, Lugu realized that Byung Academy was a direct 500-kilometer distance from her location. Using her wrist-mounted device, she summoned a vehicle and set off with a modified version of the 3-day supply of Angelica sinensis tonic towards the student management office of the main campus at Byung Academy. Upon arrival, she sought out a delivery robot in front of the student management office. Inputting the address and sealing the 3-day supply of tonic within the robot's cargo compartment before entering the office. Ming. This was the identification displayed upon entering the management office. There were no personal details, as it was processed under the accompanying student identity card for Byung Star. Lu Gu filled out an application, requesting a sufficiently large, naturally environment dormitory with windows and a garden, all in the name of Nan Gongyu. The computer generated a response, providing several options. The elite aristocratic district is categorically dismissed. Presently, there exists the merchant district, offering a vast garden spanning 600 square meters, albeit at an exorbitantly high price. The next option is a staggered layered residence with a constructed terrace and a parking space, covering approximately 500 square meters, situated in a lower aristocratic area. The final choice boasts a sprawling garden of 1,400 square meters, a true garden-style noble estate, available at a remarkably low cost. Contingent upon pledging the academic credentials of Nan Gongyu from the elite Sanhui, with the stipulation that within a year, the merit score must not fall below 70 in the prestigious Byung Academy. Failure to meet this criterion would result in a return to the Pingwu district, where one would be barred from applying for a dormitory change for 3 years. Lu Gu discovered that the Pingwu district was already the most abysmal student accommodation, colloquially known as the extreme poverty zone. Nevertheless, what could possibly be feared? Even with an unclear understanding of merit scores, the worst outcome would be a return to previous living conditions. There was nothing daunting about that. Once the necessary procedures were completed, a list was sent to Lu Ji's wrist device, detailing optional expenditures beyond the dormitory fees. Queries arose regarding the need for an independent commuting vehicle, furniture preferences, and any desired modifications to the dormitory. Essentially, as long as one possesses sufficient funds, one could excavate the entire dormitory and erect a new structure of personal preference. Lu Gu also took the opportunity to investigate an address provided by Zhang Xiao. Upon searching, a shock ensued. In terms of status, the residence chosen felt extravagantly excessive, a veritable crime of opulence, and paled in comparison to Zhang Xiao's abode, which was 4 levels superior. Equipped with over 1,000 mechanical servants and exclusive docking for both a cosmic yacht and a light interstellar battleship. In contrast, her residence could accommodate a mere 55 machines, along with parking for 3 commuting vehicles and 1 small dual-purpose yacht. Lu Gu pondered the wealth of the strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair. However, despite these thoughts, Lu Gu felt no envy. Wealth could be amassed gradually. After finalizing the paperwork and submitting the payment for the customized portions, she was informed that preparations would take 3 days. On the 3rd day, arrangements would be made for robots to assist in the move, concurrently relinquishing the rights to her previous accommodation. In the following 3 days, Lu Gu engaged in daily online meetings with Zhang Xiao. During this period, Lu Gu taught her a single, albeit monotonous, skill, the foundational stance of the 2 characters clamp sheep horse. While instructing, Lu Gu remarked, "I have attempted to program personal exoskeletons, yet no design achieves the seamless integration of waist and horse, nor the 6 harmonies of force. I will persist in finding solutions to enhance your mech's efficacy in close combat." Zhang Xiao listened attentively, though fatigue rendered speech a challenge. Internally, she reflected on the limitations of modifying a basic version of the ordinary mech for novice students, as propulsion systems, joints, and microdrives dictated its rudimentary nature. However, she believed that with sufficient funding, the notion of achieving the 6 harmonies of force could be realized in custom mechs. 3 days later, Lu Gu moved into her new home. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, in her dormitory, received a delivery of 3 days' worth of Angelica tonic soup. She specifically checked the delivery location, noting that the previous shipment had been to the main campus, while this one was directed to the Juchin dormitory area. He is indeed a very cautious individual. likely fearful of uncovering his true identity. As for the other, Nangongyu, having just exited the teaching facility, he was preparing to attend a training session at the Elite Group 3. Upon reaching the entrance, he received a message, Nangongyu. Your dormitory in the Bingwu district has been officially deactivated as of this notification. What? His dormitory was gone? Dongming, you scoundrel, what have you done? Nangongyu erupted in anger, pushing open the door to the Elite Group 3's room and informing the duty student, my dormitory has vanished. I must return to investigate. The student on duty hesitated for a moment before responding, you might as well abandon that burden. Gritting his teeth, Nangongyu dashed out without uttering another word. He disregarded the free public shuttle and, glancing at his account balance, summoned a private vehicle. Just as he settled into the car, another message arrived. Nangongyu. Your dormitory in the Jechin district has been officially activated as of this notification. What? Nangongyu felt his head spin. He quickly instructed the driver to change direction towards District Jia. District Jia, even its least favorable areas, nestled amid mountains and rivers, boasted picturesque scenery and fresh air. Naturally rich in negative oxygen ions, devoid of artificial purifiers. Moreover, Jechin was not the worst area, but rather a moderately favorable one. The shuttle arrived swiftly at the new dormitory, where Nangongyu noticed 2 brand new shuttles already parked. Upon entering the building, he frantically searched for Lu Gu. Ultimately, he found Lu Gu in the basement, deep in thought about ratios. He believed that Zhang Xiuguang's daily consumption of Angelica nourishing soup was far from sufficient. The funds Zhang Xiuguang provided were excessively generous, prompting him to consider preparing some medicinal dishes. Suddenly, Nangongyu pounced on Lu Gu like a mother leopard, intent on delivering a beating. However, to her astonishment, Lu Gu effortlessly flipped his wrist and pinned her to the ground. Chapter 6. Lies. Nangongyu was utterly dumbfounded. How had she been subdued so easily? Once he released her, Lu Gu sat down on the floor, stating, I believe we need to have a conversation. Assume I have amnesia. First, what is our relationship? Overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events, Nangongyu, disregarding her astonishment, fixed her gaze on Lu Gu and inquired, where did you acquire your money? Lu Gu replied, first, answer my question. Nangongyu responded, my mother was originally a servant by your mother's side. If it were merely a master-servant relationship, it would suffice, but your mother has saved my family twice. Furthermore, it was through your mother-esque connections that I was able to attend school here. Although my parents have also departed alongside your mother, my mother instructed me to save you. Lu Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Given such a relationship marked by multiple acts of salvation, the bond was indeed significant, rendering this person trustworthy. Nangongyu pressed on, now answer me, where did you acquire your money? Lu Gu replied, remember to keep this confidential. I encountered a money-dispensing child. For the past few days, I have been visiting the spiritual realm daily. I suspect that after I defeated him last time, he has been too frightened to reappear. Clarifying, he added, just take a look. Lu Gu proceeded to showcase a video segment. Nagongyu's eyes widened in astonishment. One strike. Indeed, it is the legendary figure. Known throughout the school as One Slash, and astonishingly, it is this so-called waste before me. The members of the Elite Third Student Council refer to him as a burden. The term burden is the full title bestowed upon him by the Elite Third Student Council of the Byung Academy. He, Lu Gu, insists it must remain a secret. You must keep it confidential. Nangongyu, facing Lu Gu, remarks, do you realize that the person you struck is currently in the medical center? The mere sight of a knife sends him trembling in fear. The Grand Scholar publicly admonishes the brutality of such actions among students and urges caution, while privately notifying the 9 elite student councils, secretly awarding a medal. Lu Gu inquires, isn't the spirit realm merely a virtual construct? Nangongyu replies, the sensory transmission is 100%. The pain you inflict is felt as acutely in reality. However, your strike was indeed executed with remarkable finesse. Now, I demand an honest confession from you. Lu Gu had already prepared his response. You saved me. You are the only one who did. I can no longer pretend. I wish to live splendidly. No longer pretending. Nangongyu weeps, her sorrow akin to that of a weeping willow. In her mind, how could someone of such admirable lineage, marrying into the Changha star, produce a mere waste? It must surely be that wretched woman. To avoid raising her suspicions, he had feigned incompetence for all these years. Observing Nangongyu's tears, Lu Gu remained silent, gently draping an arm around her shoulder in companionship. Once her tears subsided, Lu Gu proposed, let us dine. I shall cook personally. Today, to celebrate our new beginnings, We must indulge in a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. Upon uttering these words, he felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had taken his time, allowing his opponent to endure 10 exchanges, thus compelling him to seek redemption. Alas! Perhaps weary from weeping, Nan Gongyu sat in silence. While preparing the meal, Lugu inquired, "May I ask, is it difficult for the elite student council to earn 70 merit points in a year?" Nan Gongyu stiffened at the question. To complete all tasks of the student council with excellence, one can only achieve 30 points in a year. Our president has only once attained 63 points, a record that has stood for 8 years. However, based on discussions among our elite 3rd student council members, the Grand Scholar will reward you with at least 6 points for your strike. Lu Gu continued, "How long must you study?" Nan Gongyu responded, "Those who leave home at 10 to enter the academy and arrive at Byung Academy at 15 are considered geniuses. I only attained qualification at 17. Graduating at 100 years, one can no longer be deemed a genius. Only those who qualify within 300 years may be called geniuses. For the breadth of knowledge required is immense." Lu Gu paused in his cooking, looking at Nan Gongyu. "Is it possible to live for several hundred years?" Noticing the confusion on her face, Lu Gu quickly added, "Last time, I truly suffered a head injury and lost part of my memory." Only then did Nan Gongyu respond, "To live for several hundred years is to die prematurely, though there are differences across star domains. The coming-of-age ceremony does not occur before 800 years of age." Delight surged within Lu Gu. In this cosmic era, the prospect of such prolonged life meant he could enjoy countless more days. The meal was served. Though Nan Gongyu faced financial hardship due to the absence of her parents, she was far from lacking in worldly experience. The 4 dishes and 1 soup surpassed her previous half-year's meals, made entirely from 100% natural ingredients and exquisitely crafted. "You eat first. I will wait," Lu Gu remarked as she donned a brand new helmet. With this, the remote-controlled robot would not need to lie dormant within the spiritual realm terminal. Nan Gongyu inquired, "What are you doing?" Lu Gu replied, "I picked up a job to assist someone in cooking remotely. My culinary skills have improved significantly. What began as 200 per session has now increased to 500. Nan Gongyu said, "I will wait for you." Lu Gu insisted, "Eat first. We will head to the spiritual realm together later. I will teach you how to earn merit points. If we do not accumulate points, we will be sent back to the old dormitory after a year, and we won't be allowed to apply again for 3 years. The old dormitory is too cramped. I have purchased many items and have no space to place them, which affects my earnings. Also, keep this confidential. Do not let anyone know I am the one teaching you." Nan Gongyu replied, "I understand. That wretch has always wanted to eliminate you." She pondered that if she mastered that particular technique during the official competition, as long as she could leave a mark on the wrist of someone from the 9 Petals Chrysanthemum Academy, she would at least earn 3 points. This year marks the first millennium of peace in the galactic new era, with numerous celebration and exchange activities taking place. Within a year, if she could acquire Lu Ji's technique, achieving 70 points might indeed be possible. After they finished their meal and entered the spiritual realm, upon logging into the space, Lu Gu noticed a message on her Earth Lu Gu account and said to Nan Gongyu, "You can wander around for a bit. I have received a message that requires my attention from the fortune goddess. This matter must be attended to." Without further thought, Nan Gongyu accepted the 5,000 yuan that Lu Gu transferred and stepped into the spiritual realm ahead of her. Lu Gu switched accounts, adopting her identity as Lu Gu, and, dressed very discreetly, arrived at Zhang Xiu's residence within the spiritual realm. Today, Zhang Xiu donned the uniform of an elite student from the academy, exuding confidence and appearing much healthier than in recent days. As Lu Gu arrived, they took their seats. Zhang Xiu began, "Let us dispense with pleasantries. The Purple Orchid Royal Academy of the Western Galaxy has proposed a series of 3 practical combat contests with the Byung Academy. The galaxy has enjoyed peace for a millennium due to a treaty, but the Great Jade Dynasty has previously engaged in numerous large-scale wars with the Radiant Holy Alliance, resulting in a low victory rate for the Great Jade Dynasty. I wish to win, and to win splendidly." Chapter 7. Give me a reason. Zhang Xiu elaborated to Lu Gu. The Radiant Holy Alliance, in the span of 9,000 years, has waged war within the galaxy 8,700 times and fought 700 times against extragalactic systems. Their victory rate within the galaxy exceeds 70%. Had it not been for the numerous enemies they created, leading to a collective assault from the entire galaxy, along with the invasions from extragalactic systems, the peace treaty would not have been possible. I desire victory, and I long for a triumph as magnificent as your technique. Lu Gu remained silent, not uttering a word. This matter transcended monetary concerns. He did not wish to be embroiled in such grand conflicts. At present, he was uncertain of what tomorrow held, or whether he was being pursued. For now, survival was paramount, allowing him to gradually absorb knowledge of the interstellar age and cultivate his own strength. Such practical contests represented significant events among the three most powerful nations in the galaxy. Zhang Xiao observed Lu Ji's silence and spoke up. If you wish to keep your identity concealed, I assure you, in my capacity as the legitimate daughter of the Northern King's residence, I will do everything within my power to safeguard your secret. Should there be any breach, I will compensate you doubly for your losses. If it costs me my life, I shall pay that price. Lu Gu replied. Is it truly that severe? Zhang Xiao continued. In the history of the Northern King's residence, spanning back a millennium, not a single legitimate descendant has perished at home. Except for one who died valiantly on the battlefield of the Outer Star System, all others have met their end in the conflicts against the Radiant Holy Alliance. Although this has elevated our family from dukes to princes, this title is forged from the blood of hundreds of our kin. Noticing Zhang Xiao's growing agitation, Lu Gu felt a twinge of uncertainty. Zhang Xiao pressed her palms against the table. Do not compel me to scour the entirety of Beyond Star in search of you. Lu Gu chuckled. I am unfazed. I have faith that you will find me. At most, I shall simply leave Beyond Star. Zhang Xiao inquired. What do you desire? Lu Gu pondered for a moment. I am uncertain. My sense of belonging to the Great Jade Empire is rather tenuous. I have little knowledge of the galaxy at large, and am still contemplating where I might settle in the future. At the very least, I could refund your payment. Zhang Xiao closed her eyes. I apologize for making an excessive request. Let us maintain the current state of affairs. I am sorry. With that, Lu Gu rose to depart. After leaving, Lu Gu switched accounts, logging back in as he Dongming, and found Nangong Yu selecting curtains at a fabric store. Observing that Nangong Yu was choosing curtains made of synthetic materials, Lu Gu initially intended to suggest better options, but instead said, It is most important to choose a color you love. Nangong Yu remarked, If I am sent back to my original dormitory next year, it would not be wise to invest in something too expensive. As long as it serves its purpose, one must be frugal. Lu Gu nodded in agreement. Though Nangong Yu's seemingly casual statement stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Lu Gu. In that moment, she thought of her own home. During her school years, many classmates had questioned her choice of the character Gu for her name, and while she initially explained that her father was an avid pigeon enthusiast, she eventually grew weary of the explanation. As she watched Nangong Yu discuss the details of the curtains with the shopkeeper, Lu Gu felt a tumult of emotions. The earth had been destroyed, her family was lost, and her friends were gone. Lu Gu understood that her refusal of Zhang Xiao stemmed from her lack of belonging here and her uncertainty about her future. Just as Nangong Yu was reluctant to spend too much on new curtains, uncertain of how long she would inhabit the new dormitory, Lu Gu too hesitated to invest too much in this place, unsure of where her future would lie. Once the curtain deal was finalized, Nangong Yu provided her address, mentioning that a robot would come to install them in a few days, primarily for the room with the spiritual terminal and 2 bedrooms. Despite the glass having an automatic fogging feature, Nangong Yu believed that curtains were essential for a home. Previously, they had been too impoverished to even afford meals. Now things are much better. I can spare a little money. The entirely synthetic materials are exceedingly affordable, compared to the meals prepared by Lu Gu. I can save enough for a complete set of curtains by foregoing just one dish. Upon exiting the fabric store, Nangong Yu inquired, Are you troubled? What trouble? Nangong Yu pointed to Lu Ji's face. Though you make a deliberate effort to conceal it, it is still evident that you harbor concerns. Who is this so-called goddess of wealth you speak of? Did she impose unreasonable demands upon you? Let me know if I've heard of her. Lu Gu replied. I'll discuss it when we return. Very well. Once offline and back in the dormitory, Lu Gu reclined on the sofa. She is a wealthy female classmate residing in Tianyu District. It's not that I am unwilling to assist her. Rather, I am unsure of how to approach the matter. Upon hearing Tianyu District, Nangong Yu immediately sat up straight. Tianwang and Digong. The Tianyu District is exclusively reserved for the offspring of royalty, with only 17 residences in total, 13 of which are currently occupied. Each individual within the Beyond Academy commands respect, even from instructors, except for the chief instructor and those who have undergone formal apprenticeship. They need not pay homage to anyone else. Lu Gu was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Zhang Xiao from the town Northwang family. Nangong Yu asked, What does she require of you? Lu Gu explained she wishes to defeat the Royal Academy of the Zijingwa from the Western Galaxy, which reportedly necessitates actual combat trials. Nan Gongyu queried, "Do you lack confidence?" Lu Gu shook her head. "Since the last incident with the wealth-distributing youth, I have researched extensively. Realizing that the 7 strongest academies in the galaxy will be participating in such a grand event, and surely there will be new wealth-distributing youths. The Zijingwa from the Western Galaxy arrived first, and I have scrutinized them in detail. What next?" Lu Gu smiled lightly. "A group of novices. To speak of ground combat exercises on the planetary surface, if provided with 30 elite individuals, I could incapacitate their 300 members, sending them to our Byung Academy's psychiatric ward. As for the spaceship bombardments, I am still in the research phase, which will take some time. However, on the planetary surface, anyone who comes will be mere novices." Nan Gongyu remarked, "You must assist Sister Xiao even more." "You know her?" Lu Gu inquired, then added, "Give me a reason to help her." Nan Gongyu responded, "Sister Xiao is the president of the 3rd Committee of the Elite Student Council at Byung Academy. I am the leader of the 2nd group in the 3rd Committee. Your admission as a companion student was facilitated by her assistance. At that time, I was an orphan. As were you." Nan Gongyu grasped Lu Ji's hand. "For you to become a companion student without being pursued is a feat of considerable difficulty that Sister Xiao accomplished quietly over the course of half a day. You may look into it. Your records at the academy contain only your name, devoid of any personal profile, solely to protect you." Lu Gu initially intended to confide in Nan Gongyu about her indecision regarding her future and where she might settle down. However, upon hearing these words, she understood that Nan Gongyu, or rather her assumed identity, owed Zhang Xiao an enormous debt of gratitude, essentially a life-saving favor. Chapter 8. The most expensive. Lu Gu pondered. If that is the case, since she has assumed her current identity, debts owed to her might be forgiven, yet those owed to others cannot be overlooked, especially when it comes to a life-saving grace. Nan Gongyu continued, "I still owe Sister Xiao 224,651. Why? It costs money to save you on 2 occasions. Especially during that previous incident, you actually contemplated taking your own life amidst the nebula maelstrom. The cost of rescue was exorbitant, amounting to 200,000. Your medical expenses and bodily recovery amounted to another 20,000. Thus, Lu Gu was utterly taken aback to realize that he owed the other party a debt. Prior to his awakening, it was Zhang Xiao who had assisted in bringing him here and arranging for his treatment. Clearly, he had no choice but to offer assistance in return. Lu Gu opened his computer, intending to reconfirm the information available about the Great Jade Dynasty and the Radiant Holy Alliance that could be accessed through the Byung Academy network. Negongyu, being the professional, explained to Lu Gu, "There exists a legend that every race within the Milky Way originates from a single source, including their technology. The mechas we typically encounter in school are merely the inner workings of these machines. Allow me to show you the complete version of the mecha I possess from the Elite 3rd Student Council. Furthermore, the equipment we utilize during our studies, while differing in appearance and function from that of the Radiant Holy Alliance, fundamentally belongs to the same category." Nan Gongyu opened several documents. As Lu Gu perused the content, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if it were familiar. Take, for instance, a single mecha. It resembled the interstellar infantry he had encountered on Earth, albeit with a greater variety and enhanced functionalities, including ground-based war vehicles equipped with colossal artillery. However, within the cosmos, the diversity of starships is truly extensive. There are indeed similarities, yet it remains uncertain whether there exist divine entities and insectoid races among the stars. After a while, Lu Gu rose to his feet, exclaiming, "This absurdity." With that, he proceeded toward the Lingjing terminal. Before lying down, he turned to Nan Gongyu, who had followed him in, and said, "My identity must remain confidential. It is imperative." "Understood," Nan Gongyu replied. "Allow me to ascertain your strength." Meanwhile, after Lu Ji's departure, Zhang Xiao also logged off and returned to her dormitory, where a communicator lay beside her. Internally, she was engaged in a fierce struggle. She believed that the Northern Prince's residence could seal off any star domain within the Great Jade Dynasty, not just in the Jingxing domain. Although Byung Star is the highest academy of the dynasty, the Northern Prince's residence could indeed impose a blockade on this star domain and even its surrounding areas. It would not be overly difficult to locate someone here, but what significance would that hold? Once the person is found, then what? Just then, a domestic robot delivered a bowl of warm angelica soup. Zhang Xiao accepted it and took a sip. She recalled that it had been said to take 10 days to show effects, yet she felt results in merely 3 days during the night. She no longer felt as cold, especially since her feet, which had previously felt icy even with heating, were now at least warm to the touch. How then? Could she persuade this individual? While Zhang Shi was deep in thought, the Lingjing terminal notified her that someone was knocking at the door of her residence within the Lingjing realm. Zhang Xiu promptly shed her outerwear and jumped into the Lingjing terminal. Upon entering, she instructed the robot to open the door while she changed and prepared to greet her visitor at the inner door. When the two met, Lu Gu sighed and asked, "What is the most precious thing in this world?" This left Zhang Xiu momentarily speechless. In her eyes, nothing is truly expensive. Even if she yearned for a habitable planet uniquely her own, the only reason for not acquiring one would be the absence of a suitable celestial body, not the price. Lu Gu stood before Zhang Xiu as she spoke. Human connections. Zhang Xiu acknowledged the sentiment. Indeed, human connections are of the utmost value. However, this individual did not owe her any such connection. Just as she prepared to inquire further, Zhang Xiu swallowed her words, realizing that if this person did not owe her a favor, it must be that his friend was the one indebted to her. His friend? Zhang Xiu quickly narrowed her focus, concluding that the friend referred to by this charming individual must certainly be a female student, as she had no male acquaintances at the Biome Academy. Who could it be? There was no rush. This delightful character would gradually unveil more clues over time. Lu Gu entered the room, carrying a bundle, yet instead of taking a seat, he stood in the center of the living room. Zhang Xiu remained standing as well, waiting for Lu Gu to speak. He stood there, his expression serious as he lowered his gaze, and after a considerable pause, he began, "I have 3 conditions. Please." She replied, "The first is that what I teach you is forbidden knowledge. Either you do not learn it, or if you choose to learn, you must grasp its essence." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu responded, "No problem. I will not settle for mere superficial understanding." Regarding this stipulation, Lu Gu chose not to elaborate further, knowing that superficial knowledge would result in disgrace. He continued, "This method has a flaw. If practiced by a group of cowards, they will only become increasingly timid. Only those sufficiently strong can master it, possessing at least the determination to perish alongside their enemies." That is acceptable, Zhang Xiu thought, reasoning that if one lacked the courage to fight fiercely on the battlefield, it would be better to return home and embrace a child. After laying out the first 2 conditions, Lu Gu opened the bundle and placed an object on the table, an intricately carved stone resembling a sword hilt. He produced a small incense stick. "Since this is a learning process, I am not qualified to accept students. I take on disciples in honor of my ancestors. According to the customs of my hometown, the ceremony of apprenticeship is quite solemn. You will only learn this one skill, as per the traditions of my ancestors. Please offer incense." With that, Lu Gu set up a small incense burner, kneeling before the stone pillar shaped like a sword hilt, murmuring incantations. His voice was barely audible, and Zhang Xiu could not discern the words. Once Lu Gu finished his prayers and rose, Zhang Xiu asked, "This spirit tablet appears quite unique. Why are there no inscriptions?" Lu Gu replied, "This is not a spirit tablet. Words cannot encapsulate their greatness." Zhang Xiu stood before the stone pillar for a full 10 minutes. And after a moment of resolve, she followed Lu Ji's earlier ritual and offered incense. She wished to learn. The act of kneeling made her hesitate. In the Duke of North's residence, even meeting the Grand Emperor required only a simplified greeting. Performing a grand ceremony felt somewhat resistant to her spirit. Yet, to achieve victory, she bowed. After her bow, Lu Gu moved towards the exit. "I will await you at the spiritual training grounds. I cannot access the grounds at my current level. Let us go together." Soon, they arrived at the training grounds. Lu Gu remotely controlled a robot to represent himself, instructing Zhang Xiu to stand in the viewing area while he entered the training field, subsequently selecting 500 enemies. Zhang Xiu sat in the observation stand, contemplating that 500 was a rather modest number. In the battleground, the large tanks controlled by the trainees, along with the heavily armed individual combat mechs and robotic soldiers, were all deployed in the thousands. He thought to himself, as he was merely remotely controlling robots for demonstration purposes, that he hoped the enemy would consist of only 500, which would not hinder his performance. However, when Lu Gu's side entered the demonstration area with 30 robotic soldiers under remote control, Zhang Xiu rose to his feet. 30 against 500. Chapter 9, Apologies. I forgot to adjust the difficulty just as Zhang Xiu felt a twinge of disbelief. The competition had already commenced. The assault was overwhelmingly one-sided. The robots remotely controlled by Lu Gu, along with the 30 robotic soldiers, appeared in remarkably advantageous positions, enabling them to unleash the might of hundreds. In merely 10 minutes, the 500 computer-controlled enemy forces were annihilated. What had transpired? Zhang Xiu felt as though he were witnessing a chaotic battlefield. He dashed down from the observation stand, and the control panel displayed that Lu Gu was resetting the configurations once again. Zhang Xiu seized the communicator, exclaiming, "How did you manage that?" As Lu Gu adjusted the settings remotely, he replied, "There was a minor oversight. These computer-controlled robots are somewhat sluggish. I just realized that there are levels of intelligence. Previously, the intelligence was set rather low. Moreover, I discovered that mechs are not like humans. While humans have limited firepower, these mechs seem capable of carrying far more." "No," Zhang Xiu interjected, pressing the pause button on the control panel. "How did you accomplish this?" Zhang Xiu understood all too well that even with computer-controlled robots set to the lowest configuration, it was implausible for 30 to triumph over 500 so decisively. Furthermore, the previous settings were not on the lowest tier. The default was at the ordinary level, which was the third lowest of 7 tiers of intelligence. Many novice trainees grouping together would struggle even in a balanced 500 against 500 scenario. Feeling the remote control paused at home, Luga said, "Wait for me to reconfigure and replace the settings on this side, mechs. I suddenly have an idea. I can modify the single-user mechs to be more effective. First, teach me. What you refer to as mechs are merely combat suits with rudimentary exoskeletons. True mechs are towering, fully armed war machines. The ordinary personal mechs used by trainees are advanced combat suits designed for compatibility with various tools, not intended for combat. Moreover, there is no need to alter the ordinary mechs. Whatever you desire, I can customize." Lugu pondered for a moment. "All right, let me start from the basics. Whether it is computer-controlled robots or the ground combat I observed regarding the Galactic Alliance of Light, the underlying principle is the same: to unleash as much firepower as possible to provide coverage. Such an approach incurs significant logistical pressure and lacks artistry. The 3-3 formation. One of the 7 great techniques, observe. Lugu began to remotely maneuver the robots into position. The 3-3 formation's basic stance consists of a left trapezoid and a right trapezoid, with 3 groups of 3, totaling 9 in position, coordinating movements, outputting fire, and flanking. An hour later, Zhang Xiu, whose intellect could rank among the elite at the Academy of Bayong, transitioned from initial confusion to clarity regarding the various changes, ultimately forming his own understanding of the content at hand. At this moment, reflecting on the 10 minutes he spent controlling the robot on the training field, she grasped a significant portion, yet a small fragment eluded her comprehension. Lu Gu remarked, "This is merely the basic introductory version." Zhang Xiu responded incredulously, "Is this truly the introduction?" Lu Gu's tone remained unperturbed. "When equipped with artillery, it becomes an entirely different strategy. Furthermore, with the advanced configurations of 4v4 and 6v6, the required equipment increases significantly. During communication interference, one must also learn to convey messages to teammates through gestures and alternative methods. If the numbers increase, I recommend incorporating snipers. A few squads of snipers combined with long-range strikes yield remarkably explosive effects." Zhang Xiu was rendered speechless. In her understanding, the cosmos was a realm of battleships exchanging fire. Victory belonged to whoever possessed greater firepower, longer range, stronger defenses, and larger numbers. On the ground, defense held an advantage over offense, yet ultimately, it was a matter of firepower output, defensive strength, and sheer numbers. There were instances where both offense and defense would array themselves in formations, advancing to contest whose mechs were superior and whose mechanical soldiers employed more advanced technology. Lu Gu's earlier explanations had been precise to every positional detail. "Well, it's getting late. I must log off for work," Lu Gu announced, preparing to disconnect. Zhang Xiu, raising her voice towards the communicator, exclaimed, "How much do you earn in a month?" "I'll pay you double." "It's not about the money, commitments must be honored. When I was in a dire situation with pockets emptier than my face, you offered me 200 per hour. Now it's risen to 500. This is a matter of loyalty, not mere currency." "Until tomorrow then," Lu Gu stated, logging off regardless. Zhang Xiu glanced at the robots on the training field before departing. As hunger gnawed at her. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiu utilized her computer to simulate a 3-dimensional environment, repeatedly practicing the various variations of the 3v3 positioning. A prodigy, She swiftly discerned that the term 3v3 was merely a label. When necessary, one could augment the team by one or even two additional members. The crux lay in coordination, positioning, and subsequently creating localized firepower advantages, which could evolve into 2, 3, or even multiple fronts to suppress the enemy. It was akin to close combat, where engaging the opponent with a single hand, rather than all limbs, could make a substantial difference. One must remain ready to seize any opportunity to strike. There were drawbacks. However, this approach demanded exceptionally high individual proficiency, indeed confirming the charming individual's assertion that if a group consists of cowards, they would only become more timid with learning. As Zhang Xiu delved into her studies, the computer alerted her that the remote-controlled kitchen robot had activated, inquiring if she was ready for dinner. Without much thought, she signaled for it to commence. Her mind, however, remained wholly absorbed in analyzing the 3v3 formation Lu Gu had taught her. She began to contemplate whether equipping one of the three with a plasma cannon would disrupt the formation. If it transformed into a four-person team, with one armed with a plasma cannon, it would be utterly spectacular. The deeper she investigated, the more potential she perceived. Yet, there remained many aspects she struggled to grasp. Zhang Xiu noted the elements she found perplexing, preparing to inquire about them with that charming individual the following day. How should she address him? Zhang Xiu had asked once, but Lu Gu had not disclosed it. On the other side, in Nangong Yu's dormitory, Lu Gu had completed cooking for Zhang Xiu using a remote-controlled robot and began preparing her own meal. Nangong Yu sat behind Lu Gu and inquired, "Is what you taught effective?" Lu Gu replied, setting aside the question of effectiveness, "Your days of hardship are indeed approaching. Since you are part of the elite student group of the Student Council, it is highly likely you will be summoned for training. According to my curriculum, most individuals cannot endure such training. After all, if you calculate the time, there are not many days left for your practical exchanges." As she transferred the vegetables onto a plate, Lu Gu remarked, "I wonder if the fortune-bringing spirit has come. By the way, has that guy emerged from the psychiatric ward? I wonder what he is thinking. He is clearly a novice yet insists on pretending to be an eagle." Nangong Yu listened, laughing heartily. It had been a long time since she felt such joy. For quite a while, she had been in a state of repression. Chapter 10. Have you forgotten, sisters? Now, it seemed quite good. Nangong Yu gazed at Lu Gu, who continued cooking, and thought to herself, this head injury had caused her to lose a portion of her memory. Or perhaps it was truly a blessing from the divine, as she had become more cheerful and full of vitality, no longer lamenting her fate or seeking an end to her existence. The next day, after Lu Gu completed the second advanced lesson for Zhang Xiu issued a training order. Indeed, Nangong Yu was a significant member of the elite Third Student Council of the Byung Academy, and she was to participate in the training. That afternoon, Lu Gu also went. Byung Star was vast, and fortunately, Lu Gu now had some money and a new-style commuter vehicle, which was essentially a low-altitude flying machine with an autopilot function. Upon arriving at the training ground of the Byung Academy in Zone 7, Lu Gu discovered that there were numerous training grounds distributed across Byung Star, categorized into different areas based on the environment and terrain. Zone 7 was an ordinary mountainous region, entirely artificially constructed, featuring forests, houses, scattered rocks, and slopes. The training ground was enclosed by a transparent dome, and as Lu Gu approached, she witnessed a series of plasma cannons firing towards her. In a flurry, she attempted to steer away, but the dome shielded her from the plasma projectiles. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lu Gu was genuinely startled. The commuter vehicle could only stop at designated locations, and once it entered the parking space, control was transferred to the training grounds control panel. The vehicle dropped Lu Gu off at the pedestrian entrance before automatically proceeding to the parking spot. After navigating through a complex registration process while carrying her bags, Lu Gu finally entered the training ground. As she reached the rest area, Lu Gu was taken aback by the sight of numerous beautiful women sprawled across the ground, dressed rather lightly. Just as her eyes widened, a Gauss gun was pressed against her head from the side. Turning her head, she found Zhang Xiu. This marked Lu Ji's first encounter with Zhang Xiu in reality. Indeed, the spiritual realm conveyed sensations perfectly, rendering the virtual world indistinguishable from reality. Zhang Xiu recognized Lu Gu, not only recalling her but also acknowledging their connection. Zhang Xiu stood before the notice board, noticing that someone had taken the information regarding her hired temporary chef. The individual before her was the one who had been remotely controlling her home robot to cook during this time. However, she was unaware of this person's identity. Each time Zhang Xiu saw Nangong Yu in tears, She felt a wave of disgust towards the burden that was his presence, thus she had never encountered him before. At this moment, Lu Gu was merely a stranger to Zhang Xiu, someone she had only glimpsed at the notice board in the spirit realm. Lu Gu observed the frosty glimmer in Zhang Xiu's eyes, which, despite their chilliness, held a hint of softness. Yet, within a mere second, the expression on Zhang Xiu's face was unmistakably one of disdain. Nan Gongyu hurried over, exclaiming, Sister Xiu, Sister Xiu. This is, Zhang Xiu furrowed her brow slightly and tossed the Gauss gun she held to a beautiful girl nearby. Yulan, please dispose of this gun. It has come into contact with something unsavory. No, unsavory. Lu Gu thought to herself, could this be a veiled reference to me? Is this subtle rebuke not a bit too blatant? Never mind, a gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Lu Gu felt a twinge of relief that her significant identity in the spirit realm had not been recognized by Zhang Xiu. Her disguise had held up quite well. As she watched Nan Gongyu approach, Lu Gu hurriedly greeted him. You must be tired. Here, have a cup of ginseng tea. It will alleviate your fatigue. I've prepared dinner for us. We cannot feast alone. I have prepared a variety of dishes, and this one is certainly a new creation. I stumbled upon it unexpectedly at noon. It's truly a treasure, highly nourishing. Peanut fish gel longan soup. Nan Gongyu quickly replied, we have already prepared a meal. That's synthetic food, right? It tastes as dreadful as chewing on shoe soles, he retorted. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyu whispered, don't speak carelessly. Most of what I previously bought had surpassed its expiration date, at 5 yuan a portion. It certainly cannot compare to the 20 yuan portions. Not to mention what Sister Xiu has prepared for us is worth 80 yuan each. Lu Gu believed him. I thought so. No wonder it tasted so horrible. Not far away, Zhang Xiu cast a glance, and the girl named Yulan approached, standing protectively before Nan Gongyu, pointing toward the exit. We still have training to conduct. You may leave after placing down the meal you brought. Lu Gu glanced at Nan Gongyu, who bore no signs of embarrassment, tension, or anxiety. He merely lowered his head, unwilling to speak on Lu Ji's behalf. Understanding, she thought, perhaps that previous fellow had committed too many inappropriate acts, inviting disdain. Lu Gu smiled and turned to walk toward the exit. Behind her, she heard murmurs. Had it not been for that burden, you would not have failed 2 subjects last year, facing severe punishment from the instructor, nearly landing on the Academy's blacklist. As Lu Gu reached the entrance, she turned back for a moment. Nan Gongyu merely stared at the ground, offering no defense or rebuttal, tears streaming down his face. As Lu Gu departed, the door to the passage closed behind her. Zhang Xiu approached Nan Gongyu, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and sampled a dish, her tone somber as she remarked, though that fellow is quite detestable, let us afford him an opportunity. After tasting it, Zhang Xiu confirmed that her temporary chef was indeed Lu Gu. Zhang Xiu gestured for Nan Gongyu and the others to take a rest, while she ascended to the highest tower of the training grounds. There, she activated the electronic telescope, gazing distantly towards the docking area where Lu Gu was located. Something felt amiss. Just moments ago, Zhang Xiu had calculated Nan Gongyu's financial status, the annual fees for his new dormitory, and the costs of the ingredients for the recent meals. After placing her bracelet on the control panel, she commanded an investigation into Nan Gongyu and his accompanying scholar's financial records from the past 6 months. A virtual screen displayed the data. As she delved deeper, everything aligned with Zhang Xiu's hypotheses. It was evident that a significant change had occurred since the day she posted the recruitment for temporary chefs. Nan Gongyu's account had seen an influx of funds, all transferred from He Dongming's account, which displayed a perfectly balanced inflow and outflow. Whatever amount came in was swiftly spent. Zhang Xiu scrutinized each transaction, concluding that money was only deposited when there was a necessity to spend. The source? Lu Gu. However, this account was inaccessible due to insufficient permissions. It had been opened not on by Yong Star, but on Imperial Star. Zhang Xiu employed various methods to investigate, even initiating inquiries from the mainframe of her own planet, yet the response remained unchanged, access denied. This was inconceivable. Returning the bracelet to her wrist, she refused to believe the impossibility, for there were no banks on Imperial Star. The Imperial Star served as the core of the Capital Star region, housing but a single structure, the Royal Palace. For satellites orbited it, Yupan Star was the Imperial mainframe, alongside 2 artificial military satellites and 1 natural moon. Suddenly, Zhang Xiu came to a realization she needed to check her own finances. Chapter 11. Vengeance approaches. She had overlooked this crucial aspect. Zhang Xiu mused, pondering why she had not thought of it sooner. In the realm of spirits, she had subconsciously perceived the virtual display of 2 boxes of money as real, forgetting they were merely data. Upon investigation, a smile broke across her face as she discovered her own account was linked to Lu Gu. Closing her eyes, she recalled the scene before the announcement board, where she had encountered that burden of a person, even inquiring whether he was acquainted with the one who had delivered such a splendid strike. They were indeed familiar. As for whether Nan Gongyu was aware, Zhang Shou remained uncertain. However, after Lu Gu had initially rejected her only to return later, remarking on the value of favors, Zhang Shou surmised that Nan Gongyu might indeed be cognizant of Lu Ji's existence. This favor, was it one that Nan Gongyu owed her? Or was it Lu Gu indebted to Nan Gongyu? Or perhaps it was that burdensome individual's favor? Zhang Shou continued her contemplation until her communicator chimed. President, the break has concluded. Commence, Zhang Shou replied. Upon returning, Lu Gu reclined into the depths of the spirit realm. Within this space, he rented a modest room and switched accounts, adopting the identity of Earth's Lu Gu to access and read books from the virtual world. All were tomes from his former life on Earth. In recent days, Lu Gu had chosen books primarily focused on medicine. On that particular day, the true master of Jiubanju Academy arrived, assessing the condition of his students before placing a challenge in the plaza, a duel against anyone capable of defeating his students. As for Lu Gu, he remained blissfully unaware, for he had no time to spare. In the evening, I must prepare a restorative soup for Zhang Shou, after which I will drive to the main campus and arrange for a robot to deliver it, primarily to avoid revealing my identity. Upon returning home, the groceries I ordered have arrived. This time, Lu Gu has procured high-grade synthetic food. After taking a bite of the artificial pineapple slices, Lu Gu remarked, It seems I have misjudged synthetic food. The technology of the interstellar era is indeed remarkable, as long as the funds are sufficient. Cooking is unnecessary. I am merely preparing the ingredients. The next morning, before dawn, Lu Gu rose and busied herself in the kitchen. As the first light broke, she set off in her commuter vehicle towards the 7th training ground. On this occasion, Lu Gu entered the training grounds pushing a cart. The female members of the elite 3rd Student Association were sitting in the lounge, lost in thought. They lacked the appetite to eat or drink, their excessive fatigue from yesterday's grueling training having completely sapped their desire for sustenance. Some were preparing nutrient solutions, knowing today's training would be equally arduous, and it seemed that only the nutrient solutions would sustain them. Upon her arrival, Lu Gu hurried over to Nan Gongyu, exclaiming, I have prepared some juice for you to try, pineapple, cheese, and meat pies, with a touch of ketchup. After saying this, Lu Gu whispered, I prepared a lot so that they wouldn't scold you, but to save money, I bought synthetic ingredients. Nan Gongyu was left momentarily speechless by Lu Ji's words. To call her generous would imply she was providing for others, yet she refrained from purchasing natural items. To label her as stingy seemed unfair, as she had indeed prepared something for everyone. This behavior made Nan Gongyu feel she hardly recognized Lu Gu. Could it truly be a result of her head injury, causing her to lose memories, particularly those pertaining to her less amiable side? While Nan Gongyu was lost in thought, a box of pies was swiftly consumed. When one is excessively fatigued, appetite diminishes. What could be most effective and appetizing? Lu Gu had evidently conducted some research. Although the apple juice was synthetic, the lower-grade versions merely mimicked the flavor, while the premium ones contained elements truly reminiscent of apples. Zhang Shou picked up a pie and casually remarked, I heard that someone from Jiubanju Academy has come seeking revenge. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's eyes narrowed instinctively, but she quickly feigned ignorance. With a mischievous grin, she shoved a box of snacks towards Nan Gongyu and departed cheerfully. Zhang Shou then instructed a fellow student responsible for equipment maintenance. Go into the spiritual realm and keep an eye on those from Jiubanju. Understood. Zhang Shou merely wished to ascertain whether this burdensome individual truly recognized Lu Gu. Lu Gu dashed away, not returning to Nan Gongyu's dormitory, but instead sought a nearby location with a public spiritual realm terminal, hastily logging in. In the spiritual realm, she accessed her account as Earthling Lu Gu, immediately donning her mech suit, which Zhang Shou referred to as the basic metal combat attire. Upon arriving at the square, she glanced around, cursed under her breath, and turned to leave. However, to her surprise, she was confronted by numerous individuals, not only from Jiubanju Academy but also from the Baiyong Academy. Are you a coward? The scholars of the Baiyong Academy shouted. One swift stroke will end him. Lu Gu turned around and walked to the center of the square, initially pausing before a placard and gesturing toward it. The individual standing in the square then spoke. At a distance of 10 paces, you may employ any means to attack, whereas I possess only a sword. Lu Gu then moved aside to the spot where a table had been set up previously, laden with a pile of money. Traced a square in the air with his hand and looked at his opponent. What do you mean? Lu Gu continued to gesture toward the individual. Are you afraid to compete? Remaining silent, Lu Gu extended a finger and waved it dismissively before turning to leave. As he reached the onlookers, he muttered, "What is the point of a competition without money? Truly impoverished." The figure in the square proclaimed, "I, Wu Xuanzuan, challenge you." Without turning, Lu Gu held up 5 fingers. "Anything below this amount does not pique my interest." Wu Xuanzuan shouted back, "Very well, tomorrow, 500,000. Just as Lu Gu was about to acquiesce, a group of individuals rushed toward him, all clad in the standard battle attire of the Beyong Academy, their facial armor lowered. They approached Lu Gu and presented 5 chests. 5 million. To comprehend the magnitude of 5 million, one could exchange it for the cheapest synthetic apples, yielding 100,000 bags. It could procure an old patrol ship capable of traversing star domains, crewed by fewer than 50 individuals, along with 2 spacecraft, ensuring all onboard systems function properly, with the main cannon's energy output not less than 70% of a new vessel's. Wu Xuanzuan stood there, overwhelmed, unsure of how to proceed. 5 million to you coins represented a significant sum. Lu Gu turned back. How about this, since you rely solely on a sword? Let us agree on 7 paces, or perhaps 5. Very well, 7 paces. Tomorrow at noon, we will settle this here. Agreed. Lu Gu accepted, and the onlookers parted, granting him a clear passage. The individuals who had delivered the money remained silent, hastily departing as if they had never been present. The figure of 5 million failed to astonish Lu Gu. After all, Zhang Xiu had previously provided him with 2 chests. Chapter 12. The Awakening. Lu Gu found it perplexing why, in this interstellar era, some still revered the art of cold weapon combat. Shouldn't it be a time dominated by various forms of firepower? Rather than leaving the spirit realm, Lu Gu opted to modify his battle attire. Even within the spirit realm, such purely data-driven alterations were not trivial, costing at least 5 to 7,000. Lu Gu raised 5 fingers, indicating a minimum of 50,000. Else he would not engage. To his surprise, Wu Xuanzuan misinterpreted this as 500,000, which Zhang Xiu then escalated to 5 million. Clearly, a lesson must be imparted to Wu Xuanzuan to illustrate that within 7 paces, swiftness is paramount, be it sword or blade. Meanwhile, on Zhang Xiu's side, training had been interrupted. Once everyone emerged from the spirit realm terminal, Zhang Xiu stated, within the Beyong Academy, inquiries regarding this mysterious individual have been rampant. I do not care who he is. I simply desire one thing, to find a way to meet him and learn a technique or 2 in return. Money is no object. Understood. The group of female scholars responded in unison. Nan Gongyu's voice was somewhat feeble, for she was acutely aware of the identity of the person in question. What course of action should she take? Zhang Xiu's gaze was directed towards the training ground, with her peripheral vision lingering on Nan Gongyu. She too was probing, curious as to how that useless burden would respond, and how Nan Gongyu would handle the situation. As afternoon descended, Lu Gu arrived once more, cheerfully pushing a small cart. Evening soup is beneficial for your health, dear sisters. Lu Ji's words were as sweet as honey as she served each female trainee with portions of food, accompanied by fruits, albeit artificially synthesized, yet of the finest quality. Zhang Xiu stood on the 2nd floor viewing platform, simultaneously reviewing the day's training progress via the control panel while discreetly observing Lu Gu. One could not deny that, despite Lu Ji's lack of prowess, her culinary skills were beyond description. Zhang Xiu pondered whether to continue employing Lu Gu after her personal chef returned. After delivering the evening meal, Lu Gu departed. As night fell, the trainees settled down for rest. Zhang Xiu entered the spiritual realm, awaiting Lu Gu in her abode. It wasn't long before Lu Gu indeed knocked at the door. The two sat facing each other, and before Lu Gu could speak, Zhang Xiu took the initiative. I informed our 3rd cohort members to find a way to familiarize themselves with you and learn a trick or 2. Unless you cease to appear in the Beyong spiritual realm, evasion will ultimately lead to exposure. Lu Gu, however, simply inquired, how shall we divide the 5 million once it arrives? Zhang Xiu paused for a moment, lowering her head with a soft chuckle. Is it amusing? Lu Gu pressed. With your talents, do you truly lack funds? Zhang Xiu retorted. Lu Gu responded, the future is uncertain, but currently, having no money is simply untenable. I will do everything in my power to safeguard your secret, unless you choose to reveal it yourself, Zhang Xiu declared, placing a key on the table. This is the key to the residence. You may come at any time. Thank you, Lu Gu replied, taking the key, which transformed into starlight and melded into her being. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Xiu asked, are you confident in your victory? Lu Gu paused at the door, stating, I have at least 5 methods to easily defeat him. What I have been contemplating today is which method would be the most entertaining. I must say, he has established a remarkably foolish rule. Oh, really? Indeed. If you were to practice for another 5 years in the real world, reaching a certain level with the 8/blade, even if you could not triumph, you would not easily be defeated. If you were to modify the mecha to fully utilize the 8/blade and supplement it with ample practical experience, your chances of victory would exceed 80%. Tomorrow. Do not hold back. Understood, Lu Gu replied solemnly, the atmosphere in the room thick with a sense of impending conflict. As Lu Gu reached the door, she suddenly halted, saying, by the way, I asked how we would divide the money, but you have yet to answer. All of it belongs to you, Zhang Xiu replied. Lu Gu shook her head. I only want half. All of it belongs to you, Zhang Xiu insisted. Then I shall make a small investment, consider it half ownership. But I will manage it. I need to take a portion of the managing shares first, and then we can split the remainder evenly. That is how we shall proceed. As Lu Gu departed, Zhang Xiu was not surprised by her decision. She knew the name of Lu Gu. It should indeed be Lu Gu. For both the spiritual realm and the bank card registration required one's true name in its entirety. She refrained from mentioning it, as she held Lu Gu in high regard, appreciating her exemplary character. Every individual harbors secrets, and since Lu Gu had not voluntarily disclosed her name, Zhang Xiu intended to maintain her pretense of ignorance. The following day at 11 o'clock, in the plaza of the Spiritual Realm Center, no one without an identity could secure a spot. Not only had live broadcasts been set up across various locations within the spiritual realm, but even in the real world. At the Pyong Star and the Pyong Academy's main campus and dormitory areas, large screens were broadcasting this duel. The Pyong Academy had generously provided a custom-made ultra-luxurious motorcycle as a reward for the victor. This motorcycle could be ridden while donning a specially tailored combat suit, and its internal energy battery could sustain full firepower output in mech form for 30 minutes. Sherdachui, the most formidable figure of the Pyong Academy, occupied the front row of the observation area, fixated on Wu Xuanzuan. Wu Xuanzuan sat cross-legged on the ground, with a sword resting on a stand before him. Suddenly, Sherdachui spoke up. Wu Xian, do you have no shame? Challenging a student of our Pyong Academy? I'll allow you 1 hand and 1 foot. Let us see what you've got. Wu Xuanzuan did not respond, aware that he was far from a match for Sherdachui. The disparity was insurmountable. Were it not for the Galactic Peace Treaty, Sherdachui would not be serving as an instructor here. Years ago, he single-handedly piloted a starfighter, penetrating the entire formation of the Bright Saint's First Night Order. After a fierce battle, even after his fighter was destroyed, he continued to fight alone in his mech, claiming over 100 enemy lives and even destroying a Freedom-class mothership. At that time, many presumed he had perished in the explosion of the mothership. However, a month later, he returned to the Imperial Star of the Dayu dynasty, his body immersed in a healing chamber. As Sherdachui prepared to hurl more insults, the crowd suddenly parted, creating a clear path. Lu Gu had arrived. Wu Xuanzuan rose, but before he could speak, Lu Gu produced a coin. This coin will be tossed into the air, and at the moment it lands, I will make my move. We have no acquaintance, nor need for pleasantries. I shall cover your medical expenses for a psychiatrist. Baka. At that exclamation, Lu Gu was momentarily taken aback. Astonishingly, even in the cosmos, after the destruction of Earth, she could still hear such a word. Lu Gu altered her stance, gripping her sword with her left hand, its tip resting against the ground, while her right arm hung naturally at her side. With her head bowed but eyes fixed forward, she resembled a leopard poised to pounce. Sherdachui, who had been seated, now stood up. Chapter 13. The God of War. Before being reassigned as an instructor at the Pyong Academy, Sherdachui was a true warrior. He had earned his reputation on the battlefield, having traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. He observed the mysterious young figure trembling, an undeniable quiver of suppressed energy. Casting another glance at Wu Xuanzuan, he felt an urge to spit on the ground. What right did this scum have to stand before such a mysterious young person? This inferior being could never fathom the heights to which true strength could ascend. Sherdachui walked over and seized the coin. He stepped back a few paces and flicked the coin high into the air. The moment the coin made contact with the ground of the square, Wu Xuanzuan sprang into action, his body pressing downward as he glided forward, his left hand resting on the sheath of his sword while his right hand grasped the hilt. "LG," he bellowed, his left arm bracing the sword against his back to support himself, his chest thrusting forward. In an astonishing display, a barrage of Gauss projectiles erupted, firing at a staggering rate of 550,000 rounds per second, unleashing their full fury for a mere 0.06 seconds. The relentless onslaught propelled Wu Xuanzuan into the air. Clenching his right fist, LG lunged forward. Shatter. A steel spike shot forth from his forearm, followed by a miniature plasma cannon that emerged from behind the spike. 10 centimeters was all LG sought in terms of penetration. The attack, capable of penetrating armor completely, shattered the protective gear of Wu Xuanzuan's lower abdomen. Following this, LG's left arm extended a Gauss rapid-fire mechanism, relentlessly firing until his magazine was expended. Wu Xuanzuan, now suspended in midair, transformed into shimmering starlight, vanishing from sight. Those who lose consciousness are forcibly disconnected from the network. LG, witnessing the sudden disappearance of his opponent, instinctively began to search around, entirely oblivious to the fact that the unconscious individual had been forcibly logged off. At that moment, a multitude of close combat weapons, specifically designed for mecha, were hurled before LG. Armed to the teeth, Dachui shouted, "Come, fight to your heart's content. That scum does not deserve your current fighting spirit. Come, come, come." LG felt a fire igniting within him, a pressure in his chest that was hard to bear. He had yet to fully comprehend how easily Wu Xuanzuan had fallen. As someone approached, his gaze instinctively focused on the newcomer. His breath steadied. LG bent down to retrieve a melee weapon from the ground, unleashing the full thrust of his mecha as he charged forward. With a resounding, elongated clang, chaos erupted. The entire Byung Academy fell into an eerie silence as countless pairs of eyes widened in astonishment at the screen, while the spectators in the square retreated 3 paces. Dachui. Within Byung Academy, someone had dared to launch an attack in front of Dachui. Even a single strike was enough to testify to their bravery. Yet, this was no mere strike. The square was engulfed in a tempest. LG wielded whatever he could find, unleashing a frenzied assault. Faced with a true master of combat, LG, despite his pent-up energy, was utterly overmatched by Dachui, a paragon of physical prowess, combat experience, and practical skills. The legendary master known as the Great Jade Martial God began to reveal his most formidable techniques. Were it not for his determination and the enhancement of the Jade Pendant, LG would not have lasted even 10 moves. As he fought, Dachui laughed heartily. Good, good, good. It has been a millennium since the signing of the Galactic Peace Accord. I have not encountered a worthy opponent capable of compelling me to fight earnestly. Suddenly, LG's movement slowed. Dachui recognized this shift. The energy had dissipated. LG understood that his state had faded. However, he still possessed one final move. As Dachui pressed forward with his assault, LG turned and fled. Dachui came to an abrupt halt, acutely aware that Lu Gu had reached his limit. In that fleeting moment of pause, Lu Gu executed a peculiar pivot, his spear materializing before him like a specter, leaving no opportunity for evasion. The tip of the spear hovered ominously at Dachui's throat. Lu Gu did not hold back, believing that Dachui possessed the prowess to either evade or thwart the attack. It was merely the fact that Dachui had refrained from pursuit that resulted in such a narrow margin. Dachui cast a glance at the spear tip, mere inches from his throat, and inquired, "Young man, does this move have a name?" This technique, renowned across the earth, was known as the returning horse spear. Lu Gu replied, "Dragon turning back." "Ah, a splendid name. But what does dragon signify?" Dachui asked. "It is the totem of my ancestors," Lu Gu responded. "Ah, splendid, splendid." Dachui laughed heartily. Lu Gu, facing Dachui, held the ancient ceremonial pose of the Han dynasty, bowed deeply, and then turned to depart. Dachui also turned to leave, chuckling as he walked. He was genuinely elated. A celebratory drink was in order. The challenger who had initiated the duel, the martial arts master Wu Xuanzuan, now lay in the medical facility of Bio. The 2 individuals who had delivered a riveting display of close-quarters combat with pure cold weaponry had departed. Yet silence reigned both in the spiritual realm and the physical world. No one moved, spoke, clapped, or cheered. All were still enraptured by the extraordinary confrontation they had just witnessed, a battle that transcended all understanding. On the large screen, the figure of Li Shen, the ceremonial wine presenter, appeared. Clearing his throat, he began, Instructor Sure, how could you engage a student so earnestly? This is quite inappropriate. His comments were directed solely at the instructors of Byung Academy, not at those from the nine-petaled Chrysanthemum Academy, whose participation was deemed normal. Furthermore, let us refrain from referring to this as a duel. It was an exchange, after all. Please, do not resort to knocking someone unconscious at the slightest provocation. Nor continue to strike when they are down, and certainly do not launch them into the air only to mercilessly pummel them. I urge all students to take heed of this. With that, the screen went dark. In the 7th training ground, everyone stood in stunned silence. Nangong Yu's mind was a blank. She was acutely aware of the terrifying reputation of Byung's foremost combatant in classes on combat aircraft and massive mechs. When Instructor Sure taught, the students dared not even breathe too forcefully. He actually matched Instructor Sure blow for blow. How could someone so formidable harbor such thoughts of despair over these years? Why? Nangong Yu felt she was on the brink of madness. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. There was no apparent reason, just fists clenched tightly, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. One by one, female students from the elite 3rd Student Council joined in. Some cried, others screamed, while a few stood in a daze. Overwhelmed, Nangong Yu too succumbed to a shout. The entire Byung Star erupted into fervor after a prolonged silence. The nine-petaled Chrysanthemum Academy was utterly forgotten. The legendary martial artist Sure Dachui, who had not revealed his prowess in a millennium, had indeed fought earnestly. It was astonishing that someone could engage Sure Dachui in such a fierce contest, and that someone was a student. Who could it be? Regardless of their identity. This was a source of pride for the Dayu dynasty. In the physical realm, Sure Dachui indulged in drink, quenching his thirst with fervor, having long awaited a reason to celebrate. And what of Lu Gu? His tale was just beginning. Chapter 14. You are insulting my intelligence, though I have not sustained any injuries, even with the enhancement of the jade pendant that ignites potential. And the unexpected awakening of Lu Ji's bloodline by Wu Xianzun. Despite these multiple advantages, he has still failed to defeat Sure Dachui. Exhausted, he ought to be referred to as a medical robot now, lying in the spiritual realm terminal, capable of only moving a finger. The thought of extricating himself from the terminal is utterly impossible, for any movement sends sharp pains coursing through his body. In the 7th training field of the Byung Academy, Zhang Shou pressed a hand against her chest, her heart racing above 200 beats per minute for several minutes. She wished to maintain her composure, especially in front of her members. After finally calming herself, she suppressed her voice. What a ruckus. Have you never seen a man before? Today, as training is over, we have half a day off. Disperse. At the sight of Zhang Shou's fury, the crowd scattered swiftly. With her eyes closed, Zhang Xiu could not forget the extraordinary sight she had just witnessed. She had seen, with utmost clarity, the 8 blade in Lu Ji's hand, wielded in ways that defied belief, cutting at the most unexpected angles and positions. Had it been anyone else facing Sure Dachui, they would have been cleaved into pieces long ago. How formidable! A thought blossomed in Zhang Shou's mind. She yearned to see Lu Gu immediately. She wished to inquire. With such prowess, could he possibly lack funds? Would he engage in duels for monetary gain? After this battle, it would be no surprise if the great Jade Emperor summoned him personally, bestowing titles and honors. No one would find it unexpected, even those of humble origins. Or the lowest commoners, or even fugitives would be granted amnesty. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu hurried home. The first thing she did upon entering was to lock the door behind her, then began searching everywhere for Lu Gu. Ultimately, she found him before the spiritual realm terminal. Its lid ajar, with Lu Gu lying motionless inside. Don't touch me, I hurt all over. Nangong Yu was horrified, flustered as she circled around Lu Gu. At that moment, Lu Gu spoke. Fetch me some clothes, then help me to the commuter vehicle. Drive it into a mountain. I still need to cook dinner. If I don't, I will be suspected. Nangong Yu snapped back to reality. No, that won't do. Lu Gu, lacking the strength to speak, simply gazed at her. Right now, everyone at the Byung Academy is searching for you. Moreover, Sister Xiao has assigned a task for us to find a way to get to know you. As Lu Gu prepared to respond, Nangong Yu suddenly cupped his face with both hands. Now, look into my eyes and answer me. Why do you, with such strength, repeatedly seek death? Lu Gu replied, once a lie is told, it may ultimately require countless others to support it. In that moment, what could he say? To tell Nangong Yu that he was not the burden she had rescued countless times? But if he responded thus, she would likely lose her mind. As a true earthling, he had indeed watched a fair amount of science fiction, anime, and various facets of the two-dimensional world. Let us fabricate a narrative, Lu Gu said. I have genuinely lost a portion of my memory, I assure you. This is the price that must be paid. I feel that my purpose is not to seek death, but to explore ancient ruins. Furthermore, Nangongyu quickly envisioned, yes, the legendary Phoenix Nebula, a graveyard of stars and the birthplace of countless celestial bodies, is home to innumerable black holes, terrifying nebulous storms, and the remnants of an ancient civilization. Why did you not inform me? Lu Gu, I have lost my memory. Nangongyu embraced Lu Ji's head tightly, the pressure almost causing Lu Gu to glimpse her great-grandmother. When Nangongyu released Lu Gu, she said, enter the spirit realm. Listen to me, we must execute a new plan. We must keep our secrets to survive. Nangongyu concurred. Yes, we must survive. We cannot allow them to know that you have discovered the ancient civilization's ruins, nor can they learn of your newfound strength. Re-entering the spirit realm. Nangongyu began to implement Lu Ji's new strategy regarding Zhang Shou's task of assigning elite members from Group 3 to familiarize themselves with Lu Gu. Nangongyu entered the spirit realm, coordinating with Lu Gu. In a secluded corner, Lu Gu, soundly asleep, was discovered by Nangongyu as she passed by. Nangongyu borrowed a small cart from a flower shop and found an empty box. Then, in front of the shop owner and many onlookers, placed Lu Gu inside. Soon, on the streets of the spirit realm, Nangongyu rode a small board, pulling a long cart topped with a large box overflowing with various flowers and herbs. Slowly arriving at Zhang Shou's residence in the spirit realm, she knocked on the door. Zhang Xiu, at home, was repeatedly watching videos of Lu Gu battling Sherdachui when she heard a message from the spirit realm. Lying down in the terminal, she entered the spirit realm. Opening the door, she saw Nangongyu struggling with such a large box at her doorstep. The door swung open, and Nangongyu stepped forward. Sister Xiu, I found something. Zhang Xiu, confused, asked, what did you find? Nangongyu dragged the cart into the yard, closed the door, and placed the flowers and herbs on the ground before opening the box. Zhang Xiu was stunned to find Lu Gu inside, sound asleep. At that moment, Lu Gu was in a deep slumber. Nangongyu held a crowbar, ready at any moment. Should Zhang Xiu attempt to unveil Lu Gu's mask, she would strike down, feigning an accident. Of course, it would be a feigned failure. In the spirit realm, one does not log out while asleep. But being struck unconscious would certainly result in a forced disconnection. Found? Zhang Xiu was initially taken aback, not expecting to see the sleeping Lu Gu within the box. To casually come across such a treasure would be more challenging than stumbling upon a starship on the roadside. Zhang Xiu felt that Nangongyu was insulting her intelligence. Very well, if you wish to put on a show, I shall play along. With this thought, Zhang Xiu drew a knife. No one has ever slept in the spirit realm. Will this mask interfere with breathing? Pry open the breathing valve of the mask. But do not touch his mask. One must respect others' secrets. Ah, yes. Nangongyu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Zhang Xiu had no intention of revealing Lu Ji's face. Lu Gu was truly asleep. He was utterly exhausted. In the realm of dreams, where sleep enveloped both the mind and body, Zhang Xiu and Nangongyu united their efforts to lift Lu Gu from the confines of a box. They gently set her down in the living room upon the carpet, draping a blanket over her and providing a pillow for comfort. Once this was accomplished, Zhang Xiu instructed Nangongyu to summon the leaders of the various groups. Very well, Nangongyu replied, seizing the opportunity to add, I will first return the cargo board to the flower shop. Go ahead, Zhang Xiu said with a subtle wave of her hand. After Nangongyu departed, she quickly logged off, hastening to the living room to don the remote control helmet designed for Zhang Xiu's kitchen robot. She prompted the robot to sway slightly, feigning preparation for a meal. Chapter 15. Weaving a tale while still within the dream realm, Zhang Xiu received a message from her home in the waking world. Glancing at it, she replied succinctly, No need to cook today. The funds will be sent as usual. Almost immediately, a response arrived. Thank you for your generosity. It is my honor to serve you. Zhang Xiu paid little heed to the message, redirecting her focus back to Lu Gu before her. As information from the gathering place circulated, Zhang Xiu engaged in contemplation. It became evident that Nangongyu and that inept individual were acquainted with Lu Gu. Based on the access records from Nangongyu's dormitory, it appeared that the only companion present was that same inept fellow. Could it be that Nangongyu was aware of Lu Ji's residence in the real world? At that moment, Nangongyu utilized the remote control helmet to coax Zhang Xiu's robot into a brief flurry of activity, inputting the prearranged information for Lu Gu. Having completed this task, she swiftly logged back online, rallying all group leaders from the elite third team to Zhang Xiu's abode in the dream realm. Just as several group leaders arrived at Zhang Xiu's door, Nangongyu returned. We must guard the entrance, she declared. Upon her appearance, someone exclaimed, "It's her." Look at this video. The footage revealed Nangong Yu discovering Lu Gu and placing her into a box for removal. A surge of individuals began to advance, while the leaders of the elite Third Student Council commenced their own recruitment efforts, with members steadily arriving to secure Zhang Shou's residence. News spread swiftly throughout the dream realm. The student adept capable of matching the formidable Dachui succumbed to exhaustion, failing to log off for rest, and fell asleep within the dreamscape. Now, a member of the elite Third Student Council had found her, seizing the moment before anyone could react, transporting her to their president's residence within the realm. A multitude began to converge upon Zhang Shou's dwelling in the dream world, as the elite Third Student Council fully mobilized to fiercely defend her home. In the waking world, the clock had struck deep into the night. Likewise, the dream realm mirrored this passage of time, with many still gathered at Zhang Shou's door. Inside the house, Lu Gu awakened, harboring no concern that Zhang Shou would unveil her mask, merely instructing Nangong Yu to prepare a tool, all to craft an illusion for her. Unbeknownst to Lu Gu, she was unaware that Nangong Yu possessed the key to Zhang Shou's residence. As she surveyed her surroundings, Lu Gu spotted Zhang Shou seated nearby, engrossed in a book. How did I end up here? Lu Gu pondered. Zhang Shou silently mused, continue the performance. Even if I believe that a person can become so fatigued that they are unable to perform even the most basic actions, to the extent of falling asleep in the realm of dreams, I still cannot accept that Nangong Yu possesses such extraordinary luck, fortuitously finding you. Very well. I shall indulge your performance, Zhang Shou remarked. As a group leader of the elite Third Student Council, I chanced upon you slumbering in a secluded corner of an alley. Lu Gu stretched her arms, experiencing some lingering soreness, yet it was not nearly as excruciating as it had been half a day prior, when even the slightest movement would invoke sharp pain. She could not help but exclaim, "That individual is truly formidable." I exerted myself beyond the norm, showcasing 120% of my capabilities, barely managing to endure until the final strike. Zhang Shou did not even mention the prowess of Dachui, who, in the context of the Great Jade Dynasty, consistently ranks among the top 3 in terms of individual capability, whether it be as a soldier, a machine, or a ship. Zhang Shou directly inquired, "Given your performance at noon, even if you are a fugitive, His Majesty would grant you a special pardon and bestow upon you a title." Lu Gu responded, "My name is Lu Gu. My homeland has been reduced to ashes, and the planet I once knew is disintegrating before my very eyes. I am uncertain who else may be alive aside from myself. All I desire now is to strive to survive. Someone rescued me, brought me to this place, and granted me an identity. I do not wish to burden my savior." Each of Lu Ji's words was a stark truth. Zhang Shou pondered the implications, suspecting a vast conspiracy at play. The destruction of a habitable planet is a grave offense across the galaxy. Should anyone dare to obliterate a habitable planet of the Great Jade Dynasty, once a warning is issued, there would be no need to consult His Majesty, for the Royal Third Feather Forest Army possesses the authority to act immediately. Protection, vengeance, annihilation. However, there had been no relevant news for nearly a millennium. Zhang Shou then asked, "What transpired before you arrived here, after the planet's destruction?" Lu Gu replied, "I do not know. The one who saved me likely perished with the planet. I found myself within a container filled with a viscous liquid resembling egg whites, after which I lost consciousness." Egg whites? Zhang Shou quickly researched this and discovered it was a form of advanced technology from many years ago, superior to the contemporary scientific advancements. At that time, the Great Jade Dynasty had yet to be established. Due to the chaotic wars within the galaxy, even though the Great Jade Dynasty inherited a significant portion of the technology, much of this knowledge had been lost, and scientists were still striving to restore it. This technology was theorized to be a cryogenic escape pod, capable of simulating the protective environment of a womb for an infant with nearly perfect accuracy. Zhang Shou inquired further, "What were you wearing at that time?" Lu Gu chuckled awkwardly. "Well, the person who rescued me stripped me and placed me into the container." "Indeed, that was the case." Zhang Shou pressed on, "What about the container?" Lu Gu replied, "I do not know. Upon awakening, I discovered I had been rescued. Please do not inquire about the identity of my savior. I have promised to keep your secret. Should we discuss this further, or shall I take the lead?" "There are many people gathered outside the residence now." Lu Gu nodded. "You may take charge. I shall take my leave now and will formally visit next time. Additionally, since the outside is so lively, please handle the matter of debt collection, along with the rewards from the academy." "Very well," Zhang Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Gu then logged off right before Zhang Xiu, ensuring that she would appear in the same location upon her next login. Zhang Xiu rose and walked to the entrance of the residence. Everyone, he has gone offline. Since Lu Gu has entrusted Zhang Xiu to take charge. Zhang Xiu promptly dismissed everyone. After a day of rest, Lu Gu sat on the sofa, having logged off from the spiritual realm, and began to search online for information regarding the Yuju Star domain at the Pyong Academy. The remark had indeed provoked Lu Gu, but it also ignited a profound curiosity within him. From his knowledge on Earth, the formation of any language is invariably influenced by specific factors and environments. Such occurrences cannot be mere coincidences. Furthermore, they must not be coincidental. Lu Gu perused numerous resources, but regrettably, much of the information from the Pyong Academy was outdated, with the latest news dating back several years. Just as Lu Gu was about to shut down his computer to take a break, a decades-old news article caught his attention. The Xiaoyu Star system, belonging to the Great Yuhuang dynasty yet occupied by interstellar pirates, had been claimed by the Yuju Star domain, which asserted that it was supported by the Radiant Holy Alliance. The Great Yuhuang dynasty ostensibly possessed it, yet lacked actual administrative authority. Chapter 16. The war provoked by Lu Gu. Delving deeper, Lu Gu developed a keen interest in the Xiaoyu Star system. It bore a striking resemblance to the solar system. Although it contained only 7 planets, it exhibited a rare orbital resonance phenomenon, with all planets maintaining an exquisite balance in their revolutions and rotations. Drawing upon his recent studies in interstellar science at the Pyong Academy, coupled with various scientific insights he had encountered on Earth, Lu Gu deemed this system to be an epitome of perfection, an idealized celestial arrangement akin to the solar system. A powerful desire surged within him, occupied by interstellar pirates. The Xiaoyu Star system beckoned to be seized. Lu Gu conducted further searches to see if there were any fortuitous opportunities available. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the various academies visiting for exchanges or tours across the star domains, he decided to take a rest. The following morning, despite still feeling sore all over, Lu Gu rose early, prepared breakfast, beverages, and snacks, and then took Nangong Yu to the 7th training ground via the shuttle. Upon entering the training ground, Lu Gu was all smiles. Approaching the elite female students of the 3rd group from the Pyong Academy, he cheerfully exclaimed, "This beautiful sister. I noticed you enjoy sweets yesterday, so I brought you a special treat that guarantees no one has tasted before. It's called Xinggao. And this sister, this is an absolute classic. Legendary for having sparked a fierce war over this very breakfast dish. The famed tofu neo is entirely natural, as there are no suitable synthetic ingredients." Nangong Yu witnessed this scene and covered her face in embarrassment. A brown-haired female student inquired, "Why would this provoke a war?" Lu Gu responded with utmost seriousness, "Because there is also this." As he spoke, he produced another example. Among the 3 great culinary wars, none was as fierce as this one. The battle between sweet and savory tofu pudding, which later ignited an even more terrifying conflict, cilantro versus anti-cilantro. Lu Gu, while cleverly weaving words, endeavored to forge closer ties with the elite members of the 3rd Student Council. Indeed, 5 minutes later, the 3rd Student Council of the Pyong Academy split, with a table before them displaying 2 types of tofu pudding. Behind the table stood groups that soon erupted into a heated debate. Meanwhile, Lu Gu, with a cheerful demeanor, sidled away to the side. Zhang Xiu's face darkened, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Gu, realizing the latter's mischievous intent. Clearing his throat, Zhang Xiu declared, "During team training, the victorious side shall determine the breakfast menu for tomorrow. And you, that worthless one, step up to the viewing platform." Though he refrained from uttering a harsher word. Considering Lu Ji's enthusiastic service of meals to everyone, he opted to show some courtesy. Over on this side, after breakfast, the training commenced. Zhang Xiu had repeatedly called for the implementation of the structure known as the Iron Cavalry Charge, which had never been realized before. After all, the 3 teams formed a large triangle, and with 3 large triangles combined with support personnel, they aimed to create a new offensive formation. Today, it materialized. Moreover, it was executed with fervor, as 30 individuals nearly replicated the momentum of Lu Ji's initial demonstration against 500 computer-controlled robots. They embodied the spirit of 500 with just 30. Zhang Xiu glanced towards Lu Gu, who sat in a corner of the viewing platform, eating from a lunchbox while intently observing the training ground. He couldn't help but ponder whether it was indeed true that some would wage war over the preference for sweet or savory tofu pudding. Looking back at the frenzied teams on the field, Zhang Xiu began to believe that perhaps it was indeed the case. Yet, at that moment, Lu Gu was seriously scrutinizing the drill. To be frank, he was dissatisfied. Despite various formations and collaborations starting to decompose into data for mech integration, the human operators on the field were unable to replicate the sensations that lingered in his memory. Using a jade pendant for comparison yielded even more disheartening results, barely achieving 30% effectiveness. What was the shortfall? Was it Zhang Xiu's training methods that were flawed, or was it his own teaching that fell short? Just then, the black team launched an assault on the white team's position, and it appeared that the white side was on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, a female student clad in a white combat mech emerged from a damaged war vehicle, shouldering a crate of training plasma grenades and charging towards a black vehicle, directly activating the self-destruct mechanism. For the sake of tomorrow's savory tofu pudding, Lu Gu sprang to his feet. The dynamics on the training ground shifted. The previously suppressed white team initiated a desperate counterattack. The true essence of the 3-3 formation was finally unveiled. The 3-3 system did not merely emphasize the strength of three-person cooperation, but rather, through this synergy, it connected 3, 9, 30, and 90 individuals like building blocks, harmoniously integrating their roles to achieve a state where form may scatter, yet spirit remains intact. Oh, Lu Ji's exaggerated exclamation echoed, but Zhang Xiu pretended not to hear it. Fearing that his sudden rise might arouse Zhang Xiu's suspicion, Lu Gu noted that Zhang Xiu's focus was entirely elsewhere. In a stunning counterattack, the white side managed to outmaneuver the black side, overwhelming their defenses and reclaiming the high ground to seize the flag. Zhang Xiu pondered a question. In what environment was such a strategy conceived? Just moments ago, the main computer of the battleground had calculated that the black side's chances of victory stood at an astonishing 97%, with the white side merely struggling to hold onto their flag. Yet, against all odds, the white side emerged victorious, causing the battleground's main computer to crash. Meanwhile, Lu Gu, grinning foolishly, remarked, "This is quite interesting, even if I don't fully understand it." Zhang Xiu, too weary to scold, simply instructed, "From now on, you are the exclusive chef for the elite third student council. Please prepare lunch." With that, Zhang Xiu handed Lu Gu 100,000 yuan. Lu Gu cheerfully set off to fulfill her new role. During lunch, an instructor arrived at the battleground and presented Zhang Xiu with an official document. Upon returning to the resting area, Zhang Xiu delivered the unfortunate news. The Holy Alliance of the Western Galaxy has sent a formal letter, indicating that peace is hard won. The suggestion for a practical competition came from an ordinary employee, who has since been dismissed. The visit of the Zhejianghua Royal Academy to the Piyong Academy is solely for the exchange of art and culture. At that moment, a student erupted, "They are shameless. They clearly do not dare to come and compete." Indeed, their fear was palpable. Zhang Xiu felt a deeper disappointment than any of her peers. Yet as the president of the student council, she had to maintain her composure. As the training concludes, let the elite 8th and 9th councils entertain them. Everyone has worked hard. With your presence, our elite 3rd council stands as the strongest in Piyong. The collective response was muted, their spirits slightly deflated. We are the strongest. Chapter 17. Red Umbrella, White Rod. Just as the members of the elite 3rd student council were preparing to disband, Lu Gu rushed forward. "Dear sisters, may I borrow your spiritual realm authorization codes? Give me a few days, and I promise to surprise you. If I fail to deliver, I will either perform a handstand around the main campus or run a lap wearing nothing at all." Such audacity drew scorn, yet due to Lu Ji's enthusiasm, the delicious food she had brought, and her promise to return tomorrow to deliver meals, she successfully acquired the authorization codes. As the training concluded, it was time to return home. The expenses Zhang Xiu had allocated for meals amounted to just over 2,000 yuan, leaving a substantial sum of 97,000 yuan. However, Lu Gu made no mention of this and quietly slipped away. Barely 5 minutes after the commuter vehicle took off, Lu Gu noticed a massive flash on the radar and quickly switched to manual control, veering towards the forest. "What are you planning to do?" Nan Gongyu inquired. "Just hiding for a bit," Lu Gu replied. Just then, Nan Gongyu spotted Zhang Xiu's luxurious commuter vehicle soaring overhead like a yacht and asked, "Hiding from what?" "Well, your president gave me some meal money, and I only spent a little, so I'm afraid she might come looking for me," Lu Gu confessed. Nan Gongyu could only smile helplessly. "You can hide today, but can you hide forever? Besides, I still have classes and activities with the elite 3rd student council to attend." "Nan Gongyu, you have changed completely from my memories of you." Lu Gu did not respond. merely gazing at the expanse of untouched forest through the optical visor of the commuter vehicle. Nangongyu continued, "You have transformed. In our childhood, you were quite the silent type, hesitant to speak to others. Now Lugu gestured for Nangongyu to don the combat suit, then remarked, as I said, I'm no longer pretending. However, my memory might be a bit foggy, which could also influence my character. I contemplated saving some money to purchase a warship. I had reviewed numerous regulations from the Byung Academy, which allows students to acquire warships under the Academy's management. Purchase a warship? Do you have any idea how much that costs? Furthermore, what do you intend to do with a warship? To study, Lu Gu replied, her gaze and tone shifting significantly. Nangongyu understood. All right, I will enroll in relevant courses next year and bring back what the instructors teach. Yes, Lu Gu nodded earnestly. Having already changed into her combat attire, Nangongyu noticed Lu Gu picking up a Gauss rifle and opening the door of the commuter vehicle. Follow me. I've discovered something extraordinary. Extraordinary? Nangongyu's interest peaked as she hastened to keep pace. They approached a plant with a single stem bearing 5 leaves and topped with small red beans. Nangongyu snapped a photo and began connecting to the Academy's computer for research, which displayed wild plant, leaf shape, yet Lu Gu paid no heed to the information, merely circling the plant repeatedly. Despite the interstellar age boasting over 10 billion species of plants, not every variety is meticulously catalogued, and the classification methods differ from Lu Ji's own herbarium. After a few minutes, Lu Gu concluded, this is a ginseng. What I ordered from the shop previously was merely sugar ginseng. Dig, she instructed, starting to excavate from 2 meters away. As Nangongyu assisted in the digging, she inquired, why not dig directly at the root? Are you planning to take the soil back with you? No, its roots are as fine as a hair strand. Even a dying person could cling to life by holding it in their mouth. Regardless of its authenticity, we must dig carefully. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu paused. There is no need for such trouble. Lu Gu also halted, why not? Nangongyu explained, using advanced landscaping robots. We can scan at least 5 meters deep into the soil, and you can instruct how to excavate. If one machine isn't sufficient, we can rent several. I assure you, the integrity of what you seek will be preserved. Where can we rent them? The Academy's logistics department can handle that. Quickly. Give me the combat suit. You hurry and rent a few machines. Lu Gu urged. After transferring funds from Lu Ji's account to her own, Nangongyu set off. Approximately an hour later, she returned, not only having rented the landscaping robots, but also a truck and a vacuum container to preserve the excavated ginseng, ensuring all roots remained intact. She even bought Lu Gu a set of high-end combat gear. As for Lu Gu, she was already surrounded by a myriad of items, patiently waiting beside the ginseng plant. The excavation process was painstakingly slow, taking nearly 3 hours to ensure the preservation of all roots. Gazing at the unearthed ginseng, Lu Gu felt certain it was over 1,000 years old. Ginseng, too, possesses a lifespan, and the notion of it lasting for millennia is merely a colloquialism. In the past, Lu Gu harbored skepticism regarding the existence of ginseng that could survive for such an extended period. However, now, Lu Gu adopts a more reserved stance, insisting that the only way to believe in such a phenomenon would be to unearth ginseng over 1,000 years old on some primordial planet. While excavating extraterrestrial ginseng, Lu Gu stumbled upon numerous intriguing specimens, such as the red umbrella and white stalk. Additionally, there was a former university roommate who was fervently obsessed with consuming what was suspected to be a rare and potent herb. After gathering some, Lu Gu planned to return to the main campus, where he would return the delivery vehicle and the gardening robot to the logistics department. Upon arriving at the logistics department, Lu Gu witnessed a group of diminutive creatures, resembling goblins, viciously assaulting another group of individuals. The latter, towering at least 2 meters tall, possessed pale green skin and fiery red hair, their robust muscles threatening to burst forth from their garments. Confounded, Lu Gu questioned how such towering figures could allow themselves to be bullied by a bunch of diminutive creatures. How dare you call us disabled? I demand a duel. In that instant, Lu Gu felt an overwhelming impulse to incapacitate the entire group. Yet, recognizing his current identity as a burdensome liability, he refrained from acting on his impulse. In a flash, Lu Gu darted behind Nangongyu, who extended her left arm protectively around him. Standing at approximately 165 meters, Nangongyu appeared comically dwarfed next to Lu Gu, who stood at 182 meters. So you were merely a coward, hiding behind a woman. In previous times, such a remark would have deeply affected Nangongyu, but not now. She understood Lu Ji's formidable strength He could easily subdue this group with a single hand. Nan Gongyu grasped her communicator, summoning her fellow elite members from the Bayang Academy Student Union. In a flurry, a multitude of young women arrived, even the unofficial reserve members numbering in the dozens. This assembly of beauties formed a protective barrier around Lu Gu, preparing to confront the adversaries. It was then that Nan Gongyu informed Lu Gu, "These are the students from the Nine-Petal Chrysanthemum Academy. They appear this way when not in combat attire." "Oh," Lu Gu drawled, stepping forward. "I thought they were someone formidable. Turns out they are merely a bunch of misfits." As one of the opposing members stepped forward, Lu Gu quickly retreated behind Nan Gongyu once more. Confronted by the students from the Nine-Petal Chrysanthemum Academy, Nan Gongyu issued a sharp command and brandished a knife. The very same model that Lu Gu had once used to sever the wrists of a skilled adversary from that academy. With a flourish, dozens of knives were revealed, their mere appearance instilling dread in their opponents, for it was this type of knife that had rendered their esteemed champion mute with shock. The students of the Nine-Petal Chrysanthemum recoiled in fear. Just as Nan Gongyu prepared to engage, a booming voice resonated from all directions. "I am the academic officer Sidi Yud. All students are to retreat and honor the principles of hospitality. Disperse." With that, Nan Gongyu stepped aside, and Lu Gu emerged, a triumphant grin on his face as he shouted at the Nine-Petal Chrysanthemum students, "Begone, you misfits." The students of the Nine-Petal Chrysanthemum glared fiercely at Lu Gu, who was hiding behind Nan Gongyu, their eyes filled with a desire to bite. Nan Gongyu remained calm, his mind a blank slate. At that moment, Lu Gu approached a group of tall individuals with pale green skin and provocatively asked, "Why are you afraid of those disabled people?" Someone replied, but Lu Gu could not comprehend their words. Nan Gongyu stepped forward and handed Lu Gu a translation device, explaining, "They hail from the Wendak star region of the southern galaxy. They do not even possess their own interstellar academy. They are here merely to observe the grandeur of the Pyong Academy." Wendak, a place Lu Gu had seen just the previous night. The disparity between their academy and the Pyong Academy was akin to that between a rural training class with merely 2 desks and a prestigious institution of higher learning. Nonetheless, Lu Gu found their locale quite appealing, filled with habitable planets ripe for agriculture. After Nan Gongyu spoke, one of the Wendak representatives added, "They are formidable. We dare not offend them. In our star region, many planetary leaders are supported by them and continuously bully us. Should we dare to resist, they will bolster those leaders further. If our leaders falter and can no longer protect us, our lives will become even more miserable." Others chimed in with similar sentiments. Lu Gu listened intently, her mind racing with calculations. Nan Gongyu nudged her, saying, "Give them money. They are bleeding. Let them go to the medical center." "I have no money," Lu Gu replied, feigning pain as she reluctantly produced 100 yuan. Nan Gongyu was tempted to kick Lu Gu, thinking she was overacting. At that moment, the other students began to contribute, each offering 100 or 200 yuan. Thank you. The students from Wendak expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Upon returning, Lu Gu dove into the kitchen. "I must properly deal with those disabled people," she thought, "or I won't sleep soundly tonight. They dared to insult me again." Clearly seeking trouble. With remarkable speed, she prepared a dozen dishes made from the same ingredients but in varied styles. Lu Gu grabbed Nan Gongyu, saying, "Come, try this mushroom dish," and then record a message expressing admiration for the illustrious Nine-Petal Chrysanthemum. "It's a specially crafted delicacy made from all natural ingredients, and I hope they will accept it." "Please, spare me your absurdities," Nan Gongyu retorted, shaking off Lu Ji's grip. Lu Gu quickly countered, "I'm not trying to gross you out. I discovered a bunch of mushrooms, and I'm 90% certain they are edible. However, I'm still 10% unsure. Hence why I specially prepared this. We must find someone to test it." "Poisonous." Nan Gongyu's eyes widened in alarm. Lu Gu reassured him, "Rest assured. It won't be fatal, but it is quite interesting." She demonstrated by slicing a mushroom. "See? Once cut, it turns green. I call this variety green upon contact. It is incredibly delicious. But we must identify the exact type before testing it. Will it cause poisoning? Yes. But it won't kill me? Absolutely not." With that, Nan Gongyu rolled up his sleeves and began to sample Lu Ji's so-called mushroom dish. The meal was placed within an insulated container, after which the 2 individuals boarded a commuter vehicle, first arriving at a low-tier dormitory area. They then dispatched a delivery robot before making their way to the hotel district of the Pyong Academy, where they released no fewer than 200 robotic birds equipped with surveillance capabilities. Subsequently, they concealed themselves. As time ticked away, Upon witnessing the delivery of the insulated container by the robot, the members of the nine-petal chrysanthemum organization accepted it, prompting Lu Gu to commence broadcasting the images. Each member of the elite third student council received a copy. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, who was at home observing the kitchen robot's inactivity and preparing to send a message to reprimand Lu Gu, unexpectedly received a video call request. Upon opening it, she found it was Lu Gu and Ne Gongyu. Lu Gu lowered her voice, addressing the sisters. This evening, those who have evaded punishment will now be treated to a performance. Soon, regardless of whether they were students or accompanying instructors, the members of nine-petal chrysanthemum rushed into the courtyard, some rolling on the ground, others disrobing, some vigorously shaking branches, and others leaping into the pond. In essence, a plethora of extraordinary behaviors manifested among them. At the Mental Health Institute, 200 students were summoned and 10 medical officers were dispatched. After a full hour of commotion, all individuals were finally contained within the institute, where the members of nine-petal chrysanthemum continued their frenzy. During this episode, the students of the elite third student council began disseminating the images to their friends, who then forwarded them further, creating a ripple effect. Very few at Pyong Academy missed the spectacle. As for Lu Gu, she was joyfully preparing to return home when a squad of pitch-black robots encircled her and Nan Gongyu. The latter was so startled that she froze in place. A middle-aged man sporting a goatee emerged from behind the robots. "I am Officer Situ Yud from the Academic Administration." Instinctively, Nan Gongyu reached out and pulled Lu Gu behind her. This time, however, Lu Gu stepped forward. "One must bear the consequences of their actions," she declared. Placing herself protectively in front of Nan Gongyu, Situ Yud turned and walked away, stating, "Take her away, confine her for half a day, and administer 10 lashes. To be executed by the elite first student council." Nan Gongyu was left behind, helplessly watching as Lu Gu was taken away. It was not until 10 minutes after Situ Yud's departure that Nan Gongyu's legs gave way, and she sank to the ground. The chief academic officer, one of the 3 most feared instructors within the academy, Lu Gu, having risen to fame overnight, donned the title of the first Soft Rice Prince of Pyong Academy. Acquiring a new name, Soft Rice Ming, she had caused trouble and hid behind her female peers, yet dozens, if not hundreds, of female students stood up for her. Is this not the very definition of the first Soft Rice Prince? However, not everyone agreed with this designation. A considerable faction believed that Soft Rice Ming was quite insidious, considering her ability to orchestrate a mass poisoning of the nine-petal chrysanthemum students and instructors with a toxin undetectable by robots. Such a method was indeed terrifying. These 2 feats were more than sufficient to cement Lu Gu's reputation within Pyong Academy. Moreover, there was an even more astonishing development. Chapter 19. This brother, Soft Rice Ming, supported by a multitude of female students and her peculiar poisoning tactics, gained widespread notoriety in Pyong Academy. Yet, when compared to the subsequent event, it paled in significance. For the first time in nearly a decade, a student personally punished by Situ Yud, the chief academic officer of Pyong Academy. Generally speaking, when students err, the matter is typically addressed by the student council, reserving intervention from the academic administration for only the gravest transgressions. Direct disciplinary action from the chief academic officer is a rarity, with many students having never even heard of such an occurrence. As for the confinement chamber, its terrors are steeped in legend, as no one has ever emerged from its depths, except for Lu Gu, who was cast into its dark embrace. The confinement chamber of the Pyong Academy is not located on Pyong Star, but rather in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The moment the door closed behind Lu Gu, he was engulfed in an abyss devoid of time, space, light, and sound. In just 10 minutes, the rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat became a source of immense oppression. He called out in desperation, but his voice was swallowed by the silence, leaving no echo. By the 20th minute, Lu Gu felt on the brink of madness. Outside the chamber, Situ Yud stood before the control console, a countdown timer beside him indicating a total of 35 minutes, with 10 remaining. Situ Yud understood the dread that this confinement chamber instilled. The term of confinement was merely a pretext. When the time elapsed, the environment would shift, immersing the individual in an endless expanse of stars, a terrifying experience, yet infinitely preferable to the initial sensation of utter void. Inside the chamber, Lu Gu suddenly fell silent. A series of calming sounds resonated in his ears. Clear mind like water, pure water is the heart. Clear mind like water, pure water is the heart. A gentle breeze stirs not, waves remain undisturbed. Alone in the bamboo grove, I sit in tranquility, longingly strumming the zither, meditating in silence as the venomous dragon vanishes. Lugu began to recite these lines, repeating them over and over. At the control console, Situyud was taken aback. The data displayed on the screen indicated that Lu Ji's heartbeat, blood pressure, and heart rate had all returned to normal. Was it possible for someone to adapt to such an absolute void? It seemed implausible. Situyud promptly shut off the timer, pulled up a chair, and fixated his gaze on Lu Gu's physiological data. This was inconceivable. He even suspected the instruments were malfunctioning. After conducting 3 self-checks on the computer, he connected it to the mainframe of Pyong Star to analyze the data. Meanwhile, Lu Gu, having completely calmed his mind, succumbed to slumber due to the fatigue of the day. At last, half a day had passed. When he was pulled from the chamber, he was still fast asleep. "Wake up," someone urged. Lu Gu stretched languidly, mumbling, "What time is it? What for breakfast?" However, upon seeing a stern and cold visage, he rubbed his head and asked, "Who might you be, sir?" Situyud replied, "I am the academic officer, Situyud." Lu Gu slapped his forehead, "My apologies. I sustained a severe head injury some time ago, resulting in partial memory loss, and I often forget things. Esteemed academic officer, where am I, and what is the matter?" With a wave of his hand, Situyud commanded 2 armored robots to hoist Lu Gu and deposit him into the spacecraft. As he watched the vessel ascend the star ladder back to the surface of the planet, Situyud glanced at the data on the screen and muttered, "I thought I had encountered a prodigy, but it turns out to be a simpleton, falling asleep in the confinement chamber, a first for Pyong Academy. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous." Meanwhile, Lu Gu was transported directly to the elite student council. As Lu Gu followed the robot into the chamber, a singular thought echoed in her mind, the voice of her savior resonating from the confinement room, urging her to seize power and mastery at the Pyong Academy. The vast hall lay before her, all doors firmly shut, save for a slight opening in the president's office. Before her stood an elegant, disheveled man with a short beard, who affixed his signature to the black-armored robot's documents and gestured for Lu Gu to accompany him. At a metal frame, 2 black-armored robots restrained Lu Ji's hands, then departed. Turning back, she beheld a whip adorned with barbs and crackling with electricity, a palpable dread washing over her. Should I summon the medical robot in advance? The man remained silent, merely instructing the robots to don Lu Gu in combat attire before raising the whip and delivering 10 strikes. Remarkably, they caused no pain, leaving her entirely unscathed. Upon the conclusion of the 10 lashes, her hands were automatically released. Lu Gu approached the man, expressing her gratitude. "My dear sir, you are truly benevolent. I thank you." He cleared his throat lightly. "I am but unwell and have yet to undergo my coming-of-age ceremony. Furthermore, I am not an elder. I am a female student." Surprised, Lu Gu quickly apologized. My apologies. No matter, I am accustomed to it." "And you have not inquired?" "I am Lu, a companion scholar residing in Dormitory 6. She nearly divulged her full name. "Ah, I see. You are among the most renowned individuals at Pyong Star. It is said that enduring half a day in the confinement room without being sent to the asylum is a remarkable feat. I am Han Ziying, president of the elite First Student Council. Now that the 10 lashes are complete, you are free to leave." Yet Lu Gu did not depart. "May I have some water?" "Please, come inside." Once seated within, Lu Gu remarked, "You are a good person. Had those lashes truly struck me, I would surely find myself in the infirmary. If I may be so bold, is there no remedy for your facial hair?" Han Ziying, seemingly accustomed to her peculiarity, replied matter-of-factly, "There is a treatment. Initially, it proves effective, but within a few years, one must undergo it anew. Eventually, it escalates to monthly treatments, and then bi-weekly. I ultimately abandoned the endeavor." Lu Gu inquired, "Is your title of Elite First Student Council a result of that, or is it merely a coincidence?" "Not at all," Han Ziying explained. "Approximately 5 years ago, there were 2 vice presidents, one named Xiao Tianyu and the other Zhang Xiu. Due to my illness, Xiao Tianyu assumed the presidential duties, while Zhang Xiu deemed him incompetent. Their rivalry intensified, and my inability to manage the situation resulted in Zhang Xiu resigning and transferring to the elite Third Council." Intrigued, Lu Gu settled in, listening intently. In just half a year, Zhang Xiu suppressed the original president and vice president of the elite Third Student Council, expelling most of the group leaders, and restructured the council under the motto, "Women are no weaker than men." The Third Elite Student Council has begun to rise, even overshadowing the prestige of my own elite First Student Council. At that time, Xiao Tianyu departed to take over the elite Second Student Council, becoming its president. He forcibly dismissed the already scarce female members and instigated a conflict with the elite Third Student Council. In Chapter 20, The Good Person, Han Ziying recounts the events that once transpired in her elite First Student Council. As time went on, they grew increasingly powerful. And with my frequent stays in the medical facility, many students shifted their allegiance to the elite Second and Third Student Councils. Now, apart from myself, there remains no one here. After hearing the story, Lu Gu chuckled while sitting beside Han Ziying. Sister, I have 2 matters to discuss. 2 matters? Han Ziying was momentarily taken aback. Lu Gu continued, I know that the treatment device becomes less effective the more you use it. I can introduce someone to you. But please keep it a secret that I made the introduction. You should seek him out. He can heal you. Han Ziying's eyes lit up. Is that true? Indeed. Once you meet him, you will believe my words. I will arrange for you to meet him in the spirit realm. In the spirit realm? Why? Lu Gu shook her head. I am not certain. I wouldn't call him a friend, merely an acquaintance with a slight connection. You will understand once you meet him. All right. Lu Gu proceeded. The second matter is that I have been quite impoverished lately. I am not asking you for money. Rather, I have a lucrative opportunity for us to collaborate on. After all, you will need funds for your treatment. Given your current attire, even if your family is wealthy, they may not provide you with much support. The familial bond seems to be somewhat tenuous, does it not? Han Ziying inquired. Earning money is acceptable, but it must be within the rules of the academy. Of course, we are law-abiding individuals. You should have the qualifications to audit classes, right? There is a group of students from Winternack who, though their pockets may be empty, are not ordinary children to have the privilege of visiting here. If you agree to accept them, I can help them earn enough for their living expenses, and we could also profit handsomely. Naturally, everything will adhere to the Academy's regulations. Han Ziying listened and asked, How dire is your financial situation? Lu Gu sighed. I am indeed in a precarious state. I am currently staying with someone and owe a considerable amount. For instance, regarding Zhang Xiao, I estimate that I owe her over 200,000. I feel quite pitiable. Han Ziying remained indifferent, showing no response. When it comes to pity, who could compare to her? Due to her peculiar ailment, most of her former friends have distanced themselves from her. Even in engagements, despite the significant costs incurred, the other party has chosen to withdraw. Within the confines of the Baiyong Academy, she dares not forge new friendships. Nevertheless, she acquiesced to Lu Ji's request. In the afternoon, within the spirit realm, the doors of Zhang Xiao's residence stood wide open, 2 robots stationed at the entrance. Han Ziying hesitated for a moment before stepping through the threshold. Aware that this was Zhang Xiao's abode, though she had not anticipated its location here. Zhang Xiao was her friend, yet if she possessed a remedy, they would not have waited until now. The robots guided Han Ziying to the side courtyard, where a figure awaited her in the hall. With cascading long hair adorned by a silver ornament atop the head, he donned a flowing robe reminiscent of a dress, yet undeniably male in nature. In his hands, he held a scroll, engrossed in its contents, while a mask concealed his visage. Before him lay a low table, its surface cluttered with unfamiliar items to Wazing, incense burners, writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones among them. In this era of complete digitization, few were recognizable to her. Wazing approached, and Lu Gu nodded slightly, inviting her to take a seat. Once seated, Wazing listened as Lu Gu instructed, place your right hand upon the armrest, palm facing upward. Good. Lu Gu extended his hand to feel her pulse. Upon their first meeting, he had surmised that her condition stemmed from either an imbalance of qi and blood or a disruption of yin and yang. If the situation was more severe, it could even involve the 5 elements. After completing the pulse diagnosis, Lu Gu poured a small amount of water into the inkstone and began to grind slowly. 3 years, he mused, are required for significant improvement. Whether it can be completely cured remains uncertain. As he spoke, he penned a prescription with a brush, and Wazing observed. Captivated by the beauty of his calligraphy, he did not hand the prescription to her, but stated, I will deliver medicine to you every 3 days, with a follow-up consultation every fortnight. The consultation fee and medicine costs have already been covered on your behalf. Please. With that, Lu Gu returned to his reading. Wazing regarded him, her heart warmed by the decor of the flower hall and Lu Ji's demeanor. She had come to appreciate the tangible book he was perusing. A physical tome within the ethereal realm, accompanied by the fragrant smoke wafting from the incense on the table. Yet, sensing the cue to depart, she rose to leave. Upon exiting the flower hall, she spotted Zhang Xiao standing in the corridor. Trust him. He can heal you, Zhang Xiu urged. I do not know. I only wish for a glimmer of hope, Huaziying replied. I assure you he can, Huaziying remarked. The elite Third Student Council is the first entirely female student council in the history of the Pyong Academy. I am astonished to find a man within your residence. Zhang Xiu countered. In Pyong Academy, there is no one unaware of this matter. If anyone is oblivious, it would be you. Huaziying gazed at Zhang Xiu in confusion. Do not confine yourself within these walls. Venture out and keep abreast of the happenings at Pyong Academy. Are you not aware of someone who can match the Academy's most formidable individual? Huaziying turned back him. Is that truly possible? Thus, I say, venture out more often. You have isolated yourself for far too long. I am curious, who referred you to seek him? Huaziying shook her head. I cannot disclose that. I shall take a guess. No guessing allowed. It is hardly a guess. The Pyong Academy's academic hall has officially announced that the Elite Student Council has a new temporary assistant vice president. When did the vice president assistants of the Elite Student Council lose their prestige to such an extent that even the ordinary student councils would reject them? And he is merely a companion reader. At most, he could be a member of the miscellaneous committee. Huaziying remained silent, turning to exit. Zhang Xiu, her expression cold, made no attempt to retain her or to see her off. She watched Huaziying leave before making her way towards Lu Gu. Sitting before him, Zhang Xiu inquired. What are you pondering? Lu Gu extended her hand and flicked a screen into view. Look, the equipment listed is obsolete. Many news reports claim it is being destroyed in large quantities. Do you have any connections to secure a few transport ships for me? Zhang Xiu gazed at Lu Gu, awaiting her next words. Lu Gu continued. You must have already guessed who is assisting me in this endeavor. I am in need of funds, and so is he. The next step is to arrange for the students from Winternack to audit here. They may lack financial resources. I have researched and found that the Winternack Star region is rich in rare minerals and unrefined energy. Zhang Xiu shook her head. I don't know what you are thinking. That place is embroiled in conflict daily. Lu Gu leaned forward, resting her arm on the low table. Locking her gaze onto Zhang Xiu's eyes, are you telling me you cannot contend with them? Chapter 21. Selling scrap metal. Zhang Xiu heard Lu Ji's retort directed at her. Internally, she mused. Clearly, this individual before me is oblivious to the deceptive nature of the current galactic situation. Thus, Zhang Xiu replied, do you truly believe that the so-called Millennium of Peace is genuine? It merely signifies that the three great powers no longer engage in warfare. To illustrate, the Yuju Star region, where the Nine-Petal Chrysanthemum Academy is located, is actively funding various insurgents and propping up puppet Star Lords in their quest for energy. Lu Gu asserted, we cherish peace, we uphold peace, and we judge all evils that threaten peace. We are merely a group of ordinary students from the Pyong Academy, possessing an understanding and appreciation for peace, with an inherent sense of responsibility towards the galaxy. Zhang Xiu suddenly grasped her meaning. Are you implying? Lu Gu responded, the court of the Great Jade Empire is oblivious to all this. The Pyong Academy has done nothing. It is merely a few impoverished students attempting to earn some money by trading scrap. As for the students auditing here, their ability to defend themselves is their own affair. Naturally, in pursuit of living expenses, they trade some minerals, and if other classmates accept them and offer a bit of money. It is simply a gesture of camaraderie among students. Zhang Xiu stood up, propping herself against the low table. You are truly a genius. The scrap you seek could keep my family's warehouse occupied for a century without exhausting our supply. Lu Gu nodded with a smile. Zhang Xiu added, there are a few more matters I believe you should be informed of. Go on. First, do not underestimate Huaziying, whether in strategy, tactics, starships, fighter jets, or mechs. She surpasses me in every aspect. If it comes to a confrontation, you must take it seriously, or you will surely lose. Lu Gu acknowledged, I understand. Furthermore, the Nine-Petal Chrysanthemum cannot afford to pay 5 million. They have proposed to settle their debt with 50 units of Yujuzhen, the premium version. Lu Gu remarked, that sounds akin to a rare wine. What sort of wine demands 100,000 per bottle? Zhang Xiu shook her head. It is not wine. Yujuzhen refers to beings that are not quite human, for they possess eternal youth. Yet upon the conclusion of their youth, they perish. Their lifespans are exceedingly short, and I have never heard of one living beyond 400 years. While it is said that Yujuzhen are not human, they are indeed descendants of true humanity. Lu Gu, intrigued, replied, you have left me quite perplexed. Zhang Xiu elaborated. It is said that around 1200 years ago, the Tianju Star region and the Guwei Star region may have discovered an ancient relic, the location of which remains unknown. The two regions clashed for many years over it, each seizing a portion for themselves. The inhabitants of the Tianju star domain possess a distinctive characteristic. Their genes are immensely diverse. It is said that within these individuals, one can find nearly 90% of the genetic material from various races across the Milky Way. Lu Gu interjected, bluntly stating that they are indeed hybrids. A crude expression, yet an accurate depiction. Zhang Shou continued, explaining that due to this peculiarity, they have undertaken genetic modulation of embryos, resulting in the emergence of a new population. The defining trait of this group is that male infants do not survive beyond 100 days, while females, upon reaching the age of 16, exhibit an almost arrested aging process. They age exceedingly slowly, only to experience a rapid decline in health and pass away within the span of a single day as their life nears its end. The likelihood of reproduction is non-existent, and it has been noted that no one has lived beyond 400 years. Thus, the Tianju star domain has introduced a unique commodity known as eugesin. Lu Gu nodded in understanding, realizing that a collection of abnormal individuals had given rise to an even more unusual new generation, leading to an abnormal development. Zhang Shou further elaborated that the Daihuang dynasty prohibits slavery. However, eugesin is not classified as such. Instead, it is categorized as a special type of artificial entity, a classification both unique and distinct. Lu Gu regarded Zhang Shou with a measure of skepticism, silently pondering whether she would pose a threat to him. Zhang Shou, maintaining a calm and natural demeanor, continued, the Beyond Academy, being an institution of learning, naturally abides by rules that differ from those elsewhere. Many matters are considered taboo. I am inclined to accept their proposal. If eugesin is introduced as a form of compensation, you could easily resell it for double or even triple the price, a splendid opportunity for wealth. How mischievous, Lu Gu thought, yet he resolved that whatever mischief lay ahead, he need not fear if he did not engage. With an impassive expression, he replied, no, I require payment. Are you certain? Absolutely, Zhang Shou responded. Then it will be payment. If the price of the 9-petal chrysanthemum is reduced by even a single coin, I shall break their legs. Additionally, one final matter. Since you wish to remain anonymous, ensure that no one knows your true identity in reality. That is all. With that, Zhang Shou stood and departed. Lu Gu resumed his reading, calmly stating, no one knows who I am in reality. Should this secret ever be compromised, you will be the first to know. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shou paused momentarily before hastily exiting. After her departure, Lu Gu logged off in the flower hall of Zhang Shou's residence, intending to prepare medicinal concoctions for Huaziying. Gazing at the freshly harvested ginseng with roots extending over a meter in length, Lu Gu scrutinized it for an extended period before finally, with determination, he severed one of the lengthy roots. The initial batch of medicine he prepared for Huaziying consisted of basic tonics, primarily featuring ginseng, baijiu, and fu ling as the main ingredients. In the evening, Nagongyu returned, accompanied by a majority of the elite members from Group 3. Were it not for the expansive area of Nagongyu's dormitory, measuring 1,400 square meters, there would have been insufficient space for these individuals. To accommodate the large gathering of over 100 people for dinner, Lu Ji's kitchen robot was working tirelessly, emitting sparks in the process. As the dishes were served, Lu Gu cast a resentful glance at Zhang Shou, perceiving her intent to reclaim her meal expenses. What a miserly woman. As the banquet commenced, Lu Gu observed that they seemed to be engaged in discussions unrelated to mere dining, primarily deliberating travel plans. As the crowd dispersed, Nagongyu busied herself with packing her luggage inside the room, some items having been ordered online at the last moment. Lu Gu sat nearby, observing her. While tidying up, Nagongyu remarked to Lu Gu, this time, Sister Xiu has rewarded each of us with a foundational subsidy of 50,000. I will be taking our group along with approximately 900 members from various student associations, including the 5th, 17th, 21st, and 74th, to the Winternack Star Domain. The Northtown Princess Mansion has allocated a battle starship and 3 starships, along with a total of 14 support and logistics vessels. Additionally, the Red Star Marquis and the Earl of Shaonong are also expected to jointly dispatch 10 ships, all sent as support from the families of student association members. There will also be some transport ships. Nagongyu elaborated on the travel plans. Lu Gu inquired, is the number of ships in this fleet considered large or small? Nagongyu replied, for a habitable star system like ours, all our resources would not suffice to sustain such a fleet. We are meant to learn about warships, fleet command, fleet communications, and various interstellar knowledge. This journey presents a splendid learning opportunity. Hence, The members of the student association must undergo 2 assessments to secure their spots. Lu Gu began to grasp the concept. It was akin to the solar system, where Earth is the only habitable planet, even if we could develop the entire solar system. It would be impossible to support such a fleet. Similarly, facing such a fleet would mean the solar system's fate would be obliterated. As Nangongyu closed her suitcase, she suddenly grasped Lu Ji's ears. This journey will last at least 6 months. Do not go sneaking off in search of ancient relics. I've discussed this with Sister Xiao. If you encounter any issues, you can seek her assistance. Also, be prudent with your finances and take care of yourself. Nangongyu continued to impart her advice for quite some time, covering everything she could think of. Once finished, she pulled her luggage out the door. Before departure, there would be a training session. The academy would assign professional instructors to provide guidance on specific knowledge. And Nangongyu's group would also assess the student members of the association to finalize the travel roster. The purpose of this journey was to foster learning and exchange. The students were merely embarking on an excursion to experience genuine cosmic navigation and to revisit the hometowns of their peers from the Winternack star domain who had come to visit for exchange, as well as to immerse themselves in their educational environments. Notably, half of the visiting students from the Winternack star domain would remain at the Pyong Academy as auditors, contributing to the collective enhancement of galactic scientific standards and the academic progress of the entire star system. Days later, the fleet set sail. Lu Gu arrived at the starport to bid farewell, witnessing over 30 vessels of various types. In the vastness of space, they appeared insignificant, yet from within the starport, they were a magnificent sight. Particularly striking was the battle starship dispatched by the Northtown Prince's mansion, measuring over 5 kilometers in length. Equipped with a total of 70,000 combat robots and more than 3,000 human crew members, Nangongyu donned her new uniform, an exclusive attire from the Pyong Academy. 4 elite starship trainees, deep crimson adorned with golden stripes, complemented by a sword. The sword provided by Pyong Academy was a symbol of elite status, granting only those equipped with it the privilege to enter the starship's bridge as temporary auxiliary crew members. This marks the inaugural voyage for Nangongyu, who stands proudly at the helm of the flagship, a quasi-destroyer starship. Lu Gu can discern the palpable excitement reflected in Nangongyu's eyes. Following a brief exchange between a senior instructor from the Pyong Academy and the fleet commander, a ceremonial team from the academy presented a book aboard the flagship. Numerous emblems, including those of the Great Yuhuang dynasty, Pyong Academy, and the Northern King's mansion, adorned the ship's railings in succession. The fleet departed the harbor, accelerating to sublight speed. As a funnel-shaped distortion of light emerged ahead, the starship elongated and vanished into the cosmos with a swift motion. Witnessing the disappearance of the quasi-destroyer, Lu Gu turned and made his way toward the descending passage of the Starladder's landing platform. On the Starladder, thousands of students lingered, reluctant to part ways. Upon reaching the landing platform, Lu Gu spotted a familiar figure. Gently patting her face, a warm smile blossomed as she jogged forward. Sister Yulan. Do you remember the authorization codes from the realm? The surprise was unmistakable. Sha Yulan shot a glance at Lu Gu. Let us set aside the surprise for now. I relinquish this opportunity to Nangongyu. Among all the group leaders in the 3rd Elite Student Council of Pyong Academy, she is the sole one who has never encountered a genuine starship, let alone embarked on a voyage spanning several hundred light years. This journey to the southern galaxy Winternack covers over 13,000 light years. Lu Gu quickly concurred. Indeed, you sisters are the best. Sha Yulan directed, go prepare the banquet, and then we shall discuss the surprise. Nodding, Lu Gu responded, lend me a complete set of battle armor. I shall procure the ingredients. Battle armor? A full set? Sha Yulan looked at Lu Gu in confusion. With a cheerful grin, Lu Gu explained, between the main campus and the 7th training ground, approximately 500 kilometers south, there is a herd of enormous wild buffalo. How about I bring one back for us to taste? Do you wish to be sent to detention again? Wild animals on Pyong Star are only permissible to be harmed under attack or by orders to maintain ecological balance. Thus, go buy it, Xiao Yulan stated, handing Lu Gu 10,000 yuan. You are the best, sister. Lu Gu eagerly accepted the transfer. Returning to the ground, Lu Gu began preparations for the banquet. Some dishes no longer required his personal touch. The more frequently he prepared a dish, the more adept the specially designed kitchen robot became at replicating it. Consequently, Lu Gu only concocted one new dish each time. While the kitchen robot gathered ingredients, Lu Gu took the opportunity to visit the main campus, where he sent an email via a public computer in the library, scheduling it to be sent to Xiao Tianyu. He then returned to continue preparing the meal, awaiting the arrival of the elite third group. After dinner, Lu Gu addressed Xiao Yulan. Sister Yulan, the real surprise is about to begin. Indeed, there is a surprise. However, let us first review the rules. Very well, Xiao Yulan replied. Meanwhile, within the elite second student council of Pyong Academy, President Xiao Tianyu was engaged in discussions with members regarding guidance for the ordinary student council and arrangements for artistic exchanges with the Royal Academy of Zijingua in the Western Galaxy. An email, accompanied by images, arrived. Xiao Tianyu sprang to his feet, noticing the radiant smile on his younger sister Xiao Yulan's face as a distinctly masculine hand, wielding a spoon, appeared poised to feed her. With a resounding clap, he struck the table, clearly indicating that someone was courting trouble. An email had referenced an address that did not exist in reality, but rather within a spiritual realm. Even a virtual world was unacceptable. Xiao Tianyu closed the email. Enter the spiritual realm. Follow me. Yes, the members responded in unison. Within the spiritual realm, Lu Gu was imparting some strategies to Xiao Yulan and others, then declared, I will go find someone to challenge the game. I assure you. Even if it ends in a draw, Sister Yulan will be delighted. Go, go. Everyone urged Lu Gu to hasten, as she still needed to familiarize herself. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianyu, filled with indignation, led his companions to the address provided by Lu Gu, which turned out to be a long-abandoned location. The moment they pushed the door open, it slammed shut behind them. Instantly, 100 high-speed Gauss rifles emerged from the surroundings, encircling Xiao Tianyu. He stepped forward defiantly, declaring, whoever you are, if you wish for my demise, proceed. A board materialized before him, inscribed with the words, to pass through here, you must accept my game rules. The rules were straightforward. Upon entering the game area, the left box contained combat suits and equipment for selection, albeit at a cost. Only 5 individuals could participate, with each allowed to spend a maximum of 300 yuan. Therefore, think carefully before choosing equipment beyond the combat suits. Chapter 23. A game. Xiao Tianyu continued reading the board. Regarding the outcome of the game, within the right box lay a bomb set to detonate in 30 seconds. You have 2 choices: defeat the 5 guardians or place the bomb in a location inaccessible to the guardians and detonate it. The game begins now, with only 5 participants allowed at a time. Under different circumstances, Xiao Tianyu would charge in, even if it meant being riddled with bullets. However, as the president of the elite second student council, he could not afford to be timid. After all, there were merely 5 guardians. Just as Xiao Tianyu prepared to advance, the vice president halted him and turned to Xiao Qi, saying, select 4 individuals to test the waters. Understood. 5 stepped forward. This was a venue that Lu Gu had established in the spiritual realm after borrowing dozens of spiritual realm authorization codes. Due to time constraints, there were currently only 5 mapped areas, with further construction underway. Alone, he could not secure such a vast space. Even Zhang Xiu was incapable, as it required the spiritual realm server to add a separate machine for expansion, designated solely for Lu Ji's use. Xiao Qi, known as Li Qi, ranked among the top 100 in the entire Pyong Academy based on personal mech proficiency. Leading the 5, Li Qi approached the starting area. A sign on the left read, Random Area Activation in Progress. Sensory feedback will soon adjust, pain perception reduced by 90%, while the right displayed a countdown. As the door opened, Li Qi led the group inside, quickly selecting equipment according to the 300 yuan standard, a tangible sum paid from their own pockets. Not within the game. At the moment time reached 0, the doors behind them closed, transforming into solid walls. A new board popped up in front of Xiao Tianyu. Viewing fee, 5 yuan per person, or 200 yuan for an exclusive venue. Xiao Tianyu remained unmoved. Yet someone promptly made the payment. A new board appeared, character perspective activated, an additional 100 yuan for aerial view. Standing there, Xiao Tianyu felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. The game had officially commenced for 10 seconds. As Li Qi approached a corner, Xiao Tianyu nearly shouted a warning. Be careful, for from the aerial view, he could clearly see a sunken passage beyond, where someone lay in wait. Li Qi, turning the corner, was completely oblivious to the threat. At the 11th second of the official start, Li Qi returned to Xiao Tianyu's side. One hand pressed against his head, a 10% pain sensation. It's quite painful. There's an ambush. Within a minute, everyone had been eliminated. Another board emerged, stating, the equipment you purchased has now become the spoils of your opponents. I will repurchase at a 70% discount. Should you acquire your opponent's spoils, I will likewise repurchase. There are 2 more trial opportunities. Upon official commencement, The price will rise to 400 yuan. Xiao Tianyu waved his hand lightly, signaling for another team to step forward. Meanwhile, in a nearby rest area, Xiao Yulan sat behind a massive screen, her expression devoid of any smile, coldly scrutinizing the display. It was indeed a surprise. For her, it was a significant gift, and she felt immense gratitude towards Lu Ge, as Xiao Tianyu's younger sister. Her childhood was filled with the bliss of being protected by her brother, but as she entered adolescence, his overbearing nature began to vex her. Upon arriving at the Piyong Academy, her brother Xiao Tianyu practically wished to keep her tethered to him. Only after joining the elite 3rd Student Council under Zhang Xiu did this dynamic begin to ease. Xiao Yulan was determined to defeat her brother in a fair contest, proving that she was no longer a child in need of constant oversight. For others, however, it was purely joyous. After training tirelessly for several days in the No. 7 training ground, they now relished the opportunity to decisively strike against the elite 2nd Student Council. Before long, the 9th match concluded, having consumed merely 16 minutes. Another board appeared before Xiao Tianyu. Would you like access to the lounge? Tea and snacks provided. Yes, Xiao Tianyu replied, having realized the formidable prowess of the game's guardians. As for his sister's situation, he was confident she was safe. This was merely a ruse to draw him in. After a 10-minute break, Xiao Tianyu became serious, engaging with his team members to discuss tactics. The 9th match had been a complete rout, with not a single opponent taken down. This was not due to unfamiliarity with the game, but rather the opposing team's impeccable coordination. Lu Ge was not idle during the respite. Seizing the opportunity, she began advertising throughout the Piyong Academy. Esteemed students, the Elite 2nd Student Council faces off against the Elite 3rd Student Council, all elites in attendance for a climactic showdown. No 998, no 990, just 5 yuan. For merely 5 yuan, one can observe this competition for an hour, an investment that guarantees neither deception nor loss. 5 yuan offers a glimpse into a peak showdown, truly a remarkable value. Within the spirit realm, the viewing platform rises from the lowest tier to the highest, with the most luxurious tea boxes at the summit, charging 200 yuan per hour, non-negotiable. The venue quickly filled with spectators. At the Piyong Academy, the majority comprised noble offspring. Several hundred yuan was trivial to them. They were no longer the impoverished Lu Ge, who had to subsist on expired synthetic food for 5 yuan. The most ordinary nobles spent over 500 yuan per meal. Wealthy individuals like Zhang Xiu never concerned themselves with the cost of dining. Their focus lay solely on the quality of the food. At the top tier of the viewing platform, there were merely 20 private boxes. Upon arrival, Zhang Xiu noticed a box reserved for her, but chose not to enter. Instead, she opened the door to Hua Ziying's box. Long time no see, Zhang Xiu initiated. Yesterday, I visited your residence for a follow-up, Hua Ziying replied. No, I meant it has been a long time, Zhang Xiu reiterated. Hua Ziying grasped the meaning. Indeed, my last formal outing was probably about a year ago. Zhang Xiu fell silent, taking a seat in Hua Ziying's box. At that moment, Hua Ziying remarked, Xiao Tianyu cannot win, at least not today. He may salvage a bit of face in a few small rounds, but the disparity in tactical realms is evident. He has begun to overthink, falling into a trap of his own making, and he remains unwilling to learn your tactics. Zhang Xiu merely smiled. 9 small rounds constituted a single confrontation. Xiao Tianyu lost again. Coming from a princely background, he was not one to resort to curses over such minor setbacks. He began to adjust his tactics, employing an ambush strategy, sacrificing some members to ensure ultimate victory. As Xiao Tianyu took to the field, Xiao Yulan donned her combat attire, grasping a powerful sniper rifle, leading her elite team from the starting platform. In the stands, Hua Ziying inquired, Xiu, how did you conceive this tactical synergy? You have surpassed me. Zhang Xiu replied, no. It was he who taught me this strategy, him, indeed. Hua Ziying understood. It referred to the one who had nearly matched prowess with Sherdachui, the one who healed her. Chapter 24. Unable to overcome. Speaking of Sherdachui, he was presently seated in the tavern, indulging in food and drink. The tavern keeper, Li Jun, held a glass, which had lingered for 10 minutes, his gaze fixated on the screen. As a small round concluded, Li inquired, Madman, why don't you give it a try? Sherdachui, drinking from a large bowl, shook his head at the suggestion. I won't go. Setting aside the challenge of finding 4 others to coordinate with me. This strategy is not so straightforward. Li Shuai, cannot you see? It is Xiao Tianyu who lacks the ability to elicit the true strength of those girls. That is precisely why I suggested you go, Li replied. After contemplating, Sure, Dachui added. If I summon Situ Yud, include that little fellow from the other day. Along with the presidents of the first and third elite student councils, I reckon we could manage. Li retorted, have you had too much to drink? Those girls are from the elite third student council. We cannot win. Let me observe further to fully understand this tactic. Sure, Dachui declined the challenge. After downing a significant amount of liquor, Li Jin turned to Sure Dachui and remarked, I have no idea who that young fellow is. At least, he must be from the Pyong Academy, right? With no battles to engage in at present, I mentioned that the students were merely out for a recreational outing, claiming I was the one leading them. You know how it is. They insisted on sending that pedantic poetry instructor as the leader instead, fearing others might be intimidated. So, there's no need for further investigation. Isn't the current atmosphere quite lively? Li Jin poured more wine for Sure Dachui, adding, indeed, let's continue observing. I believe this time marks a crucial juncture for Xiao Tianyu. He must either transcend his limitations or face a prolonged period of demoralization. In the gaming arena of Lugu, amidst the 7th round and the 9th match, Xiao Tianyu found himself on the brink of despair. At that moment, Xiao Yulan discarded her powerful rifle, brandishing a knife as she stood before him and removed her mask. Xiao Tianyu, in a fit of rage, tore off his own mask and bellowed, Who is the scoundrel feeding you? The spirited Xiao Yulan froze momentarily. After a few seconds, she was incensed. Charging forward with her knife, there's a male right beside me, and you think you can obliterate it with your plasma tube? What on earth are you thinking? I would never allow anyone to feed me. With that, she swung her knife. Xiao Tianyu, equally furious, retorted, I have photos and evidence. A chaotic brawl ensued, devoid of any strategy. In the stands, Zhang Xiu rose, declaring, this is over for today. Hanzi Sakura also stood, preparing to leave. Indeed, given the circumstances, it was a fitting conclusion. However, Lugu was not inclined to let it end so abruptly and quickly put out an advertisement. Fellow students, would you be interested in trying your hand? We offer various gameplay combinations with 2 teams battling it out or 10 teams in random matches. Each round costs only 500 yuan, averaging a mere 100 per person, with 9 matches per round and each match lasting a minute. Please register at the entrance. Watching the funds in her account surge, Lugu logged off with a beaming smile. Subsequently, the elite 3rd Student Council's subordinate General Student Council would arrange for individuals to manage the operations, including those attending as auditors, who could also earn a little spending money. Upon returning to her residence in the spirit realm, Zhang Xiu found Lugu already seated in the living room. Zhang Xiu settled down and inquired, What idea did you come up with? Lugu replied, The people from the Zhejiangguo Royal Academy will arrive in a few days. They have already entered the country and will soon reach Pyong Academy. We need to generate excitement for this game to entice them to participate. When those who enjoy playing lose repeatedly, won't their elite members seek to regain their honor? Of course, it matters little if they choose not to participate. Winning offers them little tangible benefit, while losing would be even worse. I merely wish to understand the strategies and strengths of the Holy Alliance. Thus, simple enjoyment would be most suitable. Zhang Xiu cast a glance at Lugu, suddenly feeling that her prowess lay not in combat or tactics. How to describe this sensation? This individual was unfathomable. Zhang Xiu queried, May I ask, if your homeland had not been destroyed, would there be many more individuals superior to you? Lugu lowered her head, a pang of pain surfacing at the mention of her homeland. Zhang Xiu said, I apologize for bringing up something so distressing. Finally, Lugu responded, I am just an ordinary person. To put it in our local dialect, I would be described as a manure machine. The implication is that, aside from sustenance, there is little utility. Zhang Xiu did not smile. Instead, she asked with grave seriousness, Is it a habitable star system around a solitary star? Lugu raised her head. Zhang Xiu continued, It seems my conjecture was correct. Your annihilation is inevitable. No nation within the Milky Way would dare to tolerate your existence. Possessing intelligence without formidable strength is a precarious situation, and allowing such development to occur is fraught with danger. The expression in Lu Ji's eyes shifted. Zhang Xiu elaborated. A more significant possibility for the destruction of your homeland may stem from the Andromeda Galaxy. Why? Lugu appeared somewhat perplexed. Zhang Xiu sketched a rudimentary diagram of the star systems before Lugu. This illustration is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The Milky Way and Andromeda are on the brink of collision. Within mere millennia, the peripheral star systems of the Milky Way will be affected, as will those on the fringes of Andromeda. War is unavoidable as both sides vie for the survival of their respective systems. It can be said that this conflict has been brewing for countless years, with small fleets dispatched to strike at each other's burgeoning star systems. Thus, your homeland must have done something to expose its interstellar coordinates. Lu Gu supported her forehead with one hand. Perhaps your conjecture is indeed the truth. What I require now is to survive, to live well. Zhang Xiu hesitated for a moment before placing her hand on Lu Ji's. You must hide until you deem it safe. Furthermore, you are not an ordinary person. I cannot believe that the most mundane individual within an entire star system possesses such wisdom. That is terrifying. It simply cannot be. Lu Gu did not respond but said, I wish to rest for a while. I initially intended to share with you my thoughts regarding the Zijingwa Academy and the Winternack star system, but my mood has soured. Zhang Xiu replied, Go and rest. Lu Gu disconnected. Upon returning to reality, Lu Gu felt somewhat affected emotionally. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed. Just as Lu Gu was preparing to adjust her emotions, she received multiple messages, all conveying a similar warning. She needed to hide for a few days, as Xiao Tianyu was searching for her. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Gu rushed out, hopped into her commuting vehicle, and sped away. She arrived at the elite First Student Council. Han Ziying, who originally had her own dormitory, had relocated here as she was now the sole occupant of the elite First Student Council, which typically lacked even a guard. Lu Gu, seeking refuge, knocked on Han Ziying's door. I need to hide for a bit, she said, and before Han Ziying could react, she slipped inside. Chapter 25. You owe him gratitude. In Nangong Yu's dormitory. No sooner had Lu Gu departed than several members of the elite Third Student Council arrived, prepared to protect her. Following closely was the furious Xiao Tianyu, who searched both inside and outside the premises but found no trace of her. The students merely stated that they had paid for their meals and had come for a gathering. As for Lu Ji's whereabouts, they were unaware. The entire elite Second Student Council was in pursuit of Lu Gu, and Xiao Tianyu soon received new intelligence. As he arrived before the entrance of the First Student Council, despite his simmering anger, Xiao Tianyu parked his vehicle at the designated spot, shed his combat attire, and donned the formal elite Student Council uniform. He knocked on the door, and upon receiving a response, he entered the reception area of the elite First Student Council of the Pyong Academy. Although the urge to transform Lu Gu into a mere reptile was overwhelming, Xiao Tianyu remained composed as he sat quietly in the reception room. After a brief moment, Wazing arrived, and Xiao Tianyu rose respectfully, greeting her with a bow. President, he said. After reciprocating the gesture, Wazing took her seat. Xiao Tianyu produced a photograph for her to view. Wazing inquired, Are you very angry? Xiao Tianyu replied, Even if I end up in the confinement room, I will ensure he spends a month in the medical facility. Wazing's tone remained calm as she responded, You should be grateful to him. Were it anyone else, Xiao Tianyu would have lost his temper immediately, dragging Lu Gu out and pinning him to the ground. Yet, since it was Wazing who spoke, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner rage, and asked as calmly as possible, Please, President, enlighten me. Wazing asked, How many matches have you lost? President, this is unrelated, he replied. Wazing pointed to the photograph and asked, In your heart, do you consider Zhang Xiu to be blind? Xiao Tianyu paused, realizing he had overlooked this aspect. Zhang Xiu was no ordinary adversary. He was far more formidable. In the elite Second Student Council of Pyong Academy, how could Zhang Xiu possibly allow a man to feed his own sister? Noticing Xiao Tianyu's emotions had somewhat stabilized, Wazing then asked, How long has it been since you and your sister had a proper conversation? It has been several years, Xiao Tianyu admitted. And how long has it been since you last saw Xiao Yulan smile so joyfully? Wazing pressed. I cannot recall, he confessed. Wazing rose to her feet and instructed, Go find her and discuss why you have yet to win a single match. Xiao Tianyu was perplexed. President, perhaps this is the secret technique of the elite Second Council, and she does not wish to see me. Wazing chose not to respond further and departed. Xiao Tianyu sat in silence for an extended period before finally mustering the courage to stand and walk outside. At the entrance of the elite First Student Council, a crowd awaited him. Upon seeing Xiao Tianyu emerge, they surrounded him, asking, President, have you apprehended the freeloading scoundrel? Xiao Tianyu shook his head. Disperse, this matter is settled. The group fell silent, taken aback. Thank you all. Please return to rest, and allow me a moment of solitude. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Tianyu looked up at the sky, his heart tormented for a long time before he finally picked up the communicator and said, Yulan. Meanwhile, at Wazing's location, Lu Gu peeked cautiously before emerging, sitting before Wazing. President, you are magnificent, he declared. Wazing ignored him. President, may I hide here for a few days? Lugu asked. Wazing merely pointed outside. With a sigh, Lugu stepped outside to take a look, then returned to sit in Wazing's room, remaining there until evening before finally leaving. In the main campus of Pyong Academy, within the upscale dining hall on the top floor, Xiao Yulan flipped through the menu for the third time. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Tianyu finally asked, "Shall I order for you?" "No," she replied. Xiao Yulan decisively declined and began to leaf through the menu for the fourth time, complaining as she did so, "None of these dishes look appetizing." Far inferior to that fellow's culinary skills. The veins on Xiao Tianyu's forehead throbbed with frustration. He felt an urge to strike someone. At last, Xiao Yulan chose her dishes, lifted her water cup, and remarked, "The arrogant Xiao Little Prince has been beaten without winning a single match, and now he comes seeking advice from his sister, doesn't he?" Xiao Tianyu nearly choked on his breath in response. Xiao Yulan continued, "We're merely scratching the surface. In a perfect score of 100, we've only managed about 35. We're still figuring out where we fall short. Originally, this was meant to deal with the people from the Zijingwa side, but they issued a public notice stating it would now be an artistic exchange." Xiao Tianyu inquired, "What does that have to do with ruin farming?" "Ruin farming, huh? It's unrelated to him, but we possess a secret treasure," Xiao Yulan replied, genuinely amused. After her laughter subsided, she added, "You know, Nagongyu brought back a sleeping person from the spirit realm." Xiao Tianyu understood. Ruin farming remained ruin farming, but this time he had borrowed a favor from Nagongyu. The person Nagongyu had retrieved could stand against Sherdachui. Xiao Yulan asked, "Do you wish to learn? I can teach you." Xiao Tianyu questioned, "Will Zhangxiu agree? Is our esteemed president a miser?" She retorted, "Well, that's true." Xiao Yulan further remarked, "But no, payment is required. We recently learned a few phrases that seem quite profound. Listen closely. The Tao is not lightly transmitted. The law is not cheaply sold. A master does not travel the same path. And a healer does not knock on doors. Besides the payment, dear little prince, you must also show some sincerity." Xiao Tianyu indeed possessed sincerity. The next day, at the elite second student council, following Xiao Yulan's relayed instructions, an incense altar was set up, offering 3 sacrifices, dedicated to the wordless monument that Zhang Xiu had specially crafted for her, which Lu Gu had previously obtained from the spirit realm. After completing the ritual, Zhang Xiu arrived and handed Xiao Tianyu a handwritten booklet. Xiao Tianyu instructed the vice president to keep it safe. Zhang Xiu suggested, "Let us step outside for a moment." The two walked into the courtyard, where Zhang Xiu stated, "The people from Zijingwa should arrive at the academy either tomorrow or the day after. The plan is simple. If they are interested in playing games, we should record from multiple perspectives and study their techniques." Xiao Tianyu responded earnestly, 48 hours is sufficient to refine that game venue." Zhang Xiu nodded in agreement without further comment and departed. After leaving, Zhang Xiu promptly returned home and entered the spirit realm. Lu Gu was reading in Zhang Xiu's residence. Upon seeing Zhang Xiu return, she gently lifted the book in her hands, transforming it into sparkling stars that vanished into thin air. Zhang Xiu sat down and said, "Start from the beginning and tell me what you think about Xiao Tianyu. Of course, you need not share if you prefer not to." Lu Gu replied, "I have conducted my research. Any shop in the spirit realm requires at least 6 months to go from being recognized to being favored. To make a shop the hottest overnight, we need a touch of allure." Zhang Xiu asked, "Are the elite second student council and the third student council going to war?" "Indeed," she affirmed. Zhang Xiu continued. Then, suddenly the audience realizes this is merely a conflict between 2 siblings, unrelated to the 2 student councils, and the topic concludes, "Leading to a surge in customer traffic?" "Exactly," Lu Gu confirmed. Chapter 26. The guests arrive. Zhang Xiu inquired further, "So, was it your premeditated arrangement to impart the 3-3 system to the elite second student council?" Lu Gu replied, "Nothing is absolute. Hence one must always prepare for contingencies. If a confrontation does not ensue, let the second student council revel in their joy. Should conflict arise, then you may intervene. The elite 6th student council has a commendable reputation. We require allies, more friends rather than adversaries. Alas, the elite 6th student council is comprised entirely of lunatics. Their true designation is the elite armory hall." Lu Gu asked, "How about conducting some research?" Zhang Xiu responded, "Research what?" Lu Gu produced an image. "The Silent Class ground combat vehicle. My requirements are simple, drastically reduce costs, even if it means transforming 8 legs into 3, as long as it remains operational. Maintenance should be so simple that even a fool could manage it. Ideally, it should require no maintenance at all. Ultimately, even those who are illiterate should easily master its operation. Zhang Xiu felt somewhat bewildered. Lu Gu rephrased, in essence, even a monkey should be able to operate this contraption. Zhang Xiu remarked, the students from the Royal Academy of Zijinghua will certainly include a visit to the Armory Hall in their exchange itinerary. Upon this realization, Zhang Xiu understood that researching this trivial matter could effectively conceal numerous advanced studies. I shall go converse with those lunatics. Lu Gu extended his hand towards the sky, and the book transformed into starlight before reappearing in his grasp, resuming his reading. As Zhang Xiu was about to exit, he cast a glance back at Lu Gu, who was engrossed in his studies. A single word surfaced in his mind: demon. This fellow truly is a demon. 2 days later, the students from the Royal Academy of Zijinghua, part of the Holy Alliance of the Western Galaxy, arrived to participate in the Millennium Peace celebration of the galaxy. On the first day, a grand concert was held for exchange. The Piyong Academy, the singular royal institution of the Daihuang dynasty, was originally established for the offspring of nobility. However, by imperial grace, opportunities for admission were extended to outstanding individuals from humble backgrounds. In their first year at Piyong Academy, students study etiquette and poetry. Only thereafter are they permitted to delve into disciplines such as riding, mecha, shooting, space fighters, controlling, starships, and swordsmanship, command studies, among others. The cultural studies encompass 35 major categories, 400 subcategories, and over 2,000 individual topics. The martial sciences consist of 17 major categories, 1,000 subcategories, and 3,000 individual topics. Additionally, there are fields that blur the lines between culture and martial studies, such as earth sciences, cosmology, nebula analysis, communication, energy, dark matter, and more, which comprise dozens of major categories. To attain mastery in any single subject, an individual must study no fewer than 20 major categories of knowledge. To study command theory, one must grasp the very directions in the cosmos, comprehend the transformations of nebulae, and understand the stellar magnetic fields. Otherwise, how could one aspire to command a fleet? Previously, Nangong Yu had informed Lu Gu that those who graduate within a century are unparalleled geniuses. As the students from Zijinghua arrived for their artistic exchange, they were indeed there for the sake of art. Art, a domain in which Piyong Academy excels abundantly. Now, as a wealthy individual, Lu Gu has also begun to explore the realm of art, starting with the masterpieces of his ancestors. Investing a significant sum, Lu Gu has acquired numerous robots. With Nangong Yu absent, he eagerly begins to tinker and modify these machines to assist him in various tasks. He also dedicates a portion of his day to spend time in the spiritual realm chatting with Zhang Xiu before switching accounts to collect dues in his gaming arena. Life is indeed delightful. On this particular day, after enduring countless failures, he finally produced a finished product. Lu Gu carefully placed the creation into a box and cast a sympathetic glance at the nearly damaged robots before heading out. He felt the need to find a way to connect with the elite members of the 6th Student Council, as they are the professionals in this field. The robots he had modified frequently experienced overloads. Within the main campus of the Piyong Academy, dozens of elite students from the Zijinghua Royal Academy of the Western Galaxy were touring the research facility of the 6th Student Council. The members of the 6th Student Council displayed an indifferent demeanor. Had it not been for a vice president from the 9th Student Council leading the group, it is likely that not even a polite word would have been exchanged. Upon entering the largest research room, they witnessed robots in motion, sparking against the floor as hundreds were intensely engaged in research, amidst constant arguments and revisions. However, upon closer inspection, the students from Zijinghua Royal Academy were taken aback. This appeared to be the Black Star light armored mecha. A blonde student remarked, "Indeed, Griffith, you are not mistaken. This is the Black Star light mecha. Standing at a height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters, not developed by the great Yuhuang dynasty, its origins now lost to history. Yet I assure you, it predates the ancient painting in your collection and operates on polymer reaction batteries alongside primitive silicon chip computers." Griffith, with silver hair and blue eyes, inquired, "Reinhardt, is this worthy of study?" The golden-haired Reinhardt responded, "The value of research lies in the act of research itself, not in what you are studying. Do not merely perceive everything through the lens of your eyes." Over there, the early cannon fodder of the great Yuhuang dynasty, the Silent-class ground vehicle. Griffith covered his mouth with a handkerchief. "The air here is poor. I wish to step outside for some fresh air." Reinhardt replied, feel free. But do not forget that this is the Pyong Academy of the Great Yuhuang Dynasty. Outside the first research room of the 6th Student Council, moving from west to east, Zode Hanley, accompanied by newly established members of the Auditing Student Council, transported various models of the Black Star Light Mecha to the research room using a small trailer. Not only Zhang Xiu's family, but now many noble students were opening their warehouses, transporting various models of Black Star Mecha and Silent-class ground vehicles to Pyong Star. Zode's Auditing Student Council was responsible for selecting unfamiliar models to deliver to the research room. The research room was genuinely engaged in study, focused on Lu Ji's method of reducing modification costs by dismantling valuable components, ensuring minimal maintenance, and simplifying operation to the utmost degree. Meanwhile, on another road, moving from east to west, Lu Gu approached cheerfully, knowing that Xiao Yulan was currently in the research room coordinating activities, just as he arrived at the front entrance. Griffith stepped outside to take a breath, discontent with the atmosphere of the laboratory. As a true knight, his affections lay solely with battleships and heavy mechs. Meanwhile, Zod arrived at the entrance, disembarking his vehicle and instructing others to transport the mech from the adjacent cargo bay. He carried his computer, preparing for registration, when he inadvertently encountered Griffith, instinctively retreating to the side. Yet, he was too slow, brushing against Griffith's arm. Griffith frowned, taking a few steps back, discarding his extravagant coat, and muttered under his breath, "Despicable insect." Chapter 27. The miraculous kick. Griffith cast aside his opulent coat, stirred by an inexplicable irritation when a voice broke through, white-haired maggot. "What did you just say? Repeat it for my translator to hear." Griffith turned around, demanding, "What did you say?" "Apologize to me, apologize to the esteemed knight." The speaker was Lu Gu, who had been seeking an opportunity to court the students from the Windernack Star Domain, and now, fortune smiled upon him. Noticing a few students in lilac uniforms less than 20 meters away who were oblivious to the scene, he boldly confronted Griffith. "White-haired one, I challenge you to a duel. One-on-one or a brawl?" Lu Gu inquired, observing Griffith draw his sword and instinctively retreating a few steps. His gaze quickly fell upon his fellow students nearby, who appeared to relish the spectacle. He shouted towards Zod, "Get in there, beat him down, and I'll double your wages." Zod Hanley hailed from the remote Windernack Star Domain in the South Galaxy. In the West Galaxy, they were deemed the slave class. Thus, the term insect had a long-standing history, as the nobility of the West Galaxy referred to them as such due to their green skin. In Zod's memory, no one dared speak loudly to a noble unless they were another noble of higher rank. As Zod stood in a daze, witnessing Griffith's sword poised to strike at Lu Gu, he could not afford to hesitate, for Lu Gu was their benefactor, providing them with wages and sufficient sustenance. He thought it prudent to protect Lu Gu, at the very least. Lu Gu then shouted, "If you don't intervene, I'll dock your pay." Fueled by impulse, Zod waved at his companions who had arrived at the commotion. While Lu Gu kept a vigilant eye on Griffith, he glanced at his classmates, noticing their expressions of amusement. He whispered to Zod, "Use full force." Zod, towering over 2 meters and possessing a strength at least double that of Lu Gu, along with his companions, sprang into action. As the fray commenced, Lu Gu observed with incredulity that Griffith's classmates were laughing, and with a surge of determination, he seized the moment to deliver a kick. Just one kick, aimed precisely to a sensitive area. Griffith, having failed to land 3 strikes on Lu Gu, felt a surge of rage as this group of insects dared to retaliate. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his vital areas. As Griffith collapsed to the ground, Lu Gu shouted from the sidelines, "Step on him, stomp hard." As they approached, Lu Gu was astonished that none of their classmates stepped forward. Instead, some stood by, pointing and laughing. Retreating, Lu Gu remarked to Zwada, "He just tried to kill us." His gaze was as if he viewed us as mere insects. Upon hearing this, the suppressed fury within Zwada and the others erupted, employing various actions such as stomping and trampling. The commotion quickly drew a crowd, with the Sentinel robots of the Pyong Academy swiftly converging on the scene. Lu Gu tugged at Zwada, resolute in his decision to face the consequences, shouting quickly, "Get out of the way, I'll take the brunt." Zwada felt a swell of emotion. Lu Gu stood up for them, having prepared himself mentally for punishment or even death, yet urged him to flee first. "Go on, stop dawdling," Lu Gu insisted. The group dispersed in haste. By then, a considerable crowd had gathered. Lu Gu, with keen eyes, darted in front of Xiao Yulan, seeking refuge behind her. "Sister Yulan, he wants to hit me," Xiao Yulan responded. Just as Reinhardt arrived at the entrance, onlookers, "Lu Gu, you don't even have a blade of grass on you," while the one on the ground has lost his voice. covered in footprints, blood on his legs, and his face is a mess. Who struck whom? Xiao Yulan inquired. What happened? Lu Gu did not answer immediately. Instead, he presented a gift. I spent many days searching for a treasure just for you, Sister Yulan. He opened a box to reveal a hanging screen. In the sunlight, Lu Gu spun the gift around. One side depicted a vividly lifelike cat, while the other revealed a bouquet of flowers. It was a marvel, crafted not through printing, but embroidered with remarkably fine thread, truly astonishing. As Xiao Yulan accepted the gift, she asked, Now, tell me what happened. No one dares to bully you. Hearing this, those nearby understood that Xiao Yulan was prepared to defend Lu Gu. The individuals from Baiyang Academy, naturally united in their stance, included several esteemed figures who sided with Xiao Yulan. Only then did Lu Gu explain. Earlier, this individual greeted our auditing student, affectionately calling him a crawler. I thought perhaps that was their custom, especially since we are in Baiyang Academy. Such words surely weren't meant to offend, but rather to be polite, as guests should not insult us, correct? So, I returned the greeting in the same friendly manner. He then suggested a sparring session. I even asked if it was a one-on-one or a group fight. He did not reply. So I assumed he preferred to take on many at once. Thus, I invited everyone to join in, as per his request, to practice a few rounds. Xiao Yulan, her mind buzzing, pondered, what should we do? It was evident that Lu Gu had schemed against the guest. At that moment, a soft voice reached Lu Ji's ears from beside Xiao Yulan. If you can procure another of these hanging screens for me, I shall stand up for you. Lu Gu replied, Yes, I will certainly obtain one. A figure clad in pristine white work attire took a step forward. I am Li Qinglian from the Elite 6th Student Council. This is our domain. I would like to inquire of you, esteemed members from the Royal Academy of the Light Alliance, if you hold our Pyong Academy in contempt. Furthermore, is your use of the term crawler to refer to our scholars a customary expression, or an affront to our dignity? Reinhardt, drenched in sweat, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. To insult Pyong Academy equated to a profound disrespect towards His Majesty, the Great Jade Emperor, a burden he wished to evade. Rapidly, Reinhardt contemplated a solution. Behind him, a young man with crimson hair stepped forward. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, possibly due to a malfunction of the translation device. Let us first escort Griffith for treatment, and subsequently clarify this minor misunderstanding in writing. I trust this trivial matter will not tarnish our friendship. Reinhardt observed the reactions of the other scholars, who remained distant, clearly indifferent and unwilling to intervene. Chapter 28. The artist Griffith was evidently humiliated, while the other allied scholars from the Royal Academy merely observed from afar, relishing the spectacle. A chill coursed through Reinhardt as he tacitly approved of the red-haired youth's approach. Indeed, Li Qinglian replied with a smile, Our scholar has been assaulted. I sincerely apologize for this and will extend a token of goodwill shortly. She then continued, May the Pyong Academy and the Royal Academy of the Light Alliance enjoy enduring friendship. Reinhardt echoed, Yes, may our friendship endure. As he departed, the young man with red hair whispered to Reinhardt, Sir, we must ascertain the identity of that individual immediately. Expedite the investigation. After issuing his command, he addressed Reinhardt. Your Excellency, this incident was precipitated by Griffith's actions. You have already warned him. His arrogance has incurred consequences. Reinhardt's tone darkened, yet it has also brought us disgrace. The red-haired youth replied, What does it matter? The shame belongs to the Alliance. Griffith has already applied for residency in the Sacred Eagle Kingdom. So it is not the honor of our Golden Eagle Kingdom that has been compromised. Reinhardt's expression softened. What of the report regarding this incident? I will handle it. Your Excellency, the young man assured. Reinhardt nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in the first research room of the Elite 6th Student Council, after the crowd had dispersed, Xiao Yulan confronted Li Qinglian. What business is this of yours? Why do you meddle? I truly cannot comprehend the thoughts of your mechanical mind. Li Qinglian gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and replied nonchalantly, I am often misunderstood. I am a lover of the arts. Your art consists of how to flamboyantly enhance explosions, I presume? I adore poetry. Naturally, the grandeur of explosions captivates me as well. Xiao Yulan retorted, You have complicated matters. I was contemplating a mutual retreat to diffuse the situation. Tomorrow, the academic hall will undoubtedly learn of your insistence on compensation when the other party was willing to extend an olive branch. Are you not mad? I shall reiterate. I am not mad. As the tension escalated between the two women, Lu Gu quickly interjected, Sisters, I have heard of an individual, surnamed Li, named Bai. with the courtesy named Qinglian, who is indeed a poet. In unison, they responded, "Is that true? Perhaps I too have only heard of him. Yet I share a fondness for poetry." Li Qinglian inquired, "Do you possess any of his poems? Come in, let us engage in a discussion about poetry." "Stop." Xiao Yulan seized Lu Ji's arm, insisting, "Come with me. Associating with her will lead you astray. But it's rare to meet someone who appreciates poetry. What harm is there in conversing for a moment?" "No, he must accompany me." "No, absolutely not." Lu Gu felt overwhelmed, his intelligence seemingly faltering under the pressure. Fortunately, Li Qinglian eventually relented, deftly manipulating a device on Lu Ji's wrist and whispering, "Take down my contact code." Xiao Yulan's suspicions proved accurate. For Li Qinglian's intervention prevented the situation from escalating. There was no need to wait until the following day. The administrative response was delivered that very day. 2 robotic guards were dispatched to stand watch at Lu Ji's residence, resulting in a month-long house arrest for him. Furthermore, his secondary account on the Lingjing platform was also suspended. Meanwhile, on the side of Reinhardt, 2 students were reporting. Reinhardt. Griffith will be confined in the medical bay for an entire month due to his egg being shattered. It will take a month to cultivate a new one. And functionality is not guaranteed, only completeness. Another added, "We have gathered information on that person. His full name remains unclear, but he is quite renowned within the Pyong Academy. Known by all, referred to as Soft Rice Ming. The noble women of the academy, including several from count and duke families and 2 from princely households, have been protecting him." Indeed, Pyong Academy has imposed house arrest upon him, providing a convenient excuse to conclude this matter. There is no need to make enemies on behalf of Griffith. Reinhardt shook his head. "No, you are mistaken. This is not the end, but merely the beginning. Prepare gifts for me. I intend to visit him and cultivate a friendship." "Your Excellency?" Redhead inquired. Reinhardt replied, "Do you not understand? I ask you, who among the nobility has come to his aid? He must possess extraordinary talents or abilities. If we fail to forge a friendship with such an individual, it would be a lamentable loss. We should be grateful for Griffith's arrogance." The redhead murmured. "And for the egg he has lost, we express our profound sorrow." Laughter erupted among all present. Reinhardt, however, merely smiled faintly, his thoughts lingering on Lu Gu. As for Lu Gu, despite his confinement and the suspension of his account, he still had access to his primary account, that of Earth Lu Gu. Yet, he hesitated to use it, uncertain of the capabilities of the robotic guard stationed at his door. Fortunately, regular communication remained unimpeded. First, I must remember to give Zord a raise. That cannot be overlooked, he thought, and then I shall send a generous red envelope, at least 800 yuan. As Lu Gu sat upon the sofa, she pondered whether to introduce some additional benefits, especially since business had been thriving of late. Yet, the only real incentive she considered was providing meals. Engrossed in her small enterprise, a guest arrived unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the time, Lu Gu was taken aback. It was nearly midnight, and to her astonishment, someone had come to visit. As she welcomed the guest at the door, she was startled to see Li Qinglian. Li Qinglian promptly expressed her interest in the individual referred to as Li Bai, known by the pseudonym Qinglian. "I am quite intrigued to hear more about him. Since you cannot leave your home, I can come over at any time," she remarked, pushing her way through the door. "It is midnight. The most beautiful time of the day has begun." Lu Gu stood at the threshold, momentarily bewildered. Surely, this person must be somewhat unhinged. It was the witching hour. "You are a woman, I am a man, and you have come to my home, where I am alone. This is rather alarming," she thought. Swiftly, Lu Gu activated the surveillance cameras throughout the house, ensuring comprehensive coverage. Li Qinglian wandered around the room, observing her surroundings. Not bad. A mere student residing in such a well-appointed dormitory. Nangong, you must be the first of his kind. It seems you are rather affluent. However, what is the story behind these malfunctioning robots? Let me take a look." "Ah, I see. They are overloaded." Lu Gu approached and offered her a glass of juice. Li Qinglian looked up suspiciously. "You haven't added anything to this juice, have you?" "After all, I am a girl." Lu Gu replied. Chapter 29, The True Money Lover. "You drink my juice, and yet harbor doubts. You are the one who has come to my home, and now you suspect me?" "Nonetheless," she continued. "Would you like me to drink first?" "No need. You are skilled in the art of poisoning. Students from the Jiobinju Academy, after emerging from the mental institution, consume only the most basic synthetic packaged foods. By the way, the residual food has been tested and found to be non-toxic. So how did you manage that?" With a playful smile, Lu Gu chose not to answer and instead said, Come, taste the same dish as they do. You first, Li Qinglian insisted. Of course. Lu Gu directed the kitchen robot to begin cooking, as she had ample supplies on hand. Li Qinglian observed intently, I am watching you cook. I believe you do not need such a robot. Its efficiency is lacking and may not achieve the results you desire. The art of tossing the wok is the soul of cooking. Li Qinglian added, a spherical sealed container, maintained at a set speed, can preserve pressure and temperature, yielding better results than your method. Lu Gu pondered, perhaps you have a point. Is that device expensive? 50 units would surpass the cost of your multifunctional machine. Well, thank you. Lu Gu expressed her gratitude before asking, could you assist me in acquiring one? Li Qinglian replied, first, let us discuss that hanging screen. Deal, Lu Gu agreed. Returning to her culinary endeavors as yet another guest arrived. This time it was Zord, accompanied by 2 individuals, all burdened with numerous packages. Lu Gu greeted them warmly. Come in and have a late-night snack. No, no, no. Zord hastily waved his hands, noticing Li Qinglian in the room and remaining at the entrance. He piled the bags at his feet. These are from our place. You are far too generous. Zod's voice lowered. We have brought numerous items. Yet this place is so abundant that many of our offerings have been received as gifts and ultimately discarded. I have brought everything. You need only select what pleases you. No, accept all of it, and not a single piece should be wasted. Every item possesses its own value. It is merely that their vision is limited, unable to discern its significance. Trust me, I will accept it all. Really? Zod's eyes brightened. Let us have a late-night snack. Later, we can explore the specialties of your hometown. No, I shall not eat. Your acceptance of these offerings brings us immense joy. Ludovica caught Zod, who was preparing to leave. Then please take a few portions to go. We have just prepared some. Zod left happily, carrying a thermal box. Li Qinglian sat on the sofa, observing coldly. After Zod departed, Li Qinglian remarked, I stand by a saying. Everything holds its value. By the way, you are quite shrewd. In the Winternack star domain, I calculated that transforming those outdated mechs and battle vehicles could yield significant profits. Ludovica chuckled. Hee, I merely assist others, collecting a small fee for my errands. Li Qinglian continued, I have a new design that combines relatively high-end equipment extracted from the Black Star and Siling, transforming it into an automated defensive fortress. Those components, once disassembled, are mere rubbish to me. Now, let us set this aside and resume our serious business. Very well. I shall stir-fry a couple more dishes. During the meal, Ludovica presented a heap of failures and began to explain. Li Qinglian, being a professional, quickly provided an analysis. You are forcing a multifunctional robot to mimic intricate human movements and, after completing one step, to analyze the next. Using wires with a diameter of 1/1000th of a millimeter, the micromotors of an ordinary multifunctional robot would undoubtedly overload, as would the main computer. Pouring a glass of wine for Li Qinglian, Ludovica asked, Is there a solution? 2 options, Li Qinglian replied. Please, enlighten me. The first is that you need your own matrix server. Its computational power must be at least 10 times that of the system used in your gaming venue. Ludovica was astonished. So high? Li Qinglian responded with certainty. Indeed, it is that high. To simulate human thought while controlling multiple specialized robots demands an astonishing computational requirement. Ludovica inquired, How much will it cost? Starting from 100,000. Ludovica sighed deeply. Then let us go for $1 million for the whole system. Li Qinglian did not respond to that, continuing, The second method is to leverage human power. Create specialized robots with multiple arms, then control them manually. The advantage is that the individual effect will surpass that of the matrix host, but the drawback is that one person can only control one robot. Ludovica immediately extended a hand. A pleasure to cooperate. Li Qinglian slapped Ludovica's hand. A pleasure to cooperate. I will assemble the $1 million matrix for you within a day, but you will need to gradually refine the control program yourself. Now, let us discuss the specific design of the robots. Start with the craftsmanship. The two began to engage in earnest discussion. Li Qinglian initially perceived the task as trivial. However, her excitement swiftly transformed into a feeling of overwhelming difficulty, so profound that she believed an entirely new discipline ought to be established to study it. Let us first discuss the raw materials. The fibers are derived from synthetic proteins. Yet the genuine source lies in the silk excreted by a diminutive insect found in the forest. Having addressed the raw materials, we now turn to the processing. The transformation of silk into textile is an intricate endeavor. As silk metamorphoses into fabric, Lu Gu begins to elaborate on classifications. Brocade, gauze, satin, silk, damask, and crepe. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Qinglian's brow as she realized the complexity of operating such machinery within a short time frame. When Lu Gu commenced explaining the concept of decorative patterns, Li Qinglian clutched her hair tightly, her mind racing to conceive a machine capable of weaving the exquisite designs Lu Gu described. Lu Gu continued, regarding decorative patterns, one must distinguish between patterned satin, patterned gauze, patterned chiffon, patterned crepe, patterned silk, and patterned brocade. Suddenly, Lu Gu sensed a flicker outside the window. Li Qinglian, quicker by half a step, leaped up, tackling Lu Gu and pinning him behind the sofa. Swiftly, she produced a small pink orb from her waist. Lu Gu, acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, instinctively curled up behind the sofa. Meanwhile, Li Qinglian rolled across the floor to the window and hurled the pink orb outside. Instantly, the room erupted with blinding flashes of lightning. Li Qinglian, undeterred, dashed to the corner of the living room, opened a cabinet, and donned the combat suit of Nangong Yu before tossing Lu Ji's suit in his direction. As Lu Gu donned his combat attire, he observed the surroundings. There appeared to be only one individual outside, whose movements were remarkably agile. It was evident that Li Qinglian's earlier electrical strike had failed to incapacitate the adversary. Chapter 30. Let us discuss the matter of compensation. Once clad in the combat suit, Lu Gu noticed Li Qinglian crouched in the corner, dismantling her own computer. In an inexplicable manner, the two mechanical sentinels originally tasked with guarding Lu Gu sprang into action. Li Qinglian abruptly flung the door open, producing a red orb from behind, which she swiftly launched. At that moment, the two sentinels charged out, one to the left and one to the right. In less than 3 seconds, the skirmish concluded. A figure, charred and trembling from electric shocks, was restrained by the mechanical sentinels and dragged back into the room, collapsing motionless on the floor. Li Qinglian approached and delivered a kick. Stop pretending to be dead. Even without a combat suit, you won't perish. The individual sprang to their feet, retreating to the wall, eyes wide with apprehension as they regarded Li Qinglian. She rummaged through her belongings and retrieved a mechanical insect approximately 5 inches long. This is my pet, little Qing. It possesses 81 claws and a suction cup body. When it crawls upon you, can you guess what unique abilities it possesses? Or perhaps, what its preferences might be? The ensuing silence was shattered by a piercing scream, causing a teacup on the table to shatter. Li Qinglian set aside the elongated mechanical insect and produced a spherical small creature. This one is called Little Lawn. It too has quite the personality. Now, you will honestly disclose your identity. I am Feliina. As soon as I spoke, Li Qinglian stepped aside and gestured to Lu Gu. Handle her. The situation was rather straightforward. Griffith had taken residence in the medical facility, and Lu Ji's previous action had left him in such a fragmented state that, under current medical technology, only a mere reconstruction of parts was feasible, with a recovery probability not surpassing 10%. This was due to the extensive damage he had already sustained, compounded by various forms of trampling and kicking. Feliina, as Griffith's fiancée, had come seeking vengeance. After listening to her, Lu Gu stepped outside to inspect the surroundings and subsequently instructed the robots to search for scattered items. Upon returning indoors, Lu Gu squatted before Feliina and remarked, "Who are you trying to impress? These things could hardly harm me. At most, they serve to intimidate. If you truly seek revenge, you ought to be prepared for mutual destruction." Hearing this, Li Qinglian turned in surprise to look at Lu Gu. Lu Gu continued, "If this is merely a performance, I shall play along, for there is certainly a story behind it." Feliina's expression shifted. Because of him, a considerable sum has been expended in hopes of becoming a duke's son-in-law. My father is imprisoned, and I possess ample evidence implicating him. Should my father be convicted, our family's knightly title would be stripped away, and naturally, the engagement would be annulled. Lu Gu turned to Li Qinglian. "Sister Qinglian, what rank does a knight equate to in our nobility? Without an official title, it is akin to the honors of civil and military officials. If one were to insist, it might be called a gentle knight. Terms like cloud riding officer are somewhat equivalent." TCH. A look of disdain instantly crossed Lu Gu's face. A mere speck of a person. Feliina was taken aback. "A knight? Do you comprehend how arduous it is to become one?" At that moment, Li Qinglian lifted Lu Gu onto a pedestal. "Indeed. Before my father was even born, I had already been granted the title of a valiant knight officer." "Lu Gu, your father was not yet born when you received the title? A great achievement, a legacy of 3 generations." My grandfather was conferred a marquis title at a young age for his military exploits, and in passing, he granted a title to his grandson as well, preemptively bestowing the honor until the grandson could inherit it. This was primarily to secure additional annual funds. Luga, is that even permissible? What could be wrong with it? When Zhang Xiu's father was still being weaned, her grandfather had already been collecting rewards for over 1,000 years using her princess title. I digress. Lu Ge felt a pang of sympathy for herself, as every penny had to be diligently earned back. Turning back to Felina, Lu Ge continued, your intention to eliminate me is merely a spectacle for your peers to witness. Even if you face repercussions upon your return, they would only be superficial. In reality, there might even be rewards, though perhaps not. Yet, if you return without a response, your father's fate is sealed, is it not? Yes, indeed. At this, Li Qinglian approached with a tablet in hand. Let us calculate the damages, the loss of the lawn, the garden, a broken window, and the pavilion. Not to mention the fright we endured. How much do you have? I am a fair person and shall not charge you a single penny more than is necessary. I have no money. Lu Ge and Li Qinglian chorused, penniless wretch. And yet you claim to be from a knightly family. Li Qinglian grasped Farlina's arm, exclaiming, no money, the flesh will suffice. Before Farlina could react, a massive helmet was forcibly placed upon her head, as Li Qinglian lamented the lack of experimental subjects. Let us proceed. The weaving technique you just mentioned can only be performed manually, correct? Lu Ge replied, the exquisite embroidery you desire can only be achieved through human craftsmanship. Continue. Grant her an opportunity to repay her debts. Li Qinglian rolled up her sleeves and seized the communicator, instructing, you. Send me some supplies and also bring over a repair robot to fix the house. Get to work. Meanwhile, Lu Ge took the chance to inspect the gifts brought by Zord. Among them were several items that astonished Lu Ge. After Li Qinglian's team crafted a few simple machines, they tested them, confirming Lu Ji's hypothesis, extraterrestrial coffee. Sipping the coffee, they continued to observe Li Qinglian as she modified the robot and adjusted the matrix. Hours later, Lu Ge finally comprehended Li Qinglian's concept of human involvement. No matter how advanced the intelligence of machines became, they could never possess an artistic sensibility. The fabrics produced were rigid and lifeless. Regardless of their capabilities, machines lacked creativity, merely operating according to predetermined programs. Human involvement was essential for infusing artistry and providing nuanced control during the process. Most crucially, achieving precision to within 1,000th of a millimeter could only be accomplished through human intervention, magnifying the image 1,000-fold and manually adjusting the finest details. As the human operator deepened their understanding of the work and the intricacies of silk weaving, the silk products provided by Lu Ge would ascend to an entirely new level. As dawn broke, Li Qinglian and Lu Ge remained engrossed in their tasks, while the bound experimental subject toiled diligently. Zhang Xiu arrived. Outside, ordinary members of the 6th Council of the Baiyong Academy were directing repair robots to fix the house, while a group was organizing various components in the open spaces and parking areas. Upon entering, Lu Ge sprang to attention, quickly presenting the controller and storage device to Zhang Xiu, stating, last night, after someone knocked on the door, I activated a comprehensive recording of the entire house. Surveillance footage? Zhang Xiu did not take it, but glanced at Farlina, who was tied to the sofa with the enormous helmet still on her head. What is the situation? President, may I have a word? Zhang Xiu stepped outside, standing beneath the recently restored pavilion in the garden. Lu Ge recounted the events of the previous night. Zhang Xiu inquired. It seems that although she is restrained, she chose to stay voluntarily. Lu Ge felt a twinge of pride, replying, indeed, for this is rather easy to deduce. Tell me your reasoning, Zhang Xiu prompted. Well, regarding separation. When one first hears the mention of separation, it is undoubtedly shocking. But if it is merely a threat, it becomes less daunting after a few repetitions. By the 5th mention, one might begin to ponder, let it be as it may. Upon the 6th mention, thoughts of finding an escape route may arise. By the 7th, one might start counting their funds. And by the 8th, they could be considering ways to transfer their money. Zhang Xiu was left speechless. Lu Ge continued. By the 9th time, they began seeking a successor. Upon hearing the 10th occurrence, one might as well part ways. It was likely that a successor had already been found. Damn it, Zhang Xiu cursed, turning to leave. Lu Ge chuckled and returned to his work. Although Zhang Xiu was angry, she understood Lu Ji's implication. Evidently, this Felina, as Soft Rice Ming had mentioned, was indeed in search of a successor, possibly having orchestrated her own capture. Zhang Xiu had come over after hearing about an unexpected explosion last night. Upon investigation, it was reported that the elite 6th Student Council of the Beyond Academy had experienced an experimental mishap, resulting in the explosion. Nan Gongyu was not home, so Zhang Xiu was there to check on things for him. When Lu Ge retrieved the storage device, Zhang Xiu no longer worried about the former useless burden. She was unconcerned about any issues with soft rice Ming. After clarifying Feilina's circumstances, Zhang Xiu lost interest in conversing further with soft rice Ming, finding his words rather unsavory. On the way back, Zhang Xiu pondered seriously and suddenly felt there was some truth to the earlier conversation. Several hours later, Lu Ge personally took to the kitchen, preparing a lavish feast to entertain the students of the elite 6th Student Council of the Beyond Academy before retreating to his room to indulge in a deep slumber. Li Qinglian also stayed, taking advantage of the ample space to rest. She refrained from further binding Feilina and arranged a resting chamber for her. At 10 that night, work resumed. Li Qinglian preferred to work at night, shunning the daylight. At 3 in the morning, driven by determination, Li Qinglian coated Feilina's entire body with a gel-like substance and placed her in a container reminiscent of an extreme spiritual realm, initiating the experiment anew. Lu Ge inquired, "What is that?" Li Qinglian replied, "It is my invention, though not entirely successful. Originally intended for multi-person control of heavy mechs, I am attempting single-person control. The principle of this control terminal eliminates the need for manual operation, achieving nearly 100% sensory connection. However, it has a drawback. It cannot reduce the transmission of pain sensation. Some say pain and touch are two distinct sensory modalities, but in practice, pain is part of the tactile experience. Diminishing the sensation of pain would reduce the transmission of touch." Lu Ge was perplexed, but within the spiritual realm, there is also 100% sensory transmission, yet it can reduce pain sensation by 90%. Without pausing her work, Li Qinglian explained, "Firstly, the spiritual realm operates through the computational power of the planetary mainframe. Heavy mechs cannot possess such computational capacity. Your assertion of reducing pain by 90% is, in fact, achieved by severing the sensation of pain for 1/100th of a second before its onset and reconnecting 2 to 3 seconds later. Moreover, what you described is a game. Sometimes being struck signifies the end of the game. Do you understand now?" "Understood." With the adjustments complete, they began. The 8-armed robot commenced its task, leveraging matrix calculations alongside Feilina's manual dexterity. The design featured dual-color embroidery, one side adorned with a budding lotus and the other with a dewy blue lotus. Upon completion, Li Qinglian was left awestruck. Emerging from the terminal in a bathrobe, Feilina could hardly believe her eyes. This was her masterpiece. "I find myself at a loss for words to adequately describe this exquisite beauty." Lu Ge cast a disdainful glance at Feilina, silently muttering barbarian within. He then approached the table, took up a brush, and inscribed, "Clear water emerges from the lotus, naturally devoid of embellishment." After completing the verse, he handed the paper to Li Qinglian, stating, "This is not my own composition. I have merely heard it recounted. The original poem belongs to the immortal poet Li Bai, who is also known as Qinglian. I am certain it speaks of the lotus, not the hibiscus." Li Qinglian patted Lu Ge on the shoulder, affirming, "Well done. In the future, let my name be mentioned in any matters. We shall earn together and share our fortunes. I have been rather impoverished lately, as my research funds are insufficient." With that, she took the fan and the inscription Lu Ge had pinned and departed. Feilina stood before Lu Ge, who remarked, "Should you wish to leave, feel free. Our financial matters concerning the house have been settled. If there are any complications, I am open to discussing potential benefits. I must consider whether it is worth my assistance." "No, that's not it," Feilina interjected, waving her hand. "May I request that one of those be made for me as well?" "Suit yourself. I am rather fatigued." Lu Ge yawned as he retreated to his room. Feilina hurried to the machine, inspecting the assortment of synthetic thread colors, ensuring there was an adequate supply. Satisfied, she rushed back to the room housing the terminal, applying a substance known as static gel to her entire body before reclining within the machine. This dual-sided, intricately colored embroidery typically requires the collaboration of 2 individuals working for 3 days to complete a fan with a diameter of 15 centimeters back on Earth, Lu Ji's homeland. At present, utilizing a matrix server and the combined efforts of 8 highly agile robotic arms, even a premium quality piece necessitates 3 hours of meticulous stitching. By midday, visitors arrived. Reinhard, having made extensive preparations and brought gifts, along with his red-haired attendant, came to pay a visit to Lu Gu. A knock at the door interrupted Felena, who had just finished bathing and was wrapped in a large bathrobe, towel drying her hair, utterly pleased with her new creation, a rose, her favorite flower. One side displayed a blooming fire rose, while the other showcased a budding white rose. It was breathtaking. Upon hearing the doorbell, she momentarily lost track of her surroundings and instinctively proceeded to open the door. As the door swung open, Reinhardt instinctively took a step back, glancing at the sign that read, Nangongyu. Inside, Felena let out a shriek, covering her face as she dashed back into the room. A minute later, a yawning Lu Gu appeared in the living room, questioning, who? Just as he witnessed Felena rush past him and spotted a golden-haired gentleman at the entrance. In that instant, Lu Gu felt a buzzing sensation in his head. Chapter 32, Gold, and read the scene before them was utterly astonishing. Selective blindness is a skill one must possess as a noble. The red-haired attendant gently held the door for Reinhardt to enter and then gracefully bowed to Lu Gu, saying, His Excellency Reinhardt believes that, in the spirit of friendship between our two academies, we should arrange for several exchange students. Furthermore, regarding the matter of a knight who has suffered injustice, His Excellency Reinhardt is also keen to seek redress. Lu Gu regained her composure, realizing that the red-haired individual was referring to Felena and her father. Regardless of the circumstances, one must not neglect a guest. Please allow me a moment to change. I hope you will excuse any shortcomings. A few minutes later, Lu Gu emerged dressed in her school uniform, her hair neatly arranged. After placing a brand new translation device on the table, she added, Permit me to prepare some refreshments for you. Thank you. After instructing a robot to prepare the snacks, both parties sat down to formally introduce themselves. Lu Gu spoke first. I am a reading companion, essentially an accompanying student. I hold no title, but the visit of a noble graces my humble abode. The red-haired guest responded, I am Lord Reinhardt, a count. Lu Gu nodded appreciatively, a name of great distinction. The red-haired individual introduced himself. I am Gage. At this moment, the robot had completed the preparations for the snacks. Lu Gu presented. These delicacies have been specially crafted for your excellency, distinct from the cuisine of the Great Jade Empire. I trust you will find them to your liking. The offerings included cookies and coffee. This coffee, a rarity even in the Great Jade Empire, was a specialty brought by the Windernack people. An item often rejected as a gift, yet it had only been introduced to Lu Gu the previous day. From Li Qinglian, Lu Gu learned that this substance was not typically consumed as a beverage in Windernack. Instead, it was ground into powder and mixed with fats to create culinary seasonings. Lu Gu utilized it in baking, further grinding it into a fine powder. After placing the dark brew before Reinhardt, Lu Gu remarked, You may drink it as is or add sugar and milk to suit your preference. What do you suggest? For my first taste, I shall add everything, Reinhardt replied. Following Lu Ji's advice, Reinhardt sampled the drink, pairing it with a cookie, and was pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor. Gage, I believe you should try this as well. Very well, Your Excellency, Gage responded, also lifting a cup. Reinhardt inquired, What is the name of this beverage? It is called Fruits Illuminated by Sacred Light, commonly referred to as Sacred Light Drink, Lu Gu explained. The name piqued Reinhardt's curiosity, prompting Lu Gu to elaborate. Under a peculiar radiance, blue fruits transform into a deep brown hue. These fruits are processed to create a beverage that induces feelings of joy. This radiant light is termed Sacred Light, which I discovered in a nebula relic, and I am currently researching how to cultivate it. Upon hearing this explanation, Reinhardt savored the coffee once more. Lu Gu produced a package of the ground powder and presented a simple brewing device, saying, A small token of my appreciation. I implore you, Your Excellency, to accept it. Reinhardt replied, I believe we shall become friends, very good friends. Lu Gu responded, Your willingness to befriend someone of such humble standing as myself is a virtue that will surely echo throughout the galaxy. Reinhardt stated, It is an honor to call you my friend. With that, he presented a golden short sword, saying, This is my token of gratitude regarding the beverage. Thank you. Lu Gu replied. Reinhardt stood to take his leave. For a first meeting, such an exchange had been more than sufficient. As Reinhardt boarded the commuter vehicle, he turned to the red-haired companion beside him and remarked, Gage, he is far more formidable than I had anticipated. You know, when that beverage called the Holy Light flowed into my mouth, I swore I had become utterly infatuated with its essence. This individual seems to possess a magical ability to read into the hearts of others. My lord, I must concede, this drink is truly enchanting. And those little cookies? Reinhardt inquired. A commoner? The red-haired companion replied, he is no commoner. He possesses an elegance and demeanor that transcends that of ordinary nobility. I must inform you. His manner of holding the cup is more noble than your own. Indeed, I admit it. Reinhardt did not mind being reminded of his shortcomings. The red-haired companion continued. I will take charge of all subsequent matters concerning Griffith, including the incident regarding Farina's father's imprisonment and everything else. I suggest we find a suitable excuse to depart before Griffith has fully recovered. Agreed. Reinhardt nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in Lu Ji's abode, Farina sat on the sofa, fiddling with the coffee machine, preparing to brew herself a cup. She had listened intently to the entirety of Reinhardt's dialogue with Lu Gu. Lu Gu, reclining on the sofa, mused, seeing these two individuals reminds me of two intriguing figures, one named Reinhardt von Laurenkram, and the other, Siegfried Gilpheus. Reinhardt has a sister who, in a twist of fate, was forcibly summoned to the palace to become the emperor's concubine. It is for this reason that Reinhardt acquired the title of count and entered the Royal Military Academy. Farina gazed at Lu Gu in shock. Aside from the name being incorrect, everything else aligns perfectly. What? Farina continued. Reinhardt's full name is Reinhardt St. Kraus. His family hails from a once noble lineage now fallen into disarray. He does indeed have a sister who was taken from their home, after their father was compensated handsomely, and delivered to the emperor. Love holds no value in the face of His Majesty's power. Coincidence? Lu Gu could not fathom such serendipity. There must be a deeper connection. This truly is, as the name suggests, holy light. This flavor possesses an enchanting quality. Farina savored her coffee with evident delight. Lu Gu stated, I will reach out and find you a dormitory. I trust the matter of the exchange student will soon yield results. It is rather inappropriate for you to stay here. After speaking, Lu Gu activated the communicator, cupping her face in a gesture of distress. Sister Yulan, I am in dire trouble. Help me. Sha Yulan's expression bore an oddly sinister smile, leaving Lu Gu somewhat perplexed. Sha Yulan remarked, I will go fetch someone shortly. You ought to check the section on the secrets of the Byung Academy, specifically the most trending entry. Lu Gu ended the call and accessed that section. Secrets. The extraordinary art of living off others without merit. An ultra-high-definition, three-dimensional photograph showcased a fan elegantly rotating upon a stand, captivating all who beheld it. The author observes that the fastest-spreading tales in this world are invariably gossip. Lu Gu was genuinely astonished, even in the interstellar age of the galaxy. The power of gossip remained remarkably potent. Chapter 33. The Unteachable. As Xiao Yulan took Farina away, another post quickly ascended to prominence. The title read, No meal is free. Soft rice requires a good set of teeth. However, a rebuttal soon followed. Some individuals recounted that aside from a pretty face, soft rice possessed nothing, detailing the lamentable records of the past, and speculated whether the sudden display of talent was a result of innate ability or learned skill. The debate regarding the notion of soft rice had ignited fervent discussions within the online community of the Byung Academy. Lu Gu felt disinclined to continue reading. She reclined into the Lingjing terminal and logged into her primary account. Sitting within Zhang Xiu's abode in the Lingjing realm, it was not long before Zhang Xiu arrived. Once seated across from one another, Zhang Xiu remarked, I believe you are teaching that fellow to become quite cunning. Lu Gu replied, I have taught him nothing. I merely ignited his potential, alongside some aspects of his inherent nature. I wonder how Xiao Tianyu perceives this matter. Zhang Xiu responded, he is merely spectating. The truth became apparent when Xiao Yulan took Farina away. Though Xiao Tianyu appears cold, that is merely a facade. He is likely lurking nearby, relishing the spectacle. If deemed necessary, he might even discreetly stir the pot to heighten the commotion. Lu Gu mused, indeed, those who enjoy a spectacle are never averse to chaos. Zhang Xiu then produced a manual on the 3-3 system, stating, I am puzzled as to why training has reached an impasse. Lu Gu explained, to attain excellence, 3 conditions must be met. Teach me. Lu Gu continued, essence, qi, and spirit. These 3, in essence, represent a refined substance pertaining to an individual. In the context of study, essence signifies sufficient sharpness, qi denotes momentum, and spirit embodies the soul. The bottleneck arises from only mastering the art of becoming sharp without cultivating momentum. Zhang Xiu queried, how does one learn? Lu Gu suggested, perhaps you should consult Instructor Shi on how he single-handedly penetrated the enemy ranks when faced with the 1st Night Brigade of the Holy Alliance. Zhang Xiu contemplated, I see. This indeed poses a bottleneck. What about the soul? Lu Ge shook her head. At present, I cannot provide assistance, as this is the one aspect that cannot be conveyed through theory. One must await the right opportunity. Zhang Xiu asked, describe it to me. Lu Ge replied, it cannot be articulated. Perhaps in the future, it may be, but you would not comprehend it now, nor could you grasp its essence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu ceased her inquiries. After a moment of silence, she remarked, that fellow fought Griffith and unexpectedly gained a significant advantage. The audit students have sent home over 100 interstellar emails in just a few days. I believe Nangong Yu's voyage will not only proceed exceptionally well, but may also yield unexpected benefits and rewards. Lu Ge responded, isn't that the outcome we anticipated? Indeed. Zhang Xiu lazily reclined against the soft cushion, feeling a rare sense of relaxation in front of others, perhaps not considering Lu Ge as an outsider. At that moment, Lu Ge remarked, regarding the dual-sided embroidery of different colors, I taught it. If you desire, I could weave you a garment over the course of a year. Zhang Xiu tilted her head to glance at Lu Ge. A garment takes a year? Lu Ge replied, a year may not suffice. And I am uncertain whether I would dare to let you wear it. I fear it might displease His Majesty. Please grant me a moment, as I must first ascertain what might displease your Majesty, and thus avoid it, Zhang Xiu remarked. The Great Jade Empire imposes no restrictions on attire. I am curious as to why you wish to craft a garment for me. Lu Ge replied, you have aided me immensely, and I find myself unable to repay you adequately. Furthermore, having utilized your funds to invest and generate profit without seeking any dividends, I simply wish to create a set of clothing for you. I eagerly await your reaction. Zhang Xiu felt a surge of joy within, pondering how a single garment could warrant an entire year of effort. Let it be known that it is a gift from me, Lu Ge added. Zhang Xiu did not respond, lazily reclining on the soft cushion as he observed Lu Ge engrossed in his studies at the table. A person colder than himself, harboring an intense lack of security yet concealing profound secrets. At that moment, Lu Ge was delving into astrobiology, his only opportunity to engage with scholarly texts in this sanctuary. In his real identity, relentless study would seem peculiar. Here, however, Lu Ge could immerse himself in the true disciplines of the Pyong Academy. He read intently. The Academy's latest research indicated that the cosmos is not a void, but rather teeming with over 90% of its matter in the form of dark matter. The existence of antimatter, dark matter, and dark energy has enabled spacecraft to achieve jump travel, allowing them to traverse the entirety of the Milky Way. Dark matter and dark energy are the keys to unlocking the interstellar era. Suddenly, Lu Ge set down his book and inquired, President Zhang, with our current technology, is there a superior method for observing distant fleets? Zhang Xiu replied, no, it is not possible to see them. Not possible. Indeed, it is impossible. Fleets utilize wormholes for their jumps. Even if we predict their location in a specific area and employ the most advanced optical observation techniques, it is akin to attempting to view the entire universe through a narrow thread. It is fundamentally inaccurate. Hypothetically, if fortune favors us and we align correctly, we still would not see them. Theoretically, even if we are aligned and visual data returns, it would do so after thousands of years, or we would be viewing areas that were relevant thousands of years ago, long before they arrived. Upon hearing Zhang Xiu's elucidation, Lu Ge grasped the implications. Should the solar system be positioned at the current coordinates of Windernack, the solar system as observed from here would appear as it did over 10,000 years ago. Given that the Milky Way's maximum diameter approaches 200,000 light-years, with the Andromeda Galaxy even farther afield. Even if someone were to witness the solar system, Earth would have been devoid of human civilization at that time. Reflecting on his final memories, he deduced that Earth's annihilation was targeted. Those who saved him were evidently well prepared, indicating that this was no mere coincidence. If one were to trace back to ancient ancestors from the era of the warring states over 2 millennia ago, and narrow the scope to 1,000 light-years surrounding the solar system, it becomes absurd. Lu Ge completely overturned his previous assumptions. It was not that someone discovered Earth and led to its destruction, but rather that there exists a singular possibility. Someone had been observing Earth for tens of thousands of years. Yet upon deeper contemplation, this notion seemed even more far-fetched. Zhang Xiu observed that although Lu Ge was seated with a book in hand, her masked visage obscured any visible changes in her expression. However, the subtle shifts in her brows and the sharpness of her gaze spoke volumes. Zhang Xiu inquired, are you reminiscing about your hometown? Lu Ge nodded slightly, replying, indeed. It is nothing grave, merely a touch of nostalgia. She chose not to elaborate further. The reasoning was quite straightforward. The oldest instructor at the Byung Academy likely boasted a lifespan that far exceeded the entire history of her hometown civilization. How could she explain that humans on Earth were blessed with a mere century of life? It was better left unsaid. Chapter 34. A fortune awaits. Lu Gu began to immerse herself in her studies, diligently acquiring the most fundamental knowledge of the Milky Way galaxy. After some time, while perusing the exclusive chat circle for female scholars at Byung Academy, Zhang Xiu suddenly sprang to her feet and approached Lu Gu briskly, startling her in the process. Zhang Xiu placed a particular image before Lu Gu. It was that of a round fan. Lu Gu looked up. A round fan, what of it? Zhang Xiu exclaimed. Is it not exquisite? Do you not find it stunning? Lu Gu, returning her gaze to her book, replied rather nonchalantly, the outfit I am about to create for you. Well, this fan lacks the merit to serve as an accessory. The ensemble will undoubtedly surpass it by at least 4 tiers. Zhang Xiu was taken aback, particularly by Lu Ji's indifferent tone. This inevitably reminded her of when she first arrived at Byung Academy. Someone had ordered a bespoke commuting vehicle, and as she boasted about it among her classmates, she recalled her feelings upon seeing that new car, a vehicle that was, after all, merely a vehicle. Zhang Xiu's mode of transport was not just any car, but rather akin to a yacht, complete with a bathroom. Calm, remain composed. Zhang Xiu gracefully returned to her cushioned seat, adopting a different mindset as she scrutinized the exclusive chat space for the female scholars at Byung Academy, curious about their opinions on the fan. At that moment, Lu Gu set her book aside and said, speaking of fans, I believe it is time to begin expanding our investments. I require your assistance, President Zhang. Zhang Xiu straightened in her seat, focusing intently on Lu Gu. Lu Gu continued, your family possesses a factory, correct? Zhang Xiu chuckled dryly, finding the question difficult to answer. Her family belonged to the Wang family of the northern town, one of the 4 royal families, all of whom were of imperial lineage, with the great emperor also bearing the surname Zhang. They did not own a factory in the conventional sense, but rather an industrial satellite. Factories in the cosmos offer far greater conveniences than those on planetary surfaces. Lu Gu sensed that her inquiry was somewhat peculiar, so she rephrased, in terms of industrial mass production, it should be feasible to synthesize proteins from inorganic materials, subsequently transforming those proteins into protein fibers. Zhang Xiu replied, I am uncertain, but I know someone who is knowledgeable. If you seek a factory, Byung Academy possesses numerous satellite factories, primarily for producing corresponding items for the Academy. Furthermore, within a 300 million kilometer radius of Byung Star, there exist agricultural satellites and vacation satellites. Lu Gu's inquiries were not aligned with Zhang Xiu's field of study. Such common disciplines were not offered at Byung Academy. In truth, what Lu Gu was contemplating at that moment was the prospect of profitable investments. However, others had already anticipated this notion and were knocking at the door. In the ethereal realm, Lu Gu conversed with Zhang Xiu when she received an urgent message. The dormitory door was being struck approximately 45 times per minute, each impact delivering a force between 70 to 120 pounds. Lu Gu turned to Zhang Xiu and said, I must attend to a minor matter. If I return within 5 minutes, the issue will have been resolved. Should I fail to return in that time, the situation will have grown more complicated and will require additional time to manage. Zhang Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. Upon disconnecting from the ethereal realm and returning to reality, Lu Gu approached the door and opened it, revealing Li Qinglian. Didn't you just leave this morning? And why did you not ring the doorbell? Lu Gu inquired. Li Qinglian pushed past her into the room, replying, while attempting to control the 2 robotic sentinels the other day, I inadvertently damaged something inside. I came for a drink. And why are you dressed like this? Lu Gu explained, I wanted to see if I could still enter the ethereal realm. Li Qinglian, operating a newly designed juicer, prepared herself a glass of mixed juice and remarked, the title restriction is an imposition of the Pai Yong Central Intelligence. No one on Pai Yong Star can breach the Central Intelligence's firewall. It is recorded that over 5,000 years ago, a genius succeeded. He is now a member of the Royal Palace Guard. He has plans to upgrade the firewall. After sipping her juice, Li Qinglian continued, an opportunity for wealth has arisen. Grant me the authorization code for your computer. Very well, Lu Gu agreed. After receiving the code, Li Qinglian remarked, look, this is industrial satellite number 714, which has been dormant for at least a decade, and agricultural satellite 0108, which is overrun with weeds, piled at least 10 centimeters high. Show your face. Let us secure them. Lu Gu pointed to herself. My face? Yes, to secure these 2 satellites, you will need at least 200 civilian students to sign. Upon hearing this, Lu Gu questioned, why must I secure them? Li Qinglian replied, why wouldn't he you? Lu Gu chuckled, Sister Qinglian, you didn't let me finish. Li Qinglian locked eyes with Lu Gu and stated, I'll give you 3 days. If you fail to collect 200 signatures, I have my ways of dealing with you. With that, she tapped a few buttons on her wrist device, causing the room's lighting to shift ominously. 3 days. Unless you wish to find the water temperature suddenly soaring to 100 degrees while showering, or liquid nitrogen flowing from the taps. Or if the 2 robotic sentinels at the door were to hurl something inside, it would be wise to gather those signatures, she threatened. After delivering her warning, Li Qinglian, with a stern expression, repaired the dormitory doorbell with ease and exited. Lu Gu was indeed rattled. The thought of the water temperature reaching 100 degrees while showering made it seem impossible to avoid a visit to the medical facility. Outside, however, Xiao Yulan awaited in the shuttle. Once Li Qinglian entered the vehicle, Xiao Yulan inquired, how did it go? Li Qinglian recounted the events, but Xiao Yulan shook her head. What I seek is a resolution. None of us are suited to take the lead in this matter. We are nobles. If you truly hurt her, it would be inappropriate. Li Qinglian remarked, I merely intended to frighten him. With the authorization code for the computer he provided, I could control the lighting, curtains, and the water temperature, which is capped at 43 degrees. The computer is equipped with protective protocols, making alterations rather challenging. You see. Xiao Yulan pressed a button on the commuter bus as it departed. Inside the room, Lu Gu wandered about, inspecting the surveillance equipment and, armed with tools, commenced dismantling the setup to sever the network and power supply. His concern was not the sudden increase in water temperature, but rather the potential revelation of his dual identity. Once assured of his safety, Lu Gu prepared to enter the spiritual realm using his earthly account. Just then, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Li Qinglian returning, Lu Gu opened the door only to find Reinhardt standing there, unaccompanied. Please, do come in. Reinhardt entered but did not take a seat. I have come to bid farewell. Due to unforeseen events, we must conclude this inter-school exchange prematurely. I will be heading to the Yuju star domain, accompanying some students to join the fleet. If time permits on my return journey, I shall visit again. If not, I will proceed directly back to the Western Galaxy. Chapter 35. The Little Fish Star System. Upon hearing that Reinhardt was leaving, Lu Gu inquired, Are you departing so soon? Indeed, Gage is already making preparations. Wait a moment. Lu Gu went inside and retrieved a bag of freshly roasted coffee. For the journey. Thank you, my friend. Reinhardt accepted the coffee and departed. Lu Gu felt the sincerity in Reinhardt's gesture of personally coming to say goodbye. As soon as Reinhardt left, Lu Gu contacted the dormitory of Xiao Yulan in search of Felina, who was residing there. Before Lu Gu could speak, Felina initiated the conversation. My classmates are leaving, and I have opted to remain as an exchange student. Soon, a dozen or so exchange students will arrive here. I must express my gratitude. I just received word that my father has been released from prison. Lu Gu asked, Did your original plans include a visit to the fleet in the Yuju Star domain? No. I see. Felina continued, However, I am not surprised by this development, as the fleet's commander is Duke Natok. Griffith wishes to get closer to the Duke's daughter. Furthermore, Duke Natok shares a strong relationship with Reinhardt's father. It was through the Duke's introduction that His Majesty summoned Reinhardt's father and met his sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Gu nearly laughed but managed to suppress it, responding simply, No worries, I was just inquiring. Once I am no longer confined, I shall treat you to a meal. With that, Lu Gu ended the call. From Felina's words, Lu Gu did not glean the reason behind Reinhardt's hasty departure. After disconnecting, Lu Gu decided against entering the spiritual realm. Instead, he accessed the network of the Byung Academy to browse information, such as the fleet of the Holy Alliance of the Western Galaxy in the Yuju Star Domain, along with various details about the Star Domain. Once again, Lu Gu came across the Little Fish Star System. This perfect star system, which had previously captured his attention, had been claimed by the Yuju Star Domain due to the pressure exerted by this fleet, and it was also infested with numerous interstellar pirates. In the realm of the Jade Chrysanthemum, the Radiant Holy Alliance, and the Little Fish Star Domain of the Grand Jade Emperor Dynasty, Lu Gu lost track of time as he diligently scoured various pieces of information, only pausing for rest when fatigue overtook him. The following day, he awoke just before noon. After partaking in lunch, he entered the spiritual realm as Lu Gu, a denizen of Earth. Within the abode of Zhang Xiu in the spiritual realm, Zhang Xiu appeared to be awaiting Lu Ji's arrival. This time, Lu Gu did not take his seat behind the desk, but rather settled beside the soft cushion of Zhang Xiu, promptly stating his desire. I wish to acquire a small planet, or perhaps an entire star system. Without lifting his eyelids, Zhang Xiu replied, a trivial matter. Lu Gu continued, I seek the planet designated as 00, a primary habitable world. According to the records from the Pyong Academy, this planet lacks a name and belongs to the Little Fish Star system. Situated approximately 150 to 160 million kilometers from its star. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu's eyes widened in surprise. Are you jesting? That star system is currently under the dominion of the Jade Chrysanthemum, and within a mere 0.5 light years, the Radiant Holy Alliance has stationed a fleet in that region. Officially, it belongs to the Grand Jade Emperor dynasty. After this, Zhang Xiu added, you might as well ponder how to gather 200 signatures for that idle fellow. I cannot assist him, as I am a noble and would never show even the slightest inclination towards commercial matters. Realizing that Xiao Yulan was undoubtedly involved and had likely informed Zhang Xiu beforehand, Lu Gu responded, that matter is trivial. I need only convey a single message to him. I am referring to that planet. I harbor a wild ambition that I wish to explore, especially since I have some funds at my disposal. I could also lend him support through the 6th Student Council of the Pyong Academy, which would yield a mutually beneficial outcome. Zhang Xiu shook his head. That cannot be termed a win-win situation, as it is unattainable. Lu Gu insisted, it will be secured, and many will perish, the inhabitants of the Jade Chrysanthemum, as well as a few members of the Radiant Holy Alliance's stationed forces, including the fleet commander. Upon hearing the mention of the fleet commander of the Radiant Holy Alliance, Zhang Xiu's interest was piqued, and he moved to sit beside Lu Gu. Do elaborate. Lu Gu inquired, let us hypothesize, if Xiao Yulan were abducted. How would Xiao Tianyu react? If Xiao Tianyu had a close friend who was Xiao Yulan's fiancé, what would transpire? Zhang Xiu replied, if they were ordinary individuals, their entire clan would face annihilation. If the Xiao family finds themselves powerless, I am uncertain how your homeland regards such matters. But Xiao Tianyu would not rest until he avenged himself, even if it cost him his life. Lu Gu remarked, in my homeland, this would be considered an immense grudge, second only to the 4 great enmities. As Lu Gu shared insights regarding Reinhardt, Zhang Xiu listened intently. Upon concluding his thoughts, Lu Gu asserted, I surmise that Reinhardt's hasty departure is connected to this situation. There must be significant developments on that front. In response, Zhang Xiu noted, on the surface, it appears to be an effort to extricate the individuals entangled with the 9-petal chrysanthemum. Extricate? Lu Gu affirmed, indeed, as I insisted on payment, I have detained their individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Gu posed a question. I have researched some information regarding the Jade Chrysanthemum, and I wish to inquire. Does the Jade Chrysanthemum possess humanity? Zhang Xiu queried, what do you mean by humanity? The 9 virtues and 10 evils? Zhang Xiu appeared perplexed. What are the 9 virtues and 10 evils? Lu Gu replied, there are 2 distinct theories, yet their origins are the same. I suspect that the other one is a mere replication of my ancestors' ideas. Do share. 10 evils: rebellion, grave treachery, immorality, disrespect, and unfilial conduct. 9 virtues: benevolence, righteousness, propriety. Zhang Xiu began to document this. This theory aligns remarkably well with the traditions of the Great Yu Emperor's dynasty, yet few have ever compiled these insights. Lu Gu found little opportunity to discuss serious matters. If you elaborate further on this concept of propriety, I did not fully grasp it earlier. Why is it referred to as propriety instead of regulations? Lu Gu responded, propriety is a code of conduct, not merely rules. To put it simply, propriety embodies a quality of respect and humility. It encompasses social norms, etiquette, and rituals, facilitating the establishment of harmonious relationships within society. My explanation is incomplete. A deeper understanding of this term is necessary. No rush, take your time. The more profound your explanation, the better. Zhang Xiu was genuinely unhurried. She sought to understand Lu Gu. Missing this opportunity today, she knew that next time, Lu Gu might not be inclined to discuss these matters again. Time passed, and Lu Gu contemplated halting the discussion twice, but Zhang Xiu finally relented, stating, based on what you have shared, I have attentively listened and can affirm that they possess emotions. They are neither machines nor mere wooden figures. Lu Gu then made his choice. No payment was necessary. He desired the Jade Chrysanthemum treasures they would deliver. He intended to set a trap in the Jade Chrysanthemum star domain. Wishing to ascertain whether his deductions were accurate, whether Reinhardt would grasp the exposed hilt and wield the blade against that duke, Chapter 36. The Miracle. What Duke? Zhang Xiu. Somewhat perturbed that Lu Gu had forgotten the name, reminded him, Duke Nadok. Lu Gu began to outline his plan. Nothing can ever have a clear directive. Especially since I do not wish to be implicated. We cannot be the scapegoats in this matter. Therefore, we shall fund those in the Jade Chrysanthemum star domain to resist tyranny. Simultaneously, we must maintain secrecy over the source of coffee trees, which will serve as a powerful instrument for Duke Nadok to defy the Emperor. After hearing this, Zhang Xiu shared information about the Bright Holy Alliance that could not be found on the network of the Baiyang Academy. The Bright Holy Alliance is also known as the Lion Eagle Alliance. The Emperor to whom Reinhardt pledges allegiance bears the emblem of a golden eagle, and the formal name of their kingdom is the Glade Kingdom. The current Emperor is Glade IV, but if you refer to them as the Kingdom of the Golden Eagle, they will consider you a friend. The Bright Holy Alliance ranks as the second most powerful nation, with the first being the Sacred Eagle Kingdom. There are approximately 10 other nations with eagle emblems, 7 with lions, while the rest are smaller star domains. Lu Gu inquired, are they truly formidable? Zhang Xiu nodded, somewhat resigned. Not only formidable, the strength of the Sacred Eagle surpasses that of the Great Yu Emperor's dynasty by at least threefold. After stating this, Zhang Xiu asked, what are you contemplating? Can you share with me? Lu Gu did not shy away. I wish to test whether Reinhardt harbors ambitions of becoming an emperor, to see if he would wait for Glade IV to perish or take matters into his own hands. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu felt her heart race. She harbored no intention of mocking Lu Gu, even though she was aware that while Lu Gu had saved a modest sum, it was insufficient to purchase even the smallest model of an interstellar warship, let alone a battleship. Yet here they were, earnestly deliberating the life and death of an emperor. However, there was a minor issue. Zhang Xiu remarked, regarding the Little Fish Galaxy, it belongs to the Eastern King region, not to our Northern King. Lu Gu cast a glance at Zhang Xiu. Once acquired, whether as a gift, for money, or for favors, the initiative lies with the Northern King's residents. If it cannot be secured, blame can easily be shifted onto a band of interstellar pirates, absolving anyone of responsibility. Zhang Xiu slapped her forehead and looked at Lu Gu. I find myself increasingly disliking you. This statement left Lu Gu somewhat perplexed. Zhang Xiu continued, your existence makes me appear rather foolish. Lu Gu twisted his head slightly and leaned against the cushion, choosing not to respond to that remark. He added, I forgot to mention, we must tackle this from multiple angles. The final step depends on whether Zord's family members, those attending as observers, will prove supportive. Zhang Xiu stated, we need to eliminate the avenues for mineral and energy acquisition in the Yujuhua star region within the southern galaxy. Indeed, Lu Gu affirmed. Zhang Xiu inquired, I want to ask, I believe that the student who relies on others and dares to provoke the 9-petal chrysanthemum is being manipulated by you from behind the scenes. How could someone of such a weak character dare to instigate conflict? You must have begun your strategy against the Yujuhua star region back then. I need to know the reason. Lu Gu replied, they insulted me. Insulted you? When? Lu Gu responded, during the duel. Just for that? Zhang Xiu expressed disbelief. I can't believe you orchestrated such a grand scheme simply because they insulted you. Lu Gu gazed up at the ceiling. All right, I will tell you. Their insults reminded me of some very unpleasant memories, and, in addition, I found them rather distasteful. However, if you find them agreeable and consider them friends, I will abandon this plan. Zhang Xiu replied, I have never viewed them that way. They disgust me. Lu Gu continued, then, in pursuit of the planet where I can conduct some audacious experiments, we must commence our actions. Let us begin. Zhang Xiu felt an exhilarating rush coursing through her veins. Ever since arriving at the Pyong Academy, she had been competing for second place. In the annual assessments across various disciplines, she always secured second. As the first place was occupied by Huan Ziying, a frequent visitor to the infirmary who seldom attended lectures yet perpetually held the top position. Over time, Zhang Xiu grew weary of this. Lu Ji's presence instilled in her an unprecedented sensation, akin to experiencing new beginnings each day, filled with surprising yet highly anticipated moments. At that moment, Zhang Xiu mused that if she could grasp the Little Fish Galaxy, regardless of the outcome, the joy of the journey would be beyond description. After discussing a few more details, Lu Gu logged off. As he rose from the ethereal terminal, Lu Gu felt a slight ache in his head. It was evident that he had overexerted himself mentally that day. Skipping dinner, he collapsed into bed, and upon waking, it was yet another day. According to Li Qinglian, 3 days have passed, and if we include the day Li Qinglian arrived, today marks the 3rd day. However, Lu Gu remains utterly unperturbed. After rising, she prepares a meal. And once she has eaten her fill, she sits on the sofa to initiate a communication request with Han Ziying. As the connection is established, both parties are momentarily taken aback. Lu Gu speaks first, inquiring whether her sister would like to tie her hair up. Han Ziying abruptly disconnects the call, leaving Lu Gu somewhat bewildered. Merely 10 seconds later, Han Ziying, while in the bathroom, gazes at her left cheek, which has turned pale. She reaches up to rub her face, and the stubble that once adorned it begins to fall away like dust. It is nothing short of a miracle. After even the most advanced treatments had yielded no results, she had decided to try the bitter black concoction she had consumed for less than 70 days. And the effects were astonishingly pronounced. Hadn't she been told it would take 3 years? Yet, here she was, not even 70 days in. Raising her hand, she notices a side effect manifesting. As her sleeves rub against her arms, the hair begins to shed in patches, leaving her with an uneven appearance. With determination, Han Ziying steps into the bathroom, turns on the steam to a high setting, and opts for a deep exfoliation of her skin, followed by a vigorous rinse. Half an hour later, she stands before the expansive bathroom mirror, scarcely believing her eyes. Though her skin is flushed, the texture feels exquisitely refined. The hair has vanished, and her face is free of stubble. After a decade of abstaining from wearing skirts, Han Ziying finally dons one, having taken the time to style her hair. Meanwhile, Lu Gu waits patiently for 2 hours before Han Ziying's communication reconnects. "Congratulations, sister," Lu Gu exclaims sweetly. Han Ziying, maintaining a calm demeanor, casually inquires if there is any matter at hand. If not, she wishes to enter the spiritual realm. Lu Gu responds, requesting a modicum of her sister's prestige, as she wishes to secure 2 satellites from the Baiyong Academy and asks for her assistance in recording a message to garner signatures, at least 200, under the pretense of scientific research and work-study programs. Without further questioning, Han Ziying promptly agrees. The recorded message is straightforward. She stands before the camera and articulates a few words, expressing her support for a fellow student who hopes to assist impoverished and underprivileged scholars as the esteemed president of the elite student council. Once Lu Gu disseminates the recording, she lounges in her underwear on the sofa beside the spiritual realm terminal, perusing the news. Indeed, it isn't long before she receives word that Han Ziying has arrived at Zhang Xiu's residence. Lu Gu waits an additional 10 minutes before entering the spiritual realm, not out of pretense, but to project an image of being engaged rather than remaining idle at home, ready to enter the spiritual realm at any moment. As soon as she logs in, Lu Gu hears a commanding voice. "Stop them. When did my residence become a place for such reckless intrusions?" The elite members of the Third Student Council are nearly brandishing weapons, using long poles to push a throng of uninvited guests out. Zhang Xiu is panting with indignation, while Han Ziying sits quietly in the living room. Lu Gu glanced at Zhang Xiu and then at Hua Ziying, making his way to the flower hall and settling behind a low table. Hua Ziying soon approached. Resting her right arm on the hand cushion, Lu Gu extended his hand to take her pulse. In truth, Lu Gu was somewhat surprised. His estimate of 3 years was certainly not a mere whim, given Hua Ziying's condition. Restoring the balance of the 5 elements within her body would necessitate a protracted period. Indeed, upon taking her pulse, Lu Gu felt a sense of relief. The issue persisted. One could only attribute the remarkable efficacy of the medicine to the visible improvements on her surface, with some progress in the 5 elements, yet it was far from sufficient. Lu Gu opened his eyes, saying, "My estimate of 3 years may have been rather conservative. Nonetheless, a considerable amount of time is still required. While there has been some improvement, it is not stable. Allow me to contemplate and adjust the prescription." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Gu expressed his dilemma. "I require a specific medicinal catalyst." Hua Ziying inquired, "Is it difficult?" "Indeed, I know where this catalyst can be found, and I have seen it before. However, according to the regulations of the Baiyong Academy, it is forbidden to harm wild animals without cause." Zhang Xiu approached and asked, "What is it?" Lu Gu produced an image captured while he was foraging for ginseng, not far from the number 7 training ground, depicting a wild giant tortoise, which had likely lived for several centuries, possibly exceeding a millennium. Zhang Xiu promptly instructed, "Send a few people to capture it and deliver it to Nan Gongyu's dormitory." Lu Gu regarded Zhang Xiu thoughtfully. Hua Ziying provided clarification. "I will submit a written request for medicinal purposes." Lu Gu understood. The rules were indeed valid, yet not excessively rigid. At that moment, Zhang Xiu remarked, "There are rumors outside that this place possesses methods for enhancing beauty." The crowd that gathered is unaware that this is my residence, but they have since dispersed. Nevertheless, it poses a considerable inconvenience. Lu Gu replied, I do not possess methods for beautification. I only have means to help individuals achieve their optimal state. Zhang Shou contemplated the first half of his statement, planning to hang a sign at the entrance the following day to inform people whose residence this was, ensuring that anyone who saw it would not dare intrude. Upon hearing the latter part of Lu Ji's statement, Zhang Shou suddenly reflected on herself. She had been partaking of the remedies as well. Realizing this, she swiftly logged off. Upon returning to her dormitory, Zhang Shou wasted not a moment. She conducted a thorough comparison of her entire physical state, appearance, and complexion before and after meeting Lu Gu. In truth, no meticulous examination was necessary. The differences were readily apparent to the naked eye. Her complexion, once dull, now radiated a rosy vitality. Observing her lips, which previously bore a faint bluish hue, now revealed a luscious shade of red. To claim that there was no way to enhance beauty was absurd. Zhang Shou logged back online and immediately allocated substantial resources to reinforce her residence within the spiritual realm, renting 20 high-grade spiritual guardians. She instructed that the walls be raised by an additional meter with an extra layer of armor added within the confines, and a high-security armored door installed at the main entrance. As the data flowed onto the walls, Xiao Yulan arrived, calling out, Sister Xiao. Moments later, another voice chimed in. Sister Xiao, where's Lu Gu? Zhang Shou provided the rationale for his departure. He sensed the atmosphere was somewhat off and chose to leave early. Indeed, Lu Gu must return to await the arrival of the turtle. Zhang Xiu's messages continued to flood Lu Ji's account on Earth, one after another, while others might disregard them. The sisters of the elite Third Student Council of the Pyong Academy were not something she could overlook. At last, Lu Gu could no longer bear it and replied, Tomorrow, I will arrive at your residence in the spirit realm in the morning. I currently need to devise a new prescription required by President Hua. With this letter, Zhang Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Gu needed time to contemplate how to address the situation. If she were to individually diagnose and treat each case, her time would be woefully insufficient. Any mismanagement of her schedule could lead to the exposure of her dual identity. The best approach would be to formulate a universal, benign tonic that would yield notable effects. After thoughtfully considering the prevalent issues faced by the majority of female students at Pyong Academy, such as intense competition and academic pressure, Lu Gu pinned several names for herbs. Motherwort, Poria. After writing Poria, she modified it to white Poria. Noting that the variations in the components would indeed result in differences in efficacy, she continued with white peony and others. As Lu Gu was immersed in her research, an official document from Pyong Academy arrived, outlining the necessary regulations regarding her acquisition of 2 satellites, along with specific requirements. For instance, calculated over 5 years. Should significant losses be detected, the Academy would reclaim the satellites, imposing penalties thereafter. If provisions could be made for living expenses for impoverished students, rewards might be granted based on circumstances. Not a word was mentioned about the financial obligations associated with securing the satellites or any management fees. The Pyong Academy, being a prestigious institution of the Great Jade Empire, forbade the collection of management fees for such matters, necessitating the signatures of at least 200 students for validation. At this moment, Lu Gu began to understand. The appearance of Huaziying, with her restored visage, was the root cause of the minor chaos at Zhang Shou's residence in the spirit realm. The following day, within the confines of Zhang Shou's abode, Lu Gu sat before her. I comprehend your feelings as the president of the elite Third Student Council of Pyong Academy. You must prioritize the interests of your fellow students, despite the opinions of others. However, I too face difficulties, particularly concerning the raw materials. Raw materials? Lu Gu elucidated. They cannot be artificially synthesized. I have consulted various resources, though they may be incomplete. Let me inquire, given our current technology, is it possible to create life? Zhang Shou responded, impossible. If life could be created, it would likely require divine intervention. Precisely. My raw materials are derived from naturally occurring plants, which are forms of life. To speak in mythological terms, they embody the essence of the heavens and earth. Scientifically speaking, under different stars, planetary conditions, climates, temperatures, and magnetic fields, even identical plants exhibit significant variations. Chapter 38. The Hidden Crisis of the Galaxy. Lu Ji's assertions were met with Zhang Shou's understanding. Lu Gu continued, as for Pyong Star, the flora I can gather is merely a fraction, and I am still researching many plants and animals. Regrettably, the existing technology does not assist me significantly in this endeavor. After listening to Lu Ji's words, Zhang Xiu felt a twinge of regret, yet she could comprehend the situation. As Zhang Xiu pondered how to convey this information to her members, Lu Gu continued, stating, "At present, I can only provide a singular, universal remedy that can enhance performance and assist individuals in attaining their optimal state, though the supply is exceedingly limited. With approximately 30,000 capsules of raw material collected each month, these 30,000 capsules are not in liquid form. They are pills, which are easier to store. Merely a different manifestation." Zhang Xiu inquired further, "How many capsules does each person require?" Lu Gu replied, "I believe that 3 times daily, with 8 capsules each time, is most suitable, meaning each individual would need 24 capsules per day. However, based on my observations regarding the efficacy of the medicine used by the Huawei president, reducing the dosage by 2/3 would still yield positive results. If the amount is lowered further, I am confident that 4 capsules daily would still be effective." Zhang Xiu gazed at Lu Gu and remarked, "You know, I feel an urge to hit you, although I am fully aware I would not succeed. Could you refrain from speaking in such a manner next time?" Lu Gu responded with utmost seriousness, "I speak only the truth. I also understand that you have your own friends and personal connections within the Pyong Academy." Zhang Xiu chose not to respond further. In any case, this individual had become rather unlikable. The 30,000 capsules could provide for 1,250 individuals daily, with a full dosage sufficient for 41 people for an entire month. With this initial supply, the elite third student council would find it relatively easy to make arrangements. Lu Gu continued, "Next, we need to take time to gradually explore the Pyong star. And I require a new agricultural satellite to simulate the appropriate environment for cultivating medicinal herbs." Zhang Xiu affirmed, "The agricultural satellite will be arranged within a day." Lu Gu appeared puzzled. "Is a signature from 200 individuals no longer necessary?" Zhang Xiu explained, "In trade, it is taboo for the nobility. Although the Great Jade Empire has not expressly prohibited it, the nobles adhere to this unwritten rule because His Majesty, the founding emperor of the Great Jade, proclaimed that the nobility should not compete with the common people for profit. Industries operated by the lower classes are to be avoided by the aristocracy. The agricultural satellite is solely for cultivating specific plants and does not fall under the category of profit competition. If the Academy does not grant approval, there is no need for me to intervene. The Third Student Council can establish a new agricultural satellite dedicated to cultivation, and no one would refuse to enhance their own prosperity, myself included." Lu Gu acknowledged her understanding. It seemed that the Great Jade Empire shared many ethical concepts with her hometown. Zhang Xiu added, "I have heard an unverified rumor from home that the spiritual realms will achieve interconnectivity throughout the entire galaxy. The accuracy of this news is uncertain, but it is assured that within the coming year, all the academies of the Great Jade Empire will be interconnected, with limited access to the common spiritual realms." Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's initial response was, "Is there no technical obstacle?" Zhang Xiu replied, "The Holy Eagle Kingdom of the Western Galaxy's Radiant Alliance has provided new technology to the Great Jade Empire to safeguard the current peace, antimatter quantum communication technology, which theoretically allows for communication between the Pyong Academy and the Royal Zijingwa Academy's illusion realm within a delay of 0.3 seconds. Their illusion realm is equivalent to our spiritual realm." Lu Gu was not yet fully acquainted with the concept of antimatter quantum communication technology. Previously, on Earth, he had merely heard the term quantum communication and was still in the midst of his studies. At that moment, Lu Gu inquired, "I surmise that the collaboration between the two parties is influenced by some external force, is it not?" Zhang Xiu cast a glance at Lu Gu, thinking to himself how astute this individual was. The sacred Crimson Flame had commenced operations in the Central Galaxy. Lu Gu continued, "Are they aiming their swords at the region of the Western Galaxy that adjoins the Central Galaxy? What manner of intellect do you possess?" Zhang Xiu was genuinely astonished. Lu Gu did not respond directly, but remarked, "We have digressed. Let us return to our previous discussion." Zhang Xiu proceeded, "I have already advised Huazing that once this technology becomes operational, substantial investments should be made to establish a dedicated branch for audit students in the Southern Galaxy." Lu Gu wholeheartedly endorsed this brilliant notion. They discussed the establishment of an audit student branch in the Southern Galaxy. This matter would not involve the Pyong Academy, nor would there be instructors assigned to teach the audit students. It would be the responsibility of the elite First Student Council to conduct the classes. And as for the lack of personnel, the Pyong Academy would not intervene. The elite First Student Council would need to resolve this issue independently. The Academy would contribute not a single coin, nor any teaching resources, or even equipment. While Lu Gu and Zhang Xiu were engaged in their discussion in the southern galaxy, the fleet led by Nangong Yu had just emerged from a minor skirmish, having dispatched a single escort ship to resolve the conflict. Commander Shi Lixing sat in the bridge with a furrowed brow as the temporary third officer, Nangong Yu, brought him a cup of water. "Commander, the battle has concluded." And according to reports, it was a rather facile engagement. Shi Lixing glanced at Nangong Yu and sighed deeply. "Your understanding of the external world from the Academy remains insufficient. 19 billion years ago, following the merger of the Milky Way and the giant whale galaxy, a new form of life emerged in the cosmos, massive in size and boasting a lifespan exceeding 100 million years. Nangong Yu replied, "Report to the captain." The Academy offers pertinent courses on this. These are silicon-based life forms. There are 3 identified types: the colossal non-sentient form, the bacterial form, and the low-intelligence ordinary form. Shi Lixing shook his head. That is merely textbook knowledge. 7 billion years ago, the Canis Minor galaxy integrated into the Milky Way, introducing entirely different silicon-based life forms. These 2 galaxies merged from disparate directions, and over the years, interactions between these 2 distinct silicon-based life forms have begun to manifest in the southern galaxy. Nangong Yu queried, "Are you suggesting the emergence of variant forms?" "The Andromeda galaxy is not far from us. Over 5,000 years ago, rudimentary life forms from the Andromeda galaxy were detected along the galactic frontier, and carbon-based life can indeed survive in the cosmos. What I am positing is that when such life forms intersect with 2 entirely different silicon-based life forms..." Nangong Yu interjected, "I do not comprehend." Shi Lixing instructed, "Go examine the defeated creature. I shall grant you 1 hour before the fleet prepares to jump." "Understood." After saluting, Nangong Yu hastened to the landing pad. Boarding a small spacecraft destined for the escort ship that had engaged in the recent battle, Shi Lixing pressed his forehead with one hand, lamenting the antiquated nature of the Beyond Academy. In Chapter 39, titled The Bowl of the Noodle Master, Shi Lixing felt a mix of concern and helplessness regarding the Academy's excessive conservatism. The first officer standing beside him remarked, "Commander Shi, after signing the peace treaty, hasn't Commander Li assumed the role of ritual wine master? Hasn't there been any change?" Shi Lixing replied, "How much influence can one person wield? The only change he has brought to Beyond Academy is the establishment of the Elite Student Council, granting it autonomy." The first officer chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nangong Yu had arrived at the battleship following the recent skirmish, where the crew was busy cleaning the battlefield, alongside several ordinary students from Beyond Academy. Upon seeing Nangong Yu, a student hurried forward, exclaiming, "Senior Nangong, we have discovered something astonishing." Upon receiving the holographic device, Nangong Yu was taken aback. The student continued, "An unknown life form, carbon-based, parasitizing within silicon-based cosmic organisms, transforming those that would not normally attack into highly aggressive entities." Nangong Yu expressed skepticism, pondering that if this were the case, Commander Shi Lixing would not have furrowed his brow earlier. Before entering Beyond Academy, Nangong Yu had heard criticisms in the court about the institution's insular attitude, its outdated curriculum, and its reluctance to embrace new theories. Dominated by a group of elderly scholars, the youngest of whom was over 20,000 years old. Eventually, Marshal Li Jin was appointed as the ritual wine master at Beyond Academy. As Nangong Yu contemplated these matters, the fleet's broadcast announced an impending jump, initiating a 5-minute countdown. She hurried to find an appropriate seat for the jump. This final leap would take the fleet beyond the last nebula, arriving at the borders of the Windenac star domain. Even before the entire fleet had completed the jump, some starships were already waiting in this region. Dubbed starships, they were, in fact, inferior to the armed cargo vessels accompanying Nangong Yu. Awaiting them was the star leader of the Ongdan planet. As the fleet approached, Nangong Yu perused the profile of this star leader. The Windenac star domain spans 1,000 light-years in length, with a maximum width of 460 light-years and a minimum width of 270 light-years, bordering the southernmost extreme of the southern star domain, which is also the outer edge of the inner galaxy. The division between the inner and outer galaxy originally stemmed from the distinction between the primordial galactic system and the smaller merged star systems and their satellites. Now it merely serves as a geographical delineation within the galaxy. The star leader of Ongdan, having amassed wealth through the trade of artificially synthesized food and daily necessities from the great Jade Emperor. Established an autonomous body known as the Anti-Windanak Council along with a group referred to as rebels. Neither they nor the so-called Orthodox Windanak are recognized by the Galactic Alliance, which acknowledges only a singular domain manager. If their actual governance does not encompass at least 60%, they are unworthy of the title of singular manager. This visit to Byung Academy was merely an opportunity for the Star Leader to have their name heard by the great Jade Emperor. Soon, the fleet converged. Since this is a communication among students, the planetary administrators, regardless of their rank, must remain in the background. Hundreds of exceptional students from the Ongadon planet presented their carefully prepared gifts, local delicacies, to welcome the scholars of the Byung Academy. One of the instructors stepped forward to introduce them. These are our finest students, among whom over a dozen possess a third-level piloting qualification equivalent to that of the Galactic Alliance standard mechs. Nagongi responded with a polite smile, yet internally sighed. A third-level piloting qualification merely indicates a basic ability to perform some technical maneuvers with mechs, without the confidence to bear too much equipment. Even the least competent member of the elite Third Student Council at Byung Academy does not utilize such a lowly piloting qualification. Their assessment of capability hinges on how many seconds one can withstand an assault from the two most formidable mechs in the training grounds. While the fleet was still en route to Ongadon, the surface of the planet had already erupted into a large-scale skirmish. In simple terms, it was an effort to eliminate other military factions and those aligned with the Vindernak Council. Though the battle was extensive in range and magnitude, it lacked intensity. After all, the massive fleet of the Grand Yu dynasty was approaching, prompting most to capitulate after a brief resistance. Upon landing, Nagongu sent 3 emails to all the students of the Byung Academy. The first instructed them to collect a fruit known as coffee, complete with detailed data dispatched to each individual's computer. The second warned against any involvement in the internal conflicts of the Vindernak star domain. The third requested the collection of plant samples from the area. Just as these emails were dispatched, the official ground welcoming banquet had yet to commence. Issues arose regarding the second email's directive. One student mentioned the fruit known as coffee, and upon hearing that the Byung Academy students were interested in collecting it and could offer mechs, tanks, spacecraft, or even warships in exchange, the local reception students immediately convened to discuss the matter. Following their deliberation, they promptly wrote to Zod, inquiring when the equipment would be delivered and when he would return. Upon receiving a reply, plans began to take shape. Ongadon was a planet not particularly rich in resources, but another planet in the same stellar system, Onchan, which had been occupied by a faction of the Anti-Council Alliance, boasted an exceptionally favorable climate and abundant vegetation, including a vast quantity of the natural plant known as coffee. Each year, the amount that fell to the ground and was trampled into the soil far exceeded the total that Ongadon could collect by more than 10,000 times. The plan was straightforward: discuss the matter, and if discussions failed, resort to force. All for the sake of those beings called coffee, to exchange for mechs, tanks, and warships. Meanwhile, Zod, having finished reading the correspondence, hurried to find Lugo. "Brother, the bowl is ready." Lugo was momentarily taken aback. Zod's command of the Grand Yu dynasty language was somewhat peculiar, and upon closer inspection, he realized, good grief, who taught this fool? It was clearly an expression of reliance on others. However, Lugo found it too bothersome to correct him and merely remarked, "You truly are foolish." 8 tanks set out together, yet only one reached the rendezvous point while the other 7 scattered in all directions. Moreover, during the shooting practice, only 1 out of 100 shots found its mark. With such proficiency, one should refrain from claiming to be a mere auditor at the Byung Academy. Zod, towering at nearly 2.4 meters, sat on the ground, one hand cradling his head. Lugo continued, "I understand your intentions. The mechas and battle vehicles are stored in the warehouse, but with your current abilities, do you expect me to send you back to meet your demise? I will summon an expert to intervene. From this moment forth, you need not toil for a living. Dedicate yourselves to relentless training. As long as you remain alive, continue to practice until that expert deems you prepared enough to return without being easily defeated. The cargo ship awaits at the starport, ready for your departure at any time." Zod felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lugo. Chapter 40. The awakening of the glutton's talent. Zod harbored both respect and appreciation for Lugo, as he was the first to regard them as human beings. That afternoon, all students from the Windernak Star region ceased their various tasks and gathered at the 7th training ground. Just as they took their positions, they were met with a barrage of plasma cannon fire, causing everyone to scatter in an instant. Zhang Xiao, holding a ball, observed with a cold gaze, while Huaziying stood beside him. Within the training ground, a group of ordinary student council members brandished electric whips and charged forward. After a chaotic scuffle, they shouted angrily, "Fools! Look at the mecha's defense value and the splash radius of the plasma rounds. You wouldn't even lose a hair, you weaklings. Regroup. On the stands." Zhang Xiao pressed a hand against the ball and inquired, "I understand why you're teaching this, but why also the organization of dormitories, particularly that bizarre requirement for folding blankets?" The ball emitted Lu Ji's deep voice. "You are mistaken. There are also formations, marching, and so forth. These are not absurd demands, but rather a means to train them in coordination, obedience, and unity. If one person errs, the entire team is punished. Since he sought my guidance, what I teach must be sufficiently robust." After contemplating Lu Ji's words, Zhang Xiao sent out a notification. The elite third student council and its subordinate ordinary student councils are prohibited from using dormitory housekeeping robots, commencing with blanket folding. Every morning shall be dedicated to practicing formations. Huaziying, observing, asked, "Do you truly place such faith in him?" Zhang Xiao gestured toward the training ground. "If he were to stand there, you would experience, at the very least, the despair I have felt." Huaziying bent down and addressed the mechanical ball. "I would like to give it a try when the opportunity arises." Lu Gu replied, "I am logging off. I must go to work." Huaziying paused, while Zhang Xiao remarked, "Whenever he wishes to evade a question, he claims he has to work." Huaziying turned to Zhang Xiao. "How much does he earn in a day? Perhaps you could sponsor him." Zhang Xiao replied, "I would like to, provided I can find the talent." Huaziying nodded, refraining from further comment as she continued to watch the seemingly monotonous training. Why was Lu Gu in such a hurry to depart? It was because the Pyong Academy had issued an urgent notice with a maximum reward of 20 merit points, a guaranteed prize of 1.2 million large jade coins, and a ceiling of 4 million. A massive ecological disaster had erupted in the southern part of the planet due to the invasion of foreign species. Lu Gu read with utmost seriousness, noting several key points from the content before him. The location corresponds to approximately 30 degrees south latitude, encompassing a vast area with a significant extent of devastation. In terms of geographical coordinates, it spans a width of 4.5 degrees of latitude and a length of 260 degrees of longitude. The invasive species responsible for this calamity are burrowing creatures that thrive on vegetation, leading not only to the diversion of rivers but also to the extinction of native species. Among other consequences, after meticulously reviewing all the data and carefully comparing it with the holographic images of the species, Lu Gu lightly tapped the table. The extraterrestrial variant of crayfish. Indeed, this is the culprit. Without delay, Lu Gu seized the communicator. "Sisters, bring me a basket of the invasive species. An opportunity for fortune has arrived." The response was swift. Lu Gu was now poised to offer employment to nearly 300 impoverished female students, with immense future profits on the horizon. All were currently in training, utilizing the immersive control chambers developed by Li Qinglian, remotely managing multi-armed robots in the satellite factory orbiting Bayong. The advantage of the satellite factory lay in its perpetual energy supply, unlike the vast emptiness of the cosmos. The universe is not devoid of substance. The antimatter and dark matter within the universe are filtered and collected by the satellite's gatherers, subsequently converted into energy within the reactors. Although the factory's dark matter collection system operates at a low efficiency, yielding minimal quantities, it is supplemented by stellar energy receiving panels, as well as reserve high-purity energy barrels and dark matter containers. Compared to relying solely on energy barrels on planetary surfaces, the cost of energy consumption is significantly lower. Dark matter is ill-suited for surface storage. In the event of an accident, the explosion would be measured not in hundreds of meters, but in thousands of kilometers of explosive yield. On that note, Lu Gu was joined by a dozen individuals dispatched by the school to assess the severity of the ecological disaster. Upon receiving Lu Ji's message, they took the liberty of gathering several baskets and arrived promptly. Lu Gu captured one of the creatures, delving into further study and cross-referencing it with the biological data from the Bayong Central Intelligence. He was now certain that this was indeed the extraterrestrial crayfish. Rolling up his sleeves, he set to work. The robots began a vigorous cleaning process, combining artificial spices such as chili, Sichuan pepper, salt, sugar, green onions, and garlic. Within mere minutes, a beautifully arranged platter of crayfish was placed on the table. Lugo picked one up, cracked it open, and after tasting, smiled. Sisters, do try this. With that, he stepped aside, presenting a jar of chilled fruit wine on the table. In the blink of an eye, a towering pile of shells had accumulated beside the 10 or so female students. The basket they had brought was now nearly empty, an impressive metal container measuring 80 centimeters in height and 35 centimeters in diameter. Even if not completely filled, Lugo estimated it weighed at least 100 pounds. Had each person consumed over 8 pounds on average? Lugo inquired, "How does it taste? Shall we have another platter?" Without hesitation, he instructed the robots to commence preparation, then logged into Nan Gongyu's account to secure the bounty from the Baiyong Academy. Once obtained, he promptly arranged for 3 barrels to be packed in insulated containers and dispatched them via robots to Zhangxiu, Li Qinglian, in the impoverished dormitory area. Following that, he sent a message to Li Qinglian. He requires a brand new machine capable of automatically cleaning, processing, and subsequently drying and crushing shrimp shells. Additionally, there is a need for packaging design and preparation for long-term sales. After sending the message, a dozen students who came to deliver samples indulged themselves. Consequently, each person was given at least 10 pounds, consuming all the small crayfish they had brought before departing. Why does the Baiyong Academy hang its red banner? Because they cannot bear the costs. Upon calculation, the figures are staggering, instilling fear in the esteemed scholars. The area affected is vast, and the numbers are astonishing. How many spaceships and robots must be deployed? A glance at the Academy's current finances causes the head of the Academy to experience a throbbing headache. On the other hand, within half a day, leveraging the influence of her brother, Xiao Tianyu, Lu Gu managed to contact the royal fleets of the Great Jade in the Capital Star region and dispatched dozens of small spacecraft to deliver samples. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Within just 5 days, Lu Gu began preparations for shipping. However, unexpectedly, when loading the 10-kilometer interstellar transport ship, only a third of it was filled before students blocked the starport, while noble students directly piloted their interstellar yachts into the shipping lanes, obstructing the passage of the cargo ships. Listen well, young master, priority is to supply what Baiyong Star requires. I will take care of the cargo aboard this ship, declared a young noble. Without waiting for Lu Gu's response, Li Qinglian burst forth, exclaiming, "Fool, step aside." After reprimanding, she dispatched several images categorizing the crayfish, instantly resolving the issue. Chapter 41. Severe penalty. Li Qinglian swiftly addressed the predicament, ensuring that the students surrounding the cargo ship understood that Lu Gu had categorized the alien crayfish into several grades. The smaller ones were merely having their tails cut off and then vacuum sealed for shipment, while the medium-sized ones were transformed into finished products, requiring only a few minutes in a food processor to create a delectable dish. The larger specimens were sold fresh within the Baiyong Academy. She also prepared high-end packaging for the noble students, allowing them to purchase and transport home the meticulously selected, oversized, deluxe versions, accompanied by exquisite, specialized crayfish preparation robots. Lu Gu had already informed all capture teams to release the minuscule alien crayfish found on Baiyong Star, urging them not to deplete the population, as future artificial breeding would be necessary. Once the minor incident at the starport unfolded, the news spread throughout Baiyong Star. The esteemed vice had summoned various officials from the Baiyong Academy, including secretaries and clerks, to convene a discreet meeting. On the 10th day, Situyud personally visited Lu Gu's dormitory, where Li Qinglian was also present, discussing regional divisions with several presidents and leaders of ordinary student associations. Whoever caught more would earn more. Upon his arrival, the once lively room fell silent. With merely a glance, Situyud, the chief academic officer, emanated an oppressive aura that left the students breathless. Someone whispered, "Wherever the chief academic officer appears, there is never good news." Another remarked, "Surely not. Perhaps this time it's a reward." As Situyud entered the room, his expression unreadable. He produced a holographic computer. Student Nan Gongyu is currently studying abroad in the Winderna Star domain, improperly claiming Academy merit points. Since he was unaware, a deduction of 120 points will serve as a warning. This will not occur again. What? Had it not been for the presence of Situyud, Li Qinglian would have boldly confronted any academic official, daring to scold them directly. However, in the face of Situyud, she nevertheless stepped forward, her defiance palpable. Situyud set aside his holographic device and remarked, "The matters concerning the academic administration are concluded. On a personal note, you have performed commendably. However, Deducting over 100 points means you may find it challenging to secure accommodation. Given the two loopholes in the Academy's regulations regarding grants and tax exemptions in self-constructed dormitory areas. After addressing the issues of tax exemptions and self-construction, Situ-Yud turned and departed, assuring himself that he would deny ever uttering such statements if questioned again. Loopholes. The first to react was Li Qinglian, who immediately activated the computer in Lu Ji's room, obsessively scouring the regulations. Everyone sprang into action, delving into the various rules of the Pyong Academy. Concurrently, they sought assistance from their respective leaders. A message arrived from Xiao Tianyu, stating, only President Hua possesses the qualification for self-constructed dormitories within the academy. Yet many hold the credentials for annexation. The specifics require detailed verification. This hint was sufficient. Establishing a self-constructed dormitory area fundamentally hinges upon the acquisition of development rights. As for annexation, constructing adjacent to an existing dormitory area outside the defensive walls is a perilous endeavor. Survival beyond 3 days is improbable, as the wilderness beyond teems with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, rendering one defenseless without adequate protection. Those endowed with development rights can establish walls and defensive systems, albeit at their own expense. However, it was evident that Lu Gu was not lacking in funds. While everyone was scrutinizing the intricate details of the loopholes, Lu Gu remained blissfully unaware of the predicament, emerging from the kitchen with a plate in hand. This is a new dish designed for those who dislike spicy food. She began, but soon noticed the unsettling atmosphere in the room. What has transpired? A minute later, she exclaimed. What? Li Qinglian approached her to offer solace. There is no recourse. You must apply for the task under the name of Nangongyu. You won't find any justification for this with His Majesty. Borrowing anyone else's name would suffice, but not Nangongyu's, as she is absent from Pyong Star. No, Lu Gu interjected, her frustration mounting. Points have been deducted. So be it. But what about the prize money? Sighing, Li Qinglian waved to the others, who promptly expressed their need to leave, citing unfinished assignments. Once everyone had vacated, Li Qinglian turned to Lu Gu. Allow me to impart a few words regarding the loopholes in the Pyong Academy rules. Forget it was I who informed you. After sharing her insights, she departed as well. Lu Gu hastily contacted Hua Ziying, donning a pitiful expression, Sister Hua, but before she could elaborate, Hua Ziying abruptly severed the communication. Lu Gu was left bewildered. What was happening? Meanwhile, within the president's office of the elite student council at Pyong Academy, Li Jun lounged on the sofa, a plate of extraterrestrial-style crayfish at his side, his face flushed from the spice, yet he continued to eat. After ending her call with Lu Gu, Hua Ziying remarked, Li, such a manner of eating. Do you not fear the Academy's scholars will find your conduct unbecoming? Li Jin continued his feast, a simpleton, unacquainted with refinement. But what of my proposal? Hua Ziying offered no response. Rising from the president's office to head towards her own quarters, Li Jun, without uttering another word, packed the portion he was consuming, glanced outside, retrieved 2 boxes from the insulated container delivered by Lu Gu, and, noticing the absence of onlookers, swiftly departed. Han Ziying returned to her dwelling and entered the spiritual realm. Upon arriving at Zhang Shou's residence in this realm, she seated herself in the hall, refraining from expressing her intentions, and began to read. Zhang Shou inquired, Do you wish to meet him? Han Ziying remained silent, offering no response. After contemplating briefly, Zhang Shou sent a message and then exited, lacking the inclination to speculate. It was evident that there was a matter at hand. If Han Ziying had anything to say, she would have spoken. Her silence indicated uncertainty and a lack of readiness to divulge. In the tangible world, after Lu Gu instructed Han Ziying to terminate the communication, he closed the door and commenced calculating expenses. The extraterrestrial crayfish, being a purely natural ingredient, held considerable value. He was assessing the potential earnings after deducting the costs of transportation, capture, cleaning, and the expenses related to the newly constructed specialized processing machinery. Once he concluded his calculations and dined, he took a moment to rest before noticing Zhang Shou's message. Han Ziying had abruptly arrived at Zhang Shou's abode in the spiritual realm, again without explanation, quietly engrossed in her reading. Was she waiting for him? Lu Gu promptly entered the spiritual realm. In his recent dozens of logins and logouts, he had consistently found himself in Zhang Shou's residence, positioning himself not far from Han Ziying upon logging in. Upon witnessing Lu Ji's arrival, Han Ziying stated, I require your assistance. Understood, Lu Gu replied, taking a seat. Han Ziying continued, Make this matter as grand as possible. The larger the commotion, the better, ideally reaching the imperial court. However, ensure you remain uninvolved. You are not suited to appear publicly. Lugu inquired, what is the worst-case scenario? There is none. None. Lugu was taken aback. Han Ziying asserted. Because I trust you will undoubtedly calculate the risks, proceeding with caution. Yet, should you truly falter. She ceased her words, rising to gaze at Lugu. Chapter 42. Occupying the Baiyong Academy. As Han Ziying stood and regarded Lugu, he felt an immense pressure emanating from her calm demeanor. A palpable weight that bore down upon him. Her eyes, tranquil as a windless lake, held an unfathomable depth akin to the cosmos. I await your good news, she declared before dissolving into a cascade of starlight, vanishing before Lu Ji's eyes. Following Han Ziying's departure from the realm, Lugu promptly logged off as well. He knelt on one knee before the spiritual realm terminal, pressing a hand against his heart, which was racing unusually fast. He had just experienced a tangible pressure, an invisible weight. Who exactly was Han Ziying? Suddenly, Lugu realized that the title of president of the elite First Society could not possibly belong to an ordinary individual. A familiar voice echoed in his ear, one he recognized but could not name, only that it belonged to the person who had saved him. The voice conveyed 6 words, occupy the Baiyong Academy. What does it mean to occupy the Baiyong Academy? As Lugu lay on the ground, lost in thought. The doorbell rang. He approached the entrance, where a delivery robot awaited, leaving behind a package before departing. Returning indoors, he opened the parcel. Within the package lay a storage device, which Lugu placed upon the computer in her room. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a dense array of data, much of which was highlighted in red. Lugu dedicated a full 5 hours to deciphering its contents. This was a record file from the mainframe of the Baiyong Star, chronicling nearly 2 decades of cash flow for the Baiyong Academy. In Lu Ji's estimation, the Academy teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. Although the court provided annual funds to the Baiyong Academy, it perpetually engaged in a cycle of robbing Peter to pay Paul. The Academy's financial woes had precipitated this bounty. Moreover, they had compromised their own bonuses. However, what could be the meaning behind Hua Ziying's involvement? The document insisted that it was not she who had delivered it, a claim Lugu found utterly implausible. Yet, how had Hua Ziying gained access to the internal data of the Baiyong Star's mainframe? Lugu recalled Li Qinglian's assertion that the firewall of the Baiyong Star's mainframe was astoundingly formidable. There was but one explanation. Hua Ziying, or perhaps another, possessed relevant access privileges to the Baiyong Star's mainframe data. Consequently, what connection existed between the enigmatic benefactor and Hua Ziying? Who exactly was Hua Ziying? Rising to her feet, Lugu muttered to herself, not a single member of the elite student council of the Baiyong Academy, President Hua Ziying. This situation was far from ordinary. After taking a shower and donning a bathrobe, she stepped outside, cradling a tea bowl, gazing up at the starry sky. Lugu pondered Hua Ziying's words about causing a ruckus without specifying the direction or reason, only emphasizing that the greater the commotion, the better. Reflecting on Hua Ziying's reaction when discussing potential downsides, Lugu surmised that regardless of the outcome, Hua Ziying possessed the ability to safeguard individuals. However, should they fail? There were unspoken implications. Simultaneously, there was no mention of the benefits to be gained from utilizing her assistance. What did it signify that her savior had sent word for her to occupy the Baiyong Academy? Lugu had contemplated discussing this matter with someone. Yet who could she turn to? No one. The idea of seeking counsel from Zhang Xiu, under the identity of Earthling Lugu, struck her as absurd. Setting aside whether Zhang Xiu truly understood Hua Ziying, it was evident that Hua Ziying preferred to keep this matter concealed from others. She resolved to proceed. After all, if a person possessed no value to be exploited, they might as well lack any worth of existence in this universe. With that thought, Lugu composed an email. She addressed it to the Puqi 74 Student Council, inviting the president to converse the following day. The Puqi 74 Student Council was a designation that virtually all student councils wished to avoid. In nearly all activities at the Baiyong Academy, only 72 slots were available for advancement. If one were placed 73rd and subsequently disqualified for any reason, the next in line could ascend. However, the 74th position was an absolute tragedy, possessing merit yet forever deprived of opportunity. A portentous sign indeed. The president of the Puqi 74 Student Council was named Yi Ping, whose student profile indicated she was a child of the empire, a euphemism for one who had been abandoned and taken in by a government-run shelter for orphans and the elderly. The shelter provided nothing more than a meager meal. As they approached the appropriate age, Individuals were expected to engage in labor, and as they grew older, enlist in the military. Being selected for academic pursuits from such an environment is akin to finding a pearl among a sea of shells, a rare occurrence indeed. Gaining admission to the prestigious Pyong Academy is an even rarer feat, akin to 1 in a million. Yuping had never experienced the taste of natural foods. To Lu Ji's knowledge, the box of crayfish she had sent over was entirely untouched, as Yuping, being the president, had sold it to others before even sampling it herself. The following day, at dawn, Yuping arrived at Lu Ji's dormitory. It is worth mentioning that she maintained a cordial relationship with Nangongyu, as they had once been neighbors in the same dormitory area. After Yuping collapsed, Lu Gu emerged from the kitchen and said, "You haven't had breakfast, have you? Come, sit and eat with me." Yuping produced a lunchbox, stating, "I brought my own." There's no need for such formality. Yuping continued, "If I indulge in exceptionally delectable food, I find it uncomfortable to return to the cheap synthetic variety. To enjoy something good today only to endure days of subpar meals is a choice I refuse to make." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Gu responded, "Your words are profoundly articulated. I find myself at a loss for a reply." Yuping remained silent as she opened her lunchbox. Lu Gu, having brought her prepared breakfast to the kitchen, sat down with just a cup of clear water, saying, "I shall refrain from eating, lest the flavors interfere with your meal. To be forthright, I require your assistance. I need your student identification card. The starport is a vast vessel, and it is imperative that we dispatch our cargo. I won't keep anything from you. President Li has deceived everyone. The spacecraft is not merely loaded with ordinary shrimp tails, but also contains a wealth of premium products, ingredients for processing, and even machinery. A bag of 10 pounds of rice costs 1,000 large jade coins, and that is merely for the standard variety. For rice of superior quality from a prime location, the price escalates to 10,000 large jade coins for a 10-pound bag of exquisite rice." Yuping replied, "I am aware. I have previously carried rice bags." Lu Gu added, "1 pound of rice begins at 100 coins. How much do you suppose our crayfish is worth per pound?" Yuping responded, "For the well-prepared box you provided, I resold it for 1,200 coins." Lu Gu pondered this. That was a 2-pound box of above-average-sized crayfish. "So, how much do you think we can capture this time?" Lu Gu hoped to enhance the living standards of these ordinary students, particularly those with talent. Chapter 43. Greed. Yuping produced her light brain and presented a detailed set of data for Lu Gu to review, merely from our 74th Association, which oversees 3 regions. We can nearly fill that transport vessel. Conservatively estimated, our designated areas could yield no less than 300,000 tons. This is a catastrophic level of flooding." Lu Gu remarked, "Even if the pure profit per pound is merely 100 coins, your 74th Association's regions will generate 3 million, correct?" Yuping replied, "Pure profit cannot be so low. The capture costs, spaceship rental fees, daily labor subsidies, food consumption, and energy expenditure are all detailed in this chart." As Lu Gu perused the information, she responded, "I earn this much, yet you receive only a meager daily subsidy, and you don't even complain." Yuping, an XIN, has received what she rightfully deserves, which is the due of a commoner. Moreover, you have not pocketed the money. The majority has been allocated to the elite 6th Student Council to fund various research projects, as well as to provide stipends for many impoverished students. Enough of circling around the topic. I did not anticipate your level of professionalism, crafting an entire narrative of grievances for assistance, along with a tax-exempt application. I require you to fabricate a story. I will borrow another transport vessel, and you merely need to convince others that the 2 ships are fully loaded. That will suffice." Yuping nodded, took the holographic device, and began her work. "Lu Gu, do you not inquire why?" Yuping, "It's a trap. What other reason could there be?" Lu Gu, "Do you not care whom I intend to deceive?" Yuping, "The less you know, the safer you are. I seek only fairness. The magnitude of my future responsibilities will determine the scale of my rewards. Direct and to the point." Lu Gu entered the kitchen, bringing out breakfast and placing it on the table. "From this moment on, I shall take care of your meals. Should anything happen to me, I will leave you 10 years' worth of meal funds. If, after 10 years, you find yourself unable to afford even basic sustenance, I can only mock you for your incompetence." "Are you serious?" "Do not worry. Even if I am gone, others will fulfill my promise. Enjoy your meal." Yuping took only a single bite, and Lu Gu observed closely. Yuping's grip on the spoon tightened suddenly, and she neither chewed nor swallowed the breakfast in her mouth. This state persisted for a full half-minute before she resumed eating, albeit slowly. As she consumed her breakfast, Yi Ping spoke. In this world, no matter how hard one strives, it will never compare to the advantages of birth. Lu Gu had not anticipated this sudden remark from Yi Ping. After pondering, she continued the conversation. Nan Gongyu is considered a genius, yet this voyage marks her first encounter with a true starship. In comparison, Zhang, our president, has likely seen starships since birth, having traversed numerous star domains and witnessed worlds beyond imagination. Yi Ping cast a glance at Lu Gu but did not respond, silently continuing her breakfast. Once she finished, Yi Ping began to draft a formal document for the tax exemption and subsidy application as per Lu Gu's instructions. After completing this task, Lu Gu remarked, "Find a way to spread a rumor that I have transferred 10 million large jade coins to the elite 6th student council." Understood. 10 million large jade coins is easily manageable. There is no need to borrow from various sources. Merely altering the accounts for the discerning to notice will suffice. Meanwhile, at Hua Ziying's location, she had already changed into her attire and ventured out early. Previously hesitant to go out, she realized she had been excessively withdrawn. Today, donning a dress, she made her way to the 7th training ground to observe the training conditions. To her surprise, Zhang Xiu had arrived even earlier than she. The two exchanged nods and ascended to the highest point of the viewing stand. Zhang Xiu spoke first. "The Pu 74 Council has just sent me an attachment. Yi Ping has been appointed as the affairs supervisor for the invasive species dubbed Little Lobster, and she has submitted an application for subsidies and tax exemptions. The method of applying for subsidies is rather intriguing. Given that the Academy has penalized Nagongyu, the rules still permit the hanging of rewards, allowing for another individual to apply for this bounty. Should one deny the hanging of rewards, then the necessary subsidies for handling catastrophic species invasions must be correspondingly addressed, encompassing various expenses such as spacecraft, cargo vessels, robots, and the like. Yi Ping has proposed an amount exceeding 7 million jade coins." At this juncture, Zhang Xiu cast a glance at Hua Ziying, expressing her confusion. "I fail to comprehend how this concerns you. I trust you sought him out." Hua Ziying remained silent, merely observing the students gathering for training. Zhang Xiu pressed further. "So, to whom are you relaying this message?" Hua Ziying continued to withhold her response. Zhang Xiu's tone shifted. "President?" It was only then that Hua Ziying replied, "For himself." "For himself? I do not understand," Zhang Xiu remarked. Hua Ziying elucidated, "In time, you shall understand. I wish to clarify that my implication is not that he seeks personal gain. It is purely for his own sake." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu inquired, "Do you know who he is?" Hua Ziying nodded. "No, I do not know his identity, but I am aware of him. My source is Yupan Star." Zhang Xiu refrained from further questioning, opting for silence. Yupan Star, though referred to as a planet, is, in fact, an artificial satellite with a diameter exceeding 4,000 kilometers. All facilities are designed to serve the core apparatus of the royal mainframe. Zhang Xiu lowered her head, speculating, "I suspect the chief supervisor will be distressed. He is reluctant to incur expenses, particularly in light of the attitudes displayed by several officials, especially the left supervisor." Hua Ziying did not respond, her focus remaining on the training grounds. At noon, Lu Gu was napping at home when a customs officer proceeded to the starport. Upon hearing this news, Yi Ping promptly organized over 100 civilian students, determined to resist any disruption that would allow the officer to inspect the cargo ships. This urgency arose from the fact that one of the two interstellar cargo vessels was only 1/3 full, while the other lay completely empty. However, unexpectedly, the officer did not board the cargo ships. Upon arrival at the starport, he ordered the ships to be sealed, disabled the ship owner's engine, and utilized tugboats to escort both interstellar vessels to a designated location, subsequently sealing them. A substantial tax bill was delivered into Yi Ping's hands, stating simply, "You do not qualify for tax exemption." Yi Ping was bewildered. She had reviewed the pertinent regulations and believed they were compliant. Although the Academy's rationale, while within the framework of the rules, appeared somewhat tenuous, it effectively rendered all ambiguous regulations as disallowed. This cannot stand. We must contest it. In the main administrative building of the Academy, on the highest floor, Li Jun sat behind his desk, having reviewed all attachments, his face darkening. Have these individuals no shame? He glanced at a particular stipulation, which mandated that the Academy must either fund or participate in management. Given the current circumstances, it was the Academy that issued the rewards, prompting the students to commence the eradication of catastrophic invasive species. These individuals, not only withholding the rewards but also denying the Academy's involvement in management and funding, effectively signaled the loss of all subsidies. Chapter 44. We accept the penalty. As Li Jin continued to read, he grasped the situation. 2 large interstellar cargo vessels with substantial cargo value. Meanwhile, Yiping returned from the starport and immediately rushed to Lu Ji's side. Yiping, lend me some money. I intend to invite a few skilled individuals from the elite society to contest against the Academy. They have been exceedingly oppressive this time. However, Lu Gu transferred back the 10 million from the elite 6th Student Council, adding a bit more, and sent it all to Yiping. Use it for taxes and fines. Yiping had endured much injustice and believed her mindset was quite resilient, yet this time she could not bear it. Seeing Lu Gu prepare to pay the fine made it even more unbearable for her. Lu Gu responded, I have powerful allies behind me. I am merely a messenger. Really? Indeed. Very well, I shall act according to your wishes. Lu Gu advised, do not rush, create the illusion of gathering money, and then, as the day draws to a close, pay the fine. Let the cargo ship remain in their possession for at least one night. Tomorrow, gather everyone you can summon. But remember, no nobles, only commoners and civilian students. There should be no shortage of them. Bring them all to Star Harbor and retrieve our cargo ship. We must rally everyone. I will heed your counsel. Upon hearing of the powerful allies, Yiping's demeanor steadied. Everything was unfolding according to plan. In the evening, Shi Decue arrived at Li Jin's side. Old Sour Plum is hosting a banquet. I heard the children pooled their resources to cover the fines and taxes, and I am not pleased. I came to inform you that I intend to disrupt their banquet. Li Jin shook his head. Just watch. Watch. Li Jin offered no explanation, merely suggesting, let us have a drink, summon Yuda. Very well, let us call on Yuda. Though Shi Decue felt quite discontent, he complied with Li Jin's directive to merely observe. The students of Class 74 were already in an uproar. Some, with softer dispositions, were weeping inconsolably, while others were prepared to face confinement in an attempt to appeal to the festival master. Classes 175 and 193, nearly all involved in this affair, comprised students from humble backgrounds and commoners, with hardly anyone returning to their dormitories. Even the elite 3rd Student Council had a significant number present, despite their noble status. The Academy had been excessively oppressive this time. Only Zhang Shou remained calm. In her eyes, if it ended this way, he would no longer be himself. Similarly, Hua Ziying sat in her room, sipping tea with an air of tranquility. The following morning, thousands of sleepless civilian students, nearly without Yiping's summons, surged into Star Harbor. When the cargo ship was towed back, Yiping received a message. Upon reading it, she found herself momentarily stunned. How could it be like this? But she realized she could not play such a role. She devised a plan and enlisted a few extroverted individuals. When the cargo ship was returned to its berth and the seal was broken, a few students rushed into the ship and emerged within 2 seconds, encircling the official. A female student screamed, "Where is our cargo? Where are the small lobsters from our ship? You refuse to provide us assistance, deny us rewards, and even deduct our taxes. And we have accepted all of that. Now, you are seizing our goods. Is there no sense of justice left?" The student responsible for crying sat on the ground and began to weep. Those tasked with protesting surrounded the official, vociferously demanding answers. A multitude of bewildered students gathered around, leaving Dian Bo in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Yiping received another message. Collect signatures and submit a petition to the Court of Judicial Review. Join me for lunch. She seized the arm of an agitated student and stated, "Put down what you are holding. Students are forbidden from assaulting the officials of the Academy. We shall collect signatures and petition the Court of Judicial Review. Indeed, let us report them." The truth regarding the empty cargo ship was known to no more than 5 individuals. Li Qinglian, who was responsible for locating the ship, along with the other officials. And then there were Lu Gu and Yiping, alongside the president of the Student Council, Pu 175, who was the true mastermind. This individual pretended to attack Dian Bo, only to injure himself and find his way to the medical facility. The turmoil in Xingang rapidly spread throughout the entire Baiyong Academy. Li Jin took action, signing the decree of the Grand Sacrificial Wine, directly sending Yiping to the capital along with his confession, acknowledging his failure to manage the Baiyong Academy as a grave offense. That very night, court official Zhang Bing arrived at Baiyong Star with a multitude of officials. Within the spiritual realm, at Zhang Xiu's residence, Han Ziying, after receiving a diagnosis from Lu Gu, quietly listened to Lu Ji's recommendations regarding medication and dietary considerations before expressing her gratitude and departing. Not uttering a word about the monumental events soon to unfold at Baiyong Academy, Yi Ping did not return to her dormitory. Instead, she resided in the academy's guest house, guarded by 2 robotic sentinels and an on-duty official from the Court of Judicial Review, who prohibited anyone from approaching her. Yi Ping recalled Lu Ji's counsel to respond truthfully without fabrications, avoiding mention of the cargo ship, as it was unlikely anyone would investigate should an inquiry arise. She was to present the receipts for fines and tax payments. Ultimately, if the opportunity arose, she would steer the conversation towards an audit, urging the court to investigate the accounts of Baiyong Academy. The following morning, in the main courtyard of Baiyong Academy, a throng of students encircled the area, forming layers of spectators, with many preferring to witness the events in person rather than from their dormitories. However, there were exceptions. Han Ziying arrived at Lu Ji's residence, where Lu Gu was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. After the meal, Han Ziying produced her light brain and stated, "The authority for dormitory establishment is not for you. It is for him. You merely hold it in trust. Additionally, I grant you a special privilege, ecological management supervision of Baiyong Star, with the formal title of Star Patrol Supervisor bestowed upon Nan Gongyu." Lu Gu, rubbing his hands together with a smile, inquired, "Sister Ziying, what rank does this official position hold?" Han Ziying replied, "8th rank, which is effectively unranked. Ordinary students at Baiyong Academy receive a 7th rank salary, while elite student council members receive a 5th rank salary. Nan Gongyu was originally entitled to a 3rd rank salary as a scribe, but let us not dwell on that matter." "8th rank, how dismal," Lu Gu remarked. He then asked, "So, would it be reasonable for me to hunt a few wild buffalo?" Han Ziying chose not to respond. Lu Gu pressed on, "How significant is this authority for establishment?" "As you wish," was her only reply. Lu Gu rubbed his hands together, declaring, "In that case, I shall inquire further." Pretending to return indoors, Lu Gu emerged shortly after, asking, "How about 100 square kilometers?" Hanako Sakura was taken aback, yet her demeanor remained composed. The defense system was well within her financial means. Constructing one that spanned 100 square kilometers was certainly feasible. Thus, the area would be expanded to 130 square kilometers, as she desired an additional expanse of water, which required no fortification. Hanako Sakura did not linger to hear more and rose to depart. Chapter 45. An ancient city, 130 square kilometers. What thoughts occupied his mind? The main campus of the Baiyong Academy, along with its affiliated grounds and various structures, did not encompass such a vast area. Although the Baiyong Star was indeed immense and this additional space was inconsequential, was such a large residential area truly necessary? The only notion that crossed Hanako Sakura's mind was the possibility of establishing a training ground within the self-constructed zone. At that moment, in the square of the main campus of Baiyong Academy, Yi Ping remained silent, producing only the receipts for the fines and taxes paid, irrespective of any inquiries posed. Any forms of assistance, rewards, or tax exemptions were entirely dismissed. All that mattered was the payment for the 2 ships of goods. Mei Jiuxian, known privately by Shi Dachui as Old Sour Plum, served as the first vice principal of the Baiyong Academy, and his agitation was palpable, his beard quivering with rage as his eyes rolled upward. "Compensation, compensation." He nearly fainted after uttering these words. Suddenly, Yu Ping spoke up. "Please inform the court official that I, on behalf of the civilian students, request to examine the academy's accounts. We suspect that the subsidies provided by the court to the students have been embezzled." The civilian students in the square appeared visibly stirred, and Zhang Bing rose to assert control, pressing down his hand. "Silence." Situ had also stepped forward. "All matters shall be decided by the court official. No uproar is permitted." Subsequently, the right vice principal, the managing officer, the supervising officer, and the record keeper all responded in turn, claiming there might be calculation errors and assuring that the students would be compensated, admitting any mistakes or guilt. A young record keeper suddenly interjected, "This is incorrect. These impoverished civilian students do not even have accounts. On what basis can it be said that funds were embezzled? No accounts." Mei Jiuxian's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. The right vice principal, the managing officer, and others, who were under inquiry by the court official Zhang Bing, cast glances at the young record keeper as if they were blades. What was initially a matter of admitting faults and resolving it from their own pockets had been jeopardized by that single statement. Court official Zhang Bing declared, "Apply to Yupan Star for authorization to query the Baiyong Star's mainframe." Request permission from the Grand Tutor and the Grand Minister of Attire to audit the Pyong Academy. With the utterance of the word seal, all relevant personnel were temporarily placed under soft confinement. All offices within the academy were locked, and the use of computers and holographic devices was prohibited. By noon, Li Qinglian's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. A group of female students approached Lu Ge. Upon entering the room, they found Lu Ji's hair in disarray. The living room filled with hundreds of screens, as Lu Ge sat on the floor, seemingly engrossed in calculations. Li Qinglian also sat down on the floor. With such a significant event unfolding in the academy, you appear utterly unfazed. Lu Ge glanced at Li Qinglian. Now that events have transpired this way, what else can I do? I might as well count my money at home. That makes sense. Li Qinglian settled down, beginning to tally the accounts alongside Lu Ge. The others also sat down, offering assistance in the calculations. For those unskilled in accounting, a casual conversation can yield substantial benefits. The elders of the Pyong Academy have faced considerable losses this time, with the Court of Judicial Review even dispatching 2 specialized starships for prisoner transport. As Li Qinglian remarked, merely being allowed to retire is a generous concession. In Lu Ji's quarters, the more money is counted, the more joy it brings. The calculations only invigorate the spirit further. As for Lord Mei Jiuxian of the Pyong Academy, he has taken residence in a medical facility. Regardless of the truth, for now, he remains beyond the reach of revival. Late at night, Zhang Xiu finds himself in the residence within the spiritual realm. Huazing and Lu Ge sit in the parlor, with Lu Ji's eyes closed, seemingly manipulating the light brain. Though perhaps not. Huazing sits quietly, neither speaking nor moving. Zhang Xiu, seated some distance away, observes intently. Over an hour has passed when Huazing suddenly opens his eyes and says, "Xiu, if you're tired, you may return." Zhang Xiu, who had been dozing off, instantly awakens and resolutely replies, "No need." Huazing adds, "I wish to convey a message that I prefer you not to hear." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu stands and walks out, stating, "You have 1 minute." Leaving is not an option, he mutters. After Zhang Xiu exits, Huazing conveys, "Relay this message, regardless of the size of your self-constructed dormitory. Invest in a quasi-mainframe matrix within it. That is all." Lu Ge nods, refraining from inquiring who the message is from or the reason behind it. Given his recent interactions with Huazing under dual identities, he understands that if Huazing wished to articulate something, he would do so directly. Questioning would be futile if he chose silence. A minute passes punctually, and Zhang Xiu returns. With Zhang Xiu no longer needing to evade, Huazing expresses her curiosity. "I am quite intrigued as to why you require over 100 square kilometers for the dormitory district." Lu Ge raises his hand, having been engaged in manipulating the computer with his thoughts, aided by the help of the Pisces pendant, to complete a 3-dimensional model. In reality, he could only sketch it bit by bit on the computer. Thought control was unfeasible for anyone. However, within the spiritual realm, he possesses that capability due to the Jade Pendant's enhancement. Before the trio appears a massive 3-dimensional model of the ancient Chang'an city on Earth, rendered at a 1:1 scale. Lu Ge stands before the model, indicating the locations of the Daxing Palace and the Daming Palace. These 2 areas will be temporarily set aside for future beautification, intended for gatherings and celebrations. The remaining areas will be developed gradually, starting with the construction of walls in the Xingqingfeng and Changelfeng districts. The entire self-constructed dormitory area will strictly prohibit aerial movement. All commuting vehicles will remain outside. Huazing exhibits little reaction, simply observing. Zhang Xiu, however, is eager to inquire. Is this truly the architectural style of Lu Ji's hometown? While Huazing listens to Lu Ji's explanation, she refrains from questioning. The initial significant investment is not the walls. Those are inconsequential. One could locate a small asteroid in the cosmos, melt it down, and mix it with the appropriate synthetic materials to erect a wall several meters high and 10 meters wide within 3 days. The true substantial investment lies in the design of the defensive system surrounding the walls and the intricate underground facilities within. In such a vast dormitory area, merely establishing a fully functional waste disposal site would require at least $1 million, and that is only for equipment costs. Zhang Xiu and Huazing exchanged glances, simultaneously pondering a singular question. This individual must be contemplating a strategy to entice numerous students to abandon their original dormitories and relocate here. Once the numbers swell, he too would make his entrance. As many officials from the Pyong Academy were dealt with, Lu Ge's house arrest period had ended, and he began to toil for his own dominion. The grand construction commenced. Li Qinglian still possessed ingenuity. having somehow procured 2 sets of decommissioned planetary-grade mainframes. After dismantling and recombining them, he fashioned a remarkably efficient unit. His investment was not in vain. Li Qinglian had already expanded the embroidery factory to 1,500 workstations, planning for the time when the various academies of the Great Jade Emperor dynasty could connect seamlessly across time zones, ensuring ample positions to recruit workers. Chapter 46. The Mad Doctor. On the first night after the main control computer for the self-constructed dormitory area was installed, only Lu Gu remained. He was still studying the differences in operation between planetary mainframes and ordinary computers. A voice emerged. With this mainframe, you can control another account simultaneously within the spirit realm for a maximum duration of 4 seconds. We can safely converse for a few moments. Lu Gu felt a surge of excitement. Please tell me, what has become of Earth, my family, and I have so many questions. The voice did not respond directly but continued to simulate a genuine person without being detected by the Byung Academy's planetary mainframe requires an astonishing amount of computation, remember. 4 seconds is the limit. Lu Gu replied, I have many doubts. The voice hesitated momentarily. The Earth you remember no longer exists. You are the last and the only one from that world. Lu Gu let out a long sigh. I will not inquire further. I understand that without sufficient power, knowing everything will only leave me helpless to watch. The voice responded, if you trust me, then please trust Hua Ziying. She is unaware of my existence, and her memories have yet to awaken. You must protect her because, in a certain sense, you are one. Her condition will affect you, and vice versa. Furthermore, when your Pisces pendant disappears, I will accompany you to seek the origin of the galaxy. In the quest for the source, you will learn all that you wish to know. Above all, survive. Lu Gu nodded earnestly, although he was not given a complete answer. The information shared was substantial given the circumstances. Uncertain of the identity of his interlocutor, Lu Gu was convinced that this entity had witnessed the entire destruction of Earth and was also his savior. At the same time, he sensed that this being's power was limited, necessitating a retreat similar to his own. This served as a testament to the formidable and seemingly insurmountable nature of their adversary. However, the connection between himself and Hua Ziying remained elusive to Lu Gu. The notion of shared life as depicted in mythological tales? Absurd. This was the interstellar age. The age of science. Myths were merely stories. 2 days later, after familiarizing herself with the concept of a planetary-level mainframe, Lu Gu found an opportune moment to enter the spiritual realm using her earthling identity. In Zhang Xiu's residence, Lu Gu inquired, could you reveal the identity of Hua Huizhang? Zhang Xiu promptly replied, all I know is that she is an orphan discovered by His Majesty, who personally adopted her. Just before her impending engagement as a princess, she began to suffer from a mysterious illness that persisted for many years. Even when faced with His Majesty, the family preparing for her betrothal ultimately refused. Despite His Majesty's wrath, eventually, she arrived at the Byung Academy. Lu Gu refrained from probing further, as this information sufficed for her. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Xiu glanced at the surveillance before opening it. Is it you, Wan Faming? What brings you here? Sister, the second student council is coming to disrupt the event. Additionally, a cargo ship has arrived in the Yujuxing region. Understood. Thank you for coming to inform me personally. Please attend to the cargo ship matters. Zhang Xiu concluded the communication. Lu Gu then remarked, I shall take my leave. I expect the 2 student councils will certainly vie for supremacy. Zhang Xiu nodded in agreement, watching Lu Gu log off. Upon exiting the spiritual terminal, Lu Gu hastily reviewed the records, noting only a few seconds had elapsed. This brevity was sufficient, as long as both of her accounts could be online concurrently. Suspicions would be avoided, except for Nan Gongyu. The next step was to concoct a narrative that would prevent Nan Gongyu from harboring any doubts. Armed with Zhang Xiu's authorization, Lu Gu proceeded to the starport. The cargo had been placed in the exclusive warehouse of the elite First Student Council, a location inaccessible to anyone but Zhang Xiu. Inside the warehouse, Lu Gu beheld a series of sealed cylindrical chambers resembling life support devices. Upon opening one of the casings, she discovered a crystal-like cylinder encased in a viscous, transparent liquid, within which lay the Yujizan. Lu Gu examined it intently, captivated by its beauty. How could one describe it? The performances of renowned stars from Earth's adult films paled in comparison to these Yujizan, lacking by a significant margin. The proportions were nearly flawless. Lu Gu did not linger long. After a brief glance, she sealed the chamber once more and secured it with Zhang Xiu's unique password lock. As night descended, Lu Gu, using her Earthling account, found herself once again in Zhang Xiu's abode. Did you see it? Zhang Xiu asked. He sent me a video and transferred some data. Lu Gu replied. Zhang Xiu questioned, why the sudden interest in what you previously rejected? Lu Gu explained, initially, I intended to utilize them. But now I am struck by a new notion. I have an indescribable feeling that they are merely byproducts of some research. Yet I am unsure how to validate this theory. After a long pause, Zhang Xiu finally spoke. If you truly wish to investigate, there is a taboo at Baiyong Academy that I discovered by chance. What is it? Lu Gu inquired. With a weighty resolve, Zhang Xiu revealed, there exists an individual, a member of the royal family, and a legitimate heir, who possesses the privilege of immunity from punishment. I became acquainted with my grandfather during his youth. Yet he was quite eccentric, having engaged in numerous absurd endeavors for the sake of his research. His madness escalated to the point where he sought to excavate the tomb of the first emperor, and indeed, he proceeded to do so. Lu Gu was equally astonished. Given humanity's comprehension of such matters, he inquired, did His Majesty not have him dismembered? Zhang Xiu replied, the notion of absolution is not mere idle talk. Thus, before my father was born, he was placed under house arrest, which lasted until recently when I unexpectedly learned that the place of his confinement was within the Baiyong Academy. Is it there? Zhang Xiu continued. Perhaps it is merely coincidental, situated within the newly established dormitory area you selected, beneath the ground. Lu Gu then asked, is there a way for me to meet him? Zhang Xiu explained, presently, the Baiyong Academy is in disarray. Those aware of this matter, including the chief examiner and others, will likely find themselves imprisoned. I shall endeavor to procure a passcode for you, but I will not partake further. Contact with him is prohibited, and I dare not. Thank you, Lu Gu replied. Zhang Xiu looked earnestly at Lu Gu and said, you owe me a favor. This time, I am serious. Lu Gu reciprocated with sincerity. I owe you more than one favor. Zhang Xiu remarked, in the past, it was but a trivial matter, and I would not hold you to it. But this time I am quite serious. Lu Gu acknowledged, noted, I owe you a favor. Aside from your insistence on knowing my identity, the rest is negotiable. Zhang Xiu nodded in agreement. A few days later, Lu Gu confirmed the location, which indeed lay within the area he had chosen, precisely at the design site of Zinkingfeng. Beneath the lake. Chapter 47. Weapons. Lu Gu first constructed a pavilion by the lakeside and concealed an entrance beneath it. Surrounding the area, he created a maze of trees. At an opportune moment, Lu Gu entered the confines of the prince, whom Zhang Xiu referred to as mad. Upon entering, the space was less a prison and more akin to a laboratory, an expansive one at that, with disheveled white hair, piercing eyes, and a tall, imposing physique. The atmosphere within this laboratory was reminiscent of a room filled with life-sized mannequins, the exact number unknown. As Lu Gu stepped inside, the individual turned to face him. Just as Lu Gu was about to greet him, the other spoke. You are not human. What? Lu Gu was taken aback. Quickly introducing himself, I am a study companion from the academy. You are not human, at least not in the conventional sense. I shall prove it to you. Before Lu Gu could respond, the individual seized him and pulled him toward a device. Look, how could a human possess such a high energy response? You are the second being on this planet who is not human. Lu Gu, intrigued, asked, first, please tell me what this energy response signifies. The other replied, I do not know. I stumbled upon this energy inadvertently. It is a force more enigmatic than dark energy. I have dedicated a millennium to its study without any insight. Come, let me draw 3 vials of your blood, take a bit of skin, and snip a few strands of hair. Lie down on that metal slab, and let me investigate. No, no, Lu Gu retreated repeatedly. Did you not just say that I am the second being who is not human? Why not study the first? You little rascal, how is it that your mind is not functioning properly? Am I not confined here? Each month, there exists but a singular day when numerous robots vigilantly monitor the opportunity to venture out, rendering deeper exploration impossible. Lu Gu inquired, so, who was the first? A profile photograph emerged, revealing a very young girl. However, as Lu Gu gazed upon the image, a sense of familiarity washed over her. It was a photograph taken many years prior. Calculating the passage of time, she deduced that the girl would have matured by now. Upon researching the news from the Baiyong Academy, she discovered the girl's name, Hua Ziying. The mere mention of Hua Ziying sent a jolt through Lu Gu's mind, for her enigmatic savior had claimed a connection with the girl, suggesting a unique energy bond between them. Come here, little one, let uncle draw a bit of your blood. As the large needle approached her, Lu Gu suddenly snapped to her senses, executing a swift roll to evade the impending jab. Interesting, she thought. Inside the room, dozens of photographs began to materialize, showcasing Lu Gu disguised as a soft-hearted individual in the real world. Following these were several images of her battling Chue within the spiritual realm, accompanied by meticulous motion analyses. You are quite intriguing indeed. At that moment, Lu Gu regretted her decision to come here. A mere role had unveiled her dual identity to this perceptive individual. I am Prince Jiangxi. Rest assured, while I can perceive external news, I am incapable of transmitting information. Furthermore, exposing you holds no advantage for me. You may allow me to study you, or perhaps lure Huaxing here for my examination. Lu Gu's countenance twitched in response. It was no wonder Zhang Xiu's expression shifted at the mere mention of this individual. She felt a twinge of fear, just as Lu Gu contemplated an immediate escape. Jiangxi unexpectedly turned and exited. Uncertain of whether she should leave at that moment, she lingered. Soon, Jiangxi returned, presenting Lu Gu with a necklace of indeterminate material. I shan't have you labor without reward. This is a treasure, a brainwave communicator, with virtually zero energy consumption and fluctuations. Try it out upon your return. And if it proves effective, come back and allow me to study you further. Lu Gu accepted it with curiosity. How does one use it? Simply wear it. Place this small device within the expansion storage slot of the spiritual realm terminal. Since you have made it here, I trust you will quickly discern the most effective manner of utilizing this little gadget. Remember, upon your next visit, let Uncle study you. With that, Jiangxi returned to his laboratory, resuming his previous research. Observing him, Lu Gu mused that he was indeed a fascinating character. She remained, stating, "My true name is Lu Gu," hesitated, recalling his words about revealing her identity to Zhang Xiu if concealment became impossible. Given Jiangxi's age, he had likely encountered myriad experiences. He noted her hesitation and remarked, "A name is merely a code." Lu Gu continued, "Have you heard of Yu Jujin?" Jiangxi turned his head in curiosity. "What is that?" Lu Gu succinctly explained, "It likely emerged after your confinement. I belong to a category of research byproducts. Aesthetically, they are excessively perfect, a perfection unbefitting base amusements. Acquire a few for examination. I possess 51. 50 are deemed high quality, with one being of premium caliber. I shall discreetly transport myself here, for I seek to discern whether there exist alternative passages, as the previous route has proven unfeasible for my endeavors. I am convinced that other routes must exist, given the abundance of imposing machinery present." Jiangxi chuckled. "You are quite the amusing little one. Follow me." How to decipher the freight passage's access code? Jiangxi informed Lu Gu. Even the central intelligence of the Baiyang Star is unaware of the code. Nor does the central intelligence of the Baiyang Academy. This structure is constructed as a war fortress, equipped with reserve energy canisters. Even a battleship cannot breach this fortress without employing its primary weapon. Lu Gu replied, "I shall find a way. I have a method." Jiangxi regarded Lu Gu with keen interest, instinctively pulling out a syringe. This action prompted Lu Gu to quickly evade. Maintaining a distance of at least 3 meters from Jiangxi, for the old man, was indeed formidable. Days later, Lu Gu acquired the access code for the freight passage. A gift from a mysterious benefactor. 51 crystalline pillars were transported in, and Jiangxi's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with insatiable curiosity for science. This is of immense research value. Youngster, keep your distance and refrain from touching any of the containers. Allow me a moment to ponder. Jiangxi's fascination with Lu Gu had not waned. Rather, his attention was captivated by the immediate intrigue. The challenge of preserving the deep sleep state of the precious Yujizan while conducting research without damaging the containers became Jiangxi's primary focus. Lu Gu remarked, "Some perceive your name with trepidation, believing you to be quite fearsome." Without turning, Jiangxi gazed intently at the container holding the Yujizan, stating, "I am a sage, not a demon." Lu Gu responded, "Whatever you require, I shall endeavor to provide. I trust my intuition. This is a byproduct of some form of research." Jiangxi asked, "What is the so-called research according to your intuition?" Lu Gu replied, "Weapons. Proceed with your tasks." Jiangxi gestured for Lu Gu to take his leave. Chapter 48. The Old Neighbor. Indeed, Lu Gu had matters to attend to. In Lu Ji's original design, Xingqingfang was envisioned as a grand park. In the layout of ancient Chang'an, Xingqingfang was initially named Longqingfang, serving as a royal residence. Lu Gu opted for a park-like setting, while buildings were present. The primary essence remained that of a verdant environment. For accommodations, Lu Gu chose a location in Changlifang. Currently, less than 1/10 of the project has been completed, with the remainder still under construction. Among the completed structures, Lu Gu selected a standalone 3-story cottage as his residence with Nangongyu. In the courtyard of the first floor, Lu Gu cultivated an array of delightful flora. To the left corner upon entering, he crafted a trellis for an alien variety of grapes that extended to the front door. On the right side, he planted an extraterrestrial gourd, with a framework limited to the entrance. In the adjoining fields, he cultivated alien cucumbers, tomatoes, and cherry radishes, along with an apple tree. Each day, Lu Gu personally tended to the labor of weeding, fertilizing, and watering. Though this modest courtyard could not compare to the luxurious noble dormitory reclaimed by the academy, in Lu Ji's eyes, it truly resembled a home. As the establishment of Changelfang gradually took shape, many students abandoned their former accommodations in the impoverished district to come here. What drew them in was the promise of sunlight. Even if the rooms were smaller, they were far superior to the oppressive dormitories that never saw the light of day. Yiping found herself next door, still a neighbor to Nangongyu. One day, after completing her work and stepping out from the workstation crafted by Li Qinglian, she took a moment on the balcony to breathe in some fresh air, only to notice a few female students lingering outside the small courtyard gate, seemingly poised to knock. Upon closer inspection, Yiping observed their attire: elegant silk tube dresses, devoid of anything beneath, entirely devoid of fabric. While such attire might not raise eyebrows in the context of their workstations, where full-body static gel applications required them to be unclothed for optimal effect, venturing out of their dorm rooms in such a manner certainly provoked suspicion. After all, the only male student residing in all of Changelfang was the infamous Xuanfan Ming. Yiping quickly retreated indoors, retrieving a visual communicator to contact Zhang Xiao. Sister Xiao, you must see this for yourself. Zhang Xiao, currently overseeing a phased assessment of Zuoda and others at the No. 7 training ground, glanced at Yiping's message and simply replied, I authorize you to resolve this issue. Understood, Yiping affirmed. As the president of the 74th Student Council under the elite Second Student Association, she felt compelled to inform Zhang Xiao, both for the sake of Nangongyu and the council's reputation. Having received authorization, Yiping descended to the first floor, pushed open the courtyard gate, and addressed the female students with a stern countenance. All of you, come inside. Upon seeing the insignia on Yiping's uniform, the students fell silent, hastily complying and entering her courtyard. Which student council do you belong to? Do you not realize who resides within this courtyard? Yiping demanded. Furthermore, the Byong Academy has issued strict orders regarding the conduct of students who have not yet undergone their coming-of-age ceremony. Do not assume that the absence of many officials means the rules no longer apply. The female students trembled in fear, their thoughts easily discernible to Yiping. Eventually, their respective council presidents arrived to escort them away, prompting Yiping to remark, Sister Xiao is quite displeased. The president of the 173rd Council sighed in resignation. I would gladly offer my support. He is right there, after all, impossible to ignore. Regardless of what others say or how things have been in the past, his looks are undeniable, and his culinary skills surpass anyone in Byong Star. Despite his humble origins, he enjoys privileges surpassing those of ordinary nobles. How can we be expected to obstruct that? The president of the 203rd Council added. We can only designate one person as the scapegoat and ask him to leave this dormitory area, or else. The president of the 211th Council interjected. I've heard whispers that several are conspiring, all friends of Nangongyu from before she entered the elite council, discussing how to approach her for accommodations. Yiping concluded. Then let us unite in petitioning for his departure. I shall take on the role of the villain. It seems this is the only course of action. The following morning, after arranging the day's tasks, Yiping ventured into the adjacent courtyard. There, Lu Gu was watering her small vegetable patch, her smile emanating genuine joy as she admired her little farm. Observing this, Yiping felt a pang of guilt, knowing that the rights to develop this dormitory area had been granted by Hua Xing, with Wan Fanming responsible for the construction. The place was indeed lovely. Noticing a cucumber that appeared ripe, Lu Gu plucked it from the vine, pinched off the blossom, and took a bite. Delicious, she exclaimed, as Yiping entered. Lu Gu offered her half of the cucumber, saying, try it, I grew it myself. Yiping took a bite, savoring the freshness. Yet today she had to assume the role of the villain. Wan Fanming, we have discussed this. You are to be evicted from this area known as Changlifang, as it is populated entirely by female students, making your presence inappropriate. Are you joking? I built this place. Wan Fanming protested. I don't care. If you refuse to leave, I will station someone at the entrance daily and seal all your windows to ensure the safety of the female students. You must vacate. Furthermore, if you do not depart, I will organize a strike. What do you think will happen if you fail to deliver the new uniforms for the elite 3rd Student Council on time? You're such a bully, Lu Gu shouted in response. Yi Ping bit her lip, poised to retort, when Lu Gu interjected, please take care of my little farm until Nan Gongyu returns. With that, Lu Gu retreated indoors, swiftly packing her belongings before departing with her suitcase. Yi Ping yearned to apologize to Lu Gu, but found herself unable to do so. She had to resolutely expel her, despite it not being Lu Ji's fault. Lu Gu relocated to Xingqingfang, where ample space awaited her. Yi Ping felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, yet soon found solace in the realization that Nan Gongyu's courtyard mirrored her own. Although it was a 3-story building, it featured only a single bedroom with a solitary bed. Yi Ping recalled that Nan Gongyu had previously resided in a 2-room unit in a modest dormitory before moving to a more affluent area, which also had 2 bedrooms. It dawned on her that Wan Fanming had never intended to reside there. Returning to the courtyard, gazing at the plants Lu Gu had nurtured, Yi Ping felt a twinge of envy towards Nan Gongyu, recognizing the effort Wan Fanming had invested in cultivating this little haven. Chapter 49, Love and Truth. Lu Gu was also quite disheartened. She had meticulously fashioned the courtyard after the ancient market structure of Chang'an, hoping to attract more residents as a cover for her other identity. However, the only newcomers had been female students. Li Qinglian's rationale was sound. Female students earned less, and male students had access to more job opportunities. Consequently, almost all the newcomers were students working in the textile workshop. Lu Gu had moved to Xingqingfang, where she could enjoy the evenings visiting Jiang Xi's laboratory for a chat. She prepared fine wine and delectable dishes to accompany Jiang Xi for a drink. After several rounds, Lu Gu inquired, "What is the necklace you gave me?" Jiang Xi glanced at Lu Gu and continued to eat, remarking as he did so, "Before I was confined, your culinary skills were sufficient to recommend you as the chief royal chef." Lu Gu inquired, "What is this necklace? The sensation against my skin is quite peculiar." Jiang Xi then set down his chopsticks. "It represents love." "Love?" Lu Gu echoed. "Indeed," Jiang Xi replied with utmost seriousness. "This concept is what I discovered during my explorations of the cosmos. I surmise it originated approximately 1.9 billion years ago, when the colossal Whale Galaxy merged with the Milky Way. A cataclysmic collision of immense stars resulted in extraordinary explosions. After years of research, I have postulated what transpired at that time. A gargantuan silicon-based interstellar life form sacrificed itself to shield its offspring from the destructive forces of the explosion. However, both it and its progeny were ultimately engulfed by the immense blast. From the remnants, they underwent billions of years of metamorphosis, leaving behind but a minute trace of their once mighty forms." Lu Gu asked, "What substance remains?" Jiang Xi shook his head. "That exceeds my knowledge. Our understanding of the universe is still confined to visible matter. Antimatter and dark matter are merely concepts we have begun to grasp and utilize. Our comprehension of dark energy is lamentably scant. The sole conclusion I have drawn from my research is that this substance can manifest brainwaves into tangible forms, and it poses no harm to humans, as I have employed it for over 10,000 years." Lu Gu began to comprehend. She requested some research data on this substance from Jiang Xi, intending to send it to Li Qinglian to craft a small item for her. As Lu Gu touched the necklace around her neck, she realized that her original Pisces pendant, made of string, would fit perfectly with this new necklace. She further inquired, "How is the brainwave signal transmitted to the receiver, like that device plugged into the spiritual terminal?" Jiang Xi, with a piece of braised fish in his mouth, looked at Lu Gu with an expression of impatience. "That lies beyond my expertise. But this is your creation." Jiang Xi pondered earnestly for a long moment. "Ah, I recall now. It was crafted by an old friend of mine. I can't remember how many years ago it was, nor do I know if he is still alive. He was exiled to the Eastern Galaxy's Dead Sea region for the crime of destroying habitable planets. He should still be alive, for I am a genius." Lu Gu felt a bit bewildered. The fate of his old friend seemed irrelevant to Jiang Xi's self-proclaimed genius. Regardless, this technology was his invention. What was his name? Jiang Xi concentrated, trying to recall. "Let me think. It's been far too many years, and my memories are hazy." After an extended pause, he finally said, "Li Huanchen." Lu Gu noted down the name. The following day, in Zhang Shou's vicinity, after observing Zord and other auditing students during their interim assessments at the No. 7 training ground, Zhang Shou returned home to find a mechanical servant at the door, holding a box. Zhang Xiu picked up the box and noticed a small pigeon nestled in the corner before heading inside. Upon opening the box, a remarkably exquisite sphere sprang to life. Floating in the air, hello, is this a toy? Zhang Xiu mused aloud, reaching out to grasp it, wondering, why would you gift such a childish toy? The voice of Halori resonated. I have encountered Dr. Jiangxi. Halori harbors a data storage interface. Place it upon your spiritual terminal. When you enter the spiritual realm, you may bring Halori along, and we can still converse. Zhang Xiu forcefully hurled Halori against the wall, exclaiming, you have become utterly detestable. Halori possessed magnetic, anti-gravity, and self-gravitational capabilities, along with energy deflection shields, all powered by a high-purity energy battery, undoubtedly one of Li Qinglian's masterpieces. Such an act of destruction would be futile. Halori circled through the air and returned to Zhang Xiu's presence. Assist me in locating an individual named Li Huanchen. It is of utmost importance. An inexplicable fury surged within Zhang Xiu, leaving her unable to articulate the reason. She inquired, who is this person? I do not know. They were introduced by Jiangxi, who mentioned that he was once exiled for the grave crime of annihilating a habitable planet. Wait, I believe I've heard of this person. Zhang Xiu grasped Halori, closed the door, and settled into a chair in her study. Upon investigation, she was taken aback. One of the 3 most feared individuals in the galaxy. Curious, Halori asked. Who are the other 2? They are the Bonebreaker Jiangxi and Golden Grow. Halori replied. If you find her, you shall surely succeed. Zhang Xiu countered. Perhaps she has perished. None have lived beyond a millennium in the Dead Sea Star domain, where resources are exceedingly scarce. Even synthesizing artificial food is a challenge due to the lack of sufficient materials. Halori urged, let us attempt to find her. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiu responded. Very well, let us assess the costs. The expense of a journey to the Dead Sea Star domain is substantial. Previously, we did not tally the accounts. Now, we must consider the profits you diverted for your own use, as well as the debts incurred by the 2 individuals. How much of that is attributable to you? You tell me, Halori declared. I shall bear all debts. The last time he ventured to the Phoenix Nebula, it was for my sake, not for self-destruction. Agreed. Let us calculate. Minutes later, Halori transformed from a wealthy patron into a debtor. The most significant expense was incurred in the 1-to-1 reconstruction of the ancient city of Chang'an. The rest was manageable. Do you acknowledge this? I do. Very well. I shall seek out the individual for you. Zhang Xiu sought Halori's acknowledgement. With Zhang Xiu's wealth and the strength of the Northern King's residents, this venture was indeed an investment, for the person in question had been exiled, necessitating not only entry into the Dead Sea Star domain, but also discreetly bringing the individual back, a formidable challenge. Ultimately, a main fleet was secretly dispatched by the Western King's residents. Half a month later, Jun Jiong, the vice-captain of the 17th District of the Imperial Guard Fleet of the Jingyu Star Circle, stealthily arrived at the Piyang Star Domain with his patrol fleet. Citing minor mechanical issues within the fleet as a reason to pause at the starport of Piyang for a few days of simple repairs before returning to their base for extensive overhauls. Chapter 50. Infinity. The crawfish is delicious. Jun Jiong instructed his crew to exchange mechanical parts and energy barrels for vacuum-packed, fresh crawfish. Cargo crates arrived one after another at the surface of Piyang Star. Zhang Xiu cradled Harlow, using the device to input the password that unlocked the cargo passage to Jiangxi's underground fortress-like confinement area, through which nearly 100 massive containers were delivered. Upon witnessing such an abundance of cargo, Zhang Xiu was perplexed. Why so many containers for the sake of saving just one person? Sister, if you open the containers, everything would become clear. This matter is indeed enigmatic. Your sister-in-law, a professional in her own right, employed at the Imperial Medical Bureau, could not fathom it either. She merely instructed me that not a single item could be missing, and all must be disassembled and sent here for prompt reassembly, as the technology surpassed her comprehension. Who, then, is the true expert? Jiangxi, for this entire setup is his invention. Soon, as the complete system was assembled, Jiangxi gazed at the life support apparatus housing a child, barely 1 meter tall, who appeared no older than 10, with one hand tugging at his disheveled white hair. He exclaimed, "This is impossible." A voice emerged. "It is because your intelligence is limited. Fortunately, I utilized the substantial spare parts you reserved to upgrade the equipment. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago." Startled by this voice were Jiangxi, Jun Jiong, and Zhang Xiu. A diminutive robot, only 60 centimeters tall, emerged from the machine. Scanning Jiangxi from head to toe, You have aged. After saying this, the little robot approached Zhang Xiao, conducting a thorough scan of Harlow in her arms. Jiang Xi interjected, "Do not speak recklessly. Allow me to introduce you to a rather intriguing young friend. First, let's investigate how to revive me." Of course. Zhang Xiao suddenly felt her knowledge rendered entirely obsolete. A being over 30,000 years old now existed in the form of a child under 10, capable of remotely controlling a small robot to ensure her mobility while in a deep sleep supported by life-sustaining technology. At that moment, Jiangxi waved dismissively at Jun Zhiyong. "Be gone." Not daring to utter a word in retort, Jun Zhiyong hurriedly took Zhang Xiao away. Upon returning to the surface, Zhang Xiao led Jun Zhiyong into a small courtyard in Xinkingfang, where Lu Gu was tending to the weeds. Zhang Xiao commanded, "Prepare a few exquisite dishes." Lu Gu continued to water the flowers, replying, "We no longer owe you any money." 3,000, Zhang Xiao insisted. "The chefs are all servants." "I am merely a student now," Lu Gu countered. 5,000, "The ingredients are quite expensive." 1,000. Setting down the watering can, Lu Gu remarked, "Chairman Zhang, allow me to prepare you a cup of ginseng tea. Please sit and wait. I will personally cook, ensuring that the robot does not intervene." After sitting down, Jun Zhiyong inquired, "Sister, with such effort and still indebted to the Shiwang family, it surely cannot be for your own benefit. Who is it? Let me meet them. It would be good to report back to my uncle, your father." Zhang Xiao twisted Harlow to turn it off before stating, "I have never met them." "Never met them?" Jun Zhiyong expressed disbelief. Zhang Xiao replied, "I truly have not encountered them. However, if you know who that individual is, finding the one currently cooking and applying an electric whip might yield some useful clues. But is it meaningful?" "Oh, Jun Zhiyong is remarkably young, having only studied at the martial arts hall of the Northern King's residence. Yet he has ascended to the position of deputy commander of a fleet within the Imperial Guard. His abilities are undoubtedly exceptional, and his vision is quite extraordinary." Based on what Zhang Xiao has said, Jun Zhiyong surmises some of the reasons and inquires in a hushed tone, "Is that lad the one who forced the martial god to reveal his true prowess?" Zhang Xiao abruptly turns his head. "How did you know?" Jun Zhiyong replies, "How could I not? Initially, I thought it was a synthesized image. Our team dedicated considerable time to studying it and concluded it was authentic, captured within the spiritual realm of the Pyong Academy. It is an unaltered, complete recording. To put it bluntly, had it not been for Li Shuai being the sacrificial wine of the Pyong Academy, many would have come seeking him long ago." Zhang Xiao acknowledges this statement. At that moment, Lu Gu begins to serve the dishes. After just one bite, Jun Zhiyong's eyes sparkle. "This culinary skill is remarkable. What is this dish that tastes so exquisite?" Lu Gu stands nearby and inquires, "General, have you heard about the recent scandal involving the Nine Petals Chrysanthemum Academy at the Pyong Academy?" Jun Zhiyong, caught off guard, is unsure whether to eat or not. However, Zhang Xiao interjects, "Though this fellow may be disgraceful, his culinary skills are impeccable, and his mastery over ingredients is truly commendable. There is indeed a certain toxicity to them, and even more potent varieties." As Zhang Xiao speaks, he serves a bowl of soup to Lu Gu. "You mentioned it yourself. Let us adhere to the rules." "Of course." Lu Gu replies, taking a sip before saying, "Sister Kaishan, please enjoy your meal. I must attend to some trivial matters." Jun Zhiyong gestures towards the empty bowl on the table. "What does this mean?" Zhang Xiao explains, "This type of fish is highly toxic. Yet, under his skillful hands, it becomes both safe and delectable. According to his custom, he must taste it first. If it is poisonous, he will perish first." He adds, "This bowl of soup is worth a fortune. You could traverse the entire galaxy and not find it." Jun Zhiyong sips the soup, savoring its exquisite flavor. "What an extraordinary individual. Who is this student?" Zhang Xiao gestures towards Jun Zhiyong's holographic interface at the Pyong Academy, input soft rice Ming. "And you will find over 1,000 pages of information about him. He is the second most renowned figure at the Pyong Academy. The first, well, we cannot mention that name, you understand." Jun Zhiyong indeed proceeds to investigate, chuckling as he does so. "Fascinating, truly fascinating. This lad is a person of significance." Zhang Xiao, however, refrains from responding. Her purpose for being here is solely to treat her cousin to the finest cuisine Pyong Star has to offer. Meanwhile, Lu Gu has quietly slipped away to the underground area where Jiangxi is located. Upon arriving in the expanded section, she notices dozens of robotic arms reaching out to her. As Lu Ji's expression shifts, preparing to evade, Jiangxi speaks, "You've startled our little friend." The robotic arms cease their movement, and a small robot circles around Lu Gu several times, exclaiming, "Not a human." Goodness. Lu Gu is genuinely taken aback. Jiang Si, upon first seeing her, asserts she is not human, and this lady has also just declared herself as such. Jiang Si then reassures Lu Gu, "Do not fear her. She has no penchant for disassembling humans. She is engaged in research concerning dark energy." Lu Gu stepped forward to the life support container. The Holy Alliance of Light has developed a groundbreaking technology known as antimatter quantum communication, enabling instantaneous communication throughout the galaxy. A small robot behind Lu Gu chimed in, "Do you appreciate this technology?" Lu Gu replied, "I have never trusted others' technology, nor do I hold any fondness for it. I wonder if it can be deciphered so that we may possess our own." A boisterous laugh, reminiscent of a carefree child, echoed, a little girl appearing no older than 8. Chapter 51. A madman with the power to destroy the universe. Decipher? Within the life support device, the 8-year-old visage of Li Huanchen radiated disdain. Li Huanchen remarked, "I possess something superior, dark energy electronic communication technology. Suppose there exists only a single electron in the entire universe," Li Huanchen began. As Lu Gu listened in awe, as if being told a myth. Upon finishing, Li Huanchen inquired, "Do you have a Class A factory? If so, we could attempt production." Followed by a team dedicated to research and refining the manufacturing process. Lu Gu responded, "I have a collaborator, a genius named Li Qinglian." Upon hearing this, Li Huanchen advised, "Inquire about her aunt's name. Anyone will do. Alternatively, ask directly about the matrilineal names in her family tree, the characters designated for each generation. I belong to the Huang generation, followed by the L, then the Qing." Lu Gu asked, "Does it matter?" "It does. If she is, with her assistance, I could fully revive within 3 days. If not, it would take me at least 300 days. Lu Gu nodded. "I shall visit her." With that, Lu Gu turned and departed. After leaving the underground fortress, Lu Gu first returned to his small courtyard, standing motionless outside the dining hall. Zhang Xiu noticed him, but chose to ignore his presence. It was Jun Jiong who asked, "Is there something amiss, this soft learner?" Zhang Xiu retorted, "He is undoubtedly waiting for money. Furthermore, his surname is not Wan. It is he." Saying this, she operated her light brain and transferred 10,000 yuan to Lu Gu. Indeed, Lu Gu cheerfully remarked, "Thank you, Sister Wealth. I shall attend to some matters for others." Zhang Xiu immediately inquired, "Is it him?" "To pass a message to Vice President Li of the Elite 6th Student Council." "Go ahead." Although Lu Gu did not respond, Zhang Xiu could discern that he was indeed attending to his affairs. After Lu Gu departed, Zhang Xiu said, "Cousin, please discreetly investigate something for me." "What is it?" "The hidden facilities within the Piyong Academy." Upon hearing this question, Jun Jiong replied, "To my knowledge, before the Piyong Academy was established, this was a garrisoned habitable star in the Imperial Forest stronghold. After our strength increased, we no longer required so many fortress star domains surrounding the Imperial Star, leading to its transformation into an academy, which later officially became the Piyong Academy." Zhang Xiu said, "Therefore, I request you to investigate this. Indeed, it will require some time. This is not ordinary data. All potential star domains and facilities near the Imperial Star that could be utilized during the Cataclysmic War are classified. This is not urgent. I merely sense that he must reside in some fortress-like structure beneath this lake, occasionally emerging from movement." Jun Jiong asked, "What about Ruan Fan?" Zhang Xiu, "I have arranged for someone to monitor him for nearly half a year. As soon as he leaves his dormitory, he is completely followed. I am certain that Ruan Fan has had no contact with him." Jun Jiong, "Understood. Do not rush. I will assist you in my own time. This requires an opportunity. I appreciate your efforts, cousin." Jun Jiong, "When you have a chance, say a few good words about me to uncle. It is far better than anything else. Just the other day, Lao Niu was scolded mercilessly. Speaking of which, he is quite pitiable, working hard, yet often speaking out of turn without realizing which words offended uncle. By the way, there is Fei Zi, who has been deceived miserably by some investment scheme he heard about." Zhang Xiu merely listened, harboring an inherent disdain for Fei Zi. She was the daughter of a concubine from a marrying-off branch of the family, whose limited intellect often brought trouble to the household. As for Jun Jiong, he spoke intermittently of family matters. His status within the family was distinct. He had married the legitimate daughter of a general from the Imperial Guard, and his mother was Zhang Xiu's own aunt, a true-born member of the family, not a concubine, though his father held a relatively lower status. He had been part of Zhang Xiu's grandfather's campaigns since childhood. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation about family affairs. Meanwhile, Lu Gu arrived at the elite 6th student council and sought out Li Qinglian. She called Li Qinglian to a secluded spot. Sister Qinglian, someone has entrusted me to inquire about your family's matters. Who? Him. Lu Gu referred to him simply as him, and Li Qinglian understood. Having heard much about him from Zhang Xiu and Xiao Yulan, despite never having met him. Li Qinglian, what do you wish to know? Lu Gu, what is your aunt's family name? Why do you ask this? It is quite important. First, answer me. If it aligns, I shall reveal what I know. If it does not, you may be displeased, yet I cannot divulge anything. Li Qinglian Lu, what about further back? My great-aunt's family name is Jean. Lu Gu nodded. I will inquire further. This does not quite match. Li Qinglian reached out and grasped Lu Gu. Clarify. You cannot leave without a clear answer. Lu Gu pondered. If it does not match, I am merely here on someone else's behalf. If it does not align, it is inappropriate to discuss. Li Qinglian turned and cornered Lu Gu against the wall, propping herself up with a smile. How does my sister treat you? Surely there is something quite intriguing here. Why else would you be researching my family tree? Besides, such matters are known by any noble. Family names are not secrets. Finally, Lu Gu spoke. What I seek is that you belong to the Qing generation, and above you is the Lu generation, which is exclusively used by legitimate daughters of the clan. Furthermore, the next generation should be Huang. You mentioned your great-aunt's family name is Jean, which does not align. Huang? Lu Gu nodded. Huang. Li Qinglian's expression shifted. Where did you hear this family name? Tell me the name of the person who mentioned it. Lu Gu. Huang has no connection to you. Li Qinglian. It is connected. In my grandfather's generation, whether it was my great-aunt or great-grandaunt, there was only one person with the family name Huang. The others were changed to Jean by the emperor's decree. Due to that great-aunt committing a grave offense against inhabitable stars, our Li family committed no wrong and received a pardon. The great-aunt was exiled to the Dead Sea Star domain. Upon hearing this, Lu Gu nudged Li Qinglian. Come with me, quietly. All right. Indeed, it was done quietly. Once aboard the commuter vehicle, Lu Gu presented Li Qinglian with a helmet, the kind that comes with a lock. When donned, it shielded her from all external stimuli, silence enveloped her, and light was rendered non-existent. Li Qinglian was unaware of her destination. She merely felt herself walking incessantly, her legs growing weary, until a click signaled the unlocking of the helmet. Upon removing it, she beheld a child within a life support apparatus, appearing no older than 10. At that moment, Lu Gu remarked, the task is accomplished. I shall take my leave. Before Li Qinglian could turn, Lu Gu had vanished without a trace. Surveying her surroundings, Li Qinglian noticed 3 mechanical toys on the table springing to life. A red, black pod, white-bellied mechanical fox, a mechanical calico cat, and a black and white mechanical dog. The calico cat spoke first. Little one, who are your biological grandparents and parents? Chapter 52. Great-aunt Li Qinglian provided her name. The calico cat responded, Ah, it is them. I am your great-aunt, Li Huangqin. Li Qinglian questioned, I don't believe you. My great-aunt perished in the Dead Sea Star region, as my grandfather told me. Li Huangqin's tone shifted. Call that scoundrel over. I shall break his left leg and see if he dares to harm the right. When I traversed the galaxy, he was still a mere infant. At this juncture, the mechanical fox interjected, the Li family has its share of secrets and methods of proving identity. Such fierce demeanor does little for your image. This voice was familiar to Li Qinglian. It was him. Li Huangqin pondered. I cannot recall. It has been far too long since I returned home. Lu Gu urged. Just tell us how you committed the grave crime of annihilating a habitable planet. Li Huangqin replied. Isn't it merely a matter of researching dark energy, which triggered a chain reaction? Luckily, I escaped swiftly. Li Qinglian added. The name of the habitable planet is not official. It is recorded within our clan because that star was discovered by the Li family. Little girl, that planet is called Yaochen Star, named after your great-aunt. Li Qinglian knelt. I pay my respects to my great-aunt. Li Huangqin's tone softened. Very well, let us proceed with my revival. The revival process was perceived by Lu Gu as both scientific and mythical. The scientific aspect involved Li Qinglian entering a similar life support device, utilizing her closely related genes to reactivate the dormant cells of Li Huangqin. The mythical element required a minuscule, ethereal virtual space for their souls to commune, an experience Lu Gu deemed akin to spiritual exchange. 3 days later, Li Huangqin awakened, appearing no older than 10, a circumstance not attributable to Jiangxi's oversight under the technology of Yur. To ensure Li Huangqin could survive in the Dead Sea Star region until Jiangxi could devise a means to rescue her, her life needed to be maintained at its utmost limits. The peculiar energies of countless black holes in the Dead Sea Star region resulted in her condition, where she regressed each day. Had she not been rescued soon, one could speculate she might revert to an embryonic state in a few years. Li Huangchun, though revived, required approximately a month for her muscles to recuperate. Overall, she was considered genuinely awakened. Once regarded as one of the three mad geniuses of the galaxy, Huangchun was anything but a name without merit. Li Qinglian felt a surge of pride. Zhang Xiu's household. Li Qinglian attempted several times to grasp Harrow, only to have her hand gently pushed away by Zhang Xiu. "Let me hold it," she remarked playfully. "Thieving hands," Zhang Xiu retorted with mild irritation. Li Qinglian chuckled. "Let us create our own superstellar communication, dark energy electronic communication, rather than relying on the technology of the Holy Alliance." Zhang Xiu replied. "But their technology is indeed well established." From within Harrow, Lu Ji's voice chimed in. "What if the enemy's devices have backdoors?" "Exactly," Li Qinglian quickly concurred. Zhang Xiu then inquired of Lu Gu, "Money is not the issue. Can you truly afford it?" At that moment, Zhang Xiu longed to hear a promise. Yet Lu Gu responded, "The unique technology, the return on this investment, might be better calculated by Vice President Li on behalf of President Zhang. No need for calculations. Let us proceed as is. What more is there to discuss?" Zhang Xiu declared. "If there truly existed technology unique to our side, the rewards from His Majesty alone would be astronomical, potentially equating to a high-quality star system. Moreover, this technology could undoubtedly generate immense wealth." Cradling Harrow in one arm and lifting a teacup with the other, Zhang Xiu stated, "Time to see our guests off." Li Qinglian rose, her face a mask of dissatisfaction. "Had I known this trivial device was used in such a manner, I would have created two." Zhang Xiu did not even glance at her, remaining comfortably seated. Suddenly, Li Qinglian turned back, attempting to seize Harrow. Although Zhang Xiu faced away from her, he effortlessly tossed Harrow forward, where it bounced off the backrest of another sofa before he reclaimed it, saying, "In 3 days, I will test the robot. My funds are not easily acquired. Now, be on your way." Li Qinglian waved her hand and left with a smile. After her departure, Zhang Xiu inquired, "How did you conceive such a method?" Lu Ji's voice emerged from Harrow. "In the realm of the spirit, we merely adopted a different approach. If instantaneous communication across the galaxy truly exists, then remotely controlling robots, which in turn command warships and their AI combat drones, as well as space fighters, would require only 40 personnel to operate a small starship." Zhang Xiu responded, "If I were the captain, with 20 elite individuals, I could maintain a small starship at over 80% of its theoretical maximum capacity. Even with 40, we would not exceed 90%. It would be wiser to control too, given the limitations of data transmission." Lu Gu replied, "You are the captain." "Indeed," Zhang Xiu affirmed. Lu Gu continued, "The new devices are upgraded via remote control terminals from Li Qinglian's factory. I suggest we discuss this with Yi Ping." Zhang Xiu countered, "No need for discussion. I will instruct her on what to do." Lu Gu remarked, "Discussion is a more courteous approach. Do not be so rigid. Managing people sometimes mirrors managing a fleet. You value your starships. Do your subordinates not hold their ships in equal regard?" Zhang Xiu retorted, "If that is the case, what of my previous assistance to Nangongyu?" Lu Gu replied, "Compassion and care are entirely different concepts." Zhang Xiu asserted, "A fleet commander requires authority." Lu Gu countered, "What a fleet commander most needs is respect, not mere authority. If I were an ordinary soldier or a junior captain, I would prefer a commander who can lead me to survive and enjoy the rewards." Zhang Xiu cradled Harlow, quietly listening to Lu Gu as she spoke. While absorbing the words, she pondered deeply, neither refuting nor affirming the conversation. Regarding the investment in dark energy electronic communication technology, Zhang Xiu merely mentioned it in front of Li Qinglian, indicating that she possessed nearly complete research results, with only the production plan remaining, and that the investment could easily be covered by her personal assets. However, the other investment was of a different nature. It required less capital, yet was fundamentally distinct. Lu Gu suggested that Zhang Xiu involve more individuals, not only from the elite Third Student Council but also from the Second Student Council, and perhaps even beyond. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Zhang Xiu finally responded, "I believe you have persuaded me. May I ask, is Ruan Fanming trustworthy?" Harlow echoed Lu Ji's voice, "He has fought for me." "Understood," Zhang Xiu replied, then added, "Regarding your manner of speaking, I must mention that your teacher-like tone does not please me." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Gu retorted, "You often adopt a superior tone." Zhang Xiu replied, "Am I not entitled to?" Moreover, I have not addressed you in such a manner. Recently, perhaps. That is due to my own discontent. Lu Gu inquired. Is it because I speak like a teacher? Chapter 53. Beautiful scenery, why the discontent? Zhang Xiu sighed. I am weary. I wish to rest for a while. She did not answer the question directly. Instead, she gently patted Harlow twice before returning to her bedroom. By evening, Zhang Xiu appeared at Zinking. Though the entrance to Zinking had never been closed, she was aware that Yi Ping had used her authority to send Wan Fanming there. The female students of Changle Fang were overseen by various student councils, ensuring that no one would venture into Zinking. As she walked into Zinking, Zhang Xiu paused after only a few steps. The abode she had created within the Lingjing realm drew inspiration from ancient texts, exuding elegance within the confines of Biyong Academy. At that moment, standing within Zinking, gazing upon the snowy landscape and the plum blossoms surrounding her, she felt an indescribable joy. The students from the elite Third Student Council had previously discussed that this place was the only dormitory area in Beyond Star where one could truly experience the changing of seasons. Unlike Zhang Xiu's own dormitory, where various machines had compromised the beauty of nature to maintain comfort in temperature, humidity, oxygen levels, and air purity. As Zhang Xiu admired the snowy scenery, the plum blossoms, and the frozen lake, she mused, unity between heaven and humanity. It is indeed remarkable that an ordinary individual can create such a garden. Entering a recently renovated courtyard, she marveled at the antiquated architecture that encircled a small garden and pond. A forehill adorned the cement center, and a thin layer of ice covered the pond, revealing fish swimming gracefully beneath the surface, enhancing the tranquil and elegant atmosphere. Surrounding flora, though blanketed in snow due to winter, still imparted a sense of serenity to the courtyard. Upon pushing the door open and taking a seat, Zhang Xiu called for Wan Fanming. Sister Kaishan, do come and sit with me. She added, prepare some food for 3. I have heard that your family's chef has returned, and this, indeed, has had an impact on my studies. Zhang Xiu, the forthcoming events will surely be quite intriguing, especially with the presence of both of you. It is quite fitting to engage in conversation here, as this place is nearly untouched, with machines only connected to the small dormitory network. I am not concerned about eavesdropping. You may enter freely and listen if you wish. Well then, President Zhang, I appreciate your attention to my humble self, yet I shall not stand on ceremony. It is snowing today, a delightful occasion, and I shall prepare a large goose in the iron pot, accompanied by a pot of warm yellow wine to ward off the chill. With that, Lu Gu turned to leave, remarking as she walked away, who has the goose offended to deserve such suffering in the snow? At that moment, Zhang Xiu realized the distinction in address. The previous reference to the goddess of wealth and the current address to President Zhang felt vastly different. I have learned much. Zhang Xiu resolved that even in the absence of face-to-face interaction, she would frequently converse with Lu Gu through Harlow. Before long, Xiao Yulan arrived, closely followed by Yi Ping, who resided in Changle Square. Subsequently, the large goose being stewed in the pot also arrived. Zhang Xiu remarked, Yi Ping, the remote-controlled terminal you utilize is, in fact, a type of weapon. The remotely operated robot, more precisely termed a temporal spatial doppelganger, is designed for actual combat. This time, the target is the Little Fish Galaxy, explicitly aimed at the Yujin Star domain. The plan is intricate, yet fortunately, each individual is responsible for a distinct segment. Zhang Xiu then addressed Xiao Yulan. Yulan, you will oversee the operations of the temporal spatial doppelganger in the Little Fish Galaxy. You may inform your brother, but remember, as a member of the elite Third Student Council, your priority is to safeguard our interests. The deeper objective of this plan is to locate an ancient relic. Understood, Xiao Yulan promptly replied. As Zhang Xiu stated, today was merely for casual conversation. A formal discussion on this matter would take place in the conference room. 2 days later, a robot designated as a temporal spatial doppelganger would undergo testing. The remote control terminal crafted by Li Qinglian was still influenced by the remnants of notes left by Li Huanchen within the family. Now that the principal has returned, the second version of the temporal terminal promises to be superior to its predecessor. The robot requires further upgrades. The enhanced version will even be capable of transmitting tactile sensations, achieving true replication. Regrettably, the current data flow is insufficiently broad, necessitating the temporary sacrifice of more nuanced perception to enable a greater number of doppelgangers to be online. Zhang Xiu divided everyone into 4 groups, allowing for shifts as necessary to ensure that the miniature fleet in the Little Fish Galaxy could always be under human control rather than relying on automated navigation. Days of continuous testing ensued, along with prolonged closed-door discussions. An empty chair stood at the table, beside which sat Harlow, originally adorned in classic livery of a forgiving green. Zhang Xiao had repainted it red prior to the meeting. Those who can enter this conference room are well aware that this seemingly toy-like hero is indeed entitled to a seat, even if it remains silent throughout the meeting. Merely listening, it must be present. Thus, the days passed one after another. Zod finally met the minimum standards set by Lu Gu and returned to Winternack aboard a cargo ship, transporting mechs and ground vehicles. The audit of the Pyong Academy was still a matter of contention in the court, with the officials in heated discussion. The court minister, the Grand Minister of Agriculture, the Grand Minister of Clothing, and the Grand Minister of Education provided their preliminary opinions. Starting the following year, all funds for the Pyong Academy would be supervised by representatives from the 9 elite student councils, with a portion deducted annually for repayment. Lu Gu had already received the funds, authorized by the Grand Minister of Clothing, distributed by the Ministry of Finance, which would subsequently demand repayment from the Pyong Academy once they received their yearly funding, including interest. The Court Minister, the Grand Minister of Clothing, and the Grand Minister of Education, with just a cursory examination, could ascertain, without extensive evidence, that at least one of the 2 interstellar cargo ships was empty. However, this matter was not brought up by anyone, nor was there any mention of past events, including the punishment of Nan Gongyu. This situation merely served as a prelude, inciting most officials in the court to criticize the Ministry of Rights. Many officials from the Pyong Academy were detained. Yet their absence seemed not to affect the Academy's daily operations. Pyong Star returned to tranquility, regaining its former appearance during the new year. Except for a particular area undergoing extensive construction, everything remained as it was. Of course, a certain herd of bison suddenly saw a significant reduction in numbers. Situated in the northern hemisphere of Pyong Star, the Academy experienced the weather typical of that region. As spring arrived, the entire Pyong Academy quietly discussed the upcoming triennial examination, speculating whether the 9 elite student councils might usurp the instructors' roles or at least participate in the proceedings. Chapter 54. The fleet returns on this day. The fleet that had embarked on a 6-month voyage returned. As the fleet came to a halt, Nan Gongyu, having departed from the Pyong Academy, stood at the starport, yearning to shout in exhilaration, "We're finally back," eagerly anticipating the welcoming party, ready to rush forward and embrace her sisters who had come to greet her. However, the starport's passageway was desolate. There was not a soul in sight. This situation left all participants of the voyage feeling perplexed. While the absence of a welcoming committee might have been acceptable, at the very least, there should have been instructors present to receive the travel documents submitted by the students. Just as everyone was in doubt, Xiao Yulan appeared with several elite third-year students from the Pyong Academy. Upon seeing Nan Gongyu, she opened her arms and gave a vigorous hug before producing a holographic device. Travel records, quickly. There is something significant today. Nan Gongyu never expected that it would be Xiao Yulan collecting the travel records, as each entry was crucial to the assessment of every student. As Su Yulan received the travel records, she remarked, "Let's check the news. Yi Ping from Group 74 has single-handedly sent half of the officials managing the Pyong Academy into the Wutai Star, while another third remains under house arrest on Pyong Star for questioning. Fortunately, the instructors remain largely unaffected. Life must go on. It is we who bear the brunt of this situation. Now that you're back, I suspect there will be tasks assigned to you. Wutai Star? Isn't that the notorious prison of the Tingwei? Indeed. Yi Ping. She couldn't possibly be involved. Nan Gongyu found it hard to believe, recalling that she and Yi Ping had once been dormitory neighbors. Su Yulan offered no further explanation, mindful of the many ordinary students present. After collecting the travel records, Su Yulan did not return to the ground at the starport. Instead, she signed the handover paperwork with Fleet Commander Shi Lixing and organized the remaining students to complete the other handover processes. Only then did Su Yulan say to Nan Gongyu, "Follow me. Xiao Jie is waiting for us." On a small spacecraft departing from the starport, before Nan Gongyu had even secured her seatbelt, Su Yulan had already pushed the throttle to its maximum, accelerating fully. Approximately 100 million kilometers away from the Pyong Academy, they approached a light warship in space. Nan Gongyu recognized it as Zhang Xiao's. Upon boarding, Zhang Xiao stood gravely before the screen, clutching a large red sphere, flanked by Huaziying and Li Qinglian. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Concentrate all energy on the defense shield. Operations team, count down 5 minutes." Monitoring team, report. It was none other than Xiao Tianyu, seated in the captain's chair, directing the operation. Negongyu remembered that due to Su Yulan's interference, Xiao Tianyu had been unable to approach the elite Third Council. A voice crackled through the communicator. Monitoring team, in position. The atmosphere on the bridge grew tense. Time ticked by, and after 10 minutes, Negongyu still saw nothing unusual in the cosmos. Li Qinglian glanced at the data on the holographic display. Her hands clawed towards the sky as she cackled. We've struck gold. No more worries about research funding. What on earth is happening? Negongyu felt utterly perplexed. Zhang Xiu exchanged a knowing glance, and Su Yulan nodded, beginning to articulate their prearranged statement for external communication. The first, second, third, and sixth student councils had invested heavily. The Douwen brothers, Dao Wen Bei and Dao Wen Nan, had cracked the quantum communication technology of the Bright Holy League, asserting that the League had been employing an erroneous approach. Consequently, they devised a new method, which was just tested. It was named Dark Energy Super Electronic Communication. In simple terms, dark matter pulls the universe together, while dark energy expands it. Thus, the Douwen brothers believed that to achieve near-zero latency in superluminal communication, the core energy could not be dark matter. It must be dark energy. However, the collision between dark energy and electrons was thought by some to unleash energies comparable to a planet's explosion. Yet, the Douwen brothers contended that it was precisely this energy that opened the gateway to mirror space, a realm more advanced than wormholes. I cannot elucidate further. The concept is too profound. In any case, as long as it did not explode, it was deemed a success. Negongyu remained bewildered, questioning the significance of such an experiment, which seemed to lie beyond the curriculum of the Piyong Academy. Xiao Yulan addressed Negongyu once more, saying, "Let us return home. Upon reaching the dormitory, I wonder whether you will be met with delight or dismay. By the way, your previous accommodation has been confiscated. I shall provide you with a new address. Additionally, it would be prudent to inquire about Yi Ping's situation with your family, as it is not convenient to discuss here at Xingang." As Negongyu sat on the shuttle, she caught sight from afar of a vast expanse of plains adorned with flowing rivers, now encircled by a grand wall. Upon the shuttle's approach, she was compelled to enter a designated parking space, subsequently transferring to a wheeled ground vehicle. Following Xiao Yulan's directions, Negongyu input the address into the vehicle. The carriage traversed a towering bridge over a moat before entering a city gate. Once inside, she observed the desolate landscape, save for a modest wall, no taller than a meter. The vehicle delivered her to a gate inscribed with the characters Chonglo. As she stepped into the compound, Negongyu was utterly astonished. It felt as though she had entered a painted realm. A long street unfolded before her, flanked by various colorful signboards, with drapes hanging above and numerous stalls lining the path. Laughter echoed all around. Suddenly, she noticed a commotion as a group of people began to frolic in the street. A robot passed by, exclaiming, "Candied Hawthorne is here." As she ventured further, she encountered a street performer robot that unexpectedly spewed forth flames, startling her into retreat, where she collided with another robot that was calling out. The robot steadied her and gestured with a towel, proclaiming, "Esteemed guest, come inside for our exquisite meat soup with bread." The lively atmosphere dazzled Negongyu, enveloping her in the vibrant charm of the bustling market. Eventually, she located her new dormitory and began to grasp the vastness of the area, approximately 1 square kilometer. There were only 2 broad thoroughfares with shops, one running centrally through the zone, connecting the gates on either side, and another shorter one intersecting it, dividing the area into quadrants. Negongyu's new residence was a quaint, standalone courtyard, encompassing over 20 square meters. Upon entering, she found a living room, followed by a kitchen and dining area, a guest bedroom, and a bathroom. The second floor housed a study, a bedroom, and a dedicated room for the spiritual realm terminal. The third floor consisted of a small storage room and a terrace. After exploring the premises, Negongyu returned downstairs just in time to see Yiping entering with a small basket and scissors. Encountering Negongyu, Yiping appeared somewhat flustered. "Oh, I didn't realize you had returned." Chapter 55, Preparing for Action. Negongyu was taken aback at the sight of Yiping, who wore a loose robe, the sash unfastened. "Why are you dressed like that?" she inquired. Yiping explained, "I just completed my task, collaborating with the elite Third Student Council for remote operation trials involving robots and spacecraft. For optimal results, I coated myself in electrostatic gel while lying in the terminal." Negongyu pressed further. "Aren't you concerned about being seen? Moreover, this is my dormitory, right?" "Oh, Yiping suddenly grasped the implication, her tone rising several octaves. You mean the soft rice, right? After he established this district, we initiated a signature campaign and invited the esteemed President Hua from the First Student Union and President Zhang from the Third Student Union. After much effort, we managed to extend our invitation, and now the district is filled with female students. Nagongyu inquired, what about him? Not far from here. There is a district called Zinkingfang, designed as a park with ample space for residents. He currently resides there. Nagongyu indicated towards Yiping's small basket and scissors. What is that? Yiping, slightly embarrassed, lowered her voice. This? I wasn't aware you had returned. After soft rice Ming moved here, he planted many flora, and one day we discovered the fruits were exceptionally delicious and could be consumed directly. We took the seeds and planted them ourselves, but they are still immature. Now, since he isn't here, and I didn't know you were back, I thought I would check if any were ripe. I live nearby, just your neighbor. Nagongyu surveyed the vegetable garden and then glanced up at the sky. I feel as though I hardly recognize him anymore, after the last injury. It seems he has transformed into a different person. Yiping found a ripe cucumber in the garden, broke it in half, and handed a portion to Nagongyu, saying, Isn't this better? Rather than worrying about you, secretly weeping alone, isn't this an improvement? I don't know. Nagongyu suddenly felt a wave of melancholy and decided against seeking Lu Gu, turning to walk back inside. Yiping hurried to catch up, contemplating how to offer some comforting words, when suddenly she received a communication request. Upon opening it, she smiled and pulled Nagongyu along. The image displayed on her device was that of the entrance to Changlifang. Two female students were blocking the entrance with long sticks, while Lu Gu was kicking the door, shouting, You heartless ones. I built this place and provided you with shelter, yet you drive me away. I am the one who offered you work and paid your salaries. You heartless lot, let me in. My Nagongyu has returned. I know it. We want to let you in. Absolutely not. Two more girls joined to reinforce the blockade at the door. Yiping explained, while working, he is covered in static electricity gel, which makes things quite inconvenient for him here. It's not that we are truly ungrateful and wish to expel him. I have also been pondering. He acquired the right to self-develop the dormitory, ultimately claiming over 100 square kilometers. How much space can one person occupy? Just look at the design model of this place. The 108 districts, specifically Changlifang, occupies merely a little over 1 square kilometer, with a maximum capacity for 3,000 students. Currently, only 605 are residing here. What do you think? Nagongyu didn't dwell on these thoughts. If she had any questions, she could directly ask Lu Gu. Go on, he is waiting for you. Yiping gestured towards the entrance. As Nagongyu approached the door, Lu Gu immediately stepped forward, embracing her tightly, his face beaming with joy as he pulled her away, inciting envy among the female students guarding the entrance of Changlifang. However, they had not run far when Lu Gu halted, speaking earnestly, We must hurry. The meeting has commenced. The disguise posing as me cannot speak or move, and one tea lasts much longer. Any issues can await until this meeting within the spiritual realm concludes, and I shall explain everything to you then. It is of utmost importance that you do not miss this. Despite her doubts, Nagongyu suppressed her concerns upon hearing the seriousness in Lu Ji's voice. Upon arriving at Zhang Shou's residence within the spiritual realm, Nagongyu was indeed greeted by the sight of Lu Gu seated there. She was utterly perplexed as to how Lu Gu could physically meet her while her counterpart in the spiritual realm still existed. However, it was clear that this was not the moment to pose such questions. In the room sat 4 distinguished presidents of the student council, along with 3 vice presidents and several group leaders. Upon her arrival, Nagongyu noticed an empty seat beside Xiao Yulan and hastily took her place. Xiao Yulan whispered, You weren't originally part of this plan. It was Sister Xiao who suggested your inclusion. Just listen for now, and I will explain everything later. Once everyone had gathered, De Wenbei began to speak. The technology of the Bright Alliance and the existence of backdoors in their zero-latency communication remain unverified. Personally, I do not trust them. We shall employ our own technology to achieve zero-latency communication. We are dispatching a temporal avatar to control a small fleet heading to the Little Fish Star region. Zhang Xiu interjected, There are several strongholds of interstellar pirates here, and the intelligence is quite reliable. Xiao Tianyu responded, We will handle it. Zhang Xiu disagreed. I believe the Puqi 64 Student Council should take charge. Li Qinglian added, Indeed, they have been honing their skills with the micromanipulation embroidery machine, making them the most adept in utilizing the remote control terminals of our 6th Council. Xiao Tianyu inquired, The spiritual realm also employs 100% perceptual transmission. Why are you so confident? Li Qinglian explained. The terminal in the spiritual realm primarily converts brainwave signals and subtle bodily signals into data that manifests within the spiritual realm. My design ensures 100% perception. When a person is within the terminal, the robot on the other side receiving the signals acts as an extension of the terminal. Or, in essence, your robotic avatar. To simplify, a mere flick of a finger in the spiritual realm transforms into brainwaves, which are then converted into data that translates into brainwaves in the spiritual realm, commanding the finger's movement. My technology allows for direct finger movement without intermediary steps. Regardless of whether the others grasp her explanation, this technology is unparalleled. Han Zi queried. So, what you mean is, we can create a nearly lossless remote-controlled fleet? Li Qinglian affirmed. There will be some loss, as damage to the controlling robots results in the controller experiencing pain. In the event of death, I am uncertain about the human reaction. In experiments conducted on animals, the death of the remotely controlled robots led to a sustained state of psychological distress in the animals for at least a month, and they exhibited fear upon encountering the terminal. The discussion continued. Ultimately, it was decided that the Pucci 64 Student Council would spearhead this operation, while those present, primarily the elite 2nd and 3rd Student Councils, would endeavor to assemble a backup fleet to be modified by the elite 6th Student Council. Nangongyu observed that Lu Gu remained silent throughout, merely listening. Chapter 56. The origin. Once the main discussions concluded, Lu Gu logged off. As Lu Gu logged off, Li Qinglian immediately remarked, I detest that fellow, always wearing a mask. I've encountered him several times and have heard him utter no more than 10 words. Before Li Qinglian could finish her sentence, Zhang Shou interjected. Who informed you of your remote control terminal's upgraded applications? Who assisted the Darwin brothers? Who cautioned everyone about the backdoors in the equipment of the Holy Alliance? Who ensured that the Sixth Society received adequate research funding? Who cured your acne? Who Stop. Li Qinglian could no longer bear it. Nangongyu sat there, her mind consumed with a singular thought. What had transpired over the past 6 months? Zhang Shou ceased her tirade and turned to Nangongyu, saying, Nangongyu, please analyze the recent expedition seriously. After Zode and the others return, will they be able to secure at least 2 habitable planets and ensure the operational safety of resource-rich planets within a light year? If we cannot achieve even this, investing in them would be futile. Indeed, Nangongyu promptly rose, recognizing the gravity of the matter. She had undertaken thorough research and analysis. As the discussion concluded in the spiritual realm and she activated her terminal, a wave of fatigue washed over her. However, she heard Lu Gu bustling about outside. Donning her coat, she opened the door. In the living room, a lavish spread of dishes awaited her. Upon noticing Nangongyu's arrival, Lu Gu wiped her hands on her apron and said, Please take a seat. There's a soup still to come. I prepared everything myself, without the assistance of the robotic chef. As Nangongyu sat down, the aroma of the dishes was delightful, and their presentation was exquisite. When Lu Gu emerged with the soup, Nangongyu spoke up. Earlier in the spiritual realm, after you left, Vice President Li from the elite 6th Student Council spoke ill of you, and Sister Xiao vehemently countered her. Does Sister Xiao know your true identity? I mean, your disguised one. Upon hearing this, Lu Gu laughed heartily. What nonsense. You're overthinking it. Nangongyu gazed at Lu Gu. What exactly is our relationship? Are we siblings? 2 unfortunate orphans? Or perhaps master and servant? At the mention of master and servant, Lu Gu reached out a hand toward Nangongyu. After a moment's hesitation, Nangongyu extended her hand for Lu Gu to grasp. Lu Gu pulled her up and opened a nearby door, revealing several garments hanging inside. At first glance, Nangongyu found herself entranced. Such clothing had never graced her eyes before. Beauty transcended past acquaintance. Leaning against the door, Lu Gu began, to answer your earlier question. We are family. These garments are replicas, crafted by blending elements of traditional attire. Creating authentic traditional women's clothing is far too intricate. Now that you're back, let me show you some images. Tell me your thoughts. A series of holographic 3-dimensional images materialized before Nangongyu. Lu Gu pointed to a complete dress ensemble featuring a lake blue base, black trimming, and gold thread detailing, delicately adorned with a phoenix motif. After a gentle tap to include the headdress and accessories, she inquired, What are your impressions? Turning to Lu Gu, Nangongyu replied, If I were to don this dress and appear in public, I fear I would not survive until dawn. Let us eat, Lu Gu suggested. Lu Gu reached out and pulled Nangongyu to sit beside the dining table. After serving her some dishes, Lu Ge said, "You know, you have placed me in quite a predicament. I wish to knit you a beautiful garment." One day, I inquired of Zhang Xiu, and she informed me that His Majesty the Emperor does not impose restrictions on the styles of uniforms. Nan Gongyu shook her head. Sister Xia would not dare to wear them. The absence of restrictions does not equate to freedom from prohibition. Nobility can, at times, be rather petty. And that garment exuded an oppressive aura. Merely a piece of clothing, yet it carried a sense of superiority, looking down upon the masses. Lu Ge merely smiled, not responding. It was the design of the grand ceremonial attire of the Empress of the Ming Dynasty. And Lu Ge had not even dared to replicate the imperial regalia of the Wu Emperor. Nan Gongyu continued. Some overly extravagant garments are unsuitable for our current status as commoners. Even in the absence of restrictions, flamboyance brings us no benefits. You have changed so much that I find you somewhat unfamiliar. Lu Ge placed a hand on Nan Gongyu's hand. Do not overthink it. There are matters I find perplexing as well. I am me, yet I am not entirely myself. Perhaps there exists another version of me, or a half of me. At present, I only know that to unravel all enigmas, I must embark on a quest for the source. The source is my ultimate goal. I must seek the source. Upon hearing Lu Ji's declaration, Nan Gongyu became somewhat excited. Yes, I have heard the term source, though I do not comprehend its meaning. You have heard it? Lu Ge was taken aback. Nan Gongyu affirmed, the last will. Whose last will? Your mother's. Lu Ge pressed on. Where? Nan Gongyu untangled a hairpin, removing a semi-transparent shard from it. When illuminated by bright light, numerous chaotic symbols and numbers appeared on the wall. Nan Gongyu utilized a light brain to extract these numbers and symbols, eventually displaying 2 lines of text for Lu Ge to see. Source 5, Chaos, Objective. Source 6, Illusion, Subjective. Is that all? Where's the complete version? Nan Gongyu replied, the complete version resides on Chang'e Star. Lu Ge lightly tapped the table, previously. I thought the matters of Chang'e Star were behind us. Regardless of who governs it now, I shall make it known whose voice is more resounding. Lu Ge clearly recalled that voice advising her that on the path to seeking the source, all enigmas within her heart would be unraveled, the destruction of Earth. Her presence here, and the connection between Han Zi-ing and her own life, among others. By the way, keep this confidential, Lu Ge reminded. Nan Gongyu lowered her head. You say we are family. Then you must tell me everything that transpired while I was away from the Baiyong Academy. No detail should be omitted. All right, let us eat while I recount, Lu Ge replied, elaborating in detail. After finishing their meal and nearing the end of her narrative, it was already past midnight. As Lu Ge yawned and prepared to return to her room for rest, Nan Gongyu suddenly asked, the impression I got from your story is that you are inciting an attack on the Little Fish Galaxy. Why? Lu Ge pondered for a moment. Firstly, I despise them. Do not ask for the reasons just yet. As for the other reason, follow me. This is Zinkingfang. Lu Ge and Nan Gongyu walked for a considerable distance before arriving at a small pavilion by the lakeside. Once they stood at the center of the pavilion, a mechanism activated, causing them to descend into a magnetic tunnel. After descending several dozen meters, Nan Gongyu looked up and saw the lake's surface. Was this the lake's bottom? Chapter 57, The Monster. As they entered the tunnel, the water of the lake loomed above them. Nan Gongyu inquired, is this the lake's bottom? Lu Ge nodded and led her deeper into the long corridor, where a sturdy door opened to reveal a complete laboratory. A man with explosive white hair was propping his chin with one hand while examining data on a screen. Upon seeing him, Nan Gongyu was so startled that she fell to the ground. This man, of course, was Jiang Si, who burst into laughter. Little girl, come, let uncle draw a couple of vials of blood. With that, he produced several tools from seemingly nowhere, and his expression, actions, and tone, combined with the instruments in his hands, frightened Nan Gongyu, who retreated further back. Lu Ge stepped forward. Don't scare the child. Nan Gongyu, the first individual from the Pyong Academy capable of withstanding over 100 times the force of acceleration solely on her own. Thought it was a pity not to study such a remarkable specimen. Lu Ge raised a hand to interject. Hey, she's my family. No, don't come any closer. Are you even human? You're a monster, Nan Gongyu shouted. The title doctor here does not refer to an academic degree, but rather to a teaching position within the academy. Jiang Si, the so-called doctor, was not human. Upon hearing Nan Gongyu's words, he pointed at Lu Ge. He is the real non-human. Stop talking nonsense, Lu Ge glared at Jiang Si, who laughed heartily and beckoned Lu Ge. Come with me. I want you to see my latest research findings. Lu Ge pulled Nan Gongyu to her feet. Don't be afraid. Old Jiang is still a faculty member of the Pyong Academy. He is a faculty member? That is impossible. Nangongyu protested. Let us discuss that later. First, let us look at the research. Upon entering another room, they found 40 crystalline columns arranged within. As Nangongyu stepped in, she felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Countless specimens, many large bodies, and 51 crystal columns filled the space. Each column contained a person. Before Nangongyu could let her imagination run wild, Lu Gu spoke. These are the Yujuhua from the Yujua star domain. To say they are human is indeed accurate, yet to claim they are not human would also hold some truth. Jiangxi activated a screen to show Lu Gu. My latest research results confirm that they do not belong to genetic mutations. They merely appear that way. Their cells harbor dark energy, a trait unattainable by ordinary humans. At that moment, Li Huanchen emerged from the side, holding a light brain while perusing data. Dark matter is merely a general term. Everything beyond visible matter is dark matter. 95% of the universe consists of dark matter. The Yujuhua star domain has no comprehension of what dark matter truly is. They employ the most nefarious methods to manipulate the knowledge obtained from ancient relics. Lu Gu pondered. I do not understand. Shouldn't technology evolve and improve with the passage of time? Why do ancient relics contain elements that surpass contemporary technology? Jiangxi gazed intently at Lu Gu, articulating each word with clarity. Because, in this era, we are human, whereas in the ancient times, they were divine beings. What they wielded was not mere technology, but the very truths of the universe. After speaking, Jiangxi's eyes turned somewhat avaricious as he assessed Lu Gu. How about allowing us to study you for a few days? We wish to discern the extraordinary energy that resides within you. With that, Lu Gu grasped Nangongyu's hand and departed, completely disregarding Jiangxi. Jiangxi exchanged a knowing smile with Li Huangchen and resumed their research. In their minds, the flattening of the Yujuxing domain was inconsequential. What they sought were the ancient relics hidden within. Upon leaving the underground laboratory, Lu Gu turned to Nangongyu and remarked, Now I comprehend why I launched an assault on the Yujuxing domain. This is the reason. Nangongyu merely inquired, Are they still alive? Lu Gu responded, They lie in a deep slumber. Once they emerge from their vessels, their lives will commence a countdown, not exceeding 4 centuries. I am perplexed as to why so many within the great Yuhuang dynasty fear Jiangxi. He is a gentle soul. He assured me that he would not open the containers until a method to restore their humanity is discovered. Nangongyu refrained from replying, for she had never heard of Dr. Jiangxi. Her first encounter with him had been rather intimidating. Just moments ago, upon seeing her, he had contemplated drawing 2 vials of her blood. That evening, Nangongyu did not return to her dormitory but chose to stay in Lu Ji's spacious courtyard, which, besides 2 bedrooms, housed numerous empty rooms. The following day, before dawn, Nangongyu received a notification to report immediately to the starport. She knocked briskly on Lu Ji's door. I have brought back many items from the Winternack star domain, but I have no time today. I must gather at the starport. Whether Lu Gu heard her or not, Nangongyu could not afford to linger. She donned her uniform and hurried out. In truth, Lu Gu had already awakened. Keeping her eyes shut while perusing the latest data and listening to the conversations transmitted directly to her brainwave via her necklace. Upon arriving at the starport, Nangongyu found a multitude of individuals already assembled, all members of the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th student councils of the Baiyang Academy. Once in space, a small fleet ventured into the cosmos, with Nangongyu remaining aboard Zhang Shou's flagship. Zhang Shou cradled a harrow, which, equipped with levitation capabilities, appeared more exquisite than the one she had seen the previous day. The earlier model had performed poorly in the vastness of space. At that moment, Harrow relayed Lu Ji's voice. I saw on the news that the Holy Alliance of Light has announced a breakthrough in their remote interstellar fighter operations. What I wish to ascertain is whether their data flow will be smaller than ours. Zhang Shou pressed the communication button. 6th Council members, what is your response? De Wenbei replied, Our data flow is indeed smaller and more precise. If we were to employ the mechanical remote operations of the Holy Alliance of Light, given the current data bandwidth technology, each line would not support more than 30 interstellar fighters or an equivalent number of heavy ground mechs. Conversely, we can manage nearly 100 robots, using them to operate the interstellar fighters. After listening to the responses from the elite 6th Student Council, Zhang Shou remarked, Determining the optimal configuration for the designated 85 members is indeed a perplexing task. Lu Ji's voice interjected, You are the professionals. Indeed, they were professionals. Zhang Shou felt a headache but never entertained the notion of impossibility. Her sole intent was to maximize the efficacy of the existing bandwidth. Standing nearby, Nangong, you felt a tinge of bitterness. She could discern the two completely distinct tones in Lu Ji's voice, one rooted in reality and the other emanating from the hidden identity within the spiritual realm. The slight bitterness stemmed from the fact that, despite having returned only a day ago, encountering Zhang Xiu invariably meant also encountering Haro. It was a bittersweet sentiment. Chapter 58. The essence is the truth of the universe within the Chang Lu Fong. Many dormitories had entered a state of closure, with each isolated room housing students engaged with their terminal devices. Yuping was among them. Prolonged use of these devices for intricate embroidery had brought them remarkably close to achieving nearly 100% replication of a robot from light years away. Today's training focus was on controlling the doppelganger robots amidst heavy cosmic interference and conducting formation flying exercises with interstellar fighter jets. As for Lu Ge, he had already stepped outside. With the brainwave communication necklace gifted by Jiangxi, he could utilize his dual identity without entering the spiritual realm. Of course, Haro was also present. Lu Ge strolled out, and in this era of extraordinarily convenient interstellar transportation, walking was occasionally a delightful experience. Upon exiting the city walls, he made his way to the parking area before boarding a hovering commuter vehicle. His destination was Xiao Yulan's dormitory. Upon arrival, he found that Xiao Yulan was not at home, but Felina was. Felina, an auditing student, was in the process of applying to move into Chang Lefang as well. Anyone who had visited Chang Lefang could not help but be enamored by it, as it was imbued with a vibrant atmosphere and undeniable allure compared to the sterile dormitories, which were isolated behind closed doors. When Lu Ge arrived at Xiao Yulan's dormitory, he found Felina packing her belongings. He grabbed a bottle of water and sat down. Observing her efforts, it seems your application for a dormitory has been approved. Felina, engrossed in her task, had numerous items that, to Lu Ge, appeared to be mere trifles, clutter that occupied space and had not been used for ages, yet Felina meticulously packaged each one. While organizing her luggage, Felina shared with Lu Ge, I struck a significant business deal on behalf of President Yi, so she requested that a student move into a double room, thereby vacating a single suite for me. A ruse. Lu Ge immediately recognized it as a clever scheme. With Chang Lefang fully constructed, its occupancy rate was below 30%. By transforming several single suites into double rooms, they could potentially create at least 1,000 additional spaces. Furthermore, new buildings were still under construction. While Lu Ge would not expose the matter, he inquired, what significant business deal? Felina remarked, Shalawar currently harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you and would undoubtedly eliminate you given the opportunity. However, her father, Duke Natok, holds you in high regard, especially after personally signing a contract with the guild following his tasting of the newly named beverage, the holy drink of light, which is coffee. The guild? Indeed, the guild. Located in the outer orbital ring of Pyong Star, is called the 74th Guild. They engage in the trade of various ordinary goods, energy barrels of differing purities, and a limited supply of rare minerals. Lu Ge inquired, why is everything proceeding so smoothly? Felina replied, because the documentation and investors for the 74th Guild list you as the principal. Me? Lu Ge was even more perplexed. Felina shook her head, I cannot elucidate it fully. But I know that Duke Natok issued the order for this very reason, with the samples of the holy drink of light arriving later. By the way, Duke Natok has also enlisted the most skilled healer and procured a newly invented super healing device from a research institute that has yet to be officially released. Felina continued to chatter, clearly elated. Lu Ge had initially sought Felina to discuss matters regarding Duke Natok, and it seemed the conversation had already begun. He resolved to observe the situation for a while longer. As for the types of goods to be sold, a preliminary plan had already been discussed. After departing from Felina, Lu Ge returned to Xingqingfang and entered the underground fortress. Dr. Jiang was manipulating the equipment to provide physical therapy for Li Huanchen after his revival. Lu Ge stood by and asked, Dr. Jiang, the healing device can regenerate a severed arm, requiring only a few days of recuperation to restore it to its original condition. Yet why are certain components beyond repair? After speaking, Lu Ge handed over a medical case. Dr. Jiang took it and opened it on the computer, after a brief glance. He responded, it is not that the healing device is incapable, but rather a matter concerning him. What do you mean? Dr. Jiang pointed to Lu Ji's head. The brain has determined that those components are irretrievably lost, akin to a computer having deleted relational data of a particular program. Is there a possibility for recovery? Quite simply, By creating an environment reminiscent of a spiritual realm and placing him in a hypnotic state to revisit his infant memories, we could reimplant and recreate certain content, achieving a recovery probability of 100%. After hearing this, Lu Gu remained confused. Then why did the medical facility conclude that only the components could be restored and not the functions? Li Huanchen, who was jogging on the machine, chuckled. Because this method is one of the over 100 charges against Dr. Jiang. This technology has been sealed as many believe it can alter memories. That is not the case. Dr. Jiang firmly denied. You may think of it as restoring a deleted file on a computer. How could a file that never existed be recovered? Lu Gu began to comprehend and then said, "May I borrow some space to store a few samples?" Samples of what? Samples, of course. Is it intriguing? Lu Gu smiled. This knowledge runs deep. If you, Dr. Jiang, are interested, I shall teach you. Pray, tell me more. Lu Gu began arranging for robots to transport goods, all of which were brought back from the Winderna Star domain by Nangongyu. Samples of ores and similar materials had already been processed by designated personnel, while Lu Gu received an assortment of plants, many of which were excavated with their soil intact. As Jiangxi observed the samples being brought in, he remarked to Lu Gu, within the imperial palace, there exist ancient texts that document the use of plants in specific proportions, yielding extraordinary effects. I have perused some of these, but their incompleteness renders them of little assistance to my research. Lu Gu responded, the marvels of plants are boundless, for life cannot be artificially created. Not necessarily. Jiangxi countered. Our limitations do not imply that the ancient ancestors were incapable. Remember, I once told you that we are merely developing technology, while the ancients, the primordial beings, can be deemed divine, for they sought the truths of the universe. That is but a legend. It should be the truth. Lu Gu pondered Jiangxi's unwavering conviction, reminiscing about the mystical tales from the Shanhai Jing during her time on Earth, questioning why such wonders ultimately vanished. Perhaps Jiangxi's assertion held merit, the truth of the universe. She too aspired to one day seek the origins. At that moment, Lu Gu inquired, have you two heard of the origins? In near unison, Jiangxi and Li Huanchen replied, the origins are the truths of the universe. Chapter 59. The 8 known origins. The origins are indeed the truths of the universe. The two exchanged knowing smiles. And Jiangxi spoke first. My research focuses on the origins, which I term beginnings and endings, also known as life and death. When a singularity undergoes a cataclysmic explosion, the universe is born. Presently, when hot water meets tea leaves, a cup of tea is created. It is as simple as that. Li Huanchen added, my research pertains to scope and process. When discussing scope, it is easier to conceptualize as time and space, yet the term time and space does not entirely encapsulate my study. In simpler terms, it is about the framework. In the context of this warehouse, the walls represent the boundaries. Items can only reside within its confines. What if it lies outside the warehouse? Lu Gu queried. While you are within the warehouse, you cannot perceive the items outside. Do the objects outside still belong to you? That is quite simple. Lu Gu felt a buzz in her mind. She recalled the 2 terms Nangongyu had mentioned, the objective and subjective, equating to chaos and illusion. Both Li Huanchen and Jiangxi simultaneously shook their heads, evidently reluctant to delve into that topic. Let us discuss plants instead. I have seen reports from the Byung Academy indicating your expertise in plant research. Share your insights with me. I believe it could benefit my studies in the field of life sciences. Jiangxi proactively shifted the conversation. Clearly, there was a story behind it. Lu Gu hesitated to press further and instead introduced the simplest of discussions regarding broth recipes with Jiangxi. Li Huanchen had other matters to attend to, particularly concerning the finalization of her space-time avatars, necessitating her review of numerous empirical data. The day swiftly passed. In the evening, Lu Gu stood outside Chang Lefang, banging on the door. Let me in. I just wish to grab a bowl of noodles and leave, or else summon Nangongyu to come out. A row of 8 robots blocked the entrance, resolutely denying her entry. Nangongyu returned to her dormitory not solely for her studies, but also due to the unsettling knowledge that someone had reported her, leaving her too fearful to investigate the matter. How could she? What could she uncover? This situation was not only murky, but could also lead to a thorough investigation that might unravel everything. Reluctantly, she decided to return to her own quarters. Meanwhile, Lu Gu was unable to enter Chang Lefang and left in a huff, cursing under her breath. In Nangongyu's room, Yuping was present. Speaking candidly, the informant is not within Chang Lefang, but rather from our old dormitory area. It could very well be someone from our impoverished sisterhood back in the day. motivated by nothing more than envy of your success. What could Nangongyu say? She occupied herself with a pressure tool to crack open the fruit she had. She was uncertain of the fruit's name, but there were countless Wendanaku varieties, filling dozens of containers. Zode had not charged a penny, merely stating they were a gift for Ming Shui to sample. Lu Gu had tried one. It was the size of a ping-pong ball with a half-centimeter thick shell, requiring considerable force to break. However, the fruit inside, according to Lu Gu, resembled some kind of nut, and upon tasting it, she found it quite pleasant. A bag was prepared for Nangongyu, but it required special tools to consume. Yiping reached for a nut that Nangongyu had cracked open and placed it in her mouth, commenting, "Speaking of food, our dear Ming is quite adept at this." Nangongyu retorted with a hint of menace, "Just don't let me find out who is speaking ill of me behind my back." Yiping sighed, "Just endure it. This year has been tumultuous at the academy. The left director has retired, the right director has been exiled, and the chief supervisor has been demoted to a remote location as a judge, without even attaining the rank of a star chief. Among the normal graduates of the Baiyong Academy, aside from a few who are faring extremely poorly, the least successful are on par with the star chief of the impoverished faction. Furthermore, those facing compulsory expulsion, if this continues, I predict over 100 will be expelled by mid-year. We just need to get through this year." Nangongyu nodded helplessly. There was no other option. Yiping continued, "Don't be upset. Get some rest. Tomorrow is the final test, and 500 robots are set to be loaded onto cargo ships for departure." "Understood." Nangongyu replied with a nod. She was more informed than Yiping, as she was the group leader of the Elite Third Association. The starship was already located in a certain star system to the southwest of the Northern King region, awaiting the arrival of the robots, which would serve as temporal avatars. To commence operations, 500 robots in total. Only 100 could be utilized at a time, with the remainder on standby, and an additional 100 reserved. There were 4 starships in total, all refurbished from older models, not standard ships of the Great Jade Dynasty. These were makeshift vessels, after all. The Galactic Peace Treaty had only been in effect for a millennium, and the Great Jade Dynasty had captured a significant number of starships back in the day. A small portion was repurposed for various uses. The vast majority remained sealed within the starship graveyards of the desolate starfields. With simple maintenance, they could be put back into service. After a brief conversation, Yiping returned to her dormitory to rest. In the deep of night, Zhang Xiu's dormitory received a delivery from a robot. As she prepared to rest, she signed for the package and opened the box, only to find yet another Harlow. Protected by a large shell, in a delightful shade of pink, Zhang Xiu returned to the study and tapped on his own device, inquiring, "What does this mean?" The voice of Lu Gu emanated from the harrow he had received. "Send it along with those 500 robots to the starship." Zhang Xiu was perplexed. "What purpose does it serve?" "This one is somewhat different. It is equipped with heavy armor and escape capabilities." Zhang Xiu interrupted Lu Gu. "What I mean is, without a time-space avatar terminal, what significance does a single harrow hold? Can it merely convey audio signals through ordinary communication?" Lu Gu replied, "No. This harrow possesses intrinsic time-space communication, requiring no external power. The one you have in hand is the same. It does not rely on the network of the Baiyong Academy to transmit signals. That is impossible. It must be a coincidence, a blend of miracles and science, unique throughout the galaxy. However, I possess only 7 of these, so I am reluctant to part with any, especially one with escape functionality." Zhang Xiu ceased his doubts and merely asked, "Such a marvelous object, where did you acquire it?" "From Li Qinglian's great-aunt." Zhang Xiu felt a twinge of jealousy, unsure whether to attribute it to Lu Ji's fortuitous luck or her own misfortune. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting a question. "You already had a harrow before you invited me to fetch Li Qinglian's great-aunt." "Indeed, I obtained this treasure first, which led me to the existence of the infinite." Infinity refers to Li Huangqin. Zhang Xiu couldn't help but think, what extraordinary luck. "Good night," he said, and with that, he commanded the harrow to enter a dormant state. Upon returning to his bedroom, Zhang Xiu was taken aback to discover that the residence in the spiritual realm was activated. Who could it be? Without a moment's hesitation, he entered the spiritual realm. The living room was empty. In the flower hall, Lu Gu and Hua Ziying were present, not engaged in diagnosis, but rather. Chapter 60, The Legacy of Ancestors. "How leisurely you are," Hua Ziying remarked to Zhang Xiu. "This is a qin, a 7-stringed instrument, an ancient musical device. Lu Gu is searching for suitable materials to help me craft one. It may take some time. It's quite peaceful here at night, so I came to learn a bit. Would you like to listen?" "All right, Since I can't sleep anyway, Zhang Xiu replied, taking a seat nearby. Lu Gu also sat down. Hua Ziying tuned the strings and played a piece titled Falling Wild Geese on a sandy beach. After finishing, Hua Ziying remarked, although it is a beginner's piece, it is still quite challenging. I need more practice. Don't you play something? Hua Ziying suggested. All right, Lu Gu agreed, moving closer. As Zhang Xiu listened to Hua Ziying play, he found it exceedingly dull, yet he had no desire to leave. The reason eluded him. When Lu Ji's fingers glided over the strings, the entire spiritual realm seemed to resonate. The melody enveloped Zhang Xiu, transporting him to a realm akin to floating among clouds. However, he soon realized he was atop a mountain, with clouds hovering at the peak, pines and cypresses standing tall, and a waterfall cascading from the clouds into a mountain lake below. In the center of the lake sat a stone, upon which a figure played the chain. In the valley, birds occasionally chirped sweetly. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Xiu gazed at Lu Gu, who was seated and playing, utterly transfixed. Was this truly a human? Noticing Zhang Xiu's eyes, Huazi Sakura yawned after Lu Gu finished playing a piece. It's late. We should rest. Goodbye. Before Huazi Sakura logged off, Zhang Xiu remarked, next time, remember to call me. With that, she too logged off. Originally, Zhang Xiu intended to say that they should not secretly use her residence in the spiritual realm, but she refrained from saying it at the last moment. Meanwhile, Lu Gu remained seated, savoring the moment. On Earth, tone-deaf as he was, he had just played a piece reminiscent of high mountains and flowing water, leaving him profoundly astonished. Grateful to his ancestors, he felt a deep appreciation for the treasures they had bequeathed. Lu Gu had summoned Huazi Sakura for a singular purpose. A mysterious voice had informed him that he and Huazi Sakura were interconnected. This notion perplexed Lu Gu, prompting him to seek further interaction, hoping to uncover some understanding. Regarding this revelation, Lu Gu had but a faint clue. Huazi Sakura's memories had yet to awaken. In Lu Ji's interpretation, this signified that she had not forgotten, but rather that her memories remained dormant, suggesting that these slumbering recollections might hold the key. The following day, at the starport, a cargo ship set sail, carrying a pink harrow, known as the Sphere of Infinite Possibilities, one of Li Huangqin's extraordinary creations. In times of necessity, this harrow could enable Lu Gu to remotely control heavy mechs or cosmic fighter jets. 2 days after the transport vessel departed, an afternoon found Lu Gu and Nangong Yu arriving from different directions at a lake more than 100 kilometers south of the new dormitory district, where Lu Gu had crafted a boat. As they rowed with wooden paddles, Lu Gu and Nangong Yu glided across the lake. Nangong Yu enjoyed a picnic prepared by Lu Gu, reclining on the boat while gazing at the distant scenery. Lu Gu, however, was cursing. I can't believe some bastard has reported me again, claiming I was spying on the female students' dormitory. When did Chang Lufang become a dormitory for female students? Nangong Yu chuckled. That's not all. I know who did it this time. It was some from the PU 11 Student Council. I heard they often visit the Elite 6th Student Council. One day, they spotted you talking to Li Qinglian behind a tree in the garden and have been keeping an eye on you ever since. Be careful. They belong to the Count's family. Rowing the boat, Lu Gu found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, Nangong Yu said, I heard from Xiujie that instantaneous communication across the entire galaxy will soon begin trial operations among the 7 academies. Don't draw too much attention to yourself. Lu Gu replied. Li Qinglian mentioned that, technically, a single data stream has limitations, and multi-streams would cause substantial interference. According to her speculation, until there are significant technological breakthroughs, both the number of participants and the range of shared spiritual realms will be quite small, possibly even smaller than our previous dormitory. Nangong Yu inquired, what about the harrow? Lu Gu responded, do you remember our 2 esteemed predecessors? I was terrified. How could I forget? Countless years ago, Lu Gu recounted the origin of the necklace, a coincidence that seemed nearly impossible to replicate, the transformation of silicon-based life beneath a supernova explosion. After listening to Lu Ji's account, Nangong Yu also found it remarkable. What astonished her even more was that Lu Gu had befriended 2 of the most notorious madmen among the legendary 3 in the galaxy. Lu Gu remarked, Reinhard has written to me. He received the gift I sent. The origins of the coffee must remain a secret, as it pertains not merely to wealth but to a grander scheme. Nangong Yu replied, those who are privy to the secret are our own. Even the inhabitants of the Winternack star domain are unaware, merely believing we require it as an additive for some material. To obscure this, I have arranged to procure various botanical fruits from their star domain. Even at a loss, the procurement will be substantial. Rest assured, There will be no losses. As I mentioned, Reinhardt's letter contained an intriguing detail, which I shall not divulge now. When you find the time, cultivate a closer relationship with Farlina. Allow me to prepare. And in a few days, I shall send a gift to Duke Natok in Reinhardt's name. Nangongyu refrained from pressing further for details. To her, these were inconsequential. What mattered was that the spirit realm of the 7 academies was about to commence trial operations, and she hoped Lu Gu would maintain a low profile and avoid excessive flamboyance. In the evening, Lu Gu prepared a meal, which Nangongyu took back to her dormitory. Lu Gu then carried the food container to the underground fortress. While dining, Lu Gu shared Reinhardt's letter with Jiangxi, along with Han Ziying's medical case, and subsequently inquired, "Doctor, you mentioned Griffith's treatment previously. What about Duke Natok's predicament? Why has the treatment device failed? Han Ziying's condition has also led to diminishing effectiveness of the device." Jiangxi replied, "It's a matter of tolerance. The more frequently the treatment device is used, the simpler it becomes." Lu Gu had previously held a similar view, referring to it as drug resistance. Lu Gu stated, "I have a suspicion that Duke Natok invested a fortune in an experimental treatment device not to assist Griffith, but rather to use him as a test subject. The components mentioned in Reinhardt's letter are likely compromised as well." Jiangxi set down his chopsticks and gazed at Lu Gu. "Does your method of treating Han Ziying not encounter this issue?" Lu Gu understood that Jiangxi was inquiring whether the natural plant-based medicines would also exhibit diminished efficacy with prolonged use, essentially addressing the concern of drug resistance. Lu Gu felt assured. Chapter 61. The Art of Gift-Giving by Xiao Ming. Regarding the tolerance of pure plant medicines, Lu Gu responded, "It cannot be said to be entirely absent, but it is generally negligible. Plants are products of nature, classified as natural substances, absorbed through the gastrointestinal tract and entering the bloodstream to exert their medicinal effects. The metabolic byproducts of drugs must be broken down by the liver and ultimately excreted through the kidneys. During the excretion process via the liver and kidneys, there may be some impact. As long as no synthetic substances are added, the metabolism will be relatively thorough. While one cannot claim it is non-existent, it is indeed rare. As the essence of this method lies in regulating the 5 elements." Jiangxi became intrigued, saying, "Elaborate further. It seems I missed out on crucial academic insights in my earlier years. I should have taken the time to diligently study those texts within the palace." After speaking, Jiangxi turned to Li Huanchen. "Is your sole concern about eating?" Li Huanchen did not even lift his head. He had no idea how many years it had been since he last ate, but he intended to make up for it. "Fine, go ahead and indulge." After dinner, the 3 of them proceeded to the laboratory. A container housing a crystal column had been equipped with numerous devices. Li Huanchen remarked, "To ensure the normal functioning of their brains, the life support apparatus will create a virtual world, distinct from dreaming and not quite a spiritual realm, lying somewhere in between. Once you intervene, remember to avoid provoking any emotional fluctuations in Yujushin." "Understood." After Lu Gu agreed, she lay down in the specially designed trough bed and placed a necklace in the slot above her head. It was neither a spiritual realm nor a dream. This was Yujushin's world, aptly described as a realm of the soul. Upon opening her eyes, Lu Gu beheld a sprawling rice field, with a stream flowing at her feet. Turning around, she saw a tranquil village where a small child was chasing butterflies. The child ran up to Lu Gu, looking up at her. "Hello, are you traveling?" Lu Gu crouched down. "Yes, I am traveling. Is this your home?" "Yes, this is my home. Would you like to visit? Grandma's dumplings are especially delicious and sweet." "All right." It felt like a fairy tale world, serene and peaceful. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, and the scene began to repeat itself. Lu Gu woke up accordingly. Li Huanchen inquired, "What did you see?" It appeared to be a dream. A brief segment that kept repeating. I believe Yujushin herself was unaware of the repetition. How to describe it? It felt like a beautiful memory. Jiangxi said, "Enough. Go rest." Lu Gu looked at Jiangxi. "Aren't you going to say anything?" "We'll inform you once we have clarity." Jiangxi offered no explanations to Lu Gu, nor did he divulge the reasons behind the experiment. That evening, Lu Gu returned home and prepared a new medication, a rather effective concoction of Lu Wei Di Huangwan. The following morning, Lu Gu called for Nangongyu early. When Nangongyu arrived, Lu Gu was clad in a rather ridiculous floral outfit, recording a video message with an amused expression on her face. Upon seeing Nangongyu, she pointed at the screen. "Help me assess this message. It needs to exude a sense of flattery, as if a small person is currying favor with the Duke." Nangongyu retorted, "How disgusting, just like last time. What mischievous scheme are you concocting now?" Lu Gu replied solemnly. This time, it is quite different. Let me briefly explain the rationale. If the forces of the Holy Alliance in the Yuju star domain do not experience internal strife, we want to be able to gain control of the little fish star system. Only when they are distracted can we seize the opportunity to reclaim substantial control. Once we hold the reins, the Holy Alliance will be unable to retaliate, especially since the peace treaty remains intact. Nagongyu did not fully grasp these matters but accepted Lu Ji's assertions, believing them to be accurate. As for how recording this message could incite discord within the Holy Alliance's fleet stationed in the Yuju star domain, Nagongyu could not fathom. Lu Gu recorded many versions before finally selecting one that felt appropriate. That day, a parcel destined for the Yuju star domain was dispatched. After dispatching the parcel, Lu Gu dedicated 2 entire days to meticulously reviewing all the materials provided by Zhang Xiu regarding the Little Fish Galaxy and its vicinity, which included not only information about interstellar pirates, but also numerous artificial settlements along the borders. Following careful contemplation, Lu Gu selected a specific location, and the cargo ship dispatched a temporal avatar robot to the starship, which then navigated towards the designated site. Days later, in the Yujun star domain, Duke Natok emerged from his residence and, seated in the airship, voiced his grievances to his aide. That loathsome gesture makes me feel nauseated because of him. My beloved Shalua has become frail. Is there any means to ensure this gesture's permanent disappearance? The aide replied softly, Griffith still holds temporary value. No one is to utter that repulsive name in my presence, the Duke retorted darkly, lapsing into silence. Departing the habitable planet to reach the fleet's base. A package was delivered. Commander, this is correspondence from the B. Young Star, addressed to you. Shall we open it and ascertain if there are any hazardous materials? Who sent it? He Ming, the name Lu Gu had assumed. At the mention of this name, Duke Natok's mood instantly lifted. No need for inspection. Just hand it over to me. He is an exceptionally kind and fascinating young man. The aide mused silently. Fascinating indeed, given he shattered Griffith's egg. Upon returning to his quarters, Duke Natok opened the package, first inserting a video letter onto the screen before examining the contents. To his astonishment, it was the sacred drink of light. It appeared that Reinhardt had obtained it from him, suggesting that Reinhardt was not as amicable towards his benefactor as he had previously believed, having concealed such crucial information. As Natok grumbled, he instructed his aide to set up the coffee machine and prepare 2 cups. Next, several small porcelain vials captured Natok's attention, prompting him to repeatedly watch Lu Ji's presentation of the vials in the video letter. Originating from an ancient ruin, the deciphered text revealed that this was a type of medicine. After further analysis, it was determined to be an extraordinary remedy, entirely natural with no synthetic components, albeit slow-acting yet highly effective. Regarding your esteemed future son-in-law's injuries, I believe it will yield remarkable results. Upon hearing the phrase future son-in-law, Natok's face darkened. He then opened one of the vials and, adhering to Lu Ji's video instructions, took 8 capsules thrice daily. For the moment, he decided to swallow 8 capsules. Meanwhile, in a remote sector of the Yujun star domain, within an artificial settlement on an asteroid, a starship adorned with the Yujun insignia was en route to this location, while 4 uniquely shaped starships awaited in the cosmos. On board one of the starships, a temporal avatar robot was diligently reviewing the gathered data. Another temporal avatar robot approached. Sister Yulan, the target has entered range. Chapter 62. Unexpected trade goods. Xiao Yulan's temporal avatar shook its head, pondering the opportunity for close combat. The data indicated that this artificial habitation zone was dedicated solely to ice harvesting in the cosmos, with transport vessels arriving twice annually to procure the ice extracted from the universe. Why, then, was there a starship present? Yi Ping's temporal avatar replied, understood. Prepare for close quarters. The 4 starships continued to await their chance in silence. For all present, the knowledge gleaned from books and the combat experienced in training felt illusory. This was their inaugural interstellar battle. Each individual was immersed in anxious preparation. The 4 starships were, in reality, represented by 85 temporal avatars, equipped with a total of 800 artificial intelligence combat robots, 33 space fighters, 8 heavy armored land mechs, 40 light mechs, and 12 armored vehicles, all categorized as small starships. The quasi-fighter class starship that Nangongyu used to travel to the Winterak star domain required a minimum crew of over 3,000. As time ticked away, an observer suddenly shouted, the target starship has shut down its main engine. What? Xiao Yulan was equally astonished. The shutdown of the main engine signified a loss of long-range firepower. leaving only the most fundamental life support needs aboard the starship. Moreover, restarting the main engine would take at least 30 minutes. The daring decision to deactivate the main engine stemmed from the fact that these 4 starships did not require the life support systems on board. Auxiliary power could be temporarily diverted for launching space fighters and firing secondary cannons, affording them sufficient time to restart the main engine. At this juncture, should they attack or wait? The flagship's hero spoke up. When the consumption index exceeds the total revenue from cosmic ice harvesting, this artificial habitation zone must be a FAAD, biding its time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yulan picked up the communicator. Proceed to offline, Class 2, prepare for rotation. A few minutes later, at the Pyong Academy, within the elite 3rd Student Council, Xiao Yulan emerged from the control terminal, donned her attire, and proceeded to the main hall. Upon entering, she leaned against the table with both hands, gazing at the Red Harrow, elaborate further. The voice of Lu Gu emerged from the Red Harrow. That starship, I suspect, is also here for hunting. I am uncertain of its quarry, but I can speculate. This star domain lies precisely to the east of the Great Yuhuang Dynasty's boundary, at the southernmost edge of the Guwei star domain, adjacent to the northwestern boundary of the Yuju star domain. Such a location is unlikely to be pristine. Xiao Yulan inquired, what do you mean by not pristine? Lu Gu responded, peruse the regulations. Those outlined therein are their avenues to wealth, hence my assertion of its impurity. Just wait. Regardless of the starship's affiliation, it possesses a deliberate intent. Xiao Yulan wished to pose another question, but Zhang Shou interjected, execute the orders. Do not question the commander's directives. Xiao Yulan retorted, I am the rotating commander of Class 1. You know. Zhang Shou insisted, obey. Xiao Yulan settled into her seat, hoping that Lu Ji's conjecture was accurate. She could not comprehend why they would venture there. They should first confront the interstellar pirates. From within the Red Harrow, Lu Ji's voice resonated. Every battle serves a greater purpose. Engaging purely for the sake of combat is a waste of energy. Despite its modest appearance, the firepower of the small starship, when unleashed in a single volley, equates to the price of thousands of boxes of crayfish. Alas, the crayfish have recently become scarce. Xiao Yulan chuckled at this thought. After waiting for a full 10 hours, Zhang Xiu, who had already returned to rest, was abruptly awakened by the sharp cries of Harlow emanating from the living room. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiu donned her clothing, scooped up Harlow, and hurried towards the elite 3rd Student Council. In the Yujuxing region, 2 cargo ships materialized within the artificial habitation zone, gradually making their approach to dock. The starship also commenced the activation of its main engines. The leader of the 4th shift was Murong He from the elite 3rd Student Council. Murong He's temporal avatar monitored the screen intently while occasionally keeping an eye on the pink Harlow aboard the ship. The voice of Lu Gu resonated from the pink Harlow. Murong He, when do you believe is the most opportune moment? Murong He replied, when the target starship initiates its attack, I will launch the cosmic fighters to strike at its engines, simultaneously activating our main engines to engage in close-quarters combat. Lu Gu inquired, what if the cargo ships are armed? Acknowledging the caution, Murong He adjusted his strategy. The cargo vessels appeared unarmed at present, yet the possibility remained. The nature of the battle was straightforward. It was, after all, a surprise assault. The target starship was fixated on the 2 cargo ships, entirely oblivious to the starship lurking behind. In the initial round, it was met with a fierce onslaught from 15 cosmic fighters that struck from behind, first disabling its propulsion system. Subsequently, the transport ship unleashed heavy mechs upon the starship, which commenced a brutal dismantling of the vessel. By the time the starship sought to retaliate, 4 starships had already encircled the area, charging their main cannons. Even with merely 10% of energy, the main cannon, at such proximity, would render the energy shield ineffective, especially with the hull compromised by the heavy mechs. Murong He's temporal avatar, clad in light mechs, surged into the target starship with 6 individuals and 20 robots. We are from the Yujuxing police, he declared, swiftly dispatching the opponent with a Gauss rifle before delivering 2 additional shots to the chest. All who resisted were eliminated, and the 2 cargo ships, along with the starship, were thoroughly plundered of their valuable possessions. Even a half-full energy barrel was seized. Emulating the guise of interstellar pirates necessitated the demeanor of true marauders. After 2 shifts had passed, they successfully vacated all valuables from the cargo ships, habitation zone, and starship. Once the 4 starships departed, the fierce battle within the artificial habitation zone subsided. It was evident that the area operated as an inn, with both sides of the trading cargo ships suspecting the other of betrayal. As for the starship, It indeed belonged to the cosmic police of the Ujuxing region. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered were the goods being traded. Days later, upon the return of the goods to the Pyong Academy, everyone concluded that they were highly advanced robotic endoskeletons, intended for the fabrication of lifelike androids. Within the underground fortress of Zinkingfang, 2 elderly individuals and a child, each clutching an oversized teacup, scrutinized the analytical data displayed on the screen. Suddenly, Jiangxi remarked, "This is not a robotic endoskeleton. It is human." Human? Indeed. It is human. However, why is it so? It requires your deciphering. Allow me to inform you that the instrument has detected this as silicon-based material, containing a small amount of carbon, and is indeed an artificial creation. I assert that it is of human origin, and I shall demonstrate this to you. Jiangxi employs a rather extraordinary method of proof through news. He reveals a report from the ancient Weixing domain. Look, according to the news, the women of the ancient Weixing domain are genetically modified at birth by affluent individuals, rendering them flawless. If we sift through 1,000,000 facial photographs, we will discover that there are, in fact, no more than 5 templates, merely differing in hairstyles and adornments. Chapter 63. A Starship for You. The screen displays a plethora of photographs as Jiangxi analyzes and elucidates. Given that there are only 5 facial templates, the similarity in skeletal structure will be significantly high. What implications does this hold? Let us conjecture. 2 vast dissection diagrams materialize before the 3 individuals, one depicting skeletal structure and the other, the likeness of Yu Zhuzhan. Jiangxi extends his hands, superimposing the skeletal structure onto Yu Zhuzhan's form. You mentioned their research into weaponry. What might the fusion of these 2 elements yield? While it may seem a foolish endeavor, the conjectured outcome is astonishing. A composite image emerges. Jiangxi points to the illustration, stating, "It possesses defensive capabilities exceeding tenfold that of heavy mech armor, is an agile silicon-based creature, endowed with human cognition, and capable of surviving in the cosmos." My criticism of their foolishness stems from the fact that, despite their ability to exist in space, they cannot autonomously absorb dark energy. Thus, they are utterly ineffectual, with severely limited energy reserves. Luga takes a sip of tea and remarks, "Indeed, a group of deviants has concocted an aberrant study." Jiangxi counters, "No, they merely lack the complete knowledge derived from ancient relics." Speaking of which, you truly possess a gift, my friend. We are incredibly fortunate. The findings you have unearthed pique my interest further. Continue to delve into their work. They are but the detritus of the galaxy. Luga responds, "Well, that is rather impolite. There is indeed evidence to support the notion that they are remnants of the galaxy, and we must embark on our research. This material is truly fascinating." Luga adds, "Nan Gongyu has returned to inform me that carbon-based life forms parasitize silicon-based entities in the cosmos. If you're intrigued, we shall devise a means to capture a few specimens. That thing is a deception, a ruse concocted by the celestial maiden nebula, incapable of yielding significant outcomes. Conversely, I firmly believe that should we possess the complete ancient relics, it could potentially alter the trajectory of humanity's future. I have long asserted that those remnants fail to comprehend the essence of life and death." Jiangxi urges Lu Gu to depart, eager to commence his research on the project that has captured his interest. After Lu Ji's departure, he sends a message to Zhang Xiao. "Everyone may rejoice. This latest quarry is extraordinarily remarkable. We await the research results." Regarding the research results, Zhang Xiao comprehends the treasure they have stumbled upon. What has intrigued both the Bone Dismantler and Infinity is undoubtedly deemed invaluable throughout the galaxy. Upon returning home, Lu Gu sends a message to Nan Gongyu, only to receive an automated reply, "On duty, studying." Lu Gu found herself in a predicament. In the elite 3rd group, many possessed knowledge of fleet command, yet Nan Gongyu, despite being a group leader, was the sole individual devoid of such expertise. Nan Gongyu excelled in piloting cosmic fighters, capable of enduring 100-fold acceleration, a feat unmatched even by Shi Dachui, whose limits capped at 85-fold acceleration. Upon returning home, Lu Gu entered the realm of the spirit world. Following the trial operation of a zero-latency network, the 7 prestigious academies of the galaxy established a new spiritual domain to facilitate communication activities. The section allocated to the Byung Academy was a mere 200 square meters, constrained by bandwidth limitations, rendering it too small for the elite student body's interests. The instructors of Byung Academy, preoccupied with the ongoing investigation by the court, showed little inclination to engage in this space. Lu Gu, however, seized a small advantage. In her capacity as the assistant to the vice president of the elite student council, she acquired this area. At last, with time to spare, Lu Gu entered the spirit realm, before the 200 square meters designated for the communication space of the 7 academies. She inscribed a message in the 3 universal languages of the galaxy, exploring the truth of the universe, creating order amidst chaos. As this sign was erected at the entrance, a crowd quickly gathered around. Observing the throng, Lu Gu promptly displayed another sign. 1,000 equivalent jade coins per person. The last remaining participant will receive a rare prize. We are divided into 4 categories: daily, 10-day, monthly, and annual settlements, with the annual champion receiving a prize that will evoke envy in all. Payment was required, and individuals lined up to comply. Inside, there were numerous soundproof partitions, each with a square table and 4 chairs. Each table bore a detailed set of rules. Within the 200 square meters, 32 tables were arranged. The allure of mahjong was palpable. Participants were drawn in by the phrase, creating order amidst chaos. Yet, upon entering, many felt deceived. Lu Gu remained unfazed. How could one know if it isn't genuine without trying? Rest assured, I will not refund. You may begin with the simplest of games. The ultimate victor of the day was announced through a 3-dimensional image of a round fan. Oh, countless individuals scrambled for seats. This exquisitely embroidered fan, known for its dual-sided design, had first made headlines from the Royal Academy of the Bright Alliance, and later, it was held by the favored concubine of Glade 4, inciting envy among the aristocracy. It was known to originate from the Great Jade Empire. Yet its true source remained elusive. The allure of mahjong was profound. Soon, many forgot about the fan. Another 1,000, Lu Gu declared. Her rules stipulated that spending 1,000 equivalent jade coins granted only 10 chips, and upon winning 100 chips, one could participate in a mahjong game with stakes. Once 4 players accumulated 1,000 chips, the grand finale of the day commenced, with 4 rounds determining the day's champion based on the highest chip count. 1,000 would yield merely 10 chips. The rules are quite simple. To overturn who, win 1, the banker doubles, declare 1 bright and 2 dark. As we enter the second phase, the stakes rise. With an increasing number of players, a sudden roar echoes. You shameless pig, Luo. How dare you cheat and have others lose on purpose? A rather robust student from St. Shisha Academy stood up. Before he could utter a word, a hand pressed against his face, forcing him down and rubbing him to the outside, ultimately kicking him away. A towering man, approximately 2 meters tall, his physique brimming with muscle, stood beside a female student with chestnut hair after dealing with the hefty figure. This chestnut-haired student tilted her head back, surveying everyone present. Nearly everyone bowed their heads, except for Lu Gu, who remained oblivious to her presence. The chestnut-haired student strode up to Lu Gu. How much for that fan? Lu Gu smiled and replied, not for sale. It can only be obtained through victory. The formidable figure behind her stepped forward, exuding an oppressive aura. Yet, Lu Gu appeared unfazed, popping a lollipop into her mouth. Are you looking for a fight? Do you think there is no one at Byung Academy? The opponent spoke. I'll gift you a starship. Chapter 64. Your Majesty. Gift myself a starship? Lu Gu was momentarily taken aback by the statement. Observing Lu Ji's dazed expression, the chestnut-haired student burst into laughter. Lu Gu retorted, are you foolish? That fan is worth at most a mere energy barrel. Are you willing to trade? Not a chance. I'm not in need of a starship. Do you know who I am? And do you care? The formidable figure stepped forward, Imperial Academy, student Yellen Sarna. Only one academy dares to call itself the Imperial Academy, the Sacred Crimson Flame. One of the 3 great powers in the current galaxy, possessing the might to bring the entire galaxy to ruin. As this name was proclaimed, Lu Gu noticed many rising from their seats, kneeling on one knee. Even those who did not bow stood with a slight bend. Lu Gu was utterly perplexed. You may also refer to me as Your Majesty. Lu Gu swallowed hard. Wait, does Your Majesty still need to study? Yet, she remained firm. I will not sell. And I do not believe you would come to Byung Academy just for a fan. Yellen Sarna commanded, Andre, change our area to reflect this. Send guards. If anyone cheats. You understand? Yes, Your Excellency. Only then did Lu Gu breathe a sigh of relief. As Yellen Sarna prepared to leave, Lu Gu inquired, you mentioned gifting a starship. Is that true? Are you questioning an emperor? No. Lu Gu rubbed her hands together. Approaching with a charming smile, the value of a starship must be matched by equally valuable items. I assure you, I am quite fair. You can send someone to inquire at Byung Academy. I have a profound appreciation for art, and I can customize several garments for you that will undoubtedly exceed expectations. Yelin Sarna gazed at Lu Gu. Exceed expectations? Lu Gu gestured invitingly, indicating for them to come this way. Initially, I had anticipated that this endeavor would require a year. However, with ample manpower exceeding 400 individuals working diligently, coupled with sufficient machinery and the assistance of a stellar-level matrix host, a bespoke creation is nearing completion. Yilin Salna, driven by curiosity, followed Lu Gu to the lounge area. Before her, a stunning holographic three-dimensional image materialized. This was the very piece that Lu Gu had custom-made for Zhang Xiu. Meanwhile, Lu Gu animatedly gestured in the air, as a distinctly new design of a gown began to take shape. If Zhang Xiu's gown exuded an aura of majesty and opulence in Yilin Salna's eyes, this new creation felt as though it had been meticulously crafted solely for her, embodying the pinnacle of divine aesthetics and representing the most exquisite royal attire. Yilin Salna was utterly entranced. What adornments embellished this gown? Lu Gu replied, "It is a peculiar gem I discovered by chance. According to our esteemed senior's research at the Pyong Academy, it is a rare substance formed when a satellite collides with a neutron star, causing a stellar rupture. A portion of the star is absorbed by the neutron star, releasing immense energy, while the other part undergoes a transformation, resulting in this stable material. It is quite rare. And fortuitously, I possess some." Yilin Salna inquired, "Is it harmless to the human body?" Lu Gu reassured her, having drifted through the cosmos for billions of years. It has essentially expended any harmful radiation. It is unequivocally safe. The Imperial Academy should possess the technology to test this material. For now, I can only say that these small stones, which change color under different conditions, add a beautiful touch, don't you think? Indeed, they are beautiful. After a full hour, Lu Gu completed the holographic representation of the new gown. Yilin Salna, having observed the entire process, remarked, "For matters here, have Andre handle them for you. Aside from General Shi from your Pyong Academy, in hand-to-hand combat, no one else stands a chance. The starship is yours, the attire is mine." Shortly after Yilin Salna departed, Andre arrived to seek out Lu Gu, presenting her with a set of data. Upon opening it, Lu Gu was greeted by the sight of a starship resembling a bird. Is this truly a starship? Exiting the spiritual realm, she copied the data and hurried towards the elite student council. Upon reaching the student council area, Lu Gu sensed an unsettling gaze from many onlookers, some appearing as though they harbored ill intentions. What is going on? Quickening her pace, she decided to head to Huaziying first. Meanwhile, within the elite third student council, Zhang Xiu and her fellow members were reviewing battle reports from the Fish Star system, along with plans and strategies for engaging interstellar pirates, post-battle summaries, and exchanges of experiences. During their break, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew raucous. Zhang Xiu glanced at the news and suggested, "Let us take an extra half hour to rest and arrange some refreshments." With that, she embraced her vibrant red Harlow and retreated to her private lounge. Inside the lounge, Zhang Xiu patted Harlow and asked, "Are you there?" "I am," came the response. Zhang Xiu mused, "That fellow is truly astonishing." Lu Gu remarked, "In our hometown, there exists a kind of reptile commonly referred to as a toad. Those that fare slightly better are known as toads, and the more fortunate ones are called golden toads. This inevitably brings to mind the tale of the toad and the swan." Zhang Xiu could hardly suppress her laughter upon hearing this. Lu Gu was multitasking, narrating a story to Zhang Xiu while approaching Huazi Sakura. Upon concluding the tale, she found herself standing before Huazi Sakura. "Esteemed flower, could you assist me in identifying this vessel? Is it a starship?" Huazi Sakura glanced at it and replied, "It is an exceedingly rare model, rather than a starship. It resembles a yacht imbued with extraordinary combat capabilities." "A yacht?" Lu Gu was perplexed. Huazi Sakura elaborated, "This design originates from the early sacred Crimson Flame era, when humanity had just begun harnessing dark matter and dark energy for wormhole jumps. The six-winged structure was intended to absorb stellar winds and cosmic rays. In those times, this design was revered as the most beautiful starship." As Huazi Sakura elucidated, Lu Gu began to comprehend. It was a retro design, yet fundamentally a genuine starship with remarkable combat prowess. Within the same volume, aside from facing the Grand Yuwang dynasty and the Radiant Holy Alliance, lesser-known starships would be obliterated by this vessel. Even against other formidable nations, it possessed the capability to withstand a fierce confrontation, ensuring a one-for-one exchange. However, those who owned such starships typically refrained from engaging in battle. The lavish interior decor rivaled many luxurious interstellar yachts. This was a gem of the sacred Crimson Flame starship construction technology, embodying both formidable combat strength and opulence, custom-made for the elite aristocracy. Upon finishing her explanation, Huazi Sakura remarked, "I suspect you cannot afford it." "Why is that?" Lugu inquired. Huazi Sakura explained, considering starships of similar size, most utilize antimatter energy for their jump engines. Some high-end starships of the three great powers in the galaxy employ dark matter for their main cannons, with conventional propulsion primarily relying on energy barrels, while only a select few utilize dark matter as their power source. This particular model, however, employs dark energy. Is it very expensive? Chapter 65. Overtime compensation. Lugu asked whether maintaining this starship involved exorbitant costs. Huazi Sakura provided a resounding affirmation, not merely expensive, but exceedingly so. The starship's size demands an exceptionally lavish internal layout, while maintaining formidable combat capabilities, with an equipment density beyond imagination. Ordinary energy barrels simply cannot meet such immense energy consumption. Only high-purity dark energy suffices, specifically dark energy with a purity of 96%. After listening, Lugu understood that she likely could not afford its upkeep. Zhangxiu's starship was already quite extravagant, utilizing dark energy for its main cannon and jump engine, albeit at a purity of approximately 10%. Huazi Sakura continued, "However, I have heard that some nobles in the Western Galaxy also use dark energy at around 10%, which signifies they forego at least 80%, if not 100%, of the ship's combat potential, retaining only the energy shield." Lugu asked, "So, can they switch to high-purity dark energy when needed?" Huazi Sakura tilted her head and responded, "When the need arises, will there be time to switch?" Lugu was acutely aware that those commanding such luxurious starships were not concerned about being attacked. Yet, she feigned ignorance, questioning, "What is the purpose of purchasing such a vessel then?" Hanako Sakura did not provide an explanation, merely stating, "Comprehend it for yourself." Lugu responded, "Very well. It is indeed a remarkable item." This time, Hanako Sakura affirmed, "Yes." Upon returning to Zinkingfang, Lugu earnestly began to explore how to acquire the starship in the shortest possible time, such as by enhancing the benefits for the current weaving and embroidery workshops. A day later, Yiping finished her shift at the Time-Space Division terminal and emerged, glancing at the clock. She could still return to the dormitory in Changelfang and enjoy a late-night snack. As she prepared to change her clothes, she noticed many individuals dressed in form-fitting latex attire, layered with garments and skirts. This latex outfit was a new style, far more convenient than the previous full-body gel application, typically utilized at the embroidery workshop terminal. Yiping inquired, "Aren't you changing clothes to go back?" A student from the 74th Student Council, upon recognizing her, replied, "Not returning just yet. We just received a notice that a robot will deliver meals at 6:30, featuring a standard of 40 dishes, 14 types of dim sum, 8 varieties of fruit, and 6 beverages, with natural ingredients comprising no less than 40%. It's a complimentary buffet. As long as there is no waste, we can eat freely." Yiping stood in place, contemplating the prospect of 40 dishes, all free of charge. Following the others, she proceeded to the dining hall, which was already bustling with people. She overheard a discussion. "What is the deal with this generous fellow providing free dinners?" Someone else added, "I heard they need to rush order new uniforms for the elite 3rd Student Council." Another chimed in, "No, I heard they commissioned 100 high-end screen embroidery pieces. Not 100, but 2,000 pieces." Someone quickly corrected. Soon, another voice remarked, "This generous fellow is quite decent, having earned some money. He knows how to prepare meals for everyone." Yiping felt pleased as well. Naturally, today's meal was delightful. After finishing her meal, as she prepared to return to Changelfang, she suddenly noticed that her fellow students from the 74th Student Council were heading in the opposite direction. She queried, "Shouldn't the parking area be this way?" "No, we'll go back and prepare the embroidery machine terminal for a little longer. It's nighttime now." One student, appearing rather mysterious, glanced around before approaching Yiping. "President, I have top-secret news. Have you heard of the miraculous little dumplings?" "Yes, I have," Yiping affirmed. "Indeed familiar with them." The student continued, "The president of the elite 3rd Student Council, Zhangxiu, has invested a fortune to have over 20,000 of these dumplings made each month. This generous fellow has connections. Nangongyu is the leader of the elite 3rd Student Council, and those dumplings are made from all natural plants." "Understood," Yiping acknowledged, as she was neighbors with Nangongyu. "President, it's like brewing tea. The natural tea leaves become progressively lighter with each infusion, and the same principle applies to these all-natural plants. Once the workshop finishes work in the afternoon, this generous fellow adds water, steeps them a few more times, purifies them, and adds some other ingredients. By around 10 o'clock at night, they will be ready, and they taste exquisite. Yi Ping queried, "Is it merely exquisite? President, look at my complexion. Doesn't it appear much better?" Someone compared photographs of Zhang Xiu from 6 months ago to the present. Would you like to see? The flower undergoes changes that the president has forgotten. After hearing this, Yu Ping pondered for a moment. Indeed, it is already past 10 o'clock. Waiting idly is rather tedious. I might as well head to the embroidery terminal and earn an extra income. Yes. Many individuals return to the embroidery terminal, lying down to commence their work. Within the cosmos, inside the industrial satellite, 8 robotic arms resumed their rhythmic stitching of flowers. Subsequently, machines began to activate one by one. At 10:30, robots lined up, delivering baskets upon baskets of glass bottles. The advancement of technology has enabled Lu Gu to extract the medicinal potency of traditional Chinese medicine to its utmost. Leaving no residue unutilized, it is pressed once more, then infused with ingredients such as rose petals, motherwort, honey, and transformed into exquisite bottles of beverages. This endeavor is a genuine act of care for the students of the embroidery workshop. Each person receives 2 bottles. This is certainly generous. With 2 bottles of beauty-enhancing drinks in hand, Yi Ping was truly prepared to return to her dormitory. However, she noticed that none of her fellow members were leaving. Aren't you all departing? At 11 o'clock, the brand new massage water wave automatic shower would become available for use. A moment of relaxation can be found here in the modest 8 square meter single dormitory. I plan to review tomorrow's lessons, as there is a complimentary breakfast at 5:30 in the morning. After eating, I can work for another 2 hours before attending class. Returning to the dormitory would be a waste of time. I shall give it a try as well. Yu Ping did not return to the Changla workshop dormitory. Her schedule differed from that of the others. She currently had no mandatory classes to attend. After enjoying the complimentary breakfast, she worked at the embroidery workshop for 4 hours before heading to the Time-Space Division's duty room. Upon arrival, she noticed a crowd gathered around the bulletin board. Yu Ping approached and read the announcement, which stated that in the campaign against the pirates of the Little Fish Star system, the spoils, after deducting sorting and transportation costs, would yield 30% to the duty team. This news, however, did not evoke any feelings of joy. Following the dispatch of reconnaissance spacecraft in the previous shift, a significant interstellar pirate lair had been discovered, vastly differing in scale from the data in Zhang Xiu's possession. This discrepancy was to be expected, as Zhang Xiu's information was outdated. Currently, the Little Fish Star system housed only 4 starships, while the enemy's fleet was estimated to be no less than 35 vessels based on the current intelligence. The rewards were substantial, yet the challenge was formidable. Chapter 66. This youngster. For against 35 is no ordinary difficulty. At this moment, Zhang Xiu arrived, said nothing, and left 2 very old bottles behind. Murongi entered shortly thereafter, glanced at the bottles, and after a few seconds of contemplation, declared, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. I shall consult the instructor." Murongi was acutely aware of whom to seek at this juncture. The gifts had already been prepared, and the intent was glaringly apparent. Nevertheless, a profound doubt lingered within Murongi's mind. Ever since the last raid on that artificial habitation area, he had scarcely expressed any stance regarding the fleet's operations. Was there an underlying issue? Meanwhile, after a continuous fortnight of duty and attending numerous classes, Nangongyu finally found herself with a rare day off. In the courtyard of Xingqing Workshop, Lu Gu was teaching Nangongyu how to play Go. The task at hand is rather arduous for Nangongyu, as this game, which demands extensive mental calculation, proves to be exceedingly challenging. He finds it devoid of interest and decides to abandon it, remarking that it merely involves the shifting of black and white pieces. After tossing a piece onto the board, he inquires, "Pray tell, why did you refrain from taking command this time? Is it due to the overwhelming number of pirate ships?" Lu Gu shakes his head, stating it is unrelated to that. Nangongyu presses further, "What then is it related to?" Lu Gu responds, "You have lost your bearings. Your focus is solely on the enemy's tenfold advantage, engaging in discussions about their overwhelming numbers rather than strategizing on how to vanquish them." Though reluctant to concede, Nangongyu acknowledges the truth in this statement. Meanwhile, Murongi arrives at the main campus of the Byung Academy, bearing 2 bottles of aged fine wine. After hesitating for a moment before the office of the ritual wine master, Li Jun, he knocks on the door. "Come in," calls Li Jun. As Murongi enters, he observes countless screens illuminating Li Jun's workspace. Li Jin remarks, I was just about to send a notification for you to dispatch someone capable to discuss a minor matter. However, let's first address a significant issue. Take a look at these and share your thoughts before we return to the smaller matters. Understood. Morong, he replies and begins to peruse the contents. It is a list of books. The teaching methodology at Beyond Academy involves instructors presenting lectures rooted in the collective experiences documented in various texts. Subsequently, knowledge is passed down from older to younger students, especially before the establishment of the Elite Student Council. Additionally, there are activities such as grand discussions and debates, where collective inquiries or critiques of previous academic work can be posed at designated times each year. Currently, what Morong he reviews consists of new texts requested by some instructors for replacement. After a thorough examination, he addresses Li Jin, master of ritual wine. Shall I take this back to our president? Should I also convey it to the remaining 8 presidents? That would be beneficial, Li Jin replies. Morong he then articulates his intent. We hope to receive some guidance. Li Jin closes the multitude of screens before him and turns to regard Morong he with a formal demeanor, though I am merely acting in the capacity of the ritual wine master. It is my duty as an educator to provide clarity to the students. After seeking permission to utilize the computer, Morong he inputs the necessary data and opens a simulation. Li Jin gives it a cursory glance. Having fought for many years, the fact that this mere glance suffices to indicate the necessity for a more serious approach to these pirates speaks volumes. However, Li Jin does not intend to elaborate further. Instead, he takes a sip of water and states, let us address a minor matter. One of your elite 3rd Student Council members has a family member who, on behalf of this ritual wine master, should investigate the ecological disruptions caused by certain species in the Daja star domain and the Fonza star domain, which incur significant annual expenses to manage. Morong he boasts slightly, replying, Master of ritual wine, he falls under the jurisdiction of our elite 3rd Student Council. And he is also the assistant to the vice president of the elite 1st Student Council. Li Jin chuckles, the question is, who is the vice president of the elite 1st Student Council, and to whom does he serve as an assistant? Morong he genuinely does not know, and responds honestly. I am not aware of this. Li Jin, very well, I shall entrust this matter to you, the elite 3rd Student Council. This marks the first time in nearly 10,000 years that a star domain governor has sought assistance from the Pyong Academy, and it is an official letter at that. Respond within a day to express our stance, and then we shall deliberate on how to proceed. Mu Rongha could only acquiesce. The elite 3rd Student Council understands and will act according to your instructions, esteemed master. Only then did Li Jin point to the materials provided by Mu Rongha and say, have that young individual come over for a brief discussion. Is it too difficult for him to manage a conversation in the spiritual realm? Mu Rongha, I am uncertain. But our president, Li Jin interrupted Mu Rongha. She is just as cunning as her father. Convey my intentions to her, and that will suffice. Understood. The student takes her leave. Mu Rongha discerned that this was the final decision. Soon, Mu Rongha returned to find Zhang Xiu, detailing the circumstances following the meeting with Li Jin. Zhang Xiu murmured, he is the real sly one. Mu Rongha, gather everyone in the spiritual realm. Inform them to remain focused. We might overhear discussions beyond our imagination. Very well. Mu Rongha proceeded to make the arrangements. Days later, in the main hall of the residence within the spiritual realm, Li Jin sat face to face with Lu Ge, while Zhang Xiu, accompanied by the 9 leaders of her elite 3rd Student Council, remained concealed behind a screen. Li Jin spoke first. What is your perspective on an adversary 10 times our strength? Lu Ge, a mere bunch of country bumpkins. Li Jin, I hereby appoint you as a 1st-rank instructor. Lu Ge remained silent, not responding. Li Jin, then as a 7th-rank instructor. Lu Ge hastily replied, it is an honor to receive the elder's recognition. My earlier hesitation was not due to disdain. Even the position of a 9th-rank assistant instructor is one for which I should be grateful. I simply have yet to contemplate my future path. Li Jin inquired, do you have any family? Are they within the Diyu Huang dynasty? Do you have friends? Are they within the Diyu Huang dynasty? Lu Ge responded, I have recently read many books, and the only place where my language is spoken is within the Diyu Huang dynasty. Though I have no blood relatives, I do have close kin and dear friends there. Li Jin straightened his posture and said with utmost seriousness, I am Li Jin, hailing from the Li clan of the western border star domain of the Diyu Huang dynasty. My branch has resided in the Qijing star domain of the 29th star domain near the capital for many years. I currently hold the position of Deputy Festival Master at Pyong Academy, honored with the title of Wei Yu Gong, granted passage in the imperial capital, and allowed to bear arms in the presence of the sovereign. May I ask your esteemed name, young friend? Since you have no blood relatives, do you have any clan connections? Lu Gu was genuinely taken aback. The manner of questioning left him no room to evade. Li Zhan had accorded him the courtesy of a peer, and to disregard such in Pyong Academy would likely jeopardize his future prospects. Chapter 67. Entering officialdom since evasion was not an option, Lu Gu organized his thoughts and said, I am Lu Gu, a junior. According to clan records, our surname has some origin, yet I have not found any relatives while engrossed in my studies. My name was bestowed by my father. Inspired by his fervent admiration for a certain avian creature, Lu Gu thought to himself, I am from Earth. How could I possibly have kin within the Diyu Huang dynasty? The Lu surname traces back to the legendary Emperor Zhuang Su of the Huaxia civilization and other origins, none of which could possibly be connected to the current Diyu Huang dynasty. Li Zhan nodded, realizing that knowing the name would allow him to make inquiries. The Lu family of the Great Jade dynasty has many branches, and confirming that Lu Gu was not of a different race was sufficient for the moment. Thus, he redirected the conversation, inquiring, what is your perspective on this battle? Lu Gu sighed with relief that Li Zhan did not delve into his lineage. Glancing at the information on the interstellar pirates, Lu Gu replied, I am actually waiting for the participants to understand the reason behind the fight. Li Zhan countered, a battle is a battle, no reason is needed. On the battlefield, there are only victories and defeats, life and death, devoid of right or wrong. Lu Gu disagreed. I cannot accept that. He continued, power dictates politics, politics determines military actions, military decisions shape strategy, and strategy influences tactics. If one does not even comprehend the reason for fighting, what is it they are truly engaging in? Common soldiers may fight merely for a meal, while lower-ranking military officials seek promotions and wealth, or face the pressure of punishment for failure. After responding, Lu Gu asked Li Zhan, you, having fought for many years, what do you fight for? Li Zhan gazed at the ceiling, slowly stating, well said. It seems that the question of why we fight truly warrants contemplation. After years of warfare, I understand my reasons for each battle, yet the students are still too young to grasp this. Lu Gu added, Instructor Sure, who once single-handedly infiltrated the enemy fleet. What was his reason? There was none that compelled him to rush into death without hesitation. He could not return unless he embraced the mindset of certain death, which led to his survival against the odds. Li Zhan closed his eyes, the scene from that time resurfacing in his mind. Indeed, Sherdachui had approached that situation with a death wish, fully intending not to return alive. In another time, place, or circumstance, he could not have achieved the same results. Li Zhan softly inquired, one last question, if it were you, how would this battle be fought? Lu Gu replied, one interstellar ghost ship is sufficient. Li Zhan raised his hand and gestured towards the screen, dismissed. Let us engage in some casual conversation. Dismissed. Zhang Xiu said as he logged off. Xiao Yulan represented him, Lord Jijiang. The students take their leave. Very well, Li Zhan acknowledged. After everyone had logged off, he opened his eyes to look at Lu Gu. You startled the young ladies, and you caught me by surprise as well. How one interstellar battleship would fight. I need to contemplate seriously. This is intriguing. Lu Gu suggested. How about I share a game passed down from my clan with you, Lord Jijiang? Let us give it a try. Let us try, indeed. After a few minutes, Li Zhan laughed and scolded. This is not a game. This is a grand strategy. And you are quite adept at it, ensnaring me, a novice. In Go, the opening moves are predetermined, and I shall send them to you shortly. I take my leave. Wait a moment, Li Zhan called out to Lu Gu. I am serious about the instructor matter. Lu Gu responded, I am still young. All right, it is settled then. Li Zhan stated, not providing Lu Gu a chance to refuse. Lu Gu could only concede. Then, I shall be an instructor. Very well, Li Zhan nodded. Upon logging off, Lu Gu leaned back on the sofa, preparing to contemplate the potential aftermath of this unexpected event when he felt Zhang Xiu calling him. I have just emerged from the Spirit Realm Terminal. Currently, Lu Gu does not need to lie within the Spirit Realm Terminal unless complex operations are required. Zhang Xiu sits on the sofa, cradling the bright red harrow, with all the information regarding the interstellar pirate lair before her. She feels as though her mind is about to burst, yet she cannot conceive a strategy to combat a starship. It is not merely one ship. Even if 4 were deployed, multiplied by 3, she still could not devise a foolproof plan. Zhang Xiu inquired, how shall we engage them? Lu Gu replied, shouldn't you first return and ask all the students why we are fighting? Xiao Yulan has gone. My concern lies solely with how to fight. My strategy can only be executed by the truly elite, and they must possess the resolve to face annihilation alongside the enemy should we fail. Zhang Xiu declared. I shall lead the team personally. Only then did Lu Gu say, give me control of the computer. Very well. As Lu Gu prepared to speak, the communicator at home suddenly erupted with noise. Lu Gu turned to Zhang Xiu and said, I have just emerged from the spirit realm terminal. Grant me a few moments to hydrate and change my attire. Understood. The communication with Harrow had not concluded, merely entered a silent state. Lu Gu activated the communicator, and Xiao Yulan's visage appeared, urgently asking, there is a matter. How do you think we should respond? As she spoke, the information was sent over. Lu Gu glanced at it and remarked, isn't this merely an extraterrestrial frog, albeit a rather large one? However, fundamentally, it remains a frog. After reviewing all the data, Lu Gu said, respond thus. Inquire what they wish to do, whether they intend to push it to the brink of endangerment or extinction, let them decide. Xiao Yulan cautioned. You must be careful. This creature reigns supreme in the great Mars star domain. Lu Gu responded, Sister Yulan, consider whether we prefer dry pot with spicy seasoning, braised, stir-fried, or marinated in pickled peppers, for our primary focus should be on preparing the necessary ingredients. Very well. Xiao Yulan terminated the communication. Morong he observed her and remarked, the Master of Rituals has stated that this is the first time the star-controlling envoy has sought assistance from the Piyong Academy. Xiao Yulan replied, our classmate Xiaoming has suggested that we begin gathering ingredients and prepare for cooking. Morong he chuckled in agreement. This certainly is a well-coordinated plan. They would respond and commence dispatching ships to collect samples. Subsequently, they would begin researching appropriate robotic capture devices, as well as sorting and packaging ships. Most crucially, they needed to investigate fully automated cooking apparatuses and prepare both artificially synthesized and premium natural ingredients tailored for various recipes. Having resolved the ecological disaster posed by the extraterrestrial frog, Lu Gu promptly redirected her attention to the bright red harrow. Within Zhang Xiu's room, the computer began to display a series of data concerning that star domain. The effects of environmental conditions in the star domain, such as particle density, electromagnetic fields, electromagnetic radiation, high vacuum, gravitational forces, repulsive forces, irregular celestial bodies, extreme temperatures, and their impacts on starship navigation, ordinary communication, radar, and various devices were all being analyzed. Chapter 68. The pitiable ordinary individuals. Lu Gu delineated a highly irregular trajectory. Zhang Xiu interrupted Lu Gu, asserting, that's incorrect. Based on what I've observed, a series of asteroids passes through this region every 4 hours, along with a comet that appears every 15 days. Lu Gu replied, the calculations are the result of collective effort. I merely devised the plan. Zhang Xiu urged, then let's proceed to the next section. Lu Gu continued, firstly, regarding the previous arrangements, if you were the leader of an interstellar pirate crew, would your relationship with the other pirates be one of friendship or merely a fade? The truth remains uncertain, but we can employ deception. We can attack them and invoke the name of another pirate faction to gauge their reaction. Zhang Xiu grasped the implication. If they mobilize to retaliate, we strike their stronghold. If they consolidate their defenses, we can approach from an unexpected route and launch a surprise attack. Lu Gu affirmed, precisely. We hold a definitive advantage. Our starships and crew operate with discipline, and moreover, we are well-trained and synchronized. Zhang Xiu concurred, indeed, I am confident in a 1-3 engagement. Lu Gu added, upon reaching this position, their primary starship should be located within their lair. We eliminate them, then retreat quietly and wait for the ensuing discord among the pirates. The mutual distrust among interstellar pirates will intensify with the destruction of their flagship, diminishing the authority of even a surviving pirate leader. Zhang Xiu remarked, there are numerous details to investigate. You are more than qualified to be an instructor. Your focus is not merely on how to engage, but on how to resolve the situation. Lu Gu explained, I chose the water ghost because of its superior stealth capabilities, though its sole drawback is its sluggish speed and barely adequate firepower. I will discuss this further with the leaders of the Third Student Council, and once we have reached a conclusion, I would appreciate your input. Very well, Lu Gu agreed, though he sensed the students still lacked confidence. In Earth's age of exploration, pirates were merely a disorganized rabble, rendered insignificant against the might of sailing battleships. The engagement between regular military starships and interstellar pirates is akin to 1 against 10. However, confronting countless foes presents a true challenge. In the following days, Zhang Shou convened meetings with the leaders of the elite Third Student Council to deliberate on the feasibility of Lu Ji's proposed tactics and to meticulously calculate the odds of success. On one particular day, when someone suggested utilizing the comet, Li Qinglian arrived. Xiao Yulan inquired, "Are you here to observe, or is the new equipment we requested finally ready?" After Xiao Yulan's question, Li Qinglian, with a glimmer of pride, proclaimed, "I am here to present a fascinating theory. When positrons collide with electrons, annihilation occurs, releasing a tremendous amount of energy. This raises an intriguing question. What would happen if this energy reacted with dark energy?" Xiao Yulan urged. "Spare us the suspense and get to the point." Li Qinglian continued. "Theoretically, this could create a supernova-like reaction or something akin to a black hole, exhibiting both repulsive and strong gravitational forces. Let's identify a suitable interstellar pirate fleet to test its potency. We can manufacture one, and you shall be responsible for delivering it to them. Then we shall observe the results." Xiao Yulan, lowering her head, quietly murmured, "You will inevitably drag me into this and send me to face the tribunal. In the realms of Jingshi and Jingpan, even the Imperial Guard is prohibited from engaging in heavy weapon training. Previously, when we conducted experiments on dark energy and its fusion with electronics, we could at least offer the pretext of scientific research. Now, you are outright stating that this is merely being sent to the Xiaoyu star system." Xiao Yulan interjected. "What if it doesn't explode? Rest assured, the annihilation of positrons with electrons is inherently powerful, and when combined with dark energy, even if unsuccessful, it would result in a positron bomb." As Xiao Yulan contemplated a refusal, the crimson-hued hero, an observer, spoke up. "Black holes can attract light, radiation, and particles. If there exists a stable layer of energy shielding, could our starship not achieve true invisibility in the cosmos? Conversely, if the experiment yields a repulsive force, what could we repel with an energy shield? The main cannon of the enemy, or something else?" Li Qinglian paused momentarily, then pointed at the crimson hero. "A genius. You truly are a genius." With that exclamation, she dashed out. Zhang Xiu turned to the crimson hero and inquired, "Is that possible?" Lu Gu responded, "Since we can create artificial black holes, we must strive for controllability. Once stabilized, the utilization of such energy is beyond my expertise. Naturally, it requires the study of professionals." Zhang Xiu reiterated, "Is it possible?" This time, Lu Gu did not answer and shifted the topic, regarding the assault on the interstellar pirates. Lord Zhejiang was correct. War knows no right or wrong, only victory or defeat. Discussing right and wrong is the concern of others, not ours. Zhang Xiu asked, "Then what do we speak of?" "Victory is justice." Zhang Xiu replied, "Who would willingly accept defeat?" Lu Gu countered, "Who has truly discerned victory from defeat?" Zhang Xiu expressed her reluctance to delve into this topic, stating, "You've dampened my spirits. Such rhetoric is reminiscent of old Zhang at home." Lu Gu altered his tone. "Your garments are nearing completion. Go take a look." "Wait." Zhang Xiu sensed that Lu Gu was about to terminate the communication and urged him to continue their conversation. "All right." Zhang Xiu continued, "At home, I have few friends. At the Pyong Academy, I genuinely have no friends. The only one I can converse with privately is Huazi Ying, who, like me, lacks companionship. Is it due to my excessive indifference towards others?" Lu Gu remained silent. Zhang Xiu pressed, "What? Is our relationship merely one of mutual exploitation?" Although the term exploitation feels cold, it holds a semblance of truth. Finally, Lu Gu articulated, "You are the legitimate daughter of the Northern King's residence. There is no need for you to don a smiling facade to appease others. You do not require friends. What you desire are vassals and collaborators. To look down upon the masses is your nature. To bow in amiability demonstrates your magnanimity. Bestowing care and grace is your benevolence, and your wrath can stretch across light years, embodying your might." After hearing this, Zhang Xiu felt her heart race and, striving for a calm demeanor, asked, "What if I desire something beneath imperial power, above all beings?" To desire is to obtain. Following that, Lu Gu added, "However, do not bully the wretched, ordinary people who are struggling to survive." A hint of a smile graced Zhang Xiu's lips. "You know what I seek? I apologize, but I am merely an ordinary person striving to survive." Zhang Xiu pressed further. "Your previous statement about ordinary people in desperate straits, does that imply many? You have categorized yourself among them, have you not?" "Lu Gu, is it not so?" "Zhang Xiu, I am fatigued and wish to rest for a while. I have some pressing matters to attend to." After speaking, Lu Gu closed the communication. Chapter 69. Transformation in Zinking Fang. Lu Gu reclined on the sofa, suddenly seized by an unsettling sensation as he became acutely aware that Zhang Xiu belonged to a prestigious family. Measured in star regions, while he himself, a mere ordinary inhabitant of Earth, was but an inconsequential individual within a solitary habitable star system. The formidable power that Zhang Xiu possessed was daunting to contemplate. Yes, it would be prudent to maintain a safe distance in the future. Safety must take precedence. Lu Ge changed his attire and entered the spiritual realm, intending to check on his mahjong parlor. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu absorbed every word of Lu Ji's discourse, each syllable etching itself into her heart, enlightening her with knowledge previously unacquired. A cascade of names appeared on her virtual screen, and with her finger, Zhang Xiu deftly navigated through each one. Moments later, a mass message was dispatched from her. This message reached thousands, most recipients merely required to be informed, with only a select few directly affected. Yiping had not returned to her dormitory for several days and was currently in a quandary. She contemplated making the journey back to Changelfang to retrieve a few garments. Given the prohibition on flying over the ancient city wall area, this round trip would consume at least an hour. The complimentary self-serve dinner would commence in 15 minutes, and if she rushed back to Changelfang upon her return, she would find only the remnants left. The delectable offerings would undoubtedly be devoured by the ravenous throng. Should she return, or should she not? As Yiping wrestled with her indecision, a notification arrived. Upon reading its content, Yiping was taken aback. It detailed personnel changes within the elite Third Student Council, announcing the removal of Nan Gongyu from her position as group leader, who would be replaced by the captain of the elite Third Student Council Guard and disciplinary inspector. The positions of Xiao Yulan and Murong He were similarly vacated, with the establishment of a vice president role in the elite Third Student Council. Jiang Xiaoying was also relieved from her duties as group leader, with the addition of a logistics supervisor role for the council. A special vice president was appointed, their identity kept confidential. Yiping was reassigned from the PU 74 Student Council to serve as the financial officer of the elite Third Student Council, with a vice leader position also being created. The vacancies for the group leader and vice leader positions, as well as the presidency of the PU 74 Student Council, would enter a self-nomination and recommendation period. The two vice presidents would be tasked with organizing the selection committee, determining the candidates for the vacant positions over the forthcoming year, initiating a 3-year evaluation period. What a significant upheaval. Clearly, the elite Third Student Council was poised to instigate considerable change. Among these personnel shifts, only one alteration did not catch anyone by surprise: Nan Gongyu. Her ascendance to the elite Student Council and subsequent leadership role was attributed to her unique ability to endure a 100-fold acceleration without reliance on any equipment. Even the instructors of the Beyong Academy acknowledged that Nan Gongyu's optimal field of study lay in interstellar combat aircraft. However, the personnel changes for the others prompted much speculation. Xiao Yulan hailed from an esteemed aristocratic lineage, while Yiping ranked among the most esteemed figures among the impoverished female scholars. Jiang Xiaoying hails from a family of immense wealth, while Murong He comes from a lineage of military generals, known for their illustrious achievements in the Great Jade Emperor dynasty. As everyone pondered the recent personnel changes, an additional announcement was released. The elite Third Student Council would craft a ground-based heavy mech and a cosmic superfighter specifically for Nan Gongyu. Many began to wonder about their financial resources. Was Zhang Xiu truly drawing from her own pockets to fund the elite Third Student Council? Indeed, Zhang Xiu did provide a considerable sum. However, the Student Council thrived independently of her contributions. After reading the announcement, Yiping neglected to agonize over retrieving a few changes of clothes or the prospect of a complimentary dinner. She hurriedly donned her attire to meet Zhang Xiu. Just as she finished changing, the cafeteria's delivery robot arrived. Yiping's gaze wandered elsewhere. She refrained from looking towards the cafeteria. As someone who had long disciplined herself to avoid delectable foods in favor of synthesized sustenance, she found it all to be mere temptation. Were it not for the constant invitations to indulge in exquisite natural delicacies, she would not have been so easily swayed. Swallowing hard, Yiping gritted her teeth and quickened her pace towards the parking area, eager to reach the elite Third Student Council's headquarters. However, just as she boarded the shuttle, she received a message from Xiao Yulan, instructing her to head towards the ancient city dormitory area and meet at the entrance of Zinkingfang. Upon her arrival at the main entrance of Zinkingfang, Yiping found Xiao Yulan and Murong He engaged in a hushed argument, while Zhang Xiu observed a construction robot in the distance, handling timber for a 5-story building by the lake. President, Yiping stood beside Zhang Xiu, hands at her sides. Let's go, Zhang Xiu responded succinctly, stepping into Zinking Fang. Inside, as various structures neared completion, the place began to resemble a labyrinth. Zhang Xiu led the way through twisting paths until they reached a bamboo grove, where an inconspicuous flower tree concealed a small door. Passing through this door revealed a breathtaking scene. To the left, a bamboo trellis boasted an array of burgeoning vines and fruits, while the right side flourished with vibrant vegetables. A pebbled path led to a quaint bridge, over which a gentle stream babbled, caressing the stones beneath. Crossing the bridge and traversing a short corridor, they entered a small courtyard, where a stone slab adorned with intricate carvings lay at the entrance. As the group stepped beyond the slab, Yi Ping had yet to fully absorb the courtyard's beauty when she heard a voice. My mother once said, "Madam." It was unmistakably Nangong Yu's voice. Just as Zhang Xiu leaned in to listen, the voice shifted to that of Rufin Ming, booming, "For us, ordinary people, a lifetime of toil merely allows us to live more comfortably than others. Titles and accolades are mere tales. To be recognized by the esteemed President Zhang, one must strive diligently. Whatever the president says is paramount." Zhang Xiu glanced back at the door behind her, then at the room's entrance, which was still several meters away. Initially, Zhang Xiu discerned that there were no electronic devices along the path they had traversed. It was evident that the occupants of the house were aware of someone entering the courtyard. Otherwise, they would not have changed their tone. As Zhang Xiu hesitated for a moment, Mu Ronghe stepped forward and whispered, "President?" Zhang Xiu subtly shook her head. Meanwhile, Xiao Yulan gestured for Yi Ping to knock on the door. When the door opened, Lu Gu spoke in a peculiar tone, just in time. "The soup I made is ready. Please, President Yi, come in." Yi Ping stepped aside, and Lu Jiyi's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly approached Zhang Xiu, exclaiming, "The beautiful and esteemed president, the living room is prepared with tea. Your presence in my humble abode is indeed fortuitous, perhaps heralded by the magpie's morning calls." Zhang Xiu walked towards the main hall with a serious expression. At that moment, a thought suddenly crossed Zhang Xiu's mind. Nangong Yu was a Na'vi individual, and if she was concealing something from her, it must be of utmost importance, even more significant than life itself. However, this soft rice prince was altogether different. The prevailing impression of him had always been that of a useless burden. Reflecting on it now, it seemed he had a remarkable capacity for pretense. A person's abilities, morality, and character cannot be swiftly altered merely by the influence of a good teacher or mentor. Yet, after Lu Ji's appearance, the soft rice prince appeared to transform entirely. Nangong Yu had mentioned that he had suffered brain damage, resulting in partial memory loss. Zhang Xiu was engulfed in profound suspicion. Once seated, Zhang Xiu stated, "Having endured a taxing journey as the specially appointed vice president of the 3rd Student Council at the Byung Academy, you are tasked with addressing an incursion of alien species from the Dazhao and Fanjistar regions. Yi Ping, who oversees the Academy's finances, will accompany you. There is no rush. I have heard that your new ship is arriving, and I will provide the necessary energy supplies." Lu Gu rubbed her hands together and approached with a beaming smile. "Is this energy exclusively for the ship?" "Dark energy of high purity," Zhang Xiu replied. "You truly embody both beauty and wisdom." Just as Lu Gu was about to launch into an elaborate compliment, Zhang Xiu raised her hand and commanded, "Silence." With a grin, Lu Gu retreated to the side. Zhang Xiu then turned to Nangong Yu and said, "Ayu, take me to see the clothing." "Yes, Sister Xiu," she replied. Lu Gu chimed in, "I just happen to have some food to deliver. I will return shortly." Zhang Xiu merely nodded, and Lu Gu left with a cheerful demeanor. Watching Lu Gu depart, Zhang Xiu addressed Nangong Yu, "Ayu, my kindness towards you surpasses that towards other students because you are the only one capable of withstanding 100-fold acceleration without reliance on any devices. I only wish for you to grow stronger. I will provide everything necessary to support your development, be it environment, mechs, or aircraft. Focus on your studies. We are still young." "I understand," Nangong Yu acknowledged inwardly, fully aware that someone with no value whatsoever would likely not even comprehend which way the door of the Byung Academy swings, let alone hold any status or position within it. Zhang Xiu decided to speak plainly. The Western king puts more faith in his own lineage. All the civil and military officials of the Western Palace hail from the subordinates who fought alongside the old Western kings throughout the generations. The Southern king lives in indulgence. The numerous star regions in the south, be they dependent, autonomous, or independent, are too weak. Even if you were to command 3,000 starships on your first encounter with them, you would triumph effortlessly." Zhang Xiu sighed, reflecting on the internal strife within the Eastern Wangfu. If a clear hierarchy could not be established, and the legitimate heir remained unrecognized, the house might face inevitable decline. The internal discord had already severely diminished the Wangfu's strength. The Biyong Academy serves as a distinguished institution dedicated to cultivating exceptional talents in both civil and martial disciplines for the great Yuhuang dynasty. Xiao Tianyu was the first royal scion to attend this institution. Aside from him, there were scarcely any noble offspring from ducal houses who came to study here. My initial motivation for attending was youthful rebellion against domestic constraints, but now I perceive the galaxy from a different perspective. Zhang Xiu rose, stating, in the Jinbei Wangfu, we must confront the pressure from the sacred crimson flame to the northwest, while also dealing with the incessant disturbances from the dogs of the radiant Holy Alliance in the east. To the northeast, scouts from the great immortal nebula are already active at the galaxy's edge. You strive to enhance your strength. I promise you a title. With that, Zhang Xiu shifted the conversation towards attire, merely voicing her thoughts for Nagongyu without expecting a response. Hearing her words, contemplation alone sufficed. The garments were not present here. This was merely a residence. Meanwhile, in the underground fortress of Xingqing Palace, Lu Gu was preparing extraterrestrial-style pig ears for Jiangxi and spicy chicken feet for Li Huaqin, with the main dish being a large platter of spicy chicken. In terms of alcohol tolerance, Li Huaqin, hindered by her stunted growth, would otherwise possess a drinking capacity 100 times that of Jiangxi. The trio's drinking standard was that Jiangxi would consume 1 cup, Lu Gu 5 cups, and Li Huaqin 15. Jiangxi used a small cup weighing 3 qian, Lu Gu a cup weighing 1.5 liang, while Li Huaqin drank straight from a jar. After several cups, Li Huaqin remarked, speaking of your girl her extraordinary physical resilience is acquired, not innate. This implies someone has adjusted her, at least to the level of us two, yet we cannot fathom who possesses such capability. Jiangxi concurred, indeed. This adjustment transcends genetic or biological realms. If we were to classify this technology, we have previously discussed its fundamental nature. Lu Gu, taking a hearty swig, interjected, what exactly is this fundamental essence? Jiangxi replied, the essence is the universe. Lu Gu requested, could you phrase that in simpler terms? Li Huangqin interposed, allow me to clarify. This old chap is too clumsy with words. The essence encompasses the knowledge that explains the universe's origin and the means to unravel its deepest mysteries, representing the ultimate destination for humanity or the entire cosmos. Lu Gu, feeling increasingly bewildered, lamented her limited knowledge. At that moment, Li Huangqin produced a sphere, stating, this sphere contains our understanding of the essence derived from ancient relics. While it may not facilitate your comprehension of the essence, it allows you to perceive its existence. Fragments of the essence can be found anywhere, not limited to ancient relics. Lu Gu accepted the sphere, inquiring, how does one use it? Li Huangqin replied, no usage is required. It will react naturally upon discovery. Simply observe closely. Cradling the sphere, Lu Gu noted, there is a dot. Li Huangqin pointed out, that represents our current location. Lu Gu studied it intently, observing, the dot contains another dot, seemingly pulsating. Do you possess fragments of the essence? I wish to witness their nature. Li Huangqin clarified, the pulsating point is you. Indeed, it is you, a living fragment of the primordial essence. Upon hearing these words, Lu Gu took a swift step back, retreating 3 paces. Jiangxi raised his cup and took a sip. If we intended to sever ties with you, we would have done so long ago, rather than wait until now. Li Huangqin gazed at Jiangxi. If severing ties were truly effective, would you still utter such words? Jiangxi conceded, that is indeed a valid point. Lu Gu interjected, I need a moment to collect my thoughts. Jiangxi replied, there is no need for calm. Based on our understanding, you have undoubtedly been profoundly influenced by the primordial fragment. Such a fragment cannot be a living entity, unless Jiangxi did not finish his sentence. After a moment's hesitation, Li Huangqin also shook his head, as if both were reluctant to elaborate further. Lu Gu returned to the table, half-finished conversation. And the wine has turned bitter. Li Huangqin clarified, it's not that we do not wish to speak, but rather that we are uncertain. We fear misguiding you. Let us proceed this way. Take this sphere with you on your journey, and should you encounter any points of light, investigate them if circumstances allow. Do not take risks. Survival presents boundless possibilities, whereas death offers nothing. Chapter 71. The Xuanwu pattern. Fearing that Lu Gu might misunderstand, Jiangxi added, do not worry about this sphere. It is of no use to others. Only you possess the ability to perceive it, due to the mysterious energy within you. We would require complex instruments to observe it. Li Huanshan reiterated. Above all, living well is paramount. Lu Gu acknowledged this sentiment. Indeed, living is essential. I must strive to survive. The trio continued their drinking, steering clear of discussions regarding the primordial essence and instead delving into lively gossip about the Baiyong star. Meanwhile, let us turn to Zhangxiu. The group arrived at the location where new garments were stored. First, they encountered a row of dresses predominantly black, adorned with dark red and golden patterns. Zhangxiu held the bright red halo close, gently patting it, to which the voice of Lu Gu emerged. Is there something amiss? Zhangxiu inquired. The floral patterns embroidered on the hem are exquisite, and the dark patterns evoke an indescribable beauty. Lu Gu's voice replied, adding this serves little purpose. For each pattern tells a beautifully crafted story. Without sufficient cultural heritage, such designs remain mere forms devoid of soul. The sleeve cuffs feature peony patterns, regarded as symbols of prosperity and happiness. Zhangxiu asked, and what of the dark golden patterns? The flying fish pattern, what does it signify? After a brief pause, Lu Gu responded, the flying fish, a majestic creature, is visually pleasing. Is it solely for its beauty? Zhangxiu refrained from pressing further. The black garments boasted a plethora of distinct adornments, notably the intertwining dark red and gold peony patterns at the cuffs, alongside the imposing flying fish patterns that Lu Gu deemed beautiful. Venturing further inside, within the innermost room of the courtyard, a series of garments awaited, displayed from the innermost to the outermost. Setting aside the cloaks to focus on the main attire, one garment stood out, pure black, with a collar featuring a golden dragon pattern. The largest embellishment occupied at least one-third of the garment, complemented by 7 distinct decorative patterns surrounding it. From a distance, Zhangxiu felt as though an ominous beast adorned with 7 unidentifiable features emerged from the infinite stars. Upon closer inspection, an impulse to revere and worship surged within her. Gazing at the garment for a full 5 minutes, Zhangxiu suddenly clenched her fists and exclaimed softly before addressing Xiao Yulan. Yulan, assist me in donning this. Xiao Yulan stepped forward, remarking, if this were at the Wangfu of the East Town, Sister Xiu, wearing this ensemble would surely incite the wrath of your entire family. Zhangxiu responded, indeed, that is why I hesitated earlier. This attire, should I have a different father, could very well cost me my life. Fortunately, it is only my father, along with my elder sister and brother, who remain. It is no wonder that Lu Gu inquired whether the emperor might impose restrictions on attire. I can now affirm that, even if there were none before, there certainly are now. A single outfit can provoke such grand affairs. Ne Gongyu and Yi Ping were baffled. Ne Gongyu only recognized that the pattern on the clothing was called Xuanwu, symbolizing the north. Murong he might have had some inkling. Yet he was far less informed than Xiao Yulan, who hailed from a royal lineage. Zhangxiu was acutely aware that a mere garment could indeed instigate significant events. In the context of the East Town Wangfu, where the struggle for succession prevails, it could very well lead to fatalities, and many lives could be lost. At this moment, Zhangxiu harbored numerous questions, yet refrained from posing them in front of others, especially Lu Gu. For instance, the significance of the patterns on the clothing, the source of the inexplicable sense of authority it exuded, the meaning behind the main design, the story it encapsulated, and the reason for the predominant choice of black. She pondered the significance of the adornments on the crown. Moreover, the elite 3rd Student Council of the Baiyong Academy had undergone a complete reformation, with members donning distinct uniforms that included regular member attire, leader garb, and vice president outfits, all embellished with decorative blades and pendants, clearly demarcating their ranks. Yet, one peculiar detail stood out. The special vice president lacked both uniform and embellishments, as he was a male, thus deprived of such privileges. The previous day, personnel adjustments had been made within the elite 3rd Student Council of the Baiyong Academy. Today, they donned their new attire. What awaited tomorrow? There was no need to wait. During the uniform ceremony, the esteemed Legion arrived as an observer and witness, while Xiao Yulan presented a new charter for the elite 3rd Student Council. This signified a monumental transformation in management practices, student learning, and various affairs within the council. For all at the Baiyong Academy, the most shocking revelation was that the elite 3rd Student Council had begun distributing funds to its members, including those in the regular student council. Simply joining would ensure a monetary reward. However, those deemed unworthy would face minor fines, normal punishment by whip, and in severe cases, expulsion. When Zhangxiu made her grand entrance, the entire space seemed to freeze in her presence, rendering all motionless in awe. Though she was a woman, she stood like an imposing mountain, evoking a sense of dread with her boundless presence. In the square of the elite third student council at Bayong Academy, many regular student members genuinely knelt in reverence. Sitting nearby, the observing Li Jun stroked his beard with a smile, acknowledging her remarkable stature. Li Jun believed that Zhang Xiu was the first disciple to receive the full dedication of Lu Gu's teachings. Reflecting on how Zhang Xiu had been upon her arrival at Bayong Academy, he mused that she now truly possessed the qualifications to become the inaugural president of the elite student council he had established. Was it merely an ensemble? No. The garment served as the key to unlocking the door to her innermost self. In the elite third student council of the Bayong Academy, a transformation began to unfold. Lu Gu reclined in his room, resting upon the spiritual realm terminal, simultaneously connecting the spiritual realm with the mainframe of the ancient city dormitory district. He was in anticipation, yearning for the mysterious individual to reach out to him, as both Zhang Si and Li Huangchun had alluded to the origin. Just as Zhang Xiu commenced his address regarding the changes within the elite third student council, Lu Gu finally received the enigmatic voice. Regarding the origin detector utilized by those two madmen, I dedicated some time to examine the records of their operational mainframe and conducted a meticulous analysis. That is not the origin. Were they mistaken? The mysterious voice responded. No, they were not mistaken. The origin is the origin, akin to your former solar system. If the sun represents the origin, what they are detecting is the light emitted by the sun. The light emanates from the origin but is not the origin itself. Thus, it holds significance. By following the light, one can locate the sun. Lu Gu then inquired, "May I ask, since Nangong Yu is a product of postnatal modification?" The two gentlemen referred to it as the power of the origin. "Is it permissible for me to inquire further?" The mysterious voice replied, "The light transformed into another form of energy. This energy altered Nangong Yu." Lu Gu pondered, "Can I equate this to solar water heaters or solar panels?" With some reservations, yes. He pressed on, "May I know who adjusted Nangong Yu?" "You may." The mysterious voice continued, "However, you must bear the consequences of listening to this revelation." Lu Gu responded, "To choose is to accept the burden." The mysterious voice paused for a few seconds. All the attention of Bayong Academy is focused on the transformation of the elite third student council. No one is paying heed to you, so I can take my time to explain. Chapter 72. Qianquan. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's heart brimmed with anticipation. The mysterious voice continued, "You may call me Qianquan, as per your understanding of the term. The Earth of the solar system has been destroyed 3 times. All 3 destructions were orchestrated by human hands. The first 2 aimed to nurture your generation, while the third was influenced by external forces, yet the objective was still fulfilled. Similarly for the cultivation of your generation." Qianquan elaborated, 26,000 years ago, a genius voluntarily relinquished her life, dedicating 2 millennia to preparation. 5,369 years ago, she expended all her life force to prepare for the nurturing of a child. Until several decades ago, when this child was born, her brain remained in a dormant state, employing external forces to fabricate a normal persona until the true owner of this corporeal form emerged. A body with a mere lifespan of 80 years could not sustain a transcendent soul. Scientifically, this is referred to as a superentity. At the right moment and in a specific location, it took control of this body. Lu Gu exclaimed, Are you suggesting? Apologies for not revealing the truth earlier. The so-called 1 in 100,000 difference refers to the removal of that artificially fabricated normal aspect. This body was prepared for you." Lu Gu questioned, "What merit do I possess?" Qianquan rephrased, "This physical form is constant. The coincidence is you. Across the entire planet, you are the one who matches. What you are experiencing is the 4th cataclysm of Earth. The previous 3 were merely natural disasters on the planet's surface. This time, however, it is the annihilation of the planet itself. As for who is responsible, we shall seek the truth together when the time is ripe." Lu Gu took a while to regain her composure. "So, He Doming's mother, is she also my mother? This interpretation is plausible. Did she adjust Nangong Yu?" Qianquan replied, "No, she merely awakened the inherent potential that Nangong Yu possessed." Lu Gu asked, "Did she sacrifice herself for my physical existence? Has she perished?" "According to our earthly customs, I must pay my respects." Qianquan stated, "I only say that she expended all her life force. From this moment forth, you must comprehend life and death from a higher perspective." Lu Ji's emotions tensed slightly. "Where is she?" Qianquan responded, "I will provide you with a coordinate. Only when you meet all the conditions should you seek her. Encountering her now would equate to self-destruction." Maintain your distance and retrieve the unfinished treasure she left for you in Negongyu. Li Huanshan can accomplish this, provided there is ample funding. Lu Gu inquired. Is it because my hometown, Earth in the solar system, was suddenly destroyed that your original plans were interrupted? Qian Kuan reassured her, do not think this way. The universe harbors countless origins. Currently, there are known to be 8. There are 10 fundamental laws governing these origins. The premature destruction of Earth has resulted in an incomplete understanding on your part. Progress forward and transcend your previous thinking. As I mentioned earlier, you must grasp the concepts of life and death from a higher level. Similarly, the destruction of Earth must be understood from an elevated perspective. As Qian Kuan continued speaking, he abruptly changed his tone. The celebration over there has concluded. So live well. If you were to perish, we would need to invest another 129,000 years to initiate a new cycle, or perhaps it would fall to our successors, or even to you in the afterlife, to complete the next cycle. This is where we shall conclude for today. Qian Kuan disconnected. Had this been in the past, Lu Gu would have certainly thought, how could one accomplish anything after death? Yet, recalling Qian Kuan's words about understanding life and death from a higher plane left her feeling somewhat dazed, as if her mind were on the verge of igniting. Just as Lu Ji's thoughts threatened to overwhelm her, the voice of Zhang Xiu resonated through the brainwave communicator. Thank you. Lu Gu replied, yes, as I mentioned before. Having accepted so much from you, I must reciprocate. Let's converse. Zhang Xiu responded, no, I must enter seclusion. What for? Lu Gu asked. Zhang Xiu explained. I wish to create a miracle regarding Negongyu. Zhang Xiu instinctively blurted out, no. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly amended, I currently require your assistance. Lu Gu replied, allow me to finish my current tasks. I will dedicate an hour each day to converse with you. Zhang Xiu yearned to express. I also desire a miracle, yet refrained, for she was Zhang Xiu, and she possessed her pride. After severing the communication, Zhang Xiu initiated an investigation and swiftly uncovered crucial information, Chang'e Star. Upon delving deeper into the history of Chang'e Star's former First Lady, she was astounded. This revelation indicated that Wan Fan Ming's mother hailed from the Direct Guard of the Jade Plate. Zhang Xiu was left in shock. The Jade Plate Direct Guard is an enigmatic organization, shrouded in mystery even to the 4 royal kings, with its personnel's origins, abilities, and numbers remaining obscure. Only upon retiring do individuals receive a mere notation in their records indicating their former membership in the Jade Plate Direct Guard, nothing more. The Jade Plate Star, more secretive than the royal palace itself, is not a mere reflection of the emperor. Rather, the Jade Plate Star predated the imperial star. After perusing the documents and the chaotic affairs surrounding Chang'e Star, Zhang Xiu smashed her cup onto the floor in frustration. Was the head of Chang'e Star trampled by some cosmic silicon-based life form? To marry a retired member of the Jade Plate Direct Guard. One could languish at home and still attain the rank of Marquis. Even the slightest merit would elevate one to Duke. After venting her frustrations, Zhang Xiu turned around and continued her tirade. Nengonyu's mind was also unhinged, seeking assistance from the Jade Plate Star. Should the Jade Plate Guard refuse to intervene, those who retired for various reasons would trample Chang'e Star 1,000 times over. No, that was not right. Zhang Xiu spun again. Ordinary individuals could not access these records. Only within the Northern King's manor could one uncover that the former First Lady of Chang'e Star hailed from the Jade Plate Guard. What had transpired here? That soft-spoken man was undoubtedly feigning incompetence. He could not possibly be a useless burden. Her mother was a member of the Jade Plate Direct Guard, so it was implausible for her to have a son of such ineptitude. Zhang Xiu's curiosity had transformed into an insatiable desire for the truth. Lu Gu. Upon recalling this name, Zhang Xiu's heart raced beyond 200 beats per minute. An overwhelming sensation surged from the depths of her being. Lu Gu was highly likely to be a member of the Jade Plate Direct Guard. With this thought, Zhang Xiu once again invoked the power of the Northern King's manor. However, just as she connected with the central command of the manor, an abrupt communication forced its way into her dormitory at the Pyong Academy, simultaneously severing her link to the Northern King's manor. Zhang Jinshi, the Northern King, and Zhang Xiu's father, appeared before her. Zhang Xiu glared. What are you up to, old Zhang? My dear daughter, I was merely checking if you have enough funds lately. I'm busy, Zhang Xiu retorted, preparing to disconnect the call. Wait, it's fine to stir up trouble, but one must not recklessly investigate the Jade Plate Star. Even His Majesty shows deference to it. Chapter 73. Filial piety. After her father's reminder, Zhang Xiu realized she might be courting disaster. Yet her pride would not yield. I just want to inquire about a few individuals. Do not. Let me arrange for someone to assist you with Chang'e Star. Also, I must inform you that Li Zhen also hails from the Jade Plate Direct Guard, as do I. Consider the Jade Plate Star as a higher echelon of the Grand Jade Dynasty Academy. Do not pursue further inquiries. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu immediately asked, Father, you are aware of the situation regarding Chang'e Star? Only call me father when necessary. You may refer to me as old Zhang. Father, father, father. Zhang Jinqi sighed. The circumstances surrounding Chang'e Star are not as ordinary minds might conceive. The death of the Chang'e Star master was indeed a conspiracy, yet she seized the opportunity to escape. If she were to be slain by those trifling nuisances of Chang'e Star, it would be a farce. What else do you know, father? Zhang Jinqi replied. It has been many years since I departed from the Jade Plate Star. In any case, refrain from inquiring too much. Old Zhang, I am vexed. Do not be upset. Let me ask a favor of you. Speak. Zhang Xiu was not genuinely angry. She merely adopted a stubborn facade. She sensed that the matter at hand might surpass her investigative capabilities, and further probing could lead to trouble. Zhang Jinqi remarked. A little birdie told me that the commander of the Bright Alliance fleet stationed in the Yuju Star region, that old rascal Natok, sent us an official letter requesting a visit to the Baiyong Academy, which was politely declined. Our rationale was that a significant incident had occurred at the academy, rendering it an unsuitable time for visitors. Zhang Xiu was perplexed. Zhang Jinqi continued, I have uncovered the truth. That old fellow was once incapacitated, but it appears he has been restored to health, thanks to a treatment developed at the Baiyong Academy. Could you inquire on my behalf? Several of my good friends are quite intrigued by this matter. Zhang Xiu chuckled. Old Zhang, if you flatter me a bit, perhaps my father will increase your allowance. Suddenly serious, she added, Father, you are aware that Huazi Ying's condition has improved significantly, and there is a possibility of full recovery. What? Zhang Jinqi was abruptly cut off. Zhang Xiu stared at the darkened screen, feeling a surge of frustration, but before her anger could fully ignite, Zhang Jinqi's communication returned. The signal is unstable. We were disconnected. I will double your allowance. No, quintuple it. I will find time to visit the academy in a few days. That's settled. With a snap, he hung up before Zhang Xiu could respond. When she attempted to reconnect, the line was busy. Zhang Jinqi was conversing with Li Zhen. Their discussion encompassed not only that little black pill, but also the individual known as Lu Guo. Thus, a few days later, Zhang Jinqi truly arrived at Baiyong Star. The public pretext was that his daughter had not returned home in a decade and he wished to see her. Upon his arrival, Zhang Xiu began to chastise him. Look at your clothes. They're filthy. Zhang Jinqi hurriedly explained, I haven't paid attention to that. Blame your elder brother. He never allows my grandson to eat well. The poor little fellow spends all his time either studying or reading. He clings to me when he sees me, and it breaks my heart. In a low voice, Zhang Xiu retorted, wasn't it him who didn't study back then? Who was it that had him confined in the treatment chamber day in and day out? Zhang Jinqi straightened his neck. How can that be the same? If that scoundrel were to amount to nothing, how could I feel secure in passing the throne to him? How would you two sisters be able to live comfortably? He continued, I believe he has been coddled too much. Recently, his conduct has become increasingly irksome. Zhang Xiu, with a stern expression, was about to say more when she suddenly reached out to steady Zhang Jinqi. Father, watch your step. After a long absence, her younger brother appeared to be in good spirits, creating a picture of paternal kindness and filial piety. Li Zhen, from a distance, saluted, King of the North. Still exuding the same authority as in years past, I pay my respects. Generally, it is a pleasure to see you again. Zhang Jinqi greeted him with a beaming smile. At this moment, Zhang Xiu presented herself with the poise of a refined lady, father and generally. Old friends who haven't met in ages. Why not allow your daughter to host a banquet and share a few drinks? Excellent, excellent. If one were to speak of culinary delights, Zhang Xiu would confidently assert that the finest chefs in the entire galaxy resided on Baiyong Star. No one could rival them. All of the wild animals and plants on Baiyong Star had already seen 10% of their populations tagged. Under the watchful eye of the soft rice-loving individuals, the students of Baiyong Star began to anticipate, for instance, the resurgence of crayfish. The remaining 90% were preoccupied, unable to attend to such matters. After all, Baiyong Star is indeed a vast planet. Lu Guo is absent, drifting in the cosmos, as he awaited a vessel not constructed by the Grand Jade Emperor dynasty, but hailing from the sacred Crimson Flame Empire. Therefore, it was imperative for the ship to undergo thorough inspection by the Imperial Guard, including a complete examination of the entire vessel. Following this, registration would be necessary before it could return to Pyong Star. Nangong Yu enlisted the help of Li Qinglian and several others. For a genuine starship cannot be operated by merely 2 individuals. The minimum crew required is 260, with a standard complement of 580. If outfitted like a luxurious yacht, an additional 100 personnel may be needed. This count does not include robotic crew members. Procuring the necessary personnel was proving to be a vexation. It's maddening. We spent the entire day inspecting yesterday, and we are still at it today, Lu Gu lamented. Li Qinglian understood the situation. Such a vessel necessitates 2 completely independent inspection teams, each conducting their evaluations, and only upon flawless results would the ship be released. This vessel is classified as a starship, and more specifically, a heavily armed starship, not a cargo ship, nor a yacht. This was merely the beginning. Subsequently, the Imperial Guard would adjust the ship's mainframe, reprogramming the enemy identification system and numerous other components. Lu Gu inquired, "Does this mean the inspections will take several more days?" Li Qinglian responded, "Within 10 days, considering the accommodations for our Pyong Academy, perhaps 15. Lu Gu asked, "What about Nangong Yu?" Li Qinglian scoffed, "How shameless. Is he truly yours? Have any documents been exchanged?" Lu Gu chuckled, 2 orphans relying on each other. What else could we be but family? Li Qinglian then remarked, "It is a rare occasion to witness a true starship. The generals of the Imperial Guard have arranged for our students to experience the main battle starships and aircraft carriers. Indeed, indeed. I think I shall take a brief nap. It is so dreadfully boring," Lu Gu said. Li Qinglian remained silent, her attention captivated by the inspection of the starship. This particular vessel was exceptionally renowned. Compared to yachts, it was undoubtedly the foremost in firepower and defense within the galaxy. When compared to other starships, its opulence was unparalleled throughout the Milky Way. If powered by high-purity dark energy, its speed would also reign supreme across the galaxy. Li Qinglian was particularly interested in whether the ship was equipped with a phase jump engine, a type of engine capable of ultra-short distance jumps on the battlefield. However, it had several drawbacks. It required at least an hour for preheating, could only be utilized once daily, and using it twice posed a risk of failure. Moreover, its stability was notoriously poor, with considerable deviations in positional presetting, only marginally superior to random instantaneous positioning. Yet, one could imagine, amidst a bombardment, suddenly jumping behind an enemy ship could potentially determine the outcome of a battle. Chapter 74. The first lesson. Lu Gu returned to rest, entered his room, closed the door, locked it, and then lay down on the bed. Today marked an exceedingly significant day. As an Earthling and the newly appointed first-class instructor at Pyong Academy, today was the day he was to deliver his inaugural lesson. Without the cerebral wave communicator, maintaining this dual identity would indeed be impossible. Lu Gu reclined, and within a windowless room of the Xingqing Palace, a Lingjing terminal powered on remotely. Soon, Lu Ji's account, representing a denizen of Earth, came online within the Lingjing. However, constrained by control limitations, Lu Gu moved slowly in the Lingjing, as it was not his physical self inhabiting the terminal. In another small courtyard of Xingqingfeng, Zhang Qiqi and Li Zhan observed the screen, which displayed images transmitted from the Lingjing. Zhang Qiqi remarked, "It appears that the young man is quite nervous." Li Zhan replied, "There was once an instructor who managed to get in through family connections, teaching nothing of great importance, merely the basics of etiquette, and ended up being ridiculed by the students. In the Pyong Academy, instructors teach advanced students, who in turn instruct ordinary students, and ordinary students mentor the newcomers. Being an instructor is no easy task." Li Zhan added, "Subpar individuals find it hard to thrive." They continued to watch as Lu Gu finally ascended the platform. The square within the Lingjing was already filled with people, and approximately 20% of those within the Pyong Academy could not view the proceedings in real time. It was not due to a lack of desire to watch, but rather a limitation on numbers. Once inside the Lingjing, they could not approach the square. Upon reaching the platform, Lu Gu took a chair, settled into a comfortable position, and began to speak. "While you sit, I stand. While you remain idle, I act. This is unfair, so I shall sit and speak." Initially, there was a brief silence, which quickly transformed into laughter. Once seated, Lu Gu no longer had to control his bodily movements and could focus entirely on his discourse. As the laughter subsided, Lu Gu commenced his lecture. He spoke of a shipyard manager at the starport of the Pyong Academy, a veteran with a somewhat inflexible left arm. He shared insights from his youth, recounting how his family were ice gatherers, seeking ice blocks among the cosmos. He volunteered to join the aerial combat squadron, driven by the ambition to ascend to a higher social stratum. Serving in the military was the quickest path to advancement. Through valor in battle, one could gain renown, official titles, and rewards. Such substantial incentives made him fearless in the face of death. In his own words, regardless of life or death, his family's fate would change. Should he perish in battle, the emperor would bestow grace upon his kin. The audience grew silent. Nobles harbored their own destinies and aspirations, while commoners and those from humble backgrounds also nurtured their dreams. Lu Gu continued, Zord Handlai has been writing letters back home, and I have replied. What drives him to fight? It is the instinct for survival. Without combat, their living space diminishes. He fights for his family, for protection, and for the prospect of a better life for them. Each individual possesses their own compelling reasons for risking their lives on the battlefield. If one lacks such a reason, it is best to steer clear of the fray. This lesson today marks my inaugural lecture at the Byung Academy. I wish to prioritize those aspiring to become military officers. As we commence the first class for military officials, this lesson holds great significance for me. It transcends mere formality, serving as a catalyst for awakening, a source of inspiration, and a beacon of hope. The entire Lingjing fell into a hushed stillness. The Byung Academy, too, became largely silent, with even the northern king, Zhang Qiqi, listening with utmost seriousness. When Lu Gu spoke of responsibility, Zhang Qiqi remarked to Li Jin, this is the rhetoric of the Western king. They incessantly speak of home. Should we fail, our homeland would plunge into ruin. The Western army is relentless, fighting to the last breath countless times. Why? Because retreating even a single step could lead to the collapse of star domains and the destruction of our homes. Li Jin replied, what does the Western king's residence possess? He suffered the most in the beginning, drawing troops predominantly from his own star domain, facing barbaric and uncivilized territories. Additionally, there are those unruly scoundrels covertly supplying funds, provisions, starships, fighters, and mechs. Would he not fight to the death, waiting for the enemy to invade and ravage his own star domain? Zhang Qiqi interjected, those unruly scoundrels are the machinations of the Holy Alliance. Li Jin countered, do not speak so lightly. Has the sacred Crimson Flame not covertly aided as well? They are all scoundrels. Zhang Qiqi cursed under his breath and continued to gaze at the screen. Li Jin went on, though he is young. He appears as if he has witnessed countless battles and seen endless death. By the way, he taught me a new game. I shall teach it to you later. It is an extraordinary game, equally enjoyable for leisure and mentally taxing in competition. Zhang Qiqi replied, I must learn this. Recently, my ungrateful son has been taken by my eldest grandson for personal guidance. I find myself quite idle. Li Jin jested, ungrateful? Compare him to the sons of the Eastern king's residence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiqi sighed heavily, recalling the internal strife among the Eastern king's sons over the inheritance. What a bunch of old fools. As Zhang Qiqi expressed his sentiments, Lu Gu spoke of the aspirations of students in their formative years. One must have goals, such as defeating Instructor Shi in mech control. This may seem daunting, yet it is not insurmountable. As long as you are swifter than Instructor Shi, there lies a chance, albeit small. I have devised a modest training method. 2 newly constructed training grounds at Training Field Number 7 will commence use the day after tomorrow, marking the first lesson of knowledge imparted. Having concluded his remarks, Lu Gu stood. Today's lesson ends here. He then logged off. Zhang Qiqi turned to Li Jin and said, when I heard him say it seems difficult, I expected him to follow up with that it is not hard. Instead, he claimed it is not easy. What manner of speech is this? Li Jin shook his head. That is not the crux of the matter. What is the crux? Li Jin remained silent, inserting his identity badge as a sacrificial official of the Byung Academy into the computer, adjusting the screen to Training Field Number 7. Shortly thereafter, a shuttle descended from the sky and landed steadily. A figure rushed into Training Field Number 7 and sealed the entrance. Li Jin then remarked, see, Sherdachui has indeed arrived. Zhang Qiqi inquired, is there really someone daring enough to challenge this madman? Indeed, it's hard to say. At that moment, the screen displayed 2 training grounds, one measuring 550 meters, the other spanning 15 kilometers. The shorter one required participants to run unaided, even without combat suits, while the longer course was designed for mechs. The short distance echoed a saying from Lu Gu's homeland, Earth, better to run 5,000 meters than 400. Considering the superior physical condition of everyone at Baiyang Academy compared to Earthlings, Lu Gu increased the difficulty and extended the distance. Chapter 75 Encountering Real Pirates. The starting area for the obstacle course is accompanied by a manual that provides a detailed explanation of how to run the course and what constitutes a passing score. Completing it within 1 minute is deemed satisfactory, while a time of 43 seconds is considered exceptional. Lu Gu has earnestly estimated that given Shidachui's capabilities, he could achieve approximately 46 seconds with familiarity, with a maximum limit of 44 seconds. Achieving 43 seconds is undoubtedly a monumental challenge, attainable only by true geniuses or individuals like Nan Gongyu, who have had their potential awakened. This is known as an obstacle course on Earth. Another variant, spanning 15 kilometers and utilizing mechs, is referred to as a combat obstacle course, laden with various traps and weaponry that Lu Gu cannot fathom the extent of. Using Shidachui's abilities as a benchmark, Lu Gu surmises that a time of 15 seconds would be beyond even Shidachui's capabilities. Li Jun watches intently on the screen as Shidachui diligently reads the instructions and attempts the run. He falls twice, and during one attempt over a low wall. In his pursuit of speed, he tumbles and clutches his midsection in pain for a considerable time. When he tries again, striving for velocity, he collides with a high platform. Shidachui presses one hand to his chest, feeling as if his ribs may have been fractured. Zhang Jiqi remarks to Li Jin, "This is quite challenging." Watching it unfold, it appears exceedingly difficult, and indeed, it is no small feat. Li Jin responds, "Did you not express disdain for this manner of speaking?" Zhang Jiqi counters, "I found it distasteful earlier, but now, seeing this fool endure such impacts, I have grown fond of it." Li Jin continues, "Completing it in 1 minute is already arduous. 43 seconds is improbable." He shakes his head, having observed Shidachui's attempts, realizing that without auxiliary equipment or protective gear, the task is exceedingly demanding. After watching Shidachui run twice, Li Jin anticipates a multitude of injuries, including abrasions, sprains, contusions, falls, and strains. As the festival leader, Li Jin has made arrangements for the elite 7th Student Council of the Baiyang Academy to station medical robots and a medical bay at the 7th training ground, with personnel assigned to oversee the area. At this moment, Zhang Jiqi adds, with the advent of combat suits and significant upgrades to light mechs, the current generation no longer prioritizes physical fitness. After all, combat suits can enhance stamina and strength, while light mechs, and even heavy mechs, with the aid of combat suits, can sufficiently manage the load. Li Jin concurs. Recently, some students have perceived that becoming a Starship crew member merely requires the ability to press buttons. I remember in our youth, we had to learn to maintain combat readiness even when the Starship's mainframe failed. Zhang Jiqi reflects, times have changed. Nowadays, when a Starship sustains considerable damage, the priority is to evacuate. Even Shi Wang, who once spoke fervently of fighting to the death, no longer mentions the concept of a desperate struggle. Li Jin asserts, isn't that a positive development? It signifies that our great Yuhuang dynasty possesses strength that no longer relies on soldiers engaging in feudal battles. This statement holds merit. On the screen, Shidachui has now familiarized himself with the obstacle course. He sprints with all his might, clocking in at 50 seconds. Shidachui stares at his result in disbelief for a while before grabbing his coat and departing. Li Jin, observing Shidachui's departure on the screen, remarked, "He must have sustained some injuries and needs to retreat for contemplation. One cannot excel merely by running blindly. Reflection and intellect are essential." Turning to Lu Gu, who had just emerged from the spiritual realm and was preparing to quench his thirst, an urgent email arrived from the Winnak Star domain. The message, originating from Zod, outlined a plan to seize a prosperous star system under the control of the Puppet Star Domain Council. They had launched a surprise attack on the opposing starport, intending to deploy ground forces progressively to dominate the habitable planet once the starport was secured. During the assault, a multitude of cargo ships were engaged in temporary resupply operations. These vessels belonged to a prominent corporation within the Yujun Star domain, specifically associated with 3 Pit interstellar transport companies. The cargo was linked to 3 Dong energy associations, among others. Lu Gu pondered the peculiar naming of such enterprises, questioning the caliber of the translation device that could yield a name like 3 Pits. However, the name was not the crux of the matter. What mattered was that Zod and his associates were unwilling to relinquish the cargo ships and their contents so easily. Hence, they sought counsel from their senior, Ming, regarding their next course of action. As Lu Gu contemplated the situation while holding a cup of water, an urgent communication from Pink Harlow interrupted. The current duty officer was the newly appointed president of the student council, Gan Xian, who was leading a team in the Little Fish star system, preparing for an assault on a sizable pirate group and awaiting supply ships. Instructor, please connect to the flagship's mainframe. We have an emergency, Gan Xian implored. Lu Gu, now a first-class instructor, noted the urgency as the team leader pressed the pink Harlow for immediate assistance. Lu Gu swiftly reviewed the information compiled by Gan Xian on the flagship's mainframe. It appeared that an interstellar pirate was attacking a considerably large interstellar transport fleet. The pirates possessed 2 massive cargo ships converted into starships, along with an aging yet genuine starship and several smaller crafts. In contrast, the transport fleet was protected by 4 small escort starships, which, based on their models, significantly outclassed their own starships. The disparity in strength was evident. After a thorough examination, Lu Gu inquired, Gan Xian, dispatch a reconnaissance vessel. I suspect this is not an outright attack. Gan Xian concurred, stating, Instructor, I share your suspicion. Before I entered the Baiyong Academy, I served as a sentinel on the border for 15 years. I have heard of certain interstellar transport companies paying pirates to ensure safe passage, compensating them each time. Moreover, it is rumored that some pirates are, in fact, sustained by these large transport companies to target rival fleets. Lu Gu responded, prepare for a saturation strike. How confident are you that a single barrage could incapacitate the largest pirate vessel? Gan Xian replied, after one round of saturation fire. Our ship's energy reserves will reach a critical threshold. Each ship can only unleash 70% of its main cannon's energy once. However, resupply will not arrive until tomorrow. Give me 5 minutes. After temporarily suspending communication with Lu Gu, Gan Xian once again scrutinized the previously gathered reconnaissance data. The communications officer murmured, President, we've received notice that today is the day for the subsidies. Gan Xian's eyes remained fixed on the screen, and in response to the officer's comment, she inquired, why has it come early? I don't know. It's usually at the beginning of the month, and there are still 3 days left this month. Understood. Let us prioritize our tasks. Yes. Meanwhile, Lu Gu leaned back on the sofa and began to contemplate. The twin fish pendant at her chest emitted a faint glow. Drawing on the wisdom of her ancestors, she recalled numerous instances throughout the 5,000 years of history where the few triumphed over the many, particularly during the eras of the 2 Jin dynasties and the northern and southern dynasties, which were rife with classic battles. There must be a way. Chapter 76. The Empty City Stratagem. The pressing question was not about the ability to engage in battle, but rather the consequences of such an action. Zord had already seized the cargo ship of a major company in the Yujuhua star domain, clearly unwilling to relinquish it, intending to exchange the goods aboard for starships, fighter aircraft, mechs, and various logistical supplies. She, too, did not wish to give up the lucrative prize nor allow Zord to abandon it. Furthermore, she aspired to support Zord and the other onlookers, along with their families, nurturing their growth. Thus, the time had come to act. Lu Gu once again communicated through the singer, Powdered Harlow, to Gan Xian, mobilize everyone. Dismantle the ship's identifier, strip the interstellar fighters of all armaments, and prepare for full energy mode. Equip them with simulated starship identifiers and any devices capable of faking starship response signals. Depart the fleet and prepare for formation. Once the formation was complete, the 4 starships would unleash a concentrated barrage to obliterate the largest pirate vessel. Subsequently, the 4 starships would advance, exposing themselves within the detection range of the enemy's optical sensors. Their main cannons would charge, and all fabricated signals would commence full energy output, ensuring that the enemy's magnetic fields and energy fields, along with various radar systems, would detect them as a threat. As long as they shut down their main engines, the next steps should be clear enough, Gan Xian thought, feeling her palms grow clammy. This strategy, to her ears, felt akin to deception, and she could hardly ascertain the probability of success. Yet, she was willing to take the risk. At worst, they could all self-destruct. Moreover, Zhang Xiu, the president of the elite 3rd Student Council, had already revised the internal rules, and Yi Ping had ascended to the elite 3rd Student Council. She yearned to achieve merit, to move to the ancient city to qualify for more advanced courses, and to become a direct student of the instructors rather than having to learn from the students of the elite 3rd Student Council. She had not entered school at a young age. She had to strive hard to secure her educational opportunity as she neared adulthood. Initially, she had gained admittance to a star region-level academy due to her excellent exam results, leading her to the Piyong Academy. Gan Xian clenched her fist tightly. Activating the shipwide communication, sisters, I am unwilling to remain merely an ordinary student. I also desire natural food and a better life for my family. What about you? Let us fight. President, issue the command. Gan Xian's time-space avatar struck the control panel with a fist, declaring, "Follow my orders. Complete battle preparations within 1 hour." Lu Ji's stratagem drew inspiration from the wisdom recorded within her pendant, recalling the Battle of Yongqiu during the Unsure Rebellion, where creation arose from nothingness. Powdered Harlow's arrangements for the Little Fish Star Domain fleet naturally reached the exclusive hangar of the elite Third Student Council at the Pyong Academy simultaneously. In a central control room, accompanied by 4 expansive chambers, each housing 100 terminals for temporal and spatial projections, Zhang Xiu arrived promptly after receiving the news. The next shift of trainees hurried from the lounge to the main control room. Moronghe approached Zhang Xiu, asking in a hushed tone, "Sister Xiu, shall we change personnel?" Zhang Xiu replied softly, "Changing personnel would dishearten the hearts of the Puqi Shi Academy students. We can endure one failure. After all, it is merely 4 small escort vessels." Moronghe stepped aside to observe. Jiang Xiaoying remarked, "The outcome of a starship battle is determined by absolute strength, firepower, defense, numbers, and the total combat capability of onboard weapons. Tactics may provide an advantage, yet under conditions of significant disparity, tactical enhancements alone cannot dictate the victor." Hearing this, Zhang Xiu countered, "Tactics can indeed alter the values of absolute disparity. The absolute disparity perceived by Instructor Lu is far greater than I believe. However, I confidently assert that it surpasses that of the elite Second Student Council, slightly under that of Huazi Sakura." Jiang Xiaoying chose not to respond further, as she acknowledged the validity of Zhang Xiu's statement. With the tactical prowess of Li Zhan, it is evident that a typical commander striving to bridge the absolute disparity in combat capability would require at least 2 fleets of equivalent size to match his 1,000-strong starship fleet. And even then, victory is not guaranteed. To achieve a high probability of success against such an absolute disparity, a commander would need a starting ratio of at least 3-to-1. In the main control room of the Pyong Academy's elite Third Student Council, discussions among the trainees were fervent. In the Little Fish Star system, as predicted by Lu Gu, the battle had commenced. They charged forward directly and unleashed a saturation attack, inflicting severe damage upon one genuine starship of the interstellar pirates. Gan Xian led 4 starships into the enemy's range. Pressing the control panel, Gan Xian released various signals to simulate a fleet in the darkness of space. The energy limit of the spacecraft could only sustain such signaling for a maximum of 5 minutes. Once the signal was emitted, Gan Xian activated the communicator, surrender, or face death. The enemy remained silent, and time ticked away. The main cannons of the 4 starships began charging to full power, even as their energy reserves dwindled to the last vestiges. Within the Pyong Academy, a trainee began to sob quietly at a temporal projection terminal. Zhang Xiu, standing in the control room, glanced at the screen's transmission efficiency. It was evident that many temporal projections were experiencing data transmission errors due to the trainee's unstable emotions. Turning to Moronghe, Zhang Xiu noted a shake of the head. Time was running short, and the energy reserves of the 4 starships were nearly depleted. Changing personnel would also require energy and time to initiate. Just as the countdown for the signal energy approached the 1-minute mark, a trainee shouted, "President, the enemy has shut down their main engines." With all his might, Gan Xian yelled, "Charge!" From the 4 starships, all interstellar fighters and transport vessels surged forth, racing towards the enemy. Each class required a score of 85. Under such circumstances, each starship needed to leave at least 3 individuals behind, summing to a total of 12. Gan Xian could no longer manage the situation alone. All 85 members were deployed. Each individual was capable of wielding 12 close combat mech robots or 6 advanced interstellar drones. The initial objective was to seize control of 4 escort ships alongside 2 interstellar pirate vessels that had been converted from cargo ships. Upon boarding, the first order was to commandeer the control console, while unmanned transport drones began ferrying energy canisters back. Within mere minutes, as the new energy canisters reached the 4 starships, Zhang Xiu commanded the next shift to enter the temporal doppelganger terminal and remain on standby. After issuing her orders, Zhang Xiu glanced at Moronghe, who nodded and took his team to an available room, prepared to step into action at a moment's notice. 15 minutes after the enemy deactivated their main engine, they discovered that only 4 starships were present on Gan Xian's side, seemingly manned entirely by robots. This prompted an immediate counterattack from the fleet, intent on eliminating these automatons. A fierce exchange of fire erupted within the cargo hold. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from the temporal doppelganger terminal. However, the student who screamed did not log off. Although her legs had been shattered, she valiantly endured the excruciating pain to eliminate enemies on the bridge, successfully sealing the bridge door and maneuvering one of the escort starships back. Chapter 77. The courage to fight. The student, gravely wounded in her doppelganger, was truly weeping as she piloted the starship. The sensation of pain, 100% transmitted, coursed through her, amplifying the agony of her broken legs. Abruptly, she cried out as her doppelganger completed all its tasks, recalibrating the autopilot and delivering a volley from the secondary cannons onto an interstellar pirate vessel. Zhang Shou seized the communicator, replace, bring one person online, and disable all ship communications. Do not allow anyone to escape. Repeat, ensure that no one escapes. Fight to the blood. Thanks to Lu Ji's experiences in the spirit realm, these students often engaged in similar games. The combat in the hold resembled urban warfare, and the students from Group 74, having adapted, fought with great vigor, fully controlling the situation. It was merely a matter of time. However, injuries began to emerge inevitably. The medical team carried the severely injured student from the doppelganger terminal. She appeared pale, her lips tinged blue, trembling and incessantly crying out in pain. Zhang Xiu bit her lip, aware that even with the current level of medical care, a person could be restored even if torn in half. Yet the psychological trauma endured. That kind of suffering would require time to heal. Time passed slowly. In the flagship of the Yujun Star Domain Transport Fleet, the final struggle within the hold ensued. Guanxian refrained from deploying robotic soldiers, opting instead to lead 5 individuals, employing the tactics she had learned to launch a final charge with 2 teams. At the cost of her own bodily integrity, she secured the last bastion of resistance. Within the terminal room, Guanxian did not require assistance to exit. She emerged on her own, collapsing to the ground, her legs weak, her complexion pale and trembling. Yet she smiled. Even in her weakened state, she sat on the ground, smiling. Jiang Xiaoying approached and draped the outer robe over Guanxian's shoulders, then called out, "Medical team, hurry." Guanxian grasped Jiang Xiaoying's arm, exclaiming, "I won. I shall never forget this battle. I won." Jiang Xiaoying held Guanxian tightly in her embrace, affirming, "Indeed, you have triumphed. Such a feat is worthy of record. Even among the Imperial Guard, this battle deserves a place in the teaching materials of the Pyong Academy. However, do not speak of it to outsiders. Xiao Jie has ordered that no one is to escape." Guanxian laughed, trembling with joy. The battle in the Little Fish Star system was nearing its conclusion. Over at the Pyong Academy, the Northern Town Prince's residence was simultaneously dispatching repair ships and cargo vessels. The 4 starships from the Yuju Star Domain were undoubtedly among the finest in their class, rivaling the 3 great powers. The temporal avatars were merely remote-controlled mechanical bodies, not starships. The Little Fish Star system was preparing to replace its fleet while also retrofitting the 4 vessels from the Yuju Star Domain, enhancing them with advanced equipment from the Great Yuhuang dynasty, along with modifications to their hulls. Guanxian, still clad in the outer robe, entered without heading to the medical room. Zhang Shou turned to her and remarked, "You are formidable." Guanxian responded, "President, I have impoverished relatives and friends who can only afford the cheapest synthetic foods. You know I became a sentinel at the border just to earn a living. Now that we have more ships, grant us an opportunity. My family is not afraid of danger." The Little Fish Star system possesses only 4 vessels, which cannot accomplish anything significant. Zhang Xiu did not reply but instructed, "Take Guanxian to rest." Guanxian remained silent. Having conveyed her thoughts, she would await the outcome. Zhang Xiu departed, entrusting the final operations to Murong He. Soon, in Zinkingfang, Zhang Qiqi and Li Zhun reminisced about their youth when Zhang Xiu entered, inserting a storage device into the room's computer and taking a seat. "We just fought a battle. Take a look." After Li Zhun reviewed the footage, he nodded at Zhang Qiqi. Zhang Qiqi rose and headed outside. Zhang Xiu hastily inquired, "Father?" Zhang Qiqi replied, "Some tasks are too grim for you. Destroying communication devices and ensuring no one escapes is prudent. Father will arrange for others to handle the aftermath. We have no need for captives from the Yuju Star Domain. After interrogation, they will all be disposed of. These lowly beings sent to the mining stars are worthless." Zhang Shou insisted, "We can manage it ourselves." "No. You are still students of the Pyong Academy. It is unnecessary for you to soil your hands. I will arrange for others to handle it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shou simply stated, Do not let Dong Wang know. Zhang Qiqi chuckled. Do you truly believe father is just a foolish old man? This matter requires no reminder. Laughing, Zhang Qiqi stepped outside to issue a few instructions to his personal guards, who then took over the escort duties and headed to the starport. Returning to his seat, Zhang Qiqi appeared quite pleased. Child, when did you reach such a level? This strategy is quite sophisticated. However, you are still students. This task might be a tad too advanced for you. The first order of business upon boarding should not be transporting energy barrels, but rather installing explosives and taking control of an enemy starship. Indeed, transporting the energy barrels caused us to waste time and exposed us prematurely. Li Jun inquired, how did you conceive of this tactic? Zhang Xiu, Instructor Lu has made arrangements, but only up to boarding the ship. Upon hearing this, Li Jun remarked, he is doing it intentionally. I refuse to believe he lacks specific tactics for post-boarding maneuvers. The opponent has already shut down the main engine, and once you board the ship, victory is nearly assured. The tide of battle has been determined. Allowing you to suffer minor setbacks serves as a lesson, as it is too easy for you to become complacent and stop thinking for yourselves. Zhang Xiu bowed her head, acknowledging her own inexperience and recognizing the validity of Li Jun's words. In truth, Lu Gu was hesitant to orchestrate further actions. The nuances of boarding operations compared to urban warfare on Earth were beyond his comprehension, and thus he refrained from reckless commands. Victory was achieved, regardless of the circumstances. It was indeed a triumph. Upon returning to her quarters, Zhang Xiu had no desire to listen to the two old men debate the battle. She sought a direct explanation from Lu Gu, followed by a review of the recorded discussions. Holding the vibrant red harrow, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. She could not discern whether it was due to the tension in the control room earlier or the exhilaration she felt at that moment. Lu Gu, on the other hand, was indeed feeling fatigued. The utilization of the brainwave communicator drained vast amounts of glucose from his body, alongside considerable physical stamina. He sent a message back to Zhang Xiu. Let's talk another day. It's time to rest. The conflict against the pirates in the Little Fish Galaxy had led to a strict internal directive from the elite Third Student Council of the Beyond Academy, prohibiting external dissemination of information. Nevertheless, within a limited circle, intense discussions continued. The elite council oversaw 6 ordinary student councils, with only the core members, aside from the POO 74 Student Council, being privy to the details, which had not been further disseminated. Chapter 78. Transformation. The students were engaged in fervent discussions. The primary focus was not on tactics, as they had yet to grasp the intricacies of that level. Rather, they were more concerned with close-quarters combat within the confines of the ship, faced with an enemy force outnumbering their own. They were curious about the sensation of enemy fire impacting them. Many expressed an initial fear, yet as the battle escalated, that fear dissipated. One female student, who had her temporal clone interrupted and crawled to the enemy ship's control console, fiercely declared while gnawing on a chicken leg, "The first time I was shot, I thought I was going to die. After my legs were blown off, I resolved that if I were to die, I would at least splatter them with my blood. I was determined to fight." Her words were fierce, yet in reality, she returned to her dormitory in a wheelchair, unable to stand even with crutches. Her legs were fine, but she simply could not control her feet, rendering them utterly powerless. The following day, at the main campus of Beyond Academy, the logistics department was crowded with student council officials awaiting their subsidies. Everyone stood quietly in line, calculating the supplies their respective councils were entitled to receive. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility. "Oh, isn't this the POO 74 Council? I thought you were currying favor with the elite Third Council and had turned down this meager subsidy." The POO 74 Council should have collected their subsidy yesterday, as they were preoccupied with the battle in the Little Fish Galaxy. The Elite Student Council does not receive subsidies. It is composed of affluent students who, even in the absence of financial avenues, can collectively muster sufficient wealth and resources due to the predominance of noble members. In contrast, the Ordinary Student Council sustains itself through menial tasks for the academy and monthly stipends. Internal discord is rampant, and derision is a common occurrence. However, this time is different. Yi Ping lagged behind, walking slowly, for her temporal doppelganger had been severely injured in the Little Fish Galaxy the previous day. If it were a less resilient student, they would likely still be in the medical chamber undergoing deep sleep therapy. The fact that she could walk out unaided is a testament to her extraordinary resilience. Upon hearing mockery directed at the POO 74 Council, Yi Ping was about to step forward when she noticed someone retreating a few paces before collapsing onto the ground. The leading students, with merely a glance, intimidated the one who had spoken, causing them to sit in fear. The members of the PU-74 Student Council continued their advance, their collective presence parting the crowd like a force of nature. The logistics supervisor lifted his gaze. With a single glance, he recognized that this group of students, even if they had not traversed mountains of corpses or rivers of blood, had truly faced life and death battles. The intensity in their eyes and the aura they emanated spoke of close-quarters combat and the baptism of war, marked by the blood of their enemies upon their blades. The logistics supervisor lowered his head again and spoke in a monotone. Those from the PU-74 Council who were absent yesterday, please come forward to collect your allowances promptly, so as not to disrupt the other ordinary student councils. A brief video swiftly circulated throughout the academy, showcasing a group of PU-74 students, some supported by crutches or wheelchairs, others with arms and slings, their eyes radiating a palpable ferocity as they carved a path through the throng of students seeking their allowances. The academic administration sent out an inquiry. Zhang Xiu replied succinctly, injuries sustained during the training at the 7th training ground. How could one sustain injuries so readily at the 7th training ground? Could an injury transform one's gaze into something so fearsome? In no time, a queue formed at the 7th training ground. Not only were students lining up, but the parking area overflowed with commuting vehicles, many left floating outside. Indeed, injuries were being sustained. Sprains, contusions, strains, and abrasions went unchecked. In the elite 3rd Student Council of the Academy, within the main control room of the Little Fish Galaxy incident, the previous overwhelming pressure of planning an ambush against a large-scale pirate group had morphed into something else entirely. Previously, the topic had been scarcely discussed due to the perceived slim chances of success. At this moment, a female student was nearly standing on the table. Our 5th group proposes to launch an attack from the periphery, instilling fear and forcing them to retreat. Then, we in the 5th group will take charge of the starship tethered to that comet. Once in position, we will strike decisively. Nonsense. Our 3rd class believes that using those cargo ships from the Yuju star domain as bait to lure them out for a heist, and then ambushing them along the way, is the way to go. Once they all emerge, we unleash our full firepower upon them. No, we must let Moronghi lead today's discussion. With one hand pressed against her forehead and the other sifting through the latest reconnaissance information, she paid little mind to the bickering individuals in the conference room. At present, the 4 advanced small starships we commandeered are yet to be modified. We are unfamiliar with their capabilities, and without the necessary training, all major operations are halted. Meanwhile, in the northern town King S Manor, situated in the East Immortal Star Domain, within the Tianqin Galaxy, lies the Dalao Sentinel Star. This area is impoverished and resource-deprived. Over half of its inhabitants are displaced refugees, some of whom have enlisted in the military, gradually forming a settlement here. Additionally, there exists a considerable number of criminals. Those guilty of minor offenses, wishing to avoid imprisonment in the Black Prison Star or the harsh mines, take to guarding the borders. After sufficient years of service, they may return home. Zhang Ben, distantly related to Zhang Xiu, is over 6,000 years old and falls into the category of the elderly, yet lesser ranked. He serves as a star policeman in the Tianqin Galaxy. Upon arriving at Dalao Sentinel Star, he first conducted a routine inspection of the logistics warehouse alongside military officials from the Tianqin Galaxy, followed by an examination of the armory. After documenting the daily activities of the criminals, he reported as usual. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Bin approached a residence within the settlement and knocked on the door. A robust man, bearing a scar that stretched from his forehead to his chin, answered. Once inside, Zhang Bin spoke. I've heard you've recently been smuggling natural rice to the Guwei Star Domain and have made quite a profit. The strong man, named Gan Long, had been stationed as a sentinel on the star for nearly 1,500 years and had fought in numerous battles. Upon hearing Zhang Bin's words, he chuckled. Get to the point. No need for pleasantries. It was clear that if they intended to apprehend him, a single star policeman would not suffice. Zhang Bin presented a video. The scar on your face remains unhealed because your heart harbors resentment. Allow me to show you something. Gan Long stood abruptly after just a glance at the screen, recognizing one of the individuals depicted, Wu Xuanzuan, the very person responsible for his scar. Zhang Bin placed a bottle of liquor on the table. Do you understand why you haven't been promoted? Because such trivial matters are simply not worthy of our esteemed Yuju military's attention. Initially, they only dispatched a third-rate legion to handle it. After all, the true battles lie against the Holy Alliance on the front lines. Gan Long was oblivious to Zhang Bin's words. He was engrossed in a scene of Lu Ge battling Shirdazier. This person is extraordinarily strong. Chapter 79, The Old Soldier at Dalao's Sentinel Star. The veteran Gan Long conversed with Zhang Bin over drinks. As Zhang Bin poured the liquor, he remarked, "You smuggling natural rice. Let us calculate your earnings." "Oh, I forgot to mention, your daughter was injured. While in her mech, she was struck by at least 500 rounds of Gauss 0.3mm projectiles. She can barely walk now, yet she led her team to eliminate over 100 foes, personally dispatching 19 of them, not counting the automated war machines. I'm referring to actual people." Gan Long, upon hearing this, became agitated. Impossible. The children studying at the Baiyong Academy, if they were to step onto the battlefield, would the Great Yu Army be utterly annihilated? If the Great Yu Army does not advance, then we are still alive. Zhang Bin spoke to himself. 16 ships carrying high-purity energy barrels, large transport vessels. These were their spoils of war. The intention of the Prince of the North was to select a few trusted individuals to interrogate those from the Yuju tribe. After which Zhang Bin made a gesture across his throat. Gan Long caught on. Elaborate on this. Indeed, here is a list of selected convicts. You need to choose a few more, not too many, just enough to gather 500 individuals, along with 200 mechanics. There are 4 captured new type light frigates from the Yuju Star region. Go and see if there are any valuable items, and then modify them to suit our needs. After that, simply await further orders from the rear. This will yield far more than your petty smuggling of natural rice. Gan Long asked, "Whose orders will we follow?" "Your daughter, Gan Xian. She will relay the messages. The final statement is this: from the moment you board the ship, you shall have no identity, no name. The Prince of the North will not recognize you as subjects of his territory, nor will the Great Yu dynasty acknowledge your household registration. One day, someone will grant you an identity, whether it be as honored returnees or as displaced persons. If you understand, then comprehend." Gan Long's eyes narrowed into a smile. "Now, tell me about those 16 ships of high-purity energy barrels. That cannot be disclosed. Only a handful from the Prince of the North are aware of the tactical process that led to the capture of the 4 small starships. Thus, it is best to simply follow instructions. You need not concern yourself with these energy barrels. They are essentially a form of hard currency." 12 hours. On Gan Long's side, there were a total of 973 individuals. Unable to maintain appearances, they had over-recruited some personnel, and everyone relinquished their household registrations to board the ship as undocumented individuals, nearly emptying the armaments and food supplies of the Daluo beacon. They quietly sailed into the pitch-black cosmos. Zhang Bin tossed an incendiary device into the warehouse. Standing beside him, the military officer recorded, due to the negligence of the outpost, a significant fire ensued, resulting in casualties and the disappearance of 973 individuals, with material losses of considerable magnitude to be reported to the Prince of the North. The response came swiftly. The former supervisor of the outpost was demoted to captain of the border patrol, while Zhang Bin and others were blamed for oversight and negligence, leading to their demotion as well. The outpost facilities were to be rebuilt, the starport repaired, and the warehouses expanded. Thus, a logistics base began its expansion. A transport fleet also silently set course for the Little Fish Star system. As for Lu Ge, she had initially been the least occupied but suddenly found herself the busiest individual. Li Qinglian approached Lu Ge regarding the starship matter. Having come 3 times, but unable to secure her attention, Lu Ge was engaged in teaching, and the number of attendees grew increasingly. It was said that not long ago, a captain had gifts thrown out. I empathize with him, yet I must assert that he is a fool. Regarding how to win the heart of a beauty, there are 3 core principles. Swiftly, all attendees confirmed their recording devices would not fail. Even a single missed word would be a loss. Lu Ge took a sip of water. The first principle is persistence, the second is shamelessness, and the third is to persist in shamelessness. Certainly, this is merely the foundation. Let us return to the incident involving the brother who presented gifts only to have them discarded. Upon noticing the other party dressed rather lightly, he remarked, "What beautiful long legs. He is akin to a swine." No, I shall not demean swine, but I find myself at a loss for words to describe his foolishness. How might one articulate it? Perhaps, wow, I thought I was gazing upon a great star. Alternatively, one might close their eyes in avoidance and then say, I dare not look again. Your beauty is etched deep within my heart, causing me to lose focus while executing my tasks. Emotional intelligence is paramount. Conversing requires an element of artistry as well. Once everyone had completed their note-taking, Lu Ge continued. Next, an essential capability is to possess an extraordinary skill set. For instance, Who dares claim their culinary prowess exceeds mine? Additionally, resource integration abilities are crucial. Li Qinglian has visited several times, leaving one's scalp tingling with apprehension. Originally, based on Li Qinglian's estimations, the inspection period would last at least 10 days. Yet here, we have issued a qualified permit in merely 3 days. On the way back, Li Qinglian observed Lu Gu, who was busy calculating, and said, "You truly lack shame." Lu Gu presented a set of data to Li Qinglian. "Look here. I have sold over 5,000 sets of specialized cooking robots alone. This does not include the long-term orders for semi-finished vacuum-packaged ingredients. Moreover, the orders for sachets, headbands, shawls, handbags, and fans are countless." When orders were mentioned, Li Qinglian's interest was piqued. "How can there be so many?" Lu Gu chuckled. "What can I say? I coined a term for this. It is called the liquor economy." Li Qinglian inquired, "What is a liquor?" Lu Gu explained, "Those who are unmarried yet yearn for a good partner, without having reached the point of familial alliances, are all potential clients among the vast population of singles." At this juncture, Lu Gu smacked his thigh and declared, "This will not suffice. Relying solely on the common students of our Academy of Bayong, the sheer number of singles in the Imperial Guard would overwhelm our production. We must devise a strategy." Upon mentioning profit, Li Qinglian immediately perked up. "Very well, let us seek out a few lower-tier academies, particularly those impoverished star domain institutions, and engage in collaborative teaching. The Academy of Bayong is keen to impart certain courses. They will undoubtedly be grateful. As long as we do not stray from the Academy's circle, we shall be exempt from taxes." "Indeed, you are quite astute," replied Lu Gu. The two began to ponder in silence, while the others were left with buzzing heads. However, the sight of the two quietly chuckling with their heads bowed evoked a chilling sensation among the onlookers. As they neared Bayong Star, Lu Gu suddenly posed a question to Li Qinglian. "Vice President, I have a query regarding technology." Li Qinglian replied, "Ask away, feel free to inquire." Lu Gu continued, "What if there were a mesh sphere encompassing a star? Would that not equate to obtaining a perpetual energy device?" Li Qinglian paused for a moment before shaking his head. "It is of no use." "Why?" Lu Gu recalled that on Earth, any science fiction narrative regarded such a device as a hallmark of advanced civilization. Yet, upon arriving at the Academy of Bayong, he had not encountered such a creation. Chapter 80. The depth of knowledge. Lu Gu referenced the sphere that encircles a star to harvest energy. Li Qinglian responded, "In the context of the star system where the Academy of Bayong is situated, to construct a sphere capable of enveloping a star, I calculated that the diameter would need to be at least 1 billion kilometers. How much material is required for such a colossal endeavor? Merely to harness a scant amount of energy released by a star? It hardly seems worth it." Lu Gu listened attentively, clearly recognizing that the fantastical concepts of science fiction on Earth are, in this era, mere knowledge found in books. Li Qinglian continued, "Our great Emperor's technological prowess renders such feudal enterprises unnecessary. While they may hold value in the Windernack star domain, the reality is that they are incapable of manufacturing them. Energy is the most vital resource. The universe is divided into visible and invisible energy, with dark energy classified as the latter. Among visible energies, liquid hydrogen is a secondary option, affordable and efficient. Our starships utilize metallic hydrogen in their conventional propulsion systems. Under the unique conditions of the cosmos, high pressure, extreme cold, and intense magnetic fields, hydrogen accumulates and is ultimately transformed into a solid state through pressure, which can then be purified into high-purity metallic hydrogen, enabling the creation of a stellar engine or generator. At an even higher level, one can incorporate antimatter. The highest and most challenging form of energy, dark energy, is the ultimate focus of research across the galaxy. Currently, no one has truly mastered the study of dark energy. All are merely at the initial stages of exploration. After listening to Li Qinglian's elucidation, Lu Gu grasped that the so-called sphere was indeed a mere trinket. Lu Gu remarked further, "In the Little Fish star system, there exists a planet, a rocky world with a surface saturated in high concentrations of carbon dioxide. Recently, while reading, I envisioned encasing that planet in a net, harnessing stellar energy to convert carbon dioxide into starch or similar substances. The presence of the net would mitigate the star's heat on the planet." Li Qinglian interjected, "Additionally, we could artificially generate a magnetic field to deflect stellar winds, using a dome to regulate temperature while simultaneously transforming carbon dioxide into oxygen." "No, that is insufficient. We also require the collision of substantial metallic asteroids to amalgamate the planet's acids and salts, which would concurrently produce hydrogen, leading to the formation of water when combined with oxygen. We need high-quality explosives to detonate within the planet. Regarding the planet you mentioned, I, too, have perused the data on various celestial bodies as we dispatched our starship to the Little Fish star system, and I recognize which one it is. That planet rotates too slowly and exhibits slightly elevated gravity. Thus, explosives would be the simplest solution. However, the challenge lies in acquiring explosives of such yield. Li Qinglian grew animated. For a planet of such considerable mass, the solution is straightforward. Excavate vigorously, extracting all valuable ores, thereby easily reducing the planet's total mass by 5%. Then, through detonation, we could sculpt the planet to have mountains and deep valleys. During the explosion, we could alter the planet's internal magnetic field, its angle relative to the star, and the gravitational fields of other planets, thus generating water and other resources. Lu Gu was left bewildered, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge encompassed within this discourse. It is no wonder that students at the Baiyong Academy dedicate decades, even centuries, to their studies. The depth of knowledge truly is immense. Suddenly, Li Qinglian patted Lu Gu on the shoulder and said, "Soft rice Ming, you still possess some utility. Now, endeavor to earn money and transform an ordinary planet into a habitable one." This subject has been researched by countless individuals. Yet despite the abundance of technology for artificial cosmic habitats, no one has genuinely succeeded in converting a planet into a livable environment. You will handle the finances while I gather the necessary technology. At present, merely calculating the gravitational forces between stars and planets in a galaxy necessitates a super-intelligent brain. Ordinary computers cannot compute such intricate matters. Furthermore, the Little Fish galaxy harbors a primitive habitable planet that must not be destabilized. Trust me, this endeavor is feasible. The elite 7th Student Council comprises a group of fools enamored with researching so-called peaceful technologies. They are undoubtedly the most suitable laborers for this task. As they conversed, time passed swiftly. Upon returning to Baiyong Star, Lu Gu did not descend to the surface at the starport. 2 cargo ships, 1 passenger ship, and 2 small escort starships, each carrying 400 students from the Student Council, accompanied Lu Gu on this mission to address the invasive species crisis in the Great Marsh Star region. Zhang Xiu uttered not a word to Lu Gu but spoke privately to Yi Ping, saying, "Remember, as a student of Baiyong Academy, the honor of the Academy comes first. The Great Marsh Star region is simply reluctant to expend significant resources to resolve the issue. Their request for our assistance is merely an attempt to achieve maximum results at minimal cost, and you will have the opportunity to train aboard the Academy's small starships during the journey." Yi Ping responded, "Understood. Many students have never seen a starship." Zhang Xiu added, "Also, find an excuse to take a detour through the Little Fish galaxy to deliver a new batch of time-space avatars." Yes, having conveyed these details, Zhang Xiu wished to acquire a haro from Lu Gu, unaware that Lu Gu possessed several. It was evident that this extraordinary haro, requiring no external force for interdimensional communication, held some unique and elusive quality. Zhang Xiu only knew that it was an invention of Li Huanchen, the mother of a silicon-based life form who had died protecting her offspring, having had 7 children, thus allowing for a maximum of 7 haros with infinite possibilities. However, Jiang Si had calculated that given Lu Ji's current capacity, only 2 could communicate simultaneously, hence 3 were activated, one of which was placed within the Lingjing terminal as an active unit. In addition to these 3, one was kept with Li Huanchen for emergency contact, while the remaining 3 cores were temporarily sealed. The last one exhibited colors and energy fluctuations distinct from the others, necessitating further study by the 2 doctors. Lu Ji's ship set sail, a luxurious starship from the sacred Crimson Flame Empire, which Lu Gu named the Crimson Emperor. When inquired, he would explain that it was a gift from the Empress of the Crimson Flame Empire, hence the name, in accordance with Earth traditions. The Crimson Emperor was an illustrious name, steeped in history as the first vessel of its kind. Leading the fleet aboard Lu Ji's ship was Muronghe, who also served as the fleet commander, accompanied by a supervising instructor of considerable stature, the Grand Chancellor of Baiyong Academy, Situ Yud. The captain of the small combat starship following was Gan Xian, alongside Yin Yin from the elite 3rd Student Council. Do not be deceived by the fact that this individual is merely a scholar. He was once the chief historian of the fleet and has served as a chief of staff on numerous campaigns. Aside from him, the entire crew consists of trainees. Muronghe differs from Nangongyu. She possesses experience in leading expeditions, along with the requisite command skills and corresponding expertise. In Chapter 81, titled The First Interstellar Journey. As the fleet embarks, Morong remarks that Xiao Ming, Lu Gu, is not only the special vice president of the elite Third Student Council, but also serves as the assistant vice president of the elite First Student Council. Furthermore, the Chitty ship is nominally his vessel, thus no tasks have been assigned to him. Ultimately, there are only two idlers aboard. One is Situ Yud, tasked with documenting the accomplishments of this journey, while Lu Gu is merely there to observe. During the initial jump, Lu Gu, as an Earthling, experiences a wormhole for the first time, his eyes wide with amazement as he gazes at the main screen of the ship. Situ Yud speaks, Xiaoming, you see nothing. A wormhole is a product of weak energy. It is not man-made. Most long-distance wormholes are natural phenomena, stable combinations of quantum and dark energy. Although the instant position engine utilizes this effect, it does not create wormholes, but rather identifies bridges within the cosmos. Lu Gu inquires, so, the universe is like a sponge, filled with holes. Situ Yud replies, everything is relative. To your perception, the universe appears void. In devices designed to detect dark matter, the universe resembles a solid entity. However, under more advanced detection methods, it resembles iron, with voids between its atoms. These voids represent true nothingness, or perhaps not nothingness at all. It is merely that current technology cannot detect any material within. Lu Gu nods earnestly. After a slight tremor, he perceives a distortion in his surroundings, as though he himself is being elongated. Glancing at Situ Yud, he observes him with his eyes slightly closed, resting within the stabilization chamber. This process is swift, lasting but a few seconds. At this point, they are light years away from Bayong Star. Once the fleet stabilizes, Lu Gu notices immense structures outside and asks, Lord Situ, what are those? They are jump starports. Such facilities exist on either side of a long-term stabilized wormhole. Lu Gu responds, but we didn't see them on our way here. Indeed, they are quite distant. After all, this is within the Jingyu star region. If the starport here were to be attacked, the one over there would seal the wormhole, thus maintaining a sufficient security distance from potential threats. Moreover, there are miniature positioning devices at the entrance of the wormhole, making it unnecessary for you to view them through the ship screen. I understand. Next comes the conventional speed travel towards another stable wormhole entrance. Considering the presence of cargo vessels, the entire fleet maintains a low speed, equivalent to 75% of the speed of light. The Chitty ship, utilizing dark energy, with all weapon systems deactivated, can reach a theoretical maximum speed of 97% of the speed of light in known star regions. Undoubtedly one of the fastest ships in the galaxy. On unknown routes, various gravitational forces and environmental factors must be assessed, with a maximum speed of 31% of the speed of light, if in an armed posture. The maximum speed is approximately 11.5% of the speed of light. A cargo ship could never attain such velocity, even if equipped with such an engine. The hull would not withstand it. Days later, in the Little Fish Galaxy, the fleet cruised slowly along the standard flight path. The ship Chitty separated from the cargo vessel, approaching the third planet of the Little Fish Galaxy, a primordial world reminiscent of an era teeming with colossal insects, as described by Lu Gu using earthly knowledge. The planet's outer orbit housed several space habitats, alongside a dilapidated starship. As Chitty drew closer, one side of the worn-out starship, resembling something salvaged from a junkyard, opened, and a small spacecraft emerged, gradually making its way toward Chitty. Gan Long and his crew boarded the vessel. In the conference room, only Situ Yud and Morong were present. The three engaged in discussion for a full 2 hours. Lu Gu remained oblivious to their conversation and had no intention of inquiring. Instead, Lu Gu's gaze fixed upon the planet. Lu Gu turned to Yiping and asked, why is there no accommodation established on the planet's surface? Why construct it in orbit? Yiping replied, according to the data, the oxygen concentration on the planet's surface exceeds 65% in the highest regions, and the lowest is still 58%. As she spoke, Yiping displayed images captured from the starship. Look at this insect. Its wings span over half a meter, and it can fly at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Lu Gu merely remarked, I have no time to research what delicacies may exist there. Look at that fruit. It's red and quite large, likely delicious. Yiping cautioned, without protective gear, you would lose consciousness in just a minute. Then perhaps it's best to refrain, Lu Gu replied. He mused that on such a primordial planet, without human intervention, the oxygen levels would remain unchanged for millennia due to natural processes. However, this star region is highly sensitive. Even the Confucian texts are unsuitable for large-scale planetary transformations here. Meanwhile, City Yud, Gan Long, and others concluded their discussions. The cargo ship remained, and Gan Long had only a brief encounter with his daughter Gonstian. They had no opportunity for meaningful conversation as Gan Long returned to his duties, while Chitty turned back to rejoin the fleet. As the ship moved, Lu Gu approached the bridge, suggesting, "I propose we alter our course and head to the Basho Star." Morong he turned to him, inquiring, "For what purpose?" Lu Gu smiled, to clarify, "I am the principal responsible party for this expedition. The Daja Star region invited me, and my name is listed first on the external travel roster provided by the Academy. Among the two leaders, my name precedes yours." Sitya then interjected, "What he says is accurate. According to the Academy's records, he is indeed the primary leader for this journey. My role is merely to supervise, document, and evaluate." Morong He's expression twitched. "Very well, we shall proceed to Basho Star. However, you must at least disclose your reasons." Lu Gu shook his head. "I am merely acting on behalf of another. You need not disembark. I will visit Duke Natok, secure some advantages, and perhaps leave a little surprise behind before departing." Upon hearing this, Morong he chuckled, "You? What remarkable capability do you possess for such tasks?" Lu Gu leaned closer to whisper a few words in Situ Yud's ear, smiling. Situ Yud was taken aback for a moment, then promptly replied, "Indeed, this matter can only be handled by him." "My lord, why is that?" Situ Yud explained. "Because those with a sense of dignity cannot accomplish this task." Morong he found himself at a loss for words. The fleet altered its course towards the Star of Dominance, which served as the main base of the Radiant Holy Alliance stationed in the Yuju Star domain. After completing the final jump, Lu Gu sent a message to Duke Nadok, specifically mentioning his friendship with Reinhardt. As they switched to a small spacecraft for descent to the planet's surface, Sidiot suddenly addressed Lu Gu, saying, "Li Jijiang and King Jinbei are both acquainted with your mother, so there is no need for you to feign incompetence in my presence. Go ahead and pursue your ambitions. My presence is merely to provide you with cover this time." Chapter 82. Concealed Identity. To Sidu Yud's astonishment, he was offering protection for Lu Ji's endeavors. Lu Gu was quite surprised and was about to turn around when he heard Sidiya continue, "Do not turn around. This spacecraft is equipped with an internal recording device. And refrain from speaking, as skilled individuals can read lips." Lu Gu quickly maintained his seated posture. Sidiya continued, "I am unclear about what has transpired, but it is my duty to fulfill the instructions given by Lord Jijiang. You need not divulge the reasons to me. Simply inform me when my assistance is required." Lu Gu remained silent and motionless. Sidu Yud inquired, "My only curiosity lies in how you endured the confinement." Lu Gu did not respond, and Sidu Yud did not press the matter further. The small spacecraft steadied itself on the planet's surface, where Duke Nadok's aide was already waiting to greet them. As they disembarked, Lu Gu remarked, "In the confinement room, someone taught me. If you wish to learn, seek Instructor Lu." Sidu Yud replied, stepping off the spacecraft ahead of him. Upon arriving at Duke Natok's residence, Lu Gu encountered a familiar face. He took the initiative to greet, "Hey, dashing white-haired one." Griffith immediately drew his weapon, but Duke Natok's aide positioned himself in front of Lu Gu, stating, "Sir Knight Griffith, please do not disturb His Excellency's guest." Griffith took a step back, slightly bowing to the side. Lu Gu smiled at Griffith, his expression imbued with provocation. Griffith lowered his gaze, refusing to meet Lu Ji's eyes. Soon, they arrived at the reception room, where Duke Natok approached them warmly. Upon meeting, Sidu Yud and Duke Natok surprisingly recognized one another. They had crossed paths on the battlefield years prior. After the host and guests settled into their seats, Lu Gu placed a small porcelain vial on the table, gently pushing it forward. "Your Excellency, this is a sample made from rare ingredients, totaling only 30 vials. Of course, this is far from sufficient to convey my respect for you. Additionally, I have these 2 new products for you to try." This time, Lu Gu presented the enhanced version of the Wuxianzong pill, considered a tonic of sorts, large enough to fit in the palm of one's hand, alongside another variety. The reindeer dan, crafted primarily from whip, blood, and antler, combined with nearly 10 types of specific herbs and medicinal ingredients. Duke Nadok laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Reinhardt has indeed befriended a remarkable individual. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Lu Gu replied with a smile, "I seek not a single coin. Yet I must trouble your Excellency for a small favor." Duke Nadok examined Lu Gu for a few moments, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Do speak," he encouraged. Lu Gu produced another jar, declaring, "This is the beverage that Reinhardt enjoys, the holy light drink, coffee. Although the cultivation process was somewhat unsuccessful, I managed to procure a fair amount of ingredients. I kindly ask you to pass it on. A trifling matter, Duke Natok replied. Though this time his smile seemed somewhat faint. Lugu continued, on my way here, I overheard a piece of news, which, of course, is of little significance to you. It pertains to energy barrels. Somewhere in the southern galaxy, high-purity metallic hydrogen energy barrels from the Yugu Star region have fallen into the hands of some rebels. Ah, I have indeed heard of that, Duke Natok acknowledged. How many were lost from the Yugu Star region? Lugu inquired. Although puzzled by Lu Ji's question, Duke Natok glanced at his aide. The aide responded, Your Grace, to my knowledge, the Yugu Star region has suffered significant losses, amounting to approximately 13% of their total reserves. Recently, several large transport ships have gone missing. A sizable fleet's last communication was issued from the southern galaxy, with each vessel carrying around 750,000 high-purity energy barrels. I estimate that no fewer than 26 cargo ships have been lost. Duke Natok's gaze shifted back to Lugu. I have some samples, Lugu offered. If your Grace is interested, I can show them to you. A friend from the southern galaxy introduced me to Griffith earlier. He is also acquainted with this friend, who goes by the name of Zord. There may have been some misunderstandings previously, but he is looking to sell some goods. Proceed, Duke Natok urged. Lugu remarked, I believe Griffith is an exceptionally capable individual. If he were to assist the people of Yugu in combating interstellar pirates and achieves commendable results, he could extend his stay there for several years. Should his performance falter, it would ultimately be up to your Grace to decide his fate. Duke Natok regarded Lugu with curiosity. What lends you such confidence in your words? Lugu replied, I have a friend named Farlina. Oh, ha ha ha. Duke Natok laughed heartily, rising from his seat. Come, let us inspect the samples you mentioned. As they stepped outside, Situ had noticed the aide walking slowly and intentionally distanced himself, matching the pace. Duke Natok inquired, What more did your friend Farlina say? Lugu responded, What virtue can one expect from a man who relies on sweet words to deceive? A person who seeks to ascend socially through marrying into a noble family is hardly trustworthy. Farlina informed me that he once had intentions towards several noble families, including Duke Natok, who already harbored disdain for Griffith, had developed a fondness for Lugu, initially sparked by Lugu's audacious act of kicking Griffith where it hurt, which he found amusing. Now, upon hearing some of Farlina's remarks, he began to entertain certain thoughts. He did not doubt Lugu's honesty, as Farlina had previously been engaged to Griffith. Soon, they arrived at the hangar. Lugu opened the hatch of the small spacecraft, revealing a barrel of high-purity metallic hydrogen energy. As the cargo door creaked open, both Lugu and Duke Natok paused in surprise. For the energy barrel bore 3 distinct indentations. Lugu attempted to rub them off with his foot, wishing to erase the markings. Duke Natok, however, showed little concern for such trivialities. Is your acquaintance in the southern galaxy trustworthy? He inquired. Indeed, he is a person of great reliability, Lugu replied. Your Grace, if you are interested in assisting them in procuring energy barrels at a reasonable price during the shortage in the Yuju Star domain, I am certain the Yuju people will be grateful, and your subordinates will appreciate your generosity. Natok remarked softly, I wish to witness failure, but not death. Leave it to me, Lugu asserted confidently. I firmly believe that money can accomplish anything. Where there is wealth, there are no insurmountable obstacles. Even if Zod lacks strength, he can always hire mercenaries. Youth, I admire your spirit. How many energy barrels are needed? Simply have them delivered. Remember to have your own company logo and prioritize branding. Lugu stepped forward with a bright smile. Yes, I am deeply grateful for your guidance. Chapter 83. No need for his belief. Duke Natok hosted a banquet, naturally inviting Situ to reminisce about their days of exchanging fire in battles with starships, a time when both wished to eliminate the other. The Duke's aide exchanged contact details with Lugu, who noted the name, Reforging. That evening, as they departed, Lauren presented Lugu with a cargo ship laden with various military arms, each box marked as decommissioned, even if they were brand new. On the planet Bajo, Lauren entered Duke Natok's office, where the Duke was perusing documents concerning the soft-spoken Ming. Hearing footsteps, he remarked, Remember to remind me to take my medication daily. Lauren replied, Your Grace, the energy barrel itself is a treasure, particularly when it contains high-purity metallic hydrogen. Natok lifted his gaze. Do you believe I would trust the words of a child? Of course, I do believe the part regarding his recounting of Farlina. Moreover, he genuinely wishes for Griffith to meet a dire fate. Beyond that, nothing is credible. Yet, Even if I were to believe, what loss would it incur for us? Your wisdom is unparalleled. Nato continued. Arrange for suitable individuals to return and create some trouble for Farlena's family. It would be best if they felt utterly desperate. I wish to see if our young friend will seek assistance from Farlena. Lauren inquired, Your Grace, if he truly comes seeking help, what conditions should I propose? Friendship requires a certain sum of gold to sustain. Nato pondered seriously for a moment before chuckling. The holy light elixir. Wouldn't he that be asking too much? Lauren countered. Nato retorted, What do you believe Farlena is worth? Give the young man a chance to negotiate. Indeed, Your Grace. I understand how to proceed. Please allow me to take my leave. Nato waved him off, and Lauren departed. Upon returning to the ship, Situyud remarked, The items on that cargo ship will be a burden for Zod. Moreover, he was also reviewing the list. Indeed, they are too advanced for Zod and his crew to utilize. Lugu unbuttoned his formal attire, vociferously lamenting, I don't care. My task is complete. The next ship carries 75,000 energy barrels. The people from Yudge were out of their minds. Each barrel is emblazoned with their company logo. With so many ships, who knows how long it will take to repaint them all? Morongi chose to disregard Lu Ji's grievances. In Morongi's view, Ruan Fanming was merely assisting instructor Lu. The interstellar pirates occasionally dealt in goods that could be traded on the black market, yet there was one exception. Energy barrels were an absolute hard currency. No matter how many there were, they required no exchange. Any student from the elite 3rd Student Council of the Pyong Academy, hailing from a noble family of at least a count, would possess at least 3 methods to convert them into necessary resources. Why would they sell high-purity metallic hydrogen energy barrels to Boss Hostar or Duke Natok? Moreover, he could not fathom the reasoning. Lugu continued to complain from the bridge. And after venting his frustrations, he suggested, I'm feeling quite down. I heard there's a beautiful nebula nearby. Let's take a detour to have a look. With that, he provided an interstellar coordinate. Moreover, he was about to explode in anger, thinking that Ruan Fanming had overstepped once again. Taking a detour would add at least 2 days to their journey. Suddenly, Satiyat interjected, Many students have likely never seen a flame nebula. I have witnessed that particular nebula. It is the remnant of a supernova explosion. It would be an excellent opportunity for students interested in academic research to observe firsthand, as it contains substances not found in ordinary locations. With Satiyat speaking up, Morong he silently told himself to endure. Luga cheerfully ambled towards the aft, chattering. Lord Situ, I will personally prepare a couple of delectable dishes for you, along with some wine. Do taste them. Situyut followed him. Within the fleet, aside from Muronghi, everyone else was eager to explore. After all, it was a rare opportunity to venture out and witness the unknown. Merely completing the mission felt like a waste of such an occasion. Muronghi activated the communication with the escort ship, Gonsten. Please establish contact regarding the follow-up processing of the cargo. Yes, Commander, Gonsten responded formally. Removing the original labels from the energy barrels and replacing them with new ones would be laborious due to their immense quantity. However, for someone like Gonsten, who had experienced hardship in the past, this task was relatively easy. It required just 100 people, with each individual managing 100 robots. And it could be accomplished in a matter of days. Similarly, upon receiving the message, Gonlong also deemed the task simple. The complexity lay in how to discreetly find a safe docking location for the cargo ships arriving from the southern galaxy, process the goods on board, and then refill the ships to send them back without drawing attention. As for delivering goods to Botho Star, they merely needed to disguise themselves as a transport company. The ships from the Yudge star domain had brought engineering vessels to alter their appearance, change their markings, and modify their characteristics. This task was quite manageable for them. In the aft of the Red Emperor, Lu Gu prepared several small dishes. After sitting down, Sitiyud remarked, the Duke of Natok did not inherit his title. Lu Gu understood this remark clearly. Lu Gu responded, I never expected him to place too much trust in me. I merely hoped that his inner greed and resentment would serve some purpose. Sitiyud nodded. You intend to make Natok the scapegoat for the rebellion incident on the southern galaxy. Not just that, I aim to frame him. How long can the secret of the coffee fruit be kept? It is the very ingredient they refer to as the holy light beverage. Moreover, where did the rebels acquire such an abundance of arms? At the right moment, if Zod is defeated even once, and his hideout is discovered, what will be found inside? Sitiyud lifted his wine glass. So, you still possess a soft heart. Please advise, Lugu replied. If you orchestrate this, Zod's warehouse should contain not only the weapons provided by Natok but also evidence of illicit goods and his monopolization of certain industries. Since this beverage is derived from a plant and originates from Winternack, how long can this secret remain concealed? Can you guarantee that Winternack's star domain will keep it under wraps? Furthermore, energy is no trivial matter. The Yugu star domain will undoubtedly initiate an investigation and may even dispatch a fleet. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Do not hesitate when bloodshed is necessary. Luga filled Situyud's glass. What do you imply? A victim of framing, who fortuitously escaped. Naturally, that would be Griffith. Situyud merely downed the wine. The one impersonating Natok, tormenting Griffith until he is neither human nor ghost, thus creating an opportunity for escape. His words will be more credible to the Holy Light Alliance than anyone else's. This task is beyond what the students can handle. They are still too naive. I shall arrange for someone else. Chapter 84. The Relic Lu Gu replied, Thank you. When news returns to the Holy Light Alliance, we shall witness Reinhardt's performance. Situyud then inquired, Where do you intend to go? What lies within that nebula? I do not know, but I must go. Someone informed me that it is imperative I be there. Situyud pressed further, Is it Instructor Lu? Lu Gu did not respond, raising his glass. To you. I offer this toast. I do not wish to speak falsehoods, yet it is truly inconvenient to elaborate. Situyud raised his glass and drank, refraining from further questions. Their conversation then shifted away from serious matters. Situyud expressed interest in culinary topics. He had traversed much of the galaxy, visiting various planets. Yet he had not realized that cuisine encompassed a whole realm of knowledge. Situyud remarked, In my youth, I believed dining was a waste of time. So I combined various foods, whether synthetic or natural, into a nutrient solution and consumed it in a paste form, which was the quickest and simplest method. Lu Gu found it hard to believe that such a concoction could be palatable. How dull. It is far more enjoyable to have a few dishes. A day later. In the vicinity of what Situyud referred to as the Flame Nebula, Lu Gu sensed something amiss. An inexplicable feeling of oppression overwhelmed him, making breathing difficult. At that moment, a student inquired, What was this star system like before the supernova explosion? If there were habitable planets, it would be truly tragic. Morong he raised his hand and tapped a few times on the control panel. This is quite simple. The mainframe of the Chitty ship can, with a little time, extrapolate the state of this star system before the supernova explosion based on its current form. Intrigued, Lu Gu took a few steps back and fixated on the screen. As the mainframe of the Chitty starship processed various data from the current star region, the visage of the galaxy prior to the supernova materialized before Lu Ji's eyes. A sudden jolt coursed through him, rendering his mind momentarily numb, causing him to instinctively retreat further. Stars, 9 planets, an asteroid belt. One colossal planet bore a ring. Could that be Saturn's rings? And that azure planet? Was it Earth? Suddenly, Morong he resumed his operations at the control panel, stating, This is impossible. A star of such a diminutive mass cannot meet the criteria for a supernova explosion. As he spoke, Morong he seized the communicator. Classmates, observe this nebula and conduct a reverse calculation. A star of this size cannot become a supernova. This presents a unique academic research opportunity. Pay attention to the nebular radiation and prioritize safety. At that moment, Lu Gu felt waves of dizziness engulf him. Morong he's words resonated with clarity. This star could not possibly generate the energy required for a supernova explosion. To Lu Gu, it seemed orchestrated. I need to rest, he murmured. Leaning against the wall, and with a gentle push, he swiftly retreated to the aft chamber in the microgravity environment of the ship. Morong he, without turning his head, perceived that a mere onlooker had come to witness the spectacle. Yet upon arrival, it sparked the interest of the other students, who deemed it worthy of study. While the onlooker had fled, upon returning to his chamber, Lu Gu had scarcely settled when he felt the Pisces pendant emanating warmth, shortly followed by a faint luminescence. A plethora of data was being input into the pendant. Lu Gu yearned to comprehend the information, but the circumstances rendered it impossible to view. Only a superintelligent mainframe, akin to the Lingjing, could decipher the contents of the pendant. One thing was certain, the journey had not been in vain. Perhaps fate had guided him here to receive this data, a gift from another aspect of his maternal lineage. But was this truly the solar system? Lu Gu reflected, vividly recalling the moment when Earth began to crumble from within. He had been in the cosmos, able to feel the sun's radiant glow, which still persisted. According to the knowledge he had acquired at the Pai Yong Academy, a supernova explosion could influence all planets within a radius of at least 200 light-years. If a planet were to be detonated, would it still be necessary to ignite a star? Or rather, if a star were to explode, the planets within its system would require no further concern, a mere few minutes of light would lead to their instantaneous obliteration, leaving no chance for life, be it organisms or even bacteria, to survive. Contemplating further, Lugo wondered if his rescue was the catalyst for this unfolding. Reclining on his bed, he began to peruse the student's analyses of this star system. A particular set of data captured his attention. The calculations indicated that this nebula had formed approximately 129,000 years ago, with an error margin not exceeding 3,000 years. Thus, the supernova explosion had occurred roughly 130,000 years prior. No, precisely 129,000 years ago. Lugo distinctly recalled the words of Qian Kuan. Should he perish, it would take another 129,600 years to commence a new cycle. This was not the solar system. At the very least, it was not the solar system he once knew. It seems that only upon returning to the Pyong Academy can I decipher the data received from the pendant, thereby uncovering the secrets that intrigue my heart. Lugo has an inkling that the individual who refers to himself as Qianquan is orchestrating something extraordinary. A cycle spans an astounding 129,000 years. Suddenly, Lugo recalls having read in a popular science magazine during his time on Earth that there existed a gap of 130,000 years from 200,000 to 70,000 years ago. A period devoid of scientific exploration. In hindsight, this is surely no coincidence. Furthermore, Lugo remembers a philosopher from the Northern Song dynasty who stated that after 129,600 years, everything would reoccur, repeating and returning to its origin. Amused, Lugo chuckles to himself, recognizing that this is undoubtedly more than mere chance. He begins to anticipate the truth, eagerly awaiting the moment when, endowed with sufficient power and after the Pisces pendant vanishes, he can join Qianquan in the quest for the source and the ultimate truth. After spending several days in the Flame Nebula conducting various studies, the students set off again. Lugo gleaned only a modicum of knowledge from the vast array of data, discovering that the supernova exploding star is not the sun of his homeland. They continue their journey, their destination, the Daja star region. Days later, having completed their final jump, a starship awaits them along the route. The star region chief of Dajao personally comes to greet them. The Pyong Academy, a royal academy, has its ceremonial official rank equivalent to that of the star region chief. In Lu Ji's understanding, the star region chief holds a position of authority comparable to the ancient regional governors of Earth, overseeing every aspect of a star region's resources, people, governance, law, education, military, and transportation. Dingy. Observing the screen of the communicator, Lugo sees an elder, gaunt, with a short beard, clad in a simple combat uniform. He bears no extravagant adornments. As the fleet converges, Situ Yud escorts Lugo and Murong to Ding Yi's flagship. After the customary greetings, Situ Yud remarks, "You remain as unadorned as ever." Unadorned? Dingy chuckles self-deprecatingly, eliciting laughter from Situ Yud as well. Dingy continues, "This region, which the world refers to as the barbaric marsh, the E-marsh, and the desolate valley, is largely neglected by His Majesty. Not a word is spoken in the court. During the last Great War, we prepared for a decade, only for the enemy to bypass our 3-star regions and head straight for the southern Yuan star region. I find the situation rather laughable." In a hushed tone, Lugo inquires of Muronghi, "This star region chief is quite formidable, isn't he?" Dingy, overhearing, responds directly, "Attacking us holds no strategic value. Rather, it risks entrapment. Without engaging us, our 3-star regions lack the strength to trouble the enemy significantly through offensive maneuvers. Young scholar, you may not grasp this fully. Allow me to enlighten you. To our north lies the southern Yuan star region, one of the 3 major agricultural star regions of the Great Yu Empire, also a strategic stronghold. To the south is the southern star region governed by the Prince of Jinnan, and to the east, the Golden Star region. The Golden Star region excels in resources, agriculture, industry, foreign trade, as well as a powerful garrison directly under the royal command. To the east lies the star domain governed by the Eastern Wangfu, which is scarcely inferior to the Golden Star domain. To the west, one encounters the Tian Duan star domain, a realm characterized by its intricate and perilous environments. The inhabitants of that domain, hardened by their harsh surroundings, exhibit fierce temperaments. They once faced 10 adversaries and nearly perished alongside the fleet of the Radiant Holy Alliance, causing the enemy to flee with less than 300 warships. They are revered as the Beast King Army. As for our 3-star domains, that is the situation. Lugo comprehended the implication. It is neither a strategic stronghold, nor does it boast unique resources, industrial strength, or a formidable fleet. Furthermore, It is ensconced within a circle of formidable neighbors, rendering its fate rather tragic. On the journey to the Crocodile Star, Lu Ge beheld some extraordinarily beautiful cosmic wonders, such as the cerulean expanse of the starry sky and the vibrant nebulae. Yiping elucidated to Lu Ge that expanse of azure sky is the result of solid hydrogen condensation. The colorful nebula, on the other hand, was born from the collision of a star with a neutron star, resulting in a copious production of rare materials. Isn't this wealth? Lu Ge pondered, somewhat bewildered. Yiping clarified, low-grade solid hydrogen, once purified, costs more than 1.5 times that of high-purity metallic hydrogen, unless one is utterly devoid of energy. Otherwise, it is a losing venture. Lu Ge began to grasp the concept of cost-effectiveness. So that is how it is. Soon, the fleet arrived at the Crocodile Star. Yiping continued her explanation. This star domain is peculiar. Influenced by the surrounding stars and planets, it is almost submerged in water. A simplistic diagram of the planet materialized before Lu Ge. Due to the influence of the stars and nearby planets, the sunlit side of the Crocodile Star, its daytime region, continuously generates water vapor, at least 30 times that of the Baiyong star, followed by rain in the evening which ceases at dawn. From the sunlight's perspective, it resembles a volleyball perpetually rotating in a shower. At last, they reached the planet's surface. In a mere second, Lu Ge felt exceedingly uncomfortable, akin to being trapped in a steam room, where both temperature and humidity soared. In an instant, he was drenched, uncertain whether it was sweat or merely the oppressive weather. Dingy patted his combat suit. This one is practical. It can regulate temperature and repel moisture. Change quickly. The entire contingent from the Baiyong Academy hurried back to the ship to don multifunctional combat suits before proceeding to the prearranged hotel for rest. Upon entering his room, Lu Ge noticed that each chamber was equipped with exceptionally advanced spiritual realm terminals, far surpassing those of the Baiyong Academy. After settling his belongings, he made his way to the banquet hall for the welcoming feast. Standing beside Situ Yud, Lu Ge remarked, "Lord Situ, the spiritual realm terminals here are quite advanced." Situ Yud inquired, "Do you know the inventor of the spiritual realm?" Lu Ge shook his head. Situ Yud explained, "The spiritual realm drew inspiration from the illusions of the Radiant Holy Alliance. Both possess similarities and distinctions. The illusions were originally created to ensure societal stability." "I do not understand," Lu Ge confessed. "No matter, I shall enlighten you," Situ Yud continued. "Within the Radiant Holy Alliance, there exists an economist who developed a theory known as the cage of the poor. Many individuals find themselves in dire poverty, which constricts not only their living spaces, but also the scope of their daily activities. For numerous people, the entirety of their lives may be spent without ever departing from their own planet, or even from a fixed area upon that planet, all due to the shackles of poverty. To elaborate further, the monotony of life is exacerbated by financial constraints, leading to mere existence rather than a life filled with purpose. On a particularly gloomy day, one may yearn for an escape. If one is affluent, they possess the luxury of an interstellar yacht. However, for those who are not destitute but still lack wealth, purchasing a ticket for interstellar travel is a possibility. Conversely, for the impoverished, the only option is to step outside and wander a vacant plot, which epitomizes the confinement of the poor. The realm of illusion has birthed a virtual world where, for a modest sum, one can experience a broader expanse. It can be posited that the wealthier the locale, the lesser the need for such illusions or spiritual realms. Conversely, in impoverished areas, the demand for such realms intensifies. Upon hearing Situ Yud's elucidation, Lu Ge swiftly grasped the underlying principle. There exists a similar adage on Earth: the wealthy engage in life while the impoverished dwell in the digital realm. Situ Yud remarked to Lu Ge that the impoverished truly lack the resources to address the issue of invasive species, which, to his knowledge, is part of a larger conspiracy. Agents from Yujuxing are continuously instigating minor disturbances across various star domains of the Great Yu dynasty, initially appearing trivial. These actions often culminate in substantial devastation. Lu Ge glanced out the window, pondering, "Master C2, I fail to comprehend how a planet could possibly be impoverished. What does that imply?" Lu Ge then stepped outside, venturing into the garden adjacent to the banquet hall, where he began to dig. Soon, he emerged with a vine in hand, returning to the banquet hall. "I have been assisting Instructor Lu in sourcing materials, and this is one I recognize. All the female students and instructors at the Baiyong Academy will surely adore it. This vine is known as chicken blood vine, a vital medicinal herb renowned for its remarkable efficacy in alleviating menstrual pain. It also promotes circulation, Any additional uses will depend on Instructor Lu's research. C2 Yud inquired. Is there more? Lugu gestured towards the outside. There is a bounty of riches out there. Shall we procure some, given that the banquet is yet to commence? Let us go, C2 Yud decisively agreed, and they set out to explore. 50 combat robots, 100 multifunctional robots, and 50 chef robots exclusively for Lugu were prepared as C2 Yud and Lugu donned their complete sets of lightweight armor before stepping out. Chapter 86. The Epicurean delights soon. The banquet commenced, exuding opulence. The offerings were crafted solely from natural ingredients. Dingy was poised to deliver a toast, but soon realized that C2 Yud was absent, rendering the celebration somewhat absurd without the host. Dingy briefly addressed the attendees. Dear classmates, please begin your meal. Afterward, he intended to dispatch someone to locate C2 Yud. Just as he issued his command, he noticed that the students of Byung Academy had only sampled a few dishes before halting entirely. Whispers of dissatisfaction filled the air. This is quite unpalatable. How can something made from entirely natural ingredients taste so dreadful? In no time, inquiries arose for the soft rice. Just as they were lamenting, C2 Yud and Lugu reappeared, having ventured only a short distance, roughly a few dozen kilometers. As the specialized chef robot of Lugu lifted a sealed large pot, a palpable stir arose among the students gathered in the banquet hall. The return of the soft rice Ming was heralded by the arrival of the pot. Upon noticing this, Ding Yi was suddenly reminded of a phrase. The individual he had invited from the Byung Academy was a formidable man, capable of driving a certain species to extinction through his insatiable appetite. In his eyes, all natural creatures and plants could be categorized solely by their edibility, either delectable or unpalatable. The notion of inedibility simply did not exist. Li Qinglian was the first to approach, inquiring, what delicacy lies within the pot, classmate Ming? Lugu replied, a stew of noni and partridge, but it will require another hour and a half to prepare. This dish bears a side effect, so please consume with caution. Due to the inclusion of the immortality fruit as an ingredient, overindulgence may render you more attractive, which could incite jealousy upon your return to Byung Star. Li Qinglian chuckled, such audacity. Sisters, let us share the pot. Ding Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had meticulously arranged this banquet, but after only a few dishes, they were met with disdain. Most attendees merely sampled a bite before setting their chopsticks down, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. C2 Yud approached Ding Yi, suggesting, do taste this. Considering the rampant species here, I reckon it is not far from extinction. Ding Yi asked, why so? C2 Yud replied, because it is simply too delicious. Ding Yi, compelled, picked up a bullfrog leg and took a bite. The initial burst of spiciness enveloped him, yet this heat brought an indescribable joy. C2 Yud remarked, spiciness can induce the release of certain pleasure-inducing substances, a fact that some dedicated scholars are currently investigating. In the humid climate of the giant crocodile star, spiciness alleviates dampness, providing great comfort. Ding Yi sighed, for a millennium, we have known peace. If we trace back tens of thousands of years, it was either warfare or preparations for it. A person of sound mind scarcely finds the time to study how to eat while managing their energy expenditure. Indeed, C2 Yud empathized, recalling how he had once reduced various ingredients to a paste, consumed without thought, believing that mealtime was a waste of precious time amidst constant conflict. With little opportunity for respite, Lugu handed Yi Ping a thermos containing bullfrog and suggested, let us create canned goods to sell to the Basho Star. Shortly thereafter, Yi Ping scurried away with the thermos, seeking a corner to indulge in her meal. Regrettably, just 5 seconds later, her thermos was snatched away. Li Qinglian leaped to a height, proclaiming, sisters, mobilize the hunting ships to procure ingredients. Almost all responded eagerly. Within the cosmos, colossal cargo ships approached the starport, releasing one atmospheric vessel after another. As these ships descended towards the planetary surface, their hatches opened, and a flurry of 8-legged, 16-armed robots tumbled out. Anything edible was a potential fortune. Lugu was tasked with providing the production plan. Li Qinglian focused on adjusting the chef robot's control programs. Yi Ping calculated costs, and Yan Yin directed everyone to commence regional operations for an extinction-level harvest. Meanwhile, C2 Yud kept Ding Yi company, discussing the rampant population of a particular crayfish species on Byung Star, ultimately leading to the enforced preservation of its larvae. If this continues, extinction is imminent. Currently, on the outskirts of the Byung Star, 2 agricultural satellites are artificially breeding these insects, as capturing them on the planet has become too perilous. leading to the possibility of their extinction at any moment. Ding, he remained silent, simply observing the diligent students of the Pyong Academy through the screen. Once they completed their workflow summary, he would dispatch someone to assume the subsequent tasks. 2 days later, a large cargo ship set course for Bajo Star. Lu Gu found a moment of respite and entered the spiritual realm of the giant crocodile star. This realm was even larger, more beautiful, and more resplendent than that of the Pyong Academy. However, Lu Gu was not preoccupied with the aesthetics of the spiritual realm. His primary concern was whether he could extract the data received from the flame nebula on the pendant within this realm. The volume of data was extraordinarily vast. Yet Lu Gu found it incomprehensible, filled with countless unfamiliar formulas, graphs, and figures. Yet, one particular passage resonated with him. This is a solar system created to bewilder the enemy, modeled after the first generation of ancient Earthlings. It not only successfully diverted the enemy's attention, thereby protecting the true fourth-generation solar system, but it also inadvertently led to the creation of an entirely new device. Theoretically, you may utilize it, my child. The nature of this device remained undisclosed. Lu Gu pondered whether the solar system he inhabited was also artificial. He chose not to dwell on it further, as he was confident that Qian Kuan possessed the answer, but the time for revelation had yet to arrive. Qian Kuan had mentioned that Jiang Si and Li Huangqin could construct this equipment. Thus, if he were to bring this data back, they should be able to decipher it. After perusing the information, Lu Gu prepared to exit the spiritual realm, only to suddenly notice a multitude of youths clad in matching uniforms. Without inquiry, he deduced that these youths must be students of the giant crocodile academy. Only the Pyong Academy referred to its records as an academy. Even educational institutions in the territories of the Four Kings could merely be labeled as academies. Star domain-level institutions were also termed academies, regardless of whether they were joint ventures across multiple star domains. At a lower tier, star systems were called schools, and even lower were small educational establishments on habitable planets, catering to young children. Lu Gu approached them briskly. The group of youths halted immediately. We, the late scholars, greet you, Nian Xiong, regardless of age. The students of the academy could only refer to themselves as late scholars or late students, given the insignia of the Pyong Academy. After returning the greeting, Lu Gu said, "Join me, and you shall be rewarded with wealth, delectable cuisine, and the opportunity to attend grand lectures by the instructors of Pyong Academy with shared texts and mentorship." His words left the youths in a state of bewilderment. Lu Gu continued, "Come to the welcoming hall of Giant Crocodile Star. I will present to you tangible sincerity." With that, he disconnected. Chapter 87. Free labor. The youths believed Lu Ji's words without doubt. There was no reason to disbelieve. The insignia of the Pyong Academy was irrefutable. In the spiritual realm, all items were synchronized with reality and required verification. There could not be any items that appeared out of thin air. Nor could there be unverified objects of special significance. After Lu Gu disconnected, he awaited in the reception room of the Welcome Hotel. It wasn't long before the students from Dazhong Academy arrived, and many came. Upon their arrival, Lu Gu presented gifts. Each received a box of bullfrogs, with flavors left to chance. In Lu Gu's eyes, the current Milky Way was akin to a culinary wasteland, a consequence of the prolonged internecine conflicts, external wars, and chaotic skirmishes that had ravaged the galaxy for over 100,000 years, even in the rear where battles did not rage. The focus remained on incessant production for warfare, with high-intensity industrial planets lacking the leisure to explore the culinary arts. With just a few boxes of bullfrogs, Lu Gu had already earned the trust of these students. "I shall teach you how to gather ingredients, not merely the abundant bullfrogs, but a plethora of exquisite items. You shall handle the collection while I instruct you in rudimentary processing. With the profits, you can enhance your living conditions. With financial means, you can establish instantaneous communication with the Pyong Academy, enabling you to attend lectures," he continued. "Next, I will instruct you in the cultivation of several highly valuable crops." Lu Gu presented coffee and cocoa seeds. Given the extreme heat and torrential rains of the Dazhong Star region, it was ideally suited for cocoa cultivation. In contrast, other crops were nearly impossible to grow. For instance, he had meticulously studied rice. The incessant rainfall washed away many of the soluble minerals essential for its growth, such as potassium, sodium, magnesium, and calcium. As for fruits like lychee, they were absent on this planet, necessitating a search for seeds on other worlds, which was certainly feasible. Lu Gu already possessed coffee and cocoa seeds. Environmentally speaking, the Dazhong Star region was exceptionally favorable. with only 1 or 2 habitable planets in the Winnack star region suitable for large-scale cultivation, whereas this area offered even greater expanses for planting. Subsequently, Lugu contemplated the possibility of cultivating an interest in agriculture among the students, aiming to establish a discipline focused on varietal improvement research. He captivated a crowd of over 1,000 individuals. In the Dajong star region, the habitable planets experienced abundant rainfall, yet the mineral deposits scattered throughout the cosmos were extensive but impoverished. Agriculture faltered, industry struggled, and commerce was ensnared by a pack of ravenous wolves, rendering it equally unviable. But now, Lugu had arrived. With a lollipop between his teeth, one hand in his pocket, and the other gesturing on a virtual screen, he declared, "I will first deliver 1 million on, though perhaps not quite that fortunate. Let's start with 75,000 barrels of high-purity metallic hydrogen. Everyone mobilize, some shall collect samples of flora and fauna within the star region, while the rest shall engage in hunting, aiming to eradicate the bullfrogs. The expenses for hunting are trivial. Get moving, all of you." The students of Dajong Academy nearly all sprang into action. Li Qinglian approached and retrieved a lollipop from Lu Ji's pocket. "What promises have you made to them?" Lu Gu turned his head. "I promised them a learning spacecraft, along with annual food subsidies and a complete set of zero-latency communication devices." Li Qinglian replied, "That seems a loss. The zero-latency communication devices are currently procured from the Holy Alliance of Light, utilizing dark matter quantum communication. Our dark energy electronic communication cannot yet be mass-produced. I have my methods, and they are quite economical." "Economical? Indeed, just wait for the news," Lu Gu asserted confidently, certain of his ability to deliver affordability. A large cargo ship from the Great Crocodile Star swiftly arrived at the Little Fish Galaxy, where Gan Long had arranged for personnel to receive the vessel. Simultaneously, he received a letter from Lu Gu. After perusing the letter, Gan Long selected a few individuals to escort the cargo ship to the Basho star. The captain responsible for the escort was Sun Qian, who had previously smuggled natural rice into the Guwei star domain. Soon, the cargo ship approached Basho star, and with the identification code provided by Lu Gu, the vessel docked directly at the military starport of the fleet. After reviewing Lu Ji's letter once more, Sun Qian disembarked with his crew as soon as the ship was secured, without waiting for Lauren's arrival. Within the starport, Sun Qian set up a spherical deep fryer, a device designed specifically for cosmic use by Li Qinglian, which operated continuously in a production line. Quickly, bags of artificially synthesized potato strips, created from synthetic starches and other substances, were fried to perfection and paired with 3 distinct sauces. Following that, freshly baked synthetic bread was prepared, while the chicken was naturally sourced from Bijou Star. Finally, even Li Qinglian acknowledged that Lu Gu possessed a remarkable talent for culinary innovation. Carbon dioxide was synthesized into sugar, producing an artificial syrup. Oxygen was generated from carbon dioxide, and low-purity solid hydrogen from the Daizhao star domain was diluted to create water. Eventually, using high pressure, carbon dioxide was infused into the mixture of syrup and water, along with additives synthesized by a student based on ideas provided by Lu Gu. These included compounds such as 3,7-dihydro, 1,3,7-trimethylxanthine, 2,6-dione, which were noted in the records of the students at the Baiyang Academy as a nitrogenous alkaloid. In simpler terms, it was artificially synthesized caffeine. Thus, a novel beverage was born, epitomizing pure technological prowess. All of this was accomplished within the orbital factory of the Dezhou star system, utilizing low-purity solid hydrogen for energy, while the carbon dioxide was extracted from the atmosphere of a nearby planet. The remaining elements were sourced from several small asteroids, mined for their minerals. This beverage, served over ice, was deemed delightful by Li Qinglian. However, Lu Gu preferred sugar derived from sugarcane, eschewing the carbon dioxide syrup, insisting instead on using a fruit known as cola fruit, found exclusively in the Daizhao star domain, as an additive. Turning to Basho star, Sun Qian cheerfully presented the meal to the soldiers of the Holy Alliance at the starport, a small token of goodwill. "My boss is a friend of His Grace the Duke and has specifically instructed me to offer this to positively influence your normal military duties." The soldier on duty, preparing to eat, found his meal box contained an artificial meat ham, 2 slices of bread, 2 natural cherries, a bucket of artificial orange juice, a slice of artificial cheese, and an artificial fish fillet. While it seemed quite abundant, this soldier belonged to the Golden Eagle Kingdom of the Holy Alliance, and Su Luan, the deputy to Duke Natok, had remarked that their rations were inferior even to that of a dog. The dogs in noble households were fed natural meats, while they consumed entirely synthetic fare. The soldier gazed at the food on the tray and inquired, "Is this really permissible?" Sun Qian, "Why not?" "Of course, there's this too." Sun Qian then produced a box, while a nearby individual presented a food processor, which was promptly filled and heated for a minute, resulting in sweet and sour bullfrogs. Chapter 88. A bountiful return. It is said that Sun Qian has a fondness for spicy bullfrogs. Yet he could not fathom how something so sweet and sour could be considered edible. A soldier took a bite of his hamburger, grabbed a handful of crispy fries, quaffed a sip of ice-cold, cutting-edge cola, and then stuffed his mouth with sweet and sour bullfrogs. Wow, wow, wow. Who knows what he was exclaiming? Sun Qian felt as though he had traversed far and wide, yet his command of foreign languages still fell short. Soon, numerous soldiers arrived. For continuous production line fryers for French fries were already puffing smoke. By the time Lauren arrived at the starport, robots had commenced delivering meal packages to various duty stations throughout the port. After sampling the bullfrogs, Lauren instructed, "I shall report to His Grace, the Duke, and the quartermaster. Please settle the bill." Sun Qian replied, No, my employer wishes to trouble you to procure some zero-latency communication devices manufactured in the Yuja star domain. Specifically the latest models of dark matter quantum communication equipment. Lauren inquired, "How many?" Sun Qian produced an electronic storage device. "Here is a letter from my employer for you." Lauren found a room to peruse Lu Ji's letter. The message was straightforward. The Yuju star domain was facing an energy shortage. Those who possessed energy barrels held the most influence. They had acquired authorization to manufacture communication devices, but the actual demand was uncertain. And the major consortiums in Yuju were already lining up to curry favor with the Duke. Lu Ji's speculation proved accurate. Whether Duke Natok believed him was inconsequential. The number of fleets stationed by the Holy Alliance here was vast. If there was an opportunity for mutual profit, Lauren dared not obstruct it, fearing retribution from those whose livelihoods he jeopardized. Thus, after reading the letter, he emerged to inform Sun Qian in 3 days. A standard interstellar cargo ship measuring 2 kilometers will arrive at a designated position in space. You may come to collect the coordinates and the cargo ship's authorization code. Thank you immensely. Sun Qian's cargo vessel commenced unloading, filled entirely with edible items. The amount of vacuum-frozen, non-fried artificial fries alone weighed several tens of thousands of tons. And the glass bottles of high-tech cosmic cola totaled over 100,000 tons. Inexpensive, these items were remarkably affordable. A dozen could be purchased for just 4 Galactic Eagle coins, while Sun Qian quoted Lauren a settlement price of 3 coins for 12 bottles. Glass was not of great value. One could easily find a silicon-rich asteroid in the cosmos, toss it into a satellite factory, and produce billions of bottles. Moreover, there was no need to recycle the bottles. Simply discarding them on any uninhabitable planet would see them turn to dust within days. Once Sun Qian's arrangements were complete, he sought out a medium-sized cargo ship, which duly arrived 3 days later to collect the goods. No payment was required, only the equipment. Once loaded, the cargo ship set its course for the Daja star domain. Simultaneously, he communicated the details back to Lu Gu. Upon receiving the letter, Lu Gu, who initially felt nauseated at the thought of synthetic food, was taken aback. To this day, I have developed an obsession with artificial synthetic foods, as the profits generated from this enterprise are astonishingly rapid, particularly the cosmic variant of high-tech cola, where one can produce dozens of batches at the satellite factory using the Triad Golden Eagle coin, including the bottles. Li Qinglian has begun to seriously contemplate whether it would be prudent to construct a net around a planet in the Little Fish Galaxy, which is saturated with high concentrations of carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide from that planet could be transformed into an unimaginable quantity of cosmic high-tech cola. Seizing the high-purity metallic hydrogen energy barrel transport vessels within the Yujalu star domain would eliminate energy costs. Once produced, the goods would be shipped to the Baso star, sold entirely to Duke Natok's fleet, and subsequently exchanged for dark matter quantum communication devices to be sold to the various star regions in need. As for the dark energy electronic communication devices of my own creation, they would circulate discreetly among the significant planets of the Great Jade Dynasty. Until advancements in dark energy extraction and utilization technology are achieved, the costs of such communication remain exorbitant, making the dark matter quantum communication, invented by the Bright Holy Alliance, a more pragmatic choice. Lu Gu has commenced traversing the Great Marsh star domain, the Ponza star domain, and the Valley star domain. seeking various low-tier academies and schools to establish purported collaborations, enrolling thousands of students. One day, Dingyi approached Situ Yud, Brother Situ. It seems that your student had meticulously plotted this before arriving, with plans for collaboration between the academy and schools, joint teaching, and mutual enlightenment. It is evident that they wish to evade taxes from our great Marsh star domain. Situ Yud replied, a mere child, can they truly outsmart you? Dingyi refrained from further commentary, knowing well that what the academy and schools could accomplish was merely a fragment of the industry chain. Even if they possessed knowledge of cultivation, they lacked sufficient land, not to mention the need for individuals to manage the robots tending to the fields. Dingyi rephrased, your Pyong Academy indeed produces remarkable talent. Situyud responded, when it comes to sustenance, our student is genuinely extraordinary. There are even greater financial avenues ahead. Be patient. Once he returns with samples to Pyong Academy, he has formidable backing. Formidable backing? How formidable? Incredibly so. Days later, Lu Gu embarked on the journey home. The cargo ship arriving full and departing equally laden. In fact, one vessel had transformed into three. Merely the so-called samples filled an entire ship. After all, these three-star domains span hundreds of light years, and this was only in the habitable stars with substantial populations. The primitive planets had yet to be explored. Upon returning to Pyong Star, the starport was now overseen entirely by students, as the administrative officials responsible for Pyong Academy were few. Those who had not perished were confined within the Black Prison Star. This year's original enrollment plans for Pyong Academy had also been postponed for various reasons. As the Chi-Di ship came to a steady halt and dropped anchor, the cargo door swung open to reveal a figure emerging, burdened by an enormous package. Carrying two handheld bags and equipped with a lightweight propulsion device designed for cosmic space, dashing towards the magnetic lift of the starport. This scene left many spectators in stunned silence. Lu Gu exited the starport and boarded a commuter vehicle, accelerating towards the main campus of Pyong Academy. The vehicle came to a halt, and Lu Gu hurried towards the elite student council of the Pyong Academy. Sitting on the sofa, Nangongyu was resting, adorned in a bespoke combat suit. Zhang Xiu had commissioned a specialized heavy mech for her, which was only half completed. The remaining portion would be finalized as Nangongyu participated in ongoing adjustments to gather necessary data. Having just completed the thruster tests, Nangongyu felt somewhat fatigued and chose to rest on the sofa. As the door swung open, Lu Gu, laden with a large bundle and two shopping bags, swiftly scanned the room and dashed toward Nangongyu. In a moment of bewilderment for everyone present, Lu Gu dropped the bundle onto the floor, unwrapped it, and produced a vacuum-sealed low-temperature canister. With Nangongyu staring in astonishment, she opened it to reveal an unusually peculiar plant that no one recognized. Chapter 89. Family Lu Gu extracted the fruit of this plant, which stood at least half a foot tall, and wielded a large knife to hack away at it. After considerable effort, she finally managed to extract a small amount of flesh from the center. It was an exquisite rarity, capable of thriving only in unbearably hot climates, and notoriously difficult to preserve. Even stored in a vacuum canister, maintaining its fresh flavor long-term was impossible. Taste this, she urged, for such a large fruit. With its thick shell, it yielded a mere morsel of flesh, less than 3 centimeters in diameter. However, its appearance was stunning, with glistening, translucent pulp. Nangongyu opened her mouth, allowing Lu Gu to feed her a piece. The flavor was mildly tart, yet sweet. Watching Nangongyu savor the fruit, Lu Gu broke into a broad grin. Initially, Lu Gu had assumed it resembled a coconut, but after much effort, she discovered there was no water inside. Further hacking revealed a thin shell, and once opened, it bore a flavor akin to lychee, sweeter and juicier, leaving no residue. Later, upon comparing it with data on Earth species provided by a pendant, she found it resembled the fruit of the palmyra palm. Though Lu Gu had tasted many fruits on Earth, this one was truly delectable. Aside from its thick shell making preservation difficult, it had no flaws. Isn't it delicious? It's an exceedingly rare find. I only brought back 4 perfectly ripe ones just for you. As she opened her shopping bags, she revealed natural cocoa fruits, pure milk, and natural cane sugar, delightful little snacks. All right, I'm off to sleep. I'm exhausted. With that, Lu Gu disregarded Nagongyu's reaction and stood to leave. Just as Lu Gu rose, a sudden shout erupted from an unseen corner. Get him. Grab it. Instantly, numerous individuals lunged forward, and the bags Lu Gu had brought were swiftly emptied, leaving only the fruit in Nangongyu's left hand and a piece of chocolate in her right. Not only the bags were taken, Lu Gu desperately clutched her clothes. No, don't tear my clothes. Alas, even the few pieces she had saved for herself from her pocket were snatched away. Ultimately, all that remained was Lu Gu, sprawled on the ground, fiercely protecting her attire. While Nangong Yu stood in a daze, holding the fruit in one hand and the chocolate in the other. A minute later, Nangong Yu kicked Lu Gu, who lay on the ground feigning death. In the female dormitory area, if there is something delicious or entertaining, it should be shared among everyone. You truly are something. Indeed. In solitude, one quietly retreats to a secluded place, yet you deliberately choose to arrive at the student council. Lu Gu lies on the ground in a star shape, gazing at the ceiling, bringing something for everyone, even while still aboard the starship. Nangong Yu effortlessly hoists Lu Gu onto his shoulder and strides outside. With the aid of specially designed combat attire, Nangong Yu possesses the strength to lift up to 500 kilograms. Carrying Lu Gu is a mere trifle. On the afternoon of the day the Chi Di returned to the Baiyong Star, a public inquiry was dispatched to the elite 3rd Student Council, initiated by Xiao Tianyu. With dozens of signatures following, including that of the president of the elite 8th Student Council. The inquiry posed a singular question. Has the elite 3rd Student Council of Baiyong Academy amended its regulations to begin accepting male students? An hour later, Zhang Xiu kicked open the door of the Baiyong Academy's 2nd Student Council. Xiao Tianyu and Zhang Xiu stood face to face in the foyer. Zhang Xiu spoke first. Family. Xiao Tianyu retorted. Nonsense. Zhang Xiu continued. What about Fan Rui from the 5th Council? It's obvious he is the one stirring things up from behind the scenes, and you foolishly stand up for him. Xiao Tianyu replied. 3 academies, 17 halls, totaling 27,539 auditing students. Li Qinglian has just returned to Baiyong Star and immediately reported to the academic administration, seeking to recruit over 100 advanced students for the 6th Council, selected from these auditing students. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu waved her hand dismissively. Is this all you amount to? Auditing students are managed by the 1st Council, and the corresponding industries are also under their jurisdiction. With that, Zhang Xiu turned and left. She was acutely aware of their contention. Her lack of ambition stemmed from her confidence in having already secured the most valuable assets, rendering the superficial disputes beneath her consideration. Any student council that monopolizes such resources inevitably invites envy, but the 1st Student Council stands apart. Hana Sakura is perceived by all as someone who shuns conflict, for she is inherently powerful and beyond the president. There is no one else in the 1st Council who needs to distribute subsidies or oversee the ordinary student council. Zhang Xiu's reluctance to engage does not imply that Xiao Yulan shares the same sentiment. Among the 9 elite student councils, aside from the 1st Council, the remaining 8 sent a total of 16 vice presidents behind closed doors to deliberate first on how to ensure the educational quality for auditing students, which is their duty. Secondly, they discussed the division of resources. How much effort one exerts correlates to how much one receives. Even the elite 8th and 9th student councils, which focus on pure arts and academics, and are revered by many academies, recognize that not all individuals aspire to engage in politics or warfare. Many are drawn to non-military technological research, while others have passions for music and painting. Just as the 9 elite student councils began discussing matters concerning nearly 30,000 auditing students, Gan Long suddenly sent a message. The Yujing Star Domain accused the Gue Star Domain of dispatching disguised pirates to plunder their transport fleet, to which the Gue Star Domain retaliated, sending out 100 warships to prepare for the extermination of the pirates. Subsequently, stationed in the dominant star of the Yujing Star Domain, Natok also dispatched a small-scale fleet, specifically assigning Griffith to lead the charge against the interstellar pirates. Thus, a fleet dispatched by the regular forces of the Yujing Star Domain, alongside another fleet from the Yujing Star Domain Police Department and a 3rd fleet sent by 3 mining corporations, has formed a coalition. Their objective is to eradicate the interstellar pirates operating in the region east of the Great Jade Emperor Dynasty, south of the Gue Star Domain, and west of the Yujing Star Domain. The source of this information is undeniably credible, coming from Lauren. Lauren cautioned son Qian to find a place to hide and refrain from venturing out, lest he be mistaken for an interstellar pirate and meet a dire fate. Upon receiving this news, it took nearly half a day for someone from the eastern Wangfu of the Great Jade Emperor Dynasty to speak out. Pirates, begone. Do not trouble us. The implication was clear. There are no pirates in the territories under our governance. Doubt it? Just look at our fleet of star destroyers. Indeed. The Great Jade Emperor Dynasty swiftly executes any pirates they capture, which is why there are none to be found. Zhang Xiu, cradling a bright red harrow, sat in the main control room of the Little Fish Star system. After analyzing the current situation, she said to Gan Xian, inform Gan Long to abandon everything and quietly return home aboard a light cargo ship. Chairwoman, Gan Xian stepped forward, her reluctance evident. She was unwilling to concede so easily. Zhang Xiu, not wanting to give up either, asked, Instructor Liu, what do you think? Lu Gu replied, let me meet Gan Long. That night, Gan Long arrived at the flagship, surprised to find the bridge filled with robots. A pink mechanical sphere? Let us adjust the upload time to 5 o'clock in the afternoon for future chapters. This chapter can be considered an additional update. Chapter 90. The songstress in pink Gan Long entered the bridge, knowing he was to meet a first-class instructor from the Pyong Academy. However, he was greeted by a pink harrow. From within the pink harrow came Lu Ji's voice. I desire the Little Fish Star system, for I hold great affection for this system, and it could aid me in pursuing the ancient relics mentioned in the Yuju Star domain. I have both the motive and necessity to engage with them. Gan Long rubbed his chin. They have approximately 400 ships, while you possess a mere 4. In terms of length, their total fleet exceeds 1,700 kilometers, whereas yours measures at most a mere 5 kilometers, a disparity of 300 times. Lu Ji's response was measured. I am aware. Gan Long sat on the deck of the bridge. Do you know who leads the forces from the Yuju Star domain? Lu Gu replied. It seems you are quite familiar with him. Gan Long recounted, years ago, during the grand military campaigns of the Holy Alliance of Light alongside our western and northern princes against the Tatar Sea, the Eastern Wang's forces subdued the chaos in various small star domains. The Yuju Star domain, which had long claimed to be a student of the Great Jade Emperor dynasty, suddenly betrayed us. Prince Fujihara Dahan of the Yuju Star domain, he is my enemy. The commander hired by the 3 mining corporations is called Wu Xuanzuan. The scar on my face was inflicted by him. Lu Gu inquired, will he perish? Gan Long scoffed, as if you were destined for immortality. Lu Gu mused. The name Wu Xuanzuan seems somewhat familiar. Gan Long paused, then burst into hearty laughter, covering his face. On the bridge, every temporal avatar couldn't help but join in the laughter. Apologies, but I truly cannot recall. Lu Ji's words were sincere, yet they elicited even greater mirth. Lu Gu, very well. Preparations before the battle are set for a duration of 18 hours. 18 hours later, we shall launch a surprise attack on the 3 pit companies designated as Ju Ling 9, targeting the metal hydrogen transport fleet. Lu Gu has logged off. Gan Xian turned to Gan Long and said, Father, I shall teach you a set of knife techniques, as long as Instructor Liu is willing to engage. We may face death, but we shall never concede defeat. Is he truly that formidable? I cannot precisely articulate it, yet we place our faith in him. Very well. At this moment, deep into the night at the Pyong Academy, a message was issued by Zhang Xiu. To all members of the Elite 3rd Student Council, all learning and activities are hereby suspended. Everyone is to convene at the Student Council Assembly without exception. Any requests for leave will be interpreted as resignation from the Council. Members from PU 74 and PU 121, along with a contingent of core students from various PU associations, promptly proceeded to gather at the Elite 3rd Student Council, with any leave requests considered as resignation. The remaining 7 elite student councils perceive this as Zhang Xiu's voluntary concession of several thousand auditing students, along with the rights to food trade distribution, a gesture of goodwill. Only Han Ziying held a different view. She arrived late at night at Zhang Xiu's temporary resting quarters within the Elite 3rd Student Council. Is there something of great importance? Zhang Xiu had no intention of concealing the truth from Han Ziying. We are about to engage in battle. Han Ziying inquired. How many adversaries do we face? Zhang Xiu replied, the total length of their starship approaches 2,000 kilometers. Han Ziying pressed on, and how many do we possess? Zhang Xiu responded, currently, we have 18 kilometers. Are we to fight? Indeed. Let us do so together. Han Ziying calmly seated herself. Upon sitting down, she suddenly noticed the absence of an item beside Zhang Xiu, the large red harrow. Where is it? Zhang Xiu explained. It stated that in order to fight with full force, it requested that I place the harrow in the main control room. Han Ziying remarked, in such circumstances, it does not make an appearance. This utterance triggered a reflection in Zhang Xiu's mind. Was it a matter of unworthiness, inability, or simply an impossibility for it to appear? At that moment, Xiao Yulan entered, activating her holographic computer to show Zhang Xiu a stream of incoming messages. Each letter resembled a farewell note. Gan Long had spoken with everyone. Those unwilling to participate quietly returned to the outpost via small cargo vessels. where Zhang Bin would assist them and provide temporary shelter. Yet, no one chose to leave. Having opted for this path, forsaking their household registration to emerge as unregistered, who would willingly return without having made a mark. Moreover, those who came were all friends of friends, brothers of brothers, who would wish to abandon their comrades in such a manner. Despite their decision to remain, lingering matters weighed heavily on their hearts. They wrote letters to express their determination, articulating their unresolved issues. The Duke of the Northern Borders still garnered great support, as everyone believed that the Duke would fulfill their unaccomplished wishes. Zhang Xiu rose. Prepare for action. Xiao Yulan blocked his path. Instructor Liu has designated the first team, the Yin Yin class, to lead the charge, followed by the starship under Gan Long. I have been assigned to the third team, alongside Nan Gongyu. Han Ziying queried, "Are we to commence?" Xiao Yulan replied, "There are still 4 hours remaining. The Yin Yin class is currently dining." At that moment, Lu Gu lay within the subterranean chambers of Zinkingfang, reclined on a specially designed soft bed, surrounded by a myriad of flashing indicator lights. Jiang Si was adjusting Lu Ji's optimal physical condition, while Li Huangqian confirmed signal transmission and stood ready to switch Lu Gu's temporal phantoms at any moment. Jiang presented a bottle of water, a high-energy replenishment liquid. After several hours of utilizing the brainwave communicator, your mental expenditure would be considerable. Thus, coming here was indeed a wise choice. With our prepared machinery, your consumption can be reduced to a mere 10%. A burden even the average person would struggle to bear. Lu Gu remained silent, accepting the bottle and taking a sip before sitting down, one hand resting on the pendant as he silently prayed. He believed that the wisdom of his ancestors was aiding him. He felt he had a chance to prevail. At the very least, he could pilot the starship with his temporal clone during self-detonation, ensuring that Gan Long and the others could escape. Time ticked away. A transport fleet from the 3 pit companies of the Yuju Star region arrived at the ambush site, information obtained through interstellar smugglers by Sun Qian. Lu Gu reclined on the energy soft bed. Almost simultaneously, the large crimson harrow in the control room of the Little Fish Star system and the pink harrow aboard the flagship issued commands. Operation Plan 3. Full firepower from the Gan Long fleet. The Yin Yin fleet pressed forward with their firepower, the main cannon charging for close-range targeting of the enemy frigates. Commence. Fire. With a thunderous roar from Gan Long, all main and auxiliary cannons unleashed their fury. The Yin Yin fleet surged forward amidst the barrage. Only well-trained crew members would dare such a maneuver. Had it been Zord and his crew, they would have reduced their own fleet to rubble before reaching the front. The frigates of the 3 pit companies were taken aback. After the announcement of a joint operation to exterminate pirates, with nearly 1,000 ships gathering, how could interstellar pirates still dare to attack them? Shouldn't they have scurried into their hiding holes? As the main frigates of the 3 companies turned to cosmic dust, Lu Gu issued a second command. Hold fire, grant them time to send a distress signal. All ships advance, seize any useful supplies, and prepare to feign internal strife. Acknowledged. Chapter 91. A Trojan horse. After this message was sent, Xiao Yulan stood before the large crimson harrow. Instructor Liu. We have just received news that the interstellar pirate we were preparing to confront has been annihilated. The Basha Star has released a statement, claiming it was accomplished by their dispatched fleet. Xiao Yulan continued. According to the news, Griffith is quite a competent commander of a small fleet. Lu Gu replied, Understood. Thank you. Ambushing a transport fleet, especially with only 2 small frigates, hardly constituted a battle. The true conflict arose after the transport fleet sent out a distress signal, prompting the arrival of their fleet. The first wave, the Yin Yin team, was offline, resting. Ordinary cadets commenced their duties, while Xiao Yulan's team entered the waiting area. Several hours later, a small reconnaissance craft lost its signal, while another transmitted fleet images. The elite students of the 3rd Assembly of the Pyong Academy began to investigate and compare to ascertain the details of the fleet. Meanwhile, information from Gan Long arrived. The flagship was the Ji Wuzun, belonging to the Jiao Banju Academy. They were employing a charge formation, the Yuju Arrow Array, consisting of 5 starships forming a triangular lead, with the subsequent ships arranged in single file, advancing in order, while 6 starships at the rear safeguarded logistics and repair vessels, progressing in a circular formation. The distance between the starships spans a lengthy 7,000 kilometers, while the front and rear formations are approximately 5 million kilometers apart. The instructions from Lu Gu were promptly issued. Sun Qian's fleet faced the enemy directly. Upon entering firing range, they retreated 200 million kilometers. poised to withdraw an additional 230 million kilometers at a moment's notice. Luga meticulously reviewed numerous records of starship engagements, noting that the standard pursuit distance in the Yuju star region is a maximum of 20 million kilometers. During combat, starships cannot travel at high speeds. At a conventional pace in an armed pursuit state, it takes 40 minutes to cover 20 million kilometers. The second squadron executed a flanking maneuver, implementing the Trojan horse strategy. Ganlong's units swiftly arrived at the designated position, shutting down all onboard signal sources and the main engine, achieving absolute silence. Soon, the fleet made contact. Sun Qian's fleet, after entering firing range, disregarded whether they could hit the enemy and unleashed a full volley before promptly turning to flee. Their dilapidated starships were utterly inadequate to confront the fleet of professional escort ships from the three pit societies, which were nearly on par with regular military vessels and remarkably resilient. According to intelligence, Sun Qian's side would require at least 8 volleys to breach the enemy's starship shields, while the adversary could shatter their shields in just 2 volleys. It was a starkly asymmetric display of combat power. Sun Qian initially contemplated enduring one assault before retreating, but Luga ordered them to flee directly and to continue fleeing. Time elapsed gradually. The formations of the three-pit society fleets elongated, with the distance between the leading and trailing ships exceeding 100 million kilometers. At this juncture, the radar operator on the vanguard vessel of the three-pit fleets reported that the attack transport fleet was less than 17 million kilometers away. Those hiding within the ship as hold communicated that the interstellar pirates seemed to have erupted into infighting over the spoils, and one of their transport ships had seized the opportunity to escape a few hours prior. The pursuit continued. Upon receiving the acceleration message from the vanguard of the three-pit fleets, Lu Ji's resolute voice echoed through the comms. Third Squadron, activate the Trojan operation, prepare for battle. The rationale behind the name Trojan operation remained unexplained by Lu Gu, and Xiao Yulan refrained from inquiring, assuming it was simply a conventional title. In the rear of the three-pit fleets, the commander received a distress signal from a large transport ship. Correlating this with earlier reports of a transport vessel escaping due to the pirates' internal strife, he instructed smaller escort ships to provide assistance. The large transport ship, measuring over 10 kilometers in length, had been seized from the Xiaoyu star system, yet it had been fitted with the transponder of one of the recently captured vessels, masquerading as the one that had just escaped. The actual ship had all communications, transponders, stabilizers, and more, completely destroyed. As the transport ship approached the rear formation, Xiao Yulan and her temporal avatars were fully operational. Observing the ship's data as it entered the enemy's rear escort perimeter, Xiao Yulan summoned every ounce of her strength to shout, engage the main engine, prepare all fighters for sortie, transport ships and mechas ready to board, main cannon on standby. It took a moment for the soldiers aboard the flagship of the rear formation to realize something was amiss. There was an unusual energy reaction emanating from within the transport ship. Another individual remarked, could it be that the metallic hydrogen energy barrels have sustained damage and are leaking? He instructed them to decelerate and halt outside the protective perimeter, while he arranged for a small vessel to venture inside for inspection. Just as they were poised to intercept the transport ship, it unexpectedly accelerated, hurtling towards them at the limits of conventional speed. The commander of the rear fleet glanced over and issued the order to sink the transport vessel, citing in the report that interstellar pirates had installed explosives aboard, thereby mandating its destruction for the safety of the fleet. However, to their astonishment, a beam from a positron cannon emanated from within the transport ship, obliterating the forward section of its hull. Following this, a small escort ship, constructed by the three-pit company, surged forth along the trajectory of the positron beam, immediately unleashing a full barrage. The rear commander was momentarily stunned, only to witness another positron cannon fire from the transport ship's aft, with yet another small escort ship bursting forth. Subsequently, the 2 central vessels also shattered the transport ship's exterior and emerged to commence their assault. The rear commander seized the communicator and commanded, all ships, engage the enemy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yulan's objective was not the starship itself, but rather the logistics vessels, repair ships, and supply ships, which possess considerably weaker defenses, all while executing a hit-and-run strategy. From the onset of the attack, merely 7 minutes had elapsed. All the time-space avatars piloting fighter jets and transport ships under Xiao Yulan's command were recalled. Unmanned interstellar fighters and drones were directed to undertake suicide attacks, targeting the low-defense supply and logistics vessels. Run, 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 Xiao Yulan shouted as the 4 starships rhythmically discharged another volley from their positron cannons. charged to merely 30%. Before pivoting and fleeing, Xiao Yulan had calculated that the main cannon of the Yujuxing Domain's escort ship required 9 minutes to charge fully from activation. Hence, she decided to retreat after 7 minutes, knowing that their starships could withstand a single shot fired at full charge at close range. Yet, should the enemy target a starship with 2 or 3 shots, it might not endure. Thus, at the 7-minute mark, she abandoned all drones and hastily retreated. Upon reaching a safe location, supply ships awaited to replenish the fleet's energy, drones, and various armaments. Chapter 92. Seizing the flag, observing the chaos among the rear fleet. With explosions erupting everywhere and 2 main supply ships beginning to disintegrate in the cosmos, the rear commander's face turned ashen. Pursue. We must eliminate these pesky rodents. At that moment, aboard the Ganlong ship, a message arrived, consisting of only 2 words. Seize the flag. Ganlong tightened his combat uniform. Rising from the captain's chair as all lights on the ship illuminated and the main engines activated, targeting the Zaiwuzhen. At the Byung Academy, Gan Xian was exceedingly anxious and quietly inquired of the person beside him. If the forward forces retreat and the rear forces cease pursuit, won't we be encircled? Zhang Shou turned to reprimand Gan Xian, but the bold red hero interjected. The rear has been attacked and has lost its supply ships. The forward forces are less than 440,000 kilometers from the transport fleet. They will surely prioritize reclaiming the transport vessels for the high-purity metallic hydrogen energy barrels. The rear echelon will not cease its pursuit, relentlessly hunting down the enemy. The blame for the rear echelon being attacked is halved. Allowing the enemy to escape is a burden the commander cannot bear. Once the flagship issues the command to halt the chase, turning back will squander precious time. Hence, we have at most 3 hours, and at least 1 hour and 45 minutes of a critical window. Moreover, there is the Sun Qian fleet to consider. At this point, Lu Gu remarked, in warfare, it is not the equipment that determines victory, but the hearts of men. Only Ganlong can seize the flag. Only he possesses the capability. Ganlong set forth to execute Lu Ji's orders. He laid bare all his resources during the last raid. He acquired various vessels from the 3 pits of the Yujustar region. This time, any ship deemed unnecessary for battle was deployed, equipped with long-range remote control. Launching a death charge towards the enemy flagship, the Zhiwuzhuan. Faced with an onslaught of artillery, Ganlong and his crew unleashed every ounce of power, propelling themselves forward at full speed. The leading starship was obliterated into fragments, yet Ganlong's vessel pressed on, its shields straining against overloads without concern for the ensuing complications. There were no crew members aboard, as all were suspended on the ship's flanks. His strategy was simple yet audacious, a direct collision. He aimed to ram the Zhiwuzhuan, shattering its energy shield with his massive hull, then engaging in close combat within. It was a gamble, either success or death. After suffering nearly total losses of various ships, they finally drew near enough to the Zhiwuzhuan to discern its form with the naked eye. When Ganlong's ship collided with the Zhiwuzhuan, the main cannons of all 3 pit fleets fell silent. They could not fire, for doing so would result in the sinking of their own flagship. Ganlong, clad in a lightweight mech, surged into the ship, encountering Wu Xuanzuan before he even reached the bridge, confident in his close combat prowess. Wu Xuanzuan did not even command other vessels to provide support. In his eyes, he was invincible. With his sword raised high, Ganlong momentarily froze, recalling the video his daughter had shown him, along with the techniques she had taught him. Thus, he executed the moves, the blade back, a sidestep, and a wrist chop. He had practiced this maneuver at least 2,000 times, with corresponding thruster adjustments programmed into his mech. It was almost a reflex, and he executed the strike flawlessly, severing Wu Xuanzuan's hands. As their mechs engaged in close quarters, Ganlong unleashed a left punch, adorned with a unique device he had commissioned after studying Lu Ji's fight against Wu Xuanzuan. It was an armor-piercing cone. The punch landed on Wu Xuanzuan's waist, causing a plasma explosion that propelled the alloy steel cone through the armor, followed by a barrage of Gauss projectiles flooding into the mech's hollow interior, emptying the magazine in mere moments. All of this transpired within a mere 0.3 seconds. Wu Xuanzuan felt no pain. The Gauss gun, once inserted into the mech, could unleash 1,000 steel pellets in just 0.1 seconds, reducing him to a mere pulp. Ganlong smeared a bit of Wu Xuanzuan's blood upon his mech without pausing, charging towards the bridge. Upon seizing control of the bridge, Ganlong took the command seat of Wu Xuanzuan and declared, "Everyone, prepare for a breakout." The command to break through was met with a chorus of responses. The remaining ships of the fleet, having lost their commander, were unable to react effectively in such a brief span of time. The enemy identification systems aboard the starship remained operational, and as the Jiwu Zuanhao accelerated in preparation for escape, it found itself momentarily paralyzed. A massive explosion occurred, startling everyone present. The transport fleet, in dire need of assistance, had a supernova bomb detonated, a lightweight explosive designed to simulate a supernova blast. While its inherent power was not particularly formidable, capable of severely damaging a medium-sized starship, the shields of larger vessels could withstand such an explosion. The battleships, in particular, were indifferent to an explosion of this magnitude. However, within the transport fleet lay at least 2 million barrels of high-purity metallic hydrogen, leading to a chain reaction of detonations. The explosive force would inflict fatal damage to any starship within a 10,000-kilometer radius, severely damaging light starships within 50,000 kilometers, and affecting even those within 100,000 kilometers. The explosion's impact could extend up to a light year, and even without the destructive shockwaves and energy waves, the resulting light and energy could reach distances of 10 light years, sufficient to disrupt wireless transmissions, such as television signals. Lu Ji's message was transmitted. Sun Qian, it is time to hunt. Upon receiving the order, Sun Qian, who had been hiding behind a massive planet in preparation to assist Ganlong, surged forth with a few battered ships towards the most severely damaged section of the fleet. In a 4-to-5 engagement, having just endured a tremendous explosion, Sun Qian doubted the enemy would withstand another barrage from his fleet's main cannons. Lu Gu sent another message. Xiao Yulan, do you require a change of personnel? If not, the counterattack will commence. This time, before Xiao Yulan could respond, Morong he interjected. They have already exerted themselves. Let our shift take over. Xiao Yulan replied. No change. We can hold for another 6 hours. Sisters, do not allow the enemy to return to their main formation. We will keep them engaged. The strategy was simple. If they ran, they would pursue. If they attacked, they would retreat. Either way, they would not release their grip. A small transport ship had begun to approach Xiao Yulan, prepared to sacrifice itself. It would either escape after resupply or allow its crew to board Xiao Yulan's vessel, abandoning it. 2 repair ships were already moving towards Ganlong, as the captured vessels would require modifications to participate in the forthcoming battle. Meanwhile, in the main control room of the Beyong Academy, Zhang Xiu suddenly realized. Instructor Lu, do you intend to annihilate the opposing fleet? Lu Gu countered. Chairman Zhang, what is your implication? Chapter 93. Annihilation battle. From the very beginning, no one had envisioned the complete destruction of the fleet. Each individual merely sought to assert that those who dared to declare their intent to eradicate them would face consequences. Yet, at this moment, with the dialogue between Zhang Xiu and Lu Gu, a wave of excitement swept through everyone. The prospect of annihilating an enemy force several times their own size with a significantly inferior force, a seemingly impossible feat, was now on the verge of realization. Lu Gu continued, how much longer can they endure without resupply? In the forthcoming engagement, we shall deplete their energy. We must assign personnel to calculate who might come to their aid and the time required for such assistance to arrive. Additionally, we need to ascertain how long we have to execute our annihilation plan. Furthermore, should there be a rescue, what would the route be? I recall that starships cannot directly jump into the battlefield. Morong he remarked, indeed, the battlefield is nearly impossible for precise jump localization. Moreover, various energy weapons will disrupt positional locking, compounded by the debris from numerous starship explosions. We must immediately calculate the nearest jump point. Zhang Xiu summoned a few individuals, instructing, you all come with me to the operations room. Lu Gu added, they fell victim to underestimation. We cannot afford to make the same mistake. Understood, Zhang Xiu replied, leading his team for analysis. As Zhang Xiu conducted tactical assessments, Lu Gu began to arrange new strategies. After executing an assault on the enemy's front lines, Sun Qian quickly joined forces with Xiao Yulan's unit, seizing the opportunity while the enemy's central command was compromised to launch an attack on the enemy's rear, targeting those ships that had not pursued Xiao Yulan's fleet. The objective was not to secure a decisive victory but merely to strike. Subsequently, all logistical vessels were to rendezvous with Ganlong at full speed to ensure that the Jiwuzuan could regain combat capability as swiftly as possible. Ganlong organized everyone for medical treatment and rest, awaiting the moment when the Jiwuzuan was battle-ready to launch another attack on the enemy's central forces. Similarly, without concern for tangible outcomes, merely seeking to inflict damage. At this juncture, even those not in the command center could discern the situation. A brief communication occurred between Gan Long and Sun Qian, both astonished as it became evident that Instructor Lu intended to annihilate the enemy fleet entirely. Lu Gu, though exhausted, could not afford to relax. He had to prevent any remnants of the enemy fleet from regrouping, as that would eliminate the possibility of complete destruction. During a brief respite, Lu Gu lay down in the resting pod prepared by Jiangxi for him. Here, a mere half-hour of rest could equate to a minimum of 4 hours of ordinary sleep. In this battle, Lu Gu drew inspiration from the historic naval engagement known as the Battle of Trafalgar, employing the tactics of the legendary commander Horatio, which marked the moment when the invincible Napoleon lost maritime supremacy. He also adopted strategies akin to those of Bai Qi, first eliminating the enemy supply lines before executing a segmented annihilation. 5 hours passed. Muronghi began to pound on the hatch of Xiao Yulan's temporal clone terminal, exclaiming, "Xiao Yulan, you devour all the spoils, leaving us with naught. You have fought for 11 consecutive hours. Log off immediately." Exhaustion was palpable. If one were aboard a starship, it would be feasible to engage in continuous operations for 24 or even 36 hours with the aid of certain sustenance. However, the energy consumption of the temporal clones could not be replenished. Fatigue had rendered Xiao Yulan's mind sluggish, yet she hesitated to log off, relishing the thrill of engaging the enemy's rear. Meanwhile, the supply ship had successfully escaped, and Sun Qian delivered a crushing blow to the enemy's rear, targeting those vessels that had neither pursued nor participated in the skirmish. As the opportunity to encircle the enemy's rear and pursue their fleet drew near, the reluctance to log off was palpable. Zhang Xiu stepped forward. "Yulan, you have worked tirelessly. It is time to rotate." Observing the enemy retreat after a brief engagement, Xiao Yulan let out a resigned sigh. Utilizing her temporal doppelganger, she activated the communicator. "Sisters, it is time for a shift change." A chorus of lamentations arose, each sharing the same sentiment: to hold on just a little longer and annihilate the pursuing fleet before taking a well-deserved rest. Muronghi logged on. "Ladies, prepare to unleash our full firepower. Let us execute a saturation assault to eliminate them." The enemy commander was nearing madness. The remaining fleet was under siege. Communication was severed with the central and forward formations, leaving the opponent with only a quartet of small escort vessels, akin to bothersome insects. When attacked, they would flee, and when not pursued, they would turn back. Infuriatingly, during one counterattack, a small transport ship converged with them, supplying much-needed resources. Just as the commander prepared to strike, the transport vessel scurried away in another direction. As frustration mounted, the commander suddenly noticed the distance to the pursuers diminishing. The transport ship had returned, seemingly poised to replenish the 4 starships once more. In a fit of exasperation, the enemy commander bellowed, "Turn around, charge the main cannon." At that moment of pivot, a starship signal appeared behind them. Sun Qian had arrived, echoing Lu Gu's sentiment that the focus should be on the attack, not merely the outcomes. Thus, Sun Qian launched another round of assault on the pursuing fleet, caught between 2 fronts. While the rear commander contemplated strategies, one ship within the fleet began firing a series of signal flares before shutting down its main engine and utilizing its auxiliary propulsion to distance itself from the formation. Another ship signaled its surrender and likewise deactivated its main engine. The first officer and soldiers brandished their weapons at the rear commander. "Commander, we are merely wage earners. The compensation we receive is a mere decade's salary. Though our lifespans may not rival the nobility, I feel I could live for thousands of years, perhaps even tens of thousands. Should you refuse to surrender, do not blame us for lacking compassion." With no other recourse, negotiations for surrender commenced. "Surrender." Muronghi's finger hovered over the main cannon's launch button. "You wish to surrender now? Your commercial fleet yielding to interstellar pirates?" "Absolutely not. They must be eliminated." Just then, Zhang Shou's communique arrived. "Accept their surrender. Our terms are as follows. They must reside in a designated area until the conclusion of this encirclement, after which we will provide each individual with a subsidy of no less than 10 high-purity metallic hydrogen energy barrels or equivalent wealth. For aiding and persuading the Central Fleet to surrender, a reward of 100 high-purity metallic hydrogen energy barrels will be granted for every kilometer of starship length. The higher the integrity of the surrendered vessels, the greater the reward. Obtaining the starship's identification and control codes will yield a tenfold reward." In an instant, the crew of the rear fleet betrayed their commander. Chapter 94. What are they doing? The surrendering crew members, confronted with the imminent threat of annihilation, prioritized their survival. As they were merely employees receiving a salary, They relinquished the identification and control codes of the commanding flagship, submitting an entire set of over a dozen codes. They even provided the core identification and self-destruct codes of the starship's mainframe, along with several codes for internal starship communications within the organization. The backup fifth squad came online. He emerged from the terminal of the time-space avatar, bursting forth in a fit of expletives. Jiang Xiaoying approached to offer comfort, stating that the operational record reflected their squad's commendable achievement in forcing the enemy's surrender. He retorted, "We didn't fire a single shot. Warfare is merely a means. Victory is the ultimate goal. The sisters of the fifth squad will comprehensively refurbish the starship, allowing you to acquire a superior vessel. For now, rest well while they attend to the mundane tasks." In the control room, the voice of Lu Gu resonated through the crimson communication device. "I require rest, profound rest." Zhang Xiu replied, "Go ahead. The enemy is unlikely to come to their rescue." When they surrendered, they had already transmitted the surrender information back to 3 separate organizations. What lies ahead will be more terrifying than anticipated. Lu Gu reiterated her need for rest before offline disconnecting. At this moment, Nangong Yu had already entered a deep slumber. Even if she wished to check on Lu Gu, she refrained, understanding that Lu Gu must be utterly fatigued. They could still take turns. It seemed that Lu Gu was perpetually online. Upon returning to her quarters in Xingqingfeng, Lu Gu splashed a bottle of liquor on her face before collapsing into a deep sleep. Should anyone seek her out, she had already prepared her excuses, stating, "You all gathered unexpectedly, and I had nothing to do with it. I merely indulged in food and sleep. Working in the vast swamp star domain is quite exhausting." As for the data obtained from the Flame Nebula, Li Huachen would require considerable time to interpret it before conducting any analysis or research on the data and charts. Within the Pyong Academy, Zhang Shou summoned all the elite members of the Third Student Council, along with the core members of the General Study Society, who had not emerged for over 72 hours. This situation was peculiar, particularly as Fan Rua of the elite Fifth Student Council exhibited signs of panic. Strategically, I had instigated President Xiao to apply pressure, intending to loosen the grip of the Third Council and ensure that benefits were not hoarded. I dared not utter a word about the Third Council accepting a male student, not even a whisper. It was President Xiao who mentioned it. But the current atmosphere felt off. Fan Rua sat in her office, surrounded by the elite members of the Fifth Council. "President," she mused, "for a long time, our factions have been in contention, while we simply partake of the spoils. This time is indeed peculiar. President Xiao has yet to contest. Yet the Third Council appears to have adopted an attitude of relinquishment, as if everything is yours now. How alarming." Indeed, the Second and Third Councils had historically battled fiercely, refusing to concede ground. Their sudden cessation of conflict must surely be troubling for President Xiao. It felt akin to striking a punch into cotton, resulting in an internal injury. The elite Fifth Council of Pyong Academy operates on the principle that our members possess extraordinary intellect, unfit for leadership positions. Yet our wisdom makes us the finest advisors and superlative strategists. We do not contend through brute force, but rather through cunning intellect to outmaneuver our adversaries. For an extended period, I have existed in the interstice between the elite Second Student Council and the elite Third Student Council, where both factions engage in a struggle that yields them certain advantages, resulting in a rather comfortable existence. The recent endeavor of purging crayfish has unveiled a surprising revenue stream for the Student Council, prompting them to explore various profitable avenues. Before they could thoroughly strategize on how to capitalize on their newfound benefits, they swiftly seized control of 3-star domains, acquired 3 academies, and established 17 schools, amassing a total of over 27,000 individuals. Moreover, whispers of a novel confectionery known as chocolate have surfaced, alongside plans to extensively develop farms across the 3-star domains. Clearly, this transcends the typical realm of student work-study programs, evolving into a large-scale interstellar enterprise. How could one not feel envious? It was evident that remaining passive at home was not an option. Fan Rue dared not underestimate the elite Third Student Council. The Northern Town Prince's manor was no ordinary royal household. It boasted a fleet of over 100,000 starships. Unable to remain idle, Fan Rue promptly ventured out to seek out Xiao Tianyu. As a mere second son of a marquis estate, he knew that even his father would hasten to pay respects upon encountering Zhang Xiu outside the Pyong Academy. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianyu was experiencing his own frustrations. Zhang Xiu had summoned everyone back, leading to a solitary meeting where they discussed a one-sided distribution plan. Was this endeavor meaningful? Not at all. Not only was it devoid of substance, but they were now also burdened with all the arduous tasks. The connectivity to the spiritual realms of the 3-star domains, including Dazhao, required extensive equipment that had already arrived, necessitating personnel to assist with the debugging process in those regions. Furthermore, they needed to devise a concrete plan for the auditing of teaching. The first batch of approximately 360 advanced students was about to arrive at Pyeongstar, prompting the need for arrangements regarding accommodation, sustenance, subsidies, and studies, so many matters to oversee. The elite 9th Student Council was already overwhelmed, tirelessly engaged in climate analysis, soil assessment, seed improvement, and the design concepts for specialized agricultural robots. If all this paperwork were to be compiled, it would form a towering pile at least 3 persons high before Xiao Tianyu. Just as Xiao Tianyu felt a slight thinning of his hair, Fan Rui arrived. Xiao, my brother. As Xiao Tianyu prepared to return the greeting, an urgent news alert flashed upon the screen. A warning for flight paths, an orange alert, indicated that an explosion had occurred at the specified coordinates. Preliminary predictions suggested that the explosion's impact would extend from 10 to 7 light years, generating intense electronic interference. Within the range of 7 to 3 light years, unprotected interstellar vessels would face significant risks of equipment malfunction. Both Xiao Tianyu and the newly arrived Fan Rui turned their gazes toward the screen. Fan Rui remarked, "This shouldn't affect us, right?" The nearest border starport under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Town Prince's Manor is over 30 light years away. By the time the decay of the radiation reaches us in 30 years, it is likely that ordinary eyes would not even perceive it. Xiao Tianyu cast a sidelong glance at Fan Rui. How can you bear to assume the presidency of the elite 5th Student Council? In an instant, Fan Rui grasped the implications. Could this coordinate be the one mentioned in the news a few days prior? Suspected of involving an interstellar pirate attack on a convoy transporting high-purity metallic hydrogen linked to the 3 Pit Associations? Moreover, the 3 Pit Societies dispatched a formidable fleet of 33 various starships towards Xiao Tianyu. He remarked, "Is this the distance?" Subsequently, Xiao Tianyu instructed the computer within the room to compute the explosive yield from that time. The data emerged swiftly. Fan Zui was no fool. With a mere glance, he discerned that if the fleet of the 3 Pit Societies were within a distance of 10,000 kilometers, half of them would be unable to withstand the force of the explosion. However, no fleet would ever allow themselves to be congregated in such a manner unless the commander were utterly irrational. Brother Xiao, utilize your computer. Chapter 95, the wise one. Xiao Tianyu gestured courteously. In no time, Fan Zui discovered a piece of information from a forum that emerged after the convergence of academies across the galaxy and promptly shared it with Xiao Tianyu. The content of the information revealed that a frigate fleet from the 3 Pit Societies had gone missing. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and words were unnecessary. The situation was evidently deliberate. The explosion could not have been an accident. It was undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated event designed to trigger a chain reaction. Otherwise, setting aside the safety of the high-purity metallic hydrogen transport vessels, even an accidental explosion would not possess the capacity to extend its influence over 10 light years and disrupt electronic devices. Xiao Tianyu had participated in the meeting regarding the temporal and spatial avatar piloting 4 small frigates to the Little Fish Star system. At present, Zhang Xiu did not admit to anything, and he lacked evidence. Facing Fan Zui, Xiao Tianyu closed the relevant page of information and stated, "However, it is indeed unrelated to us." Fan Zui pulled up a chair and sat down, letting out a heavy sigh. "Brother Xiao, I came here feeling quite anxious." Xiao Tianyu began to review matters related to the auditing students, commenting as he perused, "The princess is not so petty." Upon hearing this, Fan Zui abruptly stood up. Xiao Tianyu had done this intentionally, avoiding the terms classmate and president, deliberately invoking princess instead. He then added, "Regarding the 300 auditing students who are to come to the Beyond Academy for further studies, may I trouble you?" Of course, Fan Zui responded. Xiao Tianyu inquired, "What about the courses and accommodations?" "Leave that to me," Fan Zui asserted, thumping his chest resolutely. Xiao Tianyu, contemplating the manpower Fan Zui had at his disposal, mused that if they wished to partake in the benefits, they ought to contribute some effort. Although the allocation scheme had yet to receive a response from Zhang Xiu, and even if it were finalized, it would be of little use. It was still feasible to sketch out a preliminary plan. Xiao Tianyu continued, "Concerning the transportation issue, you must understand that sometimes what is saved is what is earned. This is a skill, and I would like to hear your thoughts." Fan Zui replied, "Brother Xiao, Allow me to return and organize a team to study this thoroughly. It is somewhat intricate. You have my gratitude, Xiao Tianyu acknowledged, aware that somewhat intricate was an understatement. It was exceedingly complex. The 3-star domains of Dezhou were not major trade zones, resulting in limited routes. Whether to establish new routes and the value of doing so required considerable technical expertise. Since this was an endeavor undertaken by the Academy, assistance from specialized institutions across the star domains was not an option. The Academy of Biome, the Royal Academy of the Great Jade Emperor, certainly demands proficiency in various technical disciplines. Meanwhile, at the North Star, Zhang Jiqi reclined on a plush chair beneath a canopy of virtual stars, while the guardian starships and formations of the 3 pit societies in the known Yuju star domain hovered above. Nearby, models of a dozen starships lay scattered. Zhang Jiqi tugged thoughtfully at his beard, shaking his head as he dismissed the starship models, only to rearrange them anew, without consulting any intelligence. He endeavored to simulate the course of the upcoming operation solely based on the final outcomes. Zhang Ben stood by, whispering, "Uncle, shall I inquire further?" Zhang Jiqi declined. "No. I seek my own amusement. You go wait outside." "Yes, yes," Zhang Ben replied, retreating. The next day, after a full day and night of rest, Lu Gu awoke and casually prepared a modest meal in the kitchen. After quenching his thirst with copious amounts of water, he sank into the sofa to peruse the latest news. He noted several missed communications from unknown sources. A message appeared on his computer. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Duke Natok. The letter stated that the Duke had attempted to reach Lu Gu several times without success, and provided several time slots for further contact. After reviewing the time, Lu Gu first responded to Zord's message, advising him to pay close attention in class and to study diligently, assuring him that finances, equipment, and starships were not concerns. He then addressed inquiries regarding 2 new workshops within the ancient city and the developments in the Eastern market. Time passed, and Lu Gu connected with Duke Nadok's communication. "Your Excellency, it is my fault for missing your calls. After a long journey, I returned to attend to a myriad of trivial matters and indulged in a drinking bout with friends yesterday," Lu Gu explained. Duke Natok, while managing official affairs, listened to Lu Ji's ramblings. Once Lu Gu finished, the Duke inquired, "What is your perspective on the matter of interstellar pirates?" Lu Gu replied, "Your Excellency, there are no true pirates. They are merely unfortunate souls unable to afford sustenance or find employment. Their numbers are contingent upon the nobility of various star regions. If not for their relentless exploitation, who would willingly endure such a precarious existence? Of course, there are rumors that Yuju and Gue have covertly dispatched starships to assault each other's convoys. I believe this is a slight against your esteemed presence, though it may merely be hearsay." Duke Natok had initially intended to inquire whether the interstellar pirates would affect the transportation of the holy light beverage and high-purity metallic hydrogen he required. However, he found himself captivated by Lu Ji's seemingly unrelated yet intriguing discourse. Setting aside his official matters, he adopted a more engaged posture. "My friend, though you are young, you possess remarkable insight. Allow me to show you something." Duke Natok shared information relayed back during the defeat of the 3 pit society's escort fleet. It was sparse yet critically important. A look of confusion nearly etched itself upon Lu Ji's face. "Regrettably, Your Excellency, my expertise lies in gourmet cuisine, wellness, and wealth accumulation." "Ha ha ha," Duke Natok laughed heartily. "Send this to your merchant friends and inquire if they have any news." "Indeed, I shall see to it." Duke Natok, share your perspective. Professionalism is neither required nor significant. Lu Gu, in my view, they are fighting desperately. I ponder the extent to which these individuals have been driven to the point of forsaking their very lives. This undoubtedly signifies their inability to earn a living, leaving them deprived of food and sustenance. Duke Natok's expression turned somewhat grave. This was an aspect he had not anticipated. The information he had received, particularly regarding Gan Long's reckless strategy of ramming numerous ships to seize the Wuzuan, truly resembled a form of mutually assured destruction. Lu Gu rubbed his hands together. "Esteemed Duke, my other patron, the god of wealth, has uttered a phrase that I believe may pique your interest." "Speak." The noble gentleman proclaimed that those who comply are dubbed mercenary traders, while those who defy are labeled interstellar pirates. He embodies justice. This statement illuminated Duke Natok's mind like a colossal beam of light, embodying wisdom that could only belong to the divine.